Tangxi, you make me feel sick. Even if I die, Wen Xu will never love you. With the man's cold words, Tangxi was thrown out of the Wen family along with her luggage. Many sneers and contemptuous looks fell on her, colder than the winter day. People were probably talking, it's her, Wen Xu's shameless childhood sweetheart. Knowing Wen Xu already has someone he loves, they are married, but she clings stubbornly to a marriage certificate and won't give up. Now, she's even made Wen Xu's grandfather, who loved her most, so angry he's died. Childhood marriage? What era is this? Now it's about free love. She always fights with Liao Ruan. Liao Ruan is a top student from Beijing University, and she should look at herself, just a village girl who failed the college entrance exam twice. It's laughable, like a pheasant comparing itself to a phoenix. Exactly. Ruan is smart, generous, sensible, and even runs a business, making money. Recently, she's into real estate. If I were Wen Xu, I'd choose Ruan over her, this village girl. I heard her parents are dead, and now her grandfather is also angry at her and has died. She's cursed. Bad luck follows her everywhere. The heavy snow seemed endless. Tangxi, exhausted and numb, walked along the long street. She felt her body heating up, her mind fuzzy with memories flooding in, revealing many truths. It turns out she is actually a villainess in a historical novel. Liao Ruan is the heroine, a soul from 40 years in the future, who accidentally transmigrated into an 80s village girl, facing chaos from the start, fighting against villains and rising to success. Wen Xu is the loyal, loving, and doting military hero in the story. He and Liao Ruan start as enemies, then become friends and finally lovers, overcoming countless hardships to find happiness. Undoubtedly, Tangxi is the obstacle on their path to happiness. She relies on the childhood marriage to cling to Wen Xu, fiercely competing with the heroine, acting crazy and reckless. When the hero and heroine achieve their perfect ending, she, the villainess, will be betrayed, abandoned, and left to wander the streets.
Haha, haha.
Tangxi sat down in the snow, her face full of stubborn and sarcastic smiles.
Wen Xu.
She doesn't love him. Her relentless pursuit is just her way of revenge. In the past, her great-uncle tried to force her to marry a widower with 2 children, just because he was a small leader at the grain station. Her mother, Tang Riyue, who depended on her for life, was anxiously searching for the Wen family, eager to quickly fulfill the long-standing childhood betrothal between the Tang and Wen families. However, Wen Xu bluntly and arrogantly told Tang Riyue that he already had someone he cared for deeply and asked the Tang family not to cling to this marriage. Tang Riyue, in a daze, left the Wen house and accidentally fell into the river outside the village. Tang Riyue died. When Tangxi received the news, she nearly collapsed. She lost her father when she was young. Her mother was her only family and her main support. After losing her mother, she almost immediately fell into madness.
Tangxi hit.
She hated the Wen family for breaking their promise. She hated Wen Xu for agreeing to the marriage and then changing his mind, and for speaking harshly to her mother. So she became obsessed, stubbornly entangled, and deliberately made things difficult, wishing Wen Xu would suffer. Now, everything was a failure, and she accepted it, not caring anymore. But why did these memories tell her that all her despair and pain were simply because she was cast as the villainess? That her and her mother's lives would become stepping stones for the main characters? Living like this, how absurd. If she had a chance to start over, she would absolutely. Wen family's old residence. Who are you looking for, comrade? The nanny's cautious and disdainful gaze swept from top to bottom. Over Tang she wrapped in a gray cloth scarf covering her face, her patched gray-blue jacket, muddy pants, and cotton shoes. Tang she suddenly snapped out of her trance. She pinched her palm, pulling herself away from the intense emotion. You're new here? Please go inside and say that Tang she has arrived. The nanny was doubtful, reminded the gatekeeper to watch Tang Shi, and went inside to report. Tang Shi was not upset. She had traveled from the village to the capital for most of the day, even caught in a heavy rain along the way, so she looked quite disheveled. The Wen family was very influential and powerful in the capital. This residence, arranged for old Master Wen, was a 2-entry courtyard, not very large but in a prime location, quiet amidst the hustle and bustle. The alley was very clean, with thick climbing vines hanging from the walls, and the stone paving looked carefully polished. Blue bricks and gray tiles, elegant eaves and brackets, a simple and pure style. At the entrance stood 2 well-trained guards with pouches at their waists, and nearby were 2 red flag sedans. Only people of high status could live in this alley. This made Tangxi feel even more out of place. But she didn't care. Her mind was filled with the dreams she had been having these days. No, they weren't dreams. They were the future. Tangxi hurried to the capital city just to stop everything from happening in her dream. Comrade Tangxi, please come in. When the housekeeper came out again, her face was full of flattery, and she warmly invited Tangxi inside. Tangxi nodded calmly and confidently, stepping over the tall threshold. The housekeeper said as she walked, "Today's rain is so heavy. Look at your pants, all muddy. Should I find you a clean pair of pants to change into later?" Tangxi didn't reply. A small part of her neck, as white and cold as jade, was visible beneath her gray cloth scarf. The housekeeper awkwardly shut her mouth. Passing through the ornate gate, they entered the main courtyard. The Wen family's old man Wen Jiuyuan, the old lady Jiang Nanqin, and the rest of the Wen family were all waiting in the corridor for her. Old Wen's face, usually serious and stern, showed rare signs of excitement and nervousness. "Xiangxi, you're not feeling well. Why did you come to the capital alone? It would have been better to call ahead. Grandpa Wen would have sent a car to pick you up." The kind-looking old lady Jiang pulled Tangxi over. "Look at your tiny hands, so cold. Be sure not to catch a cold. Sister Zhou, quickly bring a hot water bag for Xiangxi. And make some tea to warm her up." Tangxi was born prematurely and had been weak and sick since she was young. The Wen family knew this well, which explained the old couple's worry. Sister Zhou, the housekeeper from earlier, nodded and hurried to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Tangxi was surrounded by the old couple, led into a warm, dry sitting room. No one paid attention to her worn-out clothes and muddy pants. Old Lady Jiang pulled her onto a soft sofa, then brought her cherished wool blanket to cover her legs, speaking gently to remind her to stay warm. Tangxi couldn't help but feel a bit envious. That part of her life was just a nightmare. But the grief she felt from the dream, seeing old man Wen pass away, was very real. Tangxi's voice was strained as she whispered, "Grandpa Wen, Grandma Jiang, I came to see you. Are you both feeling okay?" Old Wen and Grandma Jiang were very pleased. They kept saying yes and praised Tangxi for becoming more sensible. The eldest daughter-in-law, Gu Han, smiled and said, "Xiangxi, you came just at the right time. Grandpa Wen and Grandma Jiang were just talking about how you haven't stepped into this yard for almost a year. And now, just as they said it, here you are." Gu Han was Wen Jiuyuan's wife, the oldest son of the Wen family. They were kind and generous, often taking care of Tangxi. Every time she visited the Wen family before, they would pack her with gifts, almost treating her like a daughter. Tangxi had a very good impression of them. She called them uncle and aunt. Gu Han and Wen Jiuyuan happily nodded and brought snacks for Tangxi, engaging in warm conversation for a while. Their young daughter Wen Qing saw this and couldn't help puffing out her cheeks. "Since she is here, we all have to step aside." Gu Han smiled and gently poked her nose. "You're all grown up, still fighting for attention?" Wen Qing stuck out her tongue and deliberately winked at Tangxi. Tangxi smiled softly, not upset by Wen Qing's teasing. Gu Han and Wen Jiuyuan have a son and a daughter. Their eldest son, Wen Hui, is 27, married to Wang Sui, who is childhood sweethearts with him. They married early, and their child is almost 3 years old. Their youngest daughter is Wen Qing, 20 years old, who just got into university last year. Now she is a first-year physics student at Beijing University. Wen Qing is lively and cheerful. Although she is only a few months older than Tang Shi, she always treats her like a little sister and used to play together often when they were young. Later, Wen Qing's parents moved away for work, and Tang Shi also reduced her visits to Wen's home for various reasons. Their contact gradually became less frequent. Tang Shi happened to come by when they all returned to the old family house. At this moment, they were talking and laughing, creating a warm and happy atmosphere in the main hall. Suddenly, someone interrupted unexpectedly. She came to see Xiao Su, right? But it's really unlucky. He's out with friends today. The speaker was Fang Xiaoman, wife of Wen Huayan, the second son of the Wen family. Xiao Su is the only son of Wen Huayan and Fang Xiaoman. Fang Xiaoman comes from a very good family background. She trained in ballet as a child and is now a leader in the military arts troupe. She usually speaks politely but with a distant tone, hiding a hint of arrogance. She treats others the same way, including Tang Shi. In the past, Tang Shi didn't mind. But now, Tang Shi kept her smile and politely nodded, calling her second uncle and second aunt, though her tone was less warm and close than with the older couple earlier. Everyone present was sharp, so they could easily notice the difference. Especially old Master Wen, who looked at her with a deep gaze and said meaningfully, Shi, if you're feeling wronged, remember to tell Grandpa Wen. Grandpa Wen will make sure to stand up for you. This was both a protective gesture and a subtle warning to Fang Xiaoman. Fang Xiaoman looked a bit hurt and called out Dad softly. Wen Huayan, standing beside her, also hesitated to speak. Old Master Wen ignored them and only looked at Tang Shi. Tang Shi clenched her hand and suddenly spoke. Grandpa Wen, I came today for a reason. Before she could finish, a voice came from outside. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. That bold, carefree voice with a hint of casualness was impossible for Tang Shi to ignore. It was Wen Xu. Tang Shi's face turned cold, almost unable to control the urge to slap Wen Xu across the face. Just then, Wen Xu entered and immediately saw the rustic yet eye-catching village girl sitting between his grandparents. He quickly guessed her identity as the village girl. Tang Shi, why are you here? His tone was as usual, full of disdain. Old Master Wen looked unhappy. Wen Xu, how can you talk like that? Apologize to Shi right now. Madame Jiang also rarely showed a stern face, clearly disapproving of Wen Xu's attitude. Wen Xu didn't speak at first. When Wen Huayan started glaring at him, he reluctantly said, sorry. Tang Shi looked at him with a sneer, a faint smile of contempt in her throat. Wen Xu almost thought he had heard wrong. Everyone else in the room had different expressions. Tang Shi didn't care and lowered her head to take out a yellowed, well-preserved piece of paper from her. She unfolded it, revealing two big characters. Marriage certificate. Grandpa Wen, do you still remember this marriage certificate? Old Master Wen nodded firmly. Of course I remember. It's my promise to my best brother. I will never go back on my word. Shi, do you have any thoughts? Tang, she kept her maiden name. Her maternal grandfather, Tang Ming, had passed away. He was a sworn brother of old Master Wen, who saved his life on the battlefield. Their family's marriage was also arranged at that time. Everyone thought Tang, she was showing the marriage certificate to push for a quick marriage. After all, she had never opposed it before and often followed Wen Xu around, as if she was determined to be with him. Even Wen Xu thought so too. He irritably grabbed his hair and spoke first. I'm too young, I don't want to marry so early. I want to play for a few more years. He almost said plainly that he didn't want to marry Tang Shi. Old Master Wen's expression turned cold, and he suddenly shouted, Wen Xu. The room fell silent. Even Wen Xu looked afraid. Old Master Wen is the head of the Wen family. No one in the family dared to disobey him. Except Tang Shi. At this moment, only Tang Shi dared to smile and soothe the angry old Master Wen. Don't be anxious, listen to me first. Tang Shi ignored Wen Xu's barking and directly read the marriage certificate aloud. After finishing, she asked old Master Wen, Grandpa Wen, the contents of this marriage certificate don't seem to specify a partner? Old Master Wen gradually realized the meaning. He coldly glanced at Wen Xu and then solemnly said to Tang Shi, "No, it doesn't specify anyone. As long as it's a descendant of the Wen family, Shi, you can choose whoever you like." As soon as the words left her mouth, suddenly, outside the house, there were slow, steady footsteps. They stepped through the rain and arrived unexpectedly. The dim light outside the door darkened a little. A tall, slender figure then stepped inside. His well-fitted military uniform wrapped around his lean, upright body, muscles under the fabric tense and defined. Rainwater soaked his military cap, droplets sliding down his sharp jawline and then into the tightly fastened badge. He raised his hand to remove his cap, revealing sharp, commanding eyes that looked like towering mountains pressing down heavily. "CC is here." His calm, cold voice made Tang Shi feel a bit dizzy. Suddenly, she remembered the ending of that dream, and her mind kept circling with thoughts she almost couldn't hold back. If she had a second chance, she would definitely find a different way to get back at Wen Xu. For example, my fiancé, I choose him. Tang Shi pointed at the man who just entered. He was Wen Xu's powerful, cold, and reserved little uncle, Wen Jiuyuan. Half a minute ago, Tang Shi hadn't thought this way. But just then, Wen Jiuyuan arrived. Old Master Wen had 3 sons, the eldest Wen Jiuyuan, the second Wen Huayan, and Wen Jiuyuan the youngest. He was also the late-born son of Jiang Nanqin, born when she was over 40, almost risking her life to have him. Though he was the youngest, Wen Jiuyuan was the most outstanding among the Wen family's descendants, the brightest star, and the most trusted and valued by Old Master Wen. He had served in the army for 12 years, risking his life on the battlefield, earning great achievements, and rising through his own ability and blood-earned merit. Even though Wen Jiuyuan was young and held a high position in the military, no one could use the Wen family background to criticize him. In all of 49 City, everyone praised Wen Jiuyuan highly. Even Wen Xu, who admired him most in his life, wanted to learn everything from his little uncle's words and actions. Wen Jiuyuan was like a god in Wen Xu's heart, an unreachable idol. So, from the moment she saw Wen Jiuyuan, an uncontrollable crazy thought popped into Tang Shi's mind. Instead of marrying Wen Xu, why not become his little wife? By the time she reacted and the words escaped her mouth, it was too late to regret. Everyone inside the house heard her clearly. They were surprised, angry, amused, displeased, and some admired her. Various reactions followed. Tang Shi tried to stay calm, quickly glancing at Wen Jiuyuan. She saw that his dark eyes were deep and calm, showing no emotion, like an elder watching a mischievous child.
Tang Si sợ stubborn suddenly soup.
She pursed her lips and asked Grandpa Wen, "Isn't that okay?" Old Master Wen's expression was hard to read, and he didn't answer immediately. Instead, Wen Xu, who had been loudly protesting about not wanting to marry earlier, jumped in first. "Marry my younger uncle? Tang Shi, are you crazy? Even if you're causing trouble, there should be a limit. Let's go outside and talk alone." He reached out as if to grab Tang Shi's hand. Tang Shi frowned and turned aside to avoid him. "Wen Xu, if I get engaged to your younger uncle, he would be my elder. Is this how you treat your elders?" Wen Qing couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Wen Xu's face grew even uglier. Tang Shi remained silent, lifting her chin. Her body, wrapped in old, torn cloth, stood tall and elegant like a rare orchid in a quiet valley. Just as Wen Xu was about to ignore her and try to pull her away, the most important person spoke. It wasn't Old Master Wen, but Wen Jiuyuan himself. "Enough." Those 2 light words sounded like a spell to Sun Wukong, making Wen Xu freeze stiffly. He angrily called out "little uncle," but didn't move further. Wen Jiuyuan didn't look at him. "Cici, come talk with me?" Tang Shi knew she couldn't avoid this forever, so she gritted her teeth and nodded. No one stopped them inside. Wen Xu wanted to, but he didn't dare offend his little uncle. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Tang Shi followed closely behind Wen Jiuyuan, their figures disappearing at the door. As they left, Wen Xu almost immediately jumped up. "Grandpa, Tang Shi is deliberately trying to get back at me. Otherwise, How could she say she wants to marry my little uncle? My little uncle is her elder. What does this mean? This is chaos. Wen Xu, shut up. Before old Master Wen lost his temper, Wen Huainan quickly stopped Wen Xu from speaking. However, his thoughts were similar to his son's, just more restrained. Yes, Dad. Cici has called the third brother little uncle for over 10 years. If they get married, what will people say? They won't understand us in the Wen family. Old Master Wen's expression seemed to waver. Suddenly, Wen Qing casually said, "But the little uncle is only 28. Yes, even with high status and power, Wen Jiuyuan was only 28 this year. Just 8 years older than Tangxi. Meanwhile, Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan arrived at Old Master Wen's study next door. The room was well soundproofed, perfect for talking. Tangxi had been here a few times before, so she should be familiar with it. But today, for some reason, as soon as the door closed, she felt a suffocating atmosphere surround her, wrapping her fragile body. Uncomfortably, Tangxi clenched her sleeves. She also just happened to avoid Wen Jiuyuan's heavy gaze. "Are you upset with Xiao Su?" Wen Jiuyuan asked directly. Tangxi bit her lip and asked, "Would I be so childish as to joke about marriage with my little uncle?" She felt very upset and was about to lift her head to explain. Suddenly, a strong, aggressive presence approached. Wen Jiuyuan's polished shoes almost touched her toes. His face was close, allowing Tangxi to see his thickly drawn eyebrows and sharp features clearly. Everyone in the Wen family was good-looking, and Wen Jiuyuan was especially talented, embodying all the grace and beauty of the family. His bone structure was smooth like fine jade, but his features were deep and sharp. His brows were deep, his nose straight like a gun barrel, and his lines cold and delicate. Most striking were his eyes, which seemed to hold the universe, mysterious and powerful, like a black hole in the starry sky. Tangxi's breath almost froze. They were too close. Close enough for their breaths to mingle, and her neck was starting to get goosebumps from the awkwardness. Not because she was shy, but because she felt overwhelmed and unsure what to do. She unconsciously leaned back as hard as she could, trying to create some space between them. Wen Jiuyuan chuckled softly and took a half step back. As he moved away, he reached out and gently touched her shoulder. His movement was very restrained, almost touching and then pulling away. He looked down with lowered eyes and said softly, "Cici, you're afraid to even get close to me. How can you talk about marriage?" He was about to leave after speaking. Tangxi panicked. She reached out and grabbed his sleeve. "Wen Jiuyuan." It was the first time she said his name, and it felt like a spark falling on her tongue, hot and making her heart race. Wen Jiuyuan stopped and turned to look at her steadily. Tangxi couldn't help but bite her lip. Actually, she didn't know Wen Jiuyuan well. She mostly saw him with Wen Xu nearby. Even now, she didn't know how to explain, so she just looked at him silently and pleadingly. Wen Jiuyuan's dark eyes seemed to brew a storm she couldn't understand. "Cici, are you sure you won't regret this?" "I won't," Tangxi answered firmly. There was a brief silence. Suddenly, Wen Jiuyuan nodded. "Okay." Now Tangxi was stunned. "Huh?" Wen Jiuyuan slowly raised his eyebrows. "Don't want to?" No, of course not." Tangxi, feeling a bit dizzy, followed Wen Jiuyuan out of the study. In the main hall, the same people were there, but the atmosphere was a little stiff, especially Wen Xu, who stared at Tangxi with eyes that seemed to shoot fire. Fortunately, Grandma Jiang stepped forward to smooth things over. She got up, came over, and gently patted Tangxi's arm, speaking softly. "How did your talk go just now?" Faced with Grandma Jiang's kind eyes, Tangxi felt a little nervous. Wen Jiuyuan was much calmer than her and said softly, "If the two elders have no objections, then this matter is settled." Madame Jiang looked at him quietly. But inside the main room, it was like water boiling over or oil frying, chaotic and intense. Wen Jiuyuan actually agreed? He truly accepted this ridiculous marriage? Nothing was more shocking than this. Even Wen Xu was completely stunned, mouth open, speechless.
And
everyone knew Wen Jiuyuan was stubborn and had a strong will since he was young. Although he said he wanted to listen to the elders' opinions, in reality, once he made a decision, no one could change it, not even old Master Wen. Are you all really sure about this? Old Master Wen's face was cold and serious. Tang Shi and Wen Jiuyuan nodded together. Old Master Wen looked at Tang Shi. Shi, you should know that marriage is not a game, and there's no room for regret. Tang Shi's eyes shone brightly, and she insisted, Grandpa Wen, I am more clear-headed than ever. Old Master Wen's lips pressed into a straight line. As his expression changed, the atmosphere in the room suddenly tightened like a bowstring. Everyone was afraid Old Master Wen would get angry, oppose, or clash with Tang Shi and Wen Jiuyuan. But then, his stern expression suddenly softened. In the next second, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I've been old-fashioned. I used to think couples should be close in age to have more things to talk about, but I never considered Jiuyuan. That's right, Jiuyuan is the most suitable. What does age matter? He's caring. Old Master Wen's face lit up with a smile, and the more he looked at Tang Shi and Wen Jiuyuan, the more he thought they matched perfectly. At first, everyone didn't react. It was Madame Jiang who was the first to smile. I think so too, being 8 years apart is just right. Now that the elders had spoken, no one else had much to say. Suddenly, the atmosphere relaxed. The Wen family members all smiled and congratulated. Great. Jiuyuan has always been good at taking care of Shi. Maybe it's fate? Since the weather is warming up, we should pick a good day and hold the wedding soon. Shouldn't we start preparing? Buying things, making clothes. There's so much to do. This is wonderful. Everyone's happy. Laughter and good wishes filled the room. Wen Qing even squeezed closer to Tang Shi and lowered her voice. Hee, does that mean I can't call her Shi anymore? I have to call her little aunt now. Tang Shi finally felt a sense of hope for changing the future, and her ears warmed quietly. Don't talk nonsense. At the same time, she was curious about what her aunt had just said. Is Wen Jiuyuan good at taking care of her? She couldn't remember. Beyond the laughter and joy, Wen Huayan's family looked stiff and uncomfortable. Wen Huayan's expression was gloomy, eyes half lowered, lost in thought. Next to him, Feng Xiaoman was furious. Just thinking about sharing her life with Tang Shi for the next few decades made her feel very uncomfortable. But they all knew there was no turning back now. At this moment, Wen Xu looked at everyone coldly, sneering. Really interesting. At first, you wanted me and Tang Shi to get engaged, and now you don't want me to marry her either. You said everything. Has anyone considered my opinion? Everyone's smiles froze on their faces, and Old Master Wen almost lost his temper again. Tang Shi lifted her eyelids lightly and spoke softly. Aren't you unwilling? Wen Xu clenched his teeth and looked deeply at Tang Shi. Then he said nothing more and stormed out into the heavy rain outside. The marriage between Tang Shi and Wen Jiuyuan was thus decided. But for now, this news was only known within the Wen family. In a few days, when the marriage spread throughout the city, it would cause a huge stir. The Wen family held an important position in the capital, and even a small change could attract many eyes. Not to mention, Wen Jiuyuan was the future head of the Wen family. His marriage was not the same as Wen Xu's. But those were future matters. For now, they had talked enough. The Wen family members didn't want to disturb the elders, so they gradually got up to leave. The old house usually only had the elderly couple living there, with maids and guards to take care of everything. Other Wen family members either rented nearby houses or lived in company housing. Soon, Wen Jiuyuan also hurriedly left because of work at his unit. Only Tang Shi stayed behind. It was late, and it was raining outside again. The elders insisted she stay and rest, promising to send a car to pick her up the next morning. Tang Shi couldn't refuse, so she agreed. The old house had no other rooms for Wen family members. They were all guest rooms, used by whoever visited. But Tang Shi and Tang Riyue always had their own rooms. Having not been here for a year, her room looked just as before. Perhaps someone cleaned it regularly, keeping everything spotless. Tang Shi paced slowly inside her room, her face full of nostalgia. It wasn't until the housekeeper, Sister Zhou, knocked on the door and interrupted her thoughts. Sister Zhou was here to deliver clothes. Old Lady Jiang was thoughtful. When Tangxi entered, she secretly arranged for someone to buy her a new outfit. Simple and elegant style, probably not expensive, because Madame Jiang knows that Tangxi won't want something costly. Feeling the soft cotton fabric, Tangxi feels warm inside. She is about to change into the new clothes. Turning around, she first sees her reflection in the mirror. Of course, Tangxi knows she has been running in the rain, so her appearance isn't great. But she never thought that because she was worried about something, she forgot to take off her headscarf when she entered. So, in front of her family, especially Wen Jiuyuan, she had been pretending to be silly, with only her eyes showing. Tangxi feels a bit annoyed as she pulls off the headscarf. Her thick, black hair, like mist, suddenly falls loose. Her pale, almost bloodless cheeks are now flushed with color. Her thick, raven-like eyelashes tremble gently, and her light amber eyes ripple like spring water. Comrade Tang, sorry, I was about to put on your shoes. Her voice suddenly stops. Sister Zhou stands at the door, staring in amazement.
Con mắt Tang. Tang.
Sister Zhou almost thinks she entered the wrong room. Until Tangxi gently nods, Sister Zhou comes back to her senses. Oh, sorry, I came to bring your shoes. Sister Zhou stammers, her voice very soft. Afraid of sounding too loud and disturbing the fairy in front of her, Tangxi calmly accepts the shoes and casually thanks her. Sister Zhou hurriedly leaves, looking nervous. She walks down the corridor with her head down, almost bumping into someone but not noticing. What is Sister Zhou thinking? Madame Jiang reminds her just in time. Sister Zhou snaps out of her thoughts, pats her chest, and says nervously, Madam. Oh, you don't know. I just looked at Tangxi's face. Turns out, there really are people this beautiful in the world. Madame Jiang isn't surprised. She adjusts her shawl and smiles gently. Cece's parents are both very good-looking. It's no wonder she has a little jade-like beauty. Some people just can't see true beauty and mistake it for something ordinary. Thinking of something, Madame Jiang's eyes turn cool. After finishing her washing, Tangxi returns to her room, drying her hair while thinking about her future plans. Although she has decided to marry Wen Jiuyuan, she doesn't want to rely entirely on that. As for that dream, the thing she regrets most. Giving up college entrance exams would have made her top 3. During the turbulent years, the exams were cancelled, only restored 2 years ago. Since she was young, Tangxi loved reading books. Even during those difficult years, she would secretly go to the nearby mountains to read books. So, when the college entrance exam was reinstated, she immediately signed up. Unfortunately, she was unlucky and fell ill, running a high fever in the exam room, barely finishing her paper. As expected, she failed. Others comforted her, saying that neglecting studies for years was normal and she could try again next time. Tangxi thought so too, and did just that. The second college entrance exam was only a few months after the first. Tangxi believed she was well prepared and confident. But the day before the exam, she ate something bad and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, almost unable to get out of bed. She forced herself to get up. Even though she couldn't hold a pen properly, and her handwriting was crooked, she still insisted on finishing the exam. However, fate was not on her side. Tangxi failed the second time, and her results were even worse than before. This time, people around her started to look at her strangely, secretly discouraging her from dreaming of going to university. But Tangxi refused to give up. She felt there was definitely something suspicious behind this, and she had a vague suspicion but no proof. Right now, her main task was to continue studying and prepare for the third college entrance exam. She came to the city to buy some books to bring back. Detected strong learning desire from the host, exiting hibernation mode. Welcome to the Shanghai Civilization Learning Assistance System. A cold mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in the room. Tangxi was startled. Who? She nervously looked around, but she saw no one. Confirmed as carbon-based life form, race pure human, automatically bound. Tangxi quickly stood up, her voice tense. Who are you? Don't play tricks. Come out. The voice ignored her question, based on the host's current knowledge level, automatically matched as kindergarten level. AI mode switched to Little Cub Companion mode. Hello, Little Cub. The cold mechanical voice suddenly became gentle and lively. Tangshi's focus was immediately diverted, forgetting her earlier confusion. Kindergarten level? Who's the cub? I'm not. Don't be discouraged, Little Cub. As long as you study hard, we can gradually improve and grow into a strong adult. I already told you I'm not a cub. 1 hour later, after a long conversation, Tangshi finally understood the source of the strange voice. It was a learning assistance system from the interstellar era. In that era, society had advanced to a high level and there was no concept of a nation, only a collective called civilization. The system she is linked to comes from a place called the Mountain Sea Civilization. It is said that this place is prosperous, powerful, and ranks among the top 3 in the universe. The main race of the Mountain Sea Civilization is purebred humans. However, the interstellar age is not peaceful. Various races are fighting fiercely, with wars everywhere and everyone prepared for battle. Even a strong civilization like Mountain Sea cannot stay out of it. Therefore, almost every citizen of the Mountain Sea Civilization is a top-level competitor. They start choosing to implant an assist learning system from the age of 3 to learn about weapons development, usage, and more. Now, the system linked to Tang, she had just experienced a terrible battle. Its previous host died instantly, but due to a black hole caused by a gravity field bomb, it accidentally broke through a space-time gap and arrived in China in the 1980s, landing on Tangshi. It has been on Tangshi for several days, remaining in sleep mode. Only when it detected Tangshi's strong desire to learn did it activate passively and wake up. This led to their conversation. Tangshi was momentarily distracted when she heard the system report the exact time. Wasn't that the day she started dreaming? So, her dreams of the future are also because of the system? Black holes, space-time cracks, fragments of the future. These unfamiliar terms shook her understanding and caused great shock. She couldn't help but ask, what is a gravity field bomb? When a massive star dies, it collapses under its own gravity, causing matter to condense and form a powerful gravity field. If the collapse continues infinitely, it creates a black hole. A gravity field bomb is based on this theory, using quantum condensation to generate a gravity field that destroys targets. Please note, gravity field bombs are extremely powerful. Young children should not try them casually. She felt a chill run down her spine. Such a terrifying thing. What if China had such a weapon? The coldness faded, replaced by a faint stirring of blood. She suddenly realized this could be her opportunity, and it would be the best gift to this land, scarred by war and full of wounds. But despite her excitement, she remained calm. Her past experiences had taught her many things. Her life is hard-won, and her mother is waiting for her at home. So, she must be very careful in her actions. System, can you recommend some suitable courses for me? Tangshi was a bit impatient. The system did not disappoint and provided a long list of courses. The projection was cast onto her iris, visible only to her. According to the laws of the mountain and sea civilization, young ones are the flowers of the civilization and need careful care. All recommended courses are suitable for kindergarten level and are nonviolent. Seeing this, Tangshi's heart sank. She quickly looked further. Therefore, the following one-on-one courses are recommended: Basic Small Arms, Step-by-Step Guide to Making a Nuclear Bomb, Introduction to Electromagnetic Cannon Construction, Understanding Directed Energy Weapons, Interstellar Warship Maintenance Manual. Tangshi, is this what they mean by nonviolent? She tentatively used her mind to select Interstellar Warship Maintenance Manual and waited hopefully. Even if she couldn't build an interstellar warship due to restrictions, it would be good to learn about it, right? Interstellar Warship Maintenance Manual, Points Exchange. Sorry, young one, your points balance is insufficient. Don't be discouraged. Keep studying hard. Tangshi's smile gradually faded. How much? 100 million points? Is this what they call a learning system? This is clearly a scam. Not long after dawn, Tangshi woke up. Last night, She stayed up until nearly 2 o'clock to study the learning system. She even borrowed a book from Grandpa Wen to read. According to the rules of the learning system, only by continuously reading and absorbing knowledge can she earn points to exchange for courses and more features. However, after all her effort last night, she only earned 2 points. And the cheapest course requires at least 100 points. How long will it take to save up? Tangxi couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. Her restless heart was cooled like by a splash of cold water, becoming much calmer. She lifted the quilt and got out of bed, glanced at the clock on the desk. It was just past 6:05 in the morning. Tangxi quietly changed her clothes and took her old outfit with her. In these times, resources were scarce. Whose clothes weren't patched up and worn for 3 years. Her clothes were handmade by her mother, and she was reluctant to throw them away. As she stepped out of the room, she heard the house was quiet. It seemed her parents still kept their habit of getting up at 6:30 every day. Tangxi didn't want to trouble the Wen family, so she planned to leave early before her parents woke up. She tidied the room back to its original state, left a note, and Tangxi walked quietly through Wen's house, passing through the morning mist. As she just crossed the corridor, she bumped into Sister Zhou coming from the opposite direction. "Oh, Comrade Tangxi, you're awake." Sister Zhou greeted warmly. Tangxi raised a finger and whispered, "Zhou, don't wake Grandpa Wen and Grandma Jiang." Sister Zhou nodded repeatedly and saw Tangxi carrying something. She asked, "Are you leaving?" Tangxi hesitated but nodded. "Yes, I have some things to do." Sister Zhou said, "But Comrade Wen Jiuyuan asked me to tell you not to leave so quickly. He will drive you back later." Tangxi was surprised and asked, "Little uncle? When did he come?" Sister Zhou looked a bit strange and replied, "Probably around 11 last night. I saw him standing by your door for a while, and then he left." Tangxi didn't notice Sister Zhou's expression. She remembered last night. At 11 o'clock, she was still exploring the system. The system's light was shining directly onto her retina, so she turned off the lights early. She didn't expect Wen Jiuyuan to have come by. After some hesitation, Tangxi said, "It's better not to. If he comes later, please tell him." Sister Zhou tried to persuade her a few times, but unfortunately, Tangxi was not easily swayed. She then left the Wen house directly and headed straight to the nearest recycling station. The books in the bookstore were too expensive, but the price for discarded books at the recycling station was just within her budget. Tangxi had been there a few times, and even the owner remembered her, so she was familiar with the place. With the owner's help, she picked out a few relatively good-condition books and paid. Then she spent the rest of the day running around. By the time Tangxi returned to the village, it was already afternoon. As she approached the village entrance, she saw a slender, small figure standing under a tree, tiptoeing and looking around constantly. Her eyes lit up. "Mom." She ran over quickly, almost bumping into Tang Riyue. Tang Riyue looked fragile but steady as she supported her. "Be careful, don't fall," she said. While helping Tangxi, Tang Riyue scolded her gently, chattering like a little child. Looking at her mother's gentle face, Tangxi couldn't help but drift away. Having a daughter as beautiful as Tangxi, Tang Riyue's appearance was naturally not bad. She was already 40 years old, but looked only in her early 30s. Years of hard work and toil had yellowed her skin and made her cheeks thin, diminishing her beauty a bit. Despite her excellent foundation, her features and outline remain outstanding. Widows often face gossip and trouble. Over the years, her beauty has brought many problems to Tang Riyue. So, she can only keep her door closed, working for credits and farming, rarely going out. Even when she does go out, she always wraps herself up tightly, afraid of causing trouble. Only for her daughter Tang, she dare to come to the village entrance, watching the villagers and checking. Actually, Tang Riyue used to blame herself, thinking she was a burden and trouble for Tangxi. But Tangxi never thought so. She knows her mother loves her most. And she loves her mother too. So, she is determined to change her mother's tragic fate of dying unexpectedly. And she will make those bad people pay the price. Tangxi's emotions surged like a tide. By the time she realized it, She was already hugging her mother's thin, fragile body tightly. Tang Riyue's chatter suddenly caught in her throat. She sensed something was wrong. Her daughter has always been calm and not very enthusiastic in dealing with others. When did she become so emotionally intense? Tang Riyue misunderstood and quickly grabbed Tang Shi. Are you upset about something? Did the Wen family say something again? Usually gentle and even timid, Tang Riyue turns fierce like a lioness when her daughter's issues arise. Tang Shi felt warm inside, holding her mother's arm softly and speaking in a gentle voice. No, don't worry. Tang Riyue didn't fully dispel her doubts and asked about the details of Tang Shi's trip to the Wen family. Tang Shi smiled faintly. All right, I'll tell you everything. Shall we walk home and talk?
Tang Duy nodded.
Mother and daughter happily walked along the small path through the fields, chatting as they went. Tang Shi concealed her dreams of the future, but told Tang Riyue almost everything else in detail. At first, Tang Riyue didn't think much of it. Until she heard Tang Shi casually mention the exchange of marriage, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Exchange? With whom? Tang Shi cleared her throat awkwardly. Wen Jiuyuan. Tang Riyue was slow to react. Who is Wen Jiuyuan? Is he from the Wen family's branch? Exactly. The younger uncle of the Wen family. Tang Shi, feeling guilty, lowered her voice. Tang Riyue was both angry and anxious.
What?
Wen San? He's your elder. How could you? Fortunately, Tang Riyue kept some rationality and quickly shut her mouth, pulling Tang Shi into her yard. They finally closed the door tightly to make sure no outsiders could hear. Tang Riyue then carefully asked Tang Shi. Tang Shi didn't dare hide anything and told her everything she could. Tang Riyue, rarely showing a cold face, said, his third sense is really interesting. You're just a kid and don't understand, but as an elder, shouldn't he know better? Why is he still causing trouble with you? In Tang Riyue's view, her daughter was definitely not at fault. If anyone was wrong, it was Wen Jiuyuan, who was shameless enough to pursue someone much younger. Tang Shi listened and couldn't help but laugh happily. Even the worries and gloom brought by her premonition dreams seemed to fade a lot. Seeing her smile, Tang Riyue thought she had misunderstood. Do you really like Wen San? Tang, she almost choked on her breath. Of course not. Her smile gradually disappeared, and she stubbornly raised her chin. I just don't want to keep entangled with Wen Xu. Do I really have to be with him? Tang Riyue looked at her daughter's small face and felt a bit sad. I'm sorry, Shi. Tang Shi held her hand. Why say these things? This marriage is a great thing. Many people are eager for it. Tang Riyue knew her daughter was comforting her and forced a faint smile. In truth, if they traced it back, this marriage should have belonged to Tang Riyue. When Tang Ming passed away, Tang Riyue was still young. Old Master Wen went to see him off and personally promised to take care of his daughter for a lifetime, which led to this marriage. But later, Tang Riyue grew up and fell in love with Xie Zhang from the same village, who was Tang Shi's biological father. She didn't want to marry into the Wen family, and Old Master Wen didn't insist. Instead, he, as an elder, checked Xie Zhang's character and abilities. Seeing that Xie Zhang was excellent in both, he felt reassured and married Tang Riyue to him. He even personally gave a generous dowry, treating Tang Riyue almost like his own daughter. Tang Riyue felt guilty. She knew Old Master Wen valued promises highly, especially the vow made to her father Tang Ming before he died. So, after her daughter Tang Shi was born, Tang Riyue voluntarily suggested that Tang Shi inherit this childhood engagement. Old Master Wen was very happy and even got drunk for the first time in a while. Because of this, no one dared to speak out against it. There weren't many children in the Wen family, only Wen Hui and Wen Xu. Wen Hui was 7 years older than Tang Shi, but Wen Xu was only a year older. Old Master Wen naturally chose Wen Xu as Tang Shi's childhood fiancé and often brought Tang Shi over to play. At first, Wen Xu was quite nice to Tang Shi and liked the soft, pretty little sister, until someone jokingly called Tang Shi his little child bride in front of him. Wen Xu got angry and shouted that he wanted to send Tang Shi away. 4-year-old Tang Shi was frightened and cried. This scene was just seen by Tangxi's father, Xiazhang. Xiazhang, though poor, was proud and couldn't stand his daughter being treated unfairly. He immediately frowned, expressed his dissatisfaction to old Master Wen, and took Tangxi away. Then he told Tang Riyue that, perhaps in her and old Master Wen's eyes, this marriage was to help both families' friendship, but in the eyes of outsiders, it was a high-status match for the Tang family. Since Tangxi was still young and had so many rumors, what if she grew older? He really didn't want his daughter to suffer from a forced marriage in the future. Tang Riyue was also moved by his words. For a long time after that, she didn't visit the Wen family much. Old Master Wen knew Tang Riyue was angry, so he specially sent Wen Xu's mother, Fang Xiaoman, to apologize. Unfortunately, this didn't save the cooling relationship between the two families. Until, when Tangxi was 6 years old, Xiazhang unexpectedly passed away. He died while rescuing people from a flood, trying to save a little girl. He fell into the rushing river. From then on, he was never seen again, leaving only a fragile orphaned mother and daughter. Xiazhang was the second son in his family and was never loved by his parents. He also had a big fight with his family over his daughter, keeping her mother's surname. Earlier, with Xiazhang standing in front to block, Tang Riyue and Tangxi didn't suffer much. But once Xiazhang left, Tangxi's grandfather and eldest uncle appeared one after another. First, they wanted to take away the condolence money given to Xiazhang by the county. Later, they even tried to seize the house Xiazhang built with his own hands. Tang Riyue was almost pushed into a corner. With no way out, she had to ask old Master Wen for help. In the end, although they couldn't keep Xiazhang's condolence money, they managed to keep the house. The Xie family, fearing the Wen family, became much more cautious and didn't bully the orphan mother and daughter anymore. Because of this, the two families resumed some contact. Fortunately, the Wen couple didn't change their attitude because of the distance. They pitted the hardships of mother and daughter and treated them better. But others didn't think so. The words Xiazhang once said were somehow spread and talked about behind their backs for a while. Now, seeing Tang Riyue change her attitude, people forgot the original reason and mocked the Tang family for being inconsistent and unable to let go of this high-status marriage. In their words, the mother and daughter of the Tang family seemed to have lost their reliance and could only see the Wen family as their last hope, clinging desperately to it. Tang Riyue listened to these rumors and became increasingly aware of her husband's worries at that time. But she had no way to change things and could only silently endure. Now, thinking back, Tang Riyue deeply hates her own helplessness and weakness, which caused her daughter to suffer. Her expression gradually became excited. "Cece, if you really don't want to marry, then I will go talk to Grandpa Wen and make things clear." She held Tang Riyue's hand. "I'm not unwilling. At least, Wen Jiuyuan is much better than Wen Xu." Just thinking about Wen Xu's behavior in her dreams, she felt disgusted. In contrast, Wen Jiuyuan, at least in her dreams, appeared to be a fair, stern, and reasonable elder. Moreover, it seemed that until she was driven out of the Wen family, Wen Jiuyuan was still unmarried and had no partner. This was another reason why she chose Wen Jiuyuan. She really didn't want to get involved in more love and hate conflicts. She had had enough of such experiences, even in her dreams. But what if you and he have no emotional foundation? Tang Riyue was worried and still didn't quite agree with her daughter's choice. But she comforted her. "Isn't that perfect? I don't have feelings for him either, and I think he feels the same. We're just fulfilling each other's needs in this marriage. If one day it becomes unbearable, we can just divorce." Her future was not in this small marriage, but in the vast stars and sea. Tangxi's gaze was bright and moved Tang Riyue. She initially wanted to say that divorce was scary and rumors were frightening. But when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them. "Okay, Mom supports you." She smiled. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the table. "Why are there 2 water bowls here? Could it be that guests came this afternoon?" Tang Riyue helplessly nodded. "When I went out to pick you up, I ran into your aunt. Tang Shi immediately changed her expression, her whole body bristling with sharp needles. Why did she come? Tang Ryue patted her hand to comfort her. Don't worry, she just came to chat with me casually. You know her, weak personality, no temper, often beaten by your uncle. She's not bad at heart, just a poor person. But Tang Shi didn't believe her. She immediately got up and carefully checked the house until she was sure there was nothing unusual, then relaxed. Finally, she still warned Tang Ryue, your uncle has no bottom line. If you can avoid contact, try not to see him. Tang Shi returned to her room and immediately took out the book she bought in the morning. Today, she was also lucky and managed to buy a physics textbook printed by Zhonghua Book Company in Shanghai during the Republic of China period, titled Solutions to Physics Calculation Problems. The book is in good condition, although the pages are slightly yellowed. The ink and fonts are clear and easy to read, with no blurriness or damage. The only flaw is that the cover is a bit wrinkled. Tang Shi used boiling water and the bottom of a kettle as an iron to carefully smooth out the cover. Then she carefully wrapped the book in a cover and gently opened it. The content of the book is simple and easy to understand, making it quick to get started. Tang Shi didn't think too much and easily got absorbed in reading. While reading, she casually jotted down problem-solving ideas in a notebook. Time passed unknowingly. When Tang Shi came back to herself, more than an hour had gone by. Outside the window, the sunlight was dim, and many neighbors' homes were already emitting smoke from cooking. Through the door, she heard her mother busy in the kitchen. She quickly tidied up the papers on the table and got up to go help. While packing, she habitually glanced at the learning system. Suddenly, her eyes paused. The points, 10? She couldn't believe it and rubbed her eyes, then checked again. Yes, the points column was 10. After studying for just over an hour, her points suddenly increased by 8. But last night, after working hard all night, she only had 2 points. Thinking a little, she found the answer. The book she read yesterday was a military strategy book by Grandpa Wen. It was dull and hard to understand, full of technical terms, making her feel sleepy as a novice. But today's book was different. It was physics, which she was always interested in. And she truly understood the content, even solving several big problems and analyzing different solutions.
So,
could it be that the system's points depend not only on study time, but also on the quality of learning? Tang Shi finally felt she was beginning to understand how the system worked.
wow.
Congratulations! The little newbie's points have surpassed 10. Task section unlocked. Study room unlocked. Shop unlocked. Reward. Teaching course. Encyclopedia of Firearms, Part 1. Would you like to enter the virtual classroom? A series of prompt sounds confused Tang Shi. She realized that this simple-looking learning system actually had many functions. She looked at each one, then finally focused on the reward line. Enter. Unable to resist her curiosity, Tang Shi decided to go in and take a look, then quickly came out. Suddenly, a loud bang. The floor beneath her shook. A torrent of data flows from all directions, pouring down like a waterfall. It finally forms a bright, spacious, all-white classroom. In front of the classroom stands a tall, strong woman. She wears a black combat suit, and beneath the thin nanomaterial fabric, her smooth, powerful muscles are clearly visible. Hello, little one. I am the teacher for this gun encyclopedia class. My name is Tang. Her deep, husky voice surprises Tang Shi. She didn't expect the one-on-one system course to have a real teacher. She can't help asking, Teacher Tang, are you a pure human from the Mountain Sea civilization? Tang teacher gives her a half-smile and looks at her. I am a virtual image created by the system. If you don't like it, I can switch to a male, an elderly person, or even a child. The image before her keeps changing, from a tall man to a kind-looking old person, then to a cute, innocent child. No, that's okay. The image returns to the original woman. Tang teacher nods and asks, can we start now? Curious, little one. Tang Shi is momentarily stunned, but then slowly nods. Tang teacher gestures to her. Come here. Tang Shi walks forward, confused. Suddenly, the cold white wall behind Tang teacher begins to change. The wall collapses backward, expanding into a larger space. The white data streams form a shooting range. In front of Tangxi, there is a large table with a variety of guns displayed. Tangxi stares blankly. Are these all guns? Tang teacher nods. Of course. Nothing is easier to learn than practical combat. She walks to the left side of the table, picks up the first simple-looking firearm. It's a bamboo tube musket, invented during the Southern Song dynasty, firing black powder projectiles. It's one of the earliest tube-shaped firearms in the world. In the 13th century, gunpowder and metal tube firearms from Huagua, China, spread to Europe, developing rapidly into matchlock guns, flintlock guns, and straight-bore rifles. This course is the Gun Encyclopedia. To understand it, you need to learn about its origins, development, and principles step by step, maybe even how to use it.
Bang!
Tang teacher suddenly pulls out a gun and fires. Tangxi barely has time to look. She casually pulls the trigger and hits the target precisely. The loud gunshot startles her. In the next second, Tang teacher puts the gun into Tangxi's arms.
Your turn. Me?
Tangxi feels a bit nervous. The heavy, dark metal fell into her arms, giving her a strange feeling. She quickly suppressed her panic and curiously looked down. Is this gun a bit special? She had seen guns at the He family, but the shape in her memory was completely different from what she saw now. Teacher Tang explained, this is an M9 pistol, also called a Beretta 92F. It was chosen as the standard military pistol in the 1980s. Its design is classic, popular for decades, and still used today. Tangxi stared in surprise, eyes wide. Isn't that just the current or future model? Her breathing became irregular, because she understood what this meant. But Teacher Tang seemed not to understand her question and ignored it, continuing to give instructions. Fire. For a moment, Tangxi pushed aside her chaotic thoughts. She clenched her teeth, gripping the M9 pistol tightly, aiming at the target.
Click.
No response.
Huh?
Teacher Tang helplessly reminded her. Little one, haven't you played with such an old-fashioned gun at home? How did your parents teach you?
Turn on the safety.
Our family doesn't teach these. Tangxi muttered softly, then followed Teacher Tang's instructions to turn on the safety. She pulled the trigger again. Sparks flew out. The terrible recoil made her whole arm numb. As for the target, she definitely missed. The bullet probably flew somewhere unknown. Too weak. Teacher Tang frowned and scolded bluntly. Are you so bad at math? Don't you even understand basic ballistics? Just aim randomly and shoot? This is an outdated pistol with no real power. What if it were an electromagnetic gun or a laser gun? Really? Tangxi looked at her expectantly. Tangxi didn't know what electromagnetic guns or laser guns were. But just from the names, she knew these weapons must be very powerful. Teacher Tang was momentarily speechless. Then she answered firmly. Tangxi said, oh, feeling a bit disappointed. But she quickly cheered up. Seeing Tangxi's shining eyes, Teacher Tang pretended not to understand and changed the subject stiffly. Maybe you should first take a math test to assess your modeling and mental calculation skills. Tangxi wisely didn't ask further. She casually said, is math really that important? Teacher Tang's face turned serious. Of course. Math has many applications in the military field. For example, cryptography, ballistics, drones, and information warfare. There is something called military marginal parameters, which are based on probability theory, statistics, and simulation experiments. By testing and calculating natural conditions like terrain, weather, waves, and water conditions, as well as the forces and weapons of both sides, they help manage the uncertainties of war and provide a scientific basis for victory. Teacher Tang spoke confidently, and Tangxi listened carefully. When she encountered unfamiliar terms, she tried to remember them. Of course, she also asked questions. But Teacher Tang only answered occasionally, often pretending not to hear. That was okay. For Tangxi, she gained a lot from this. She also realized that the real value of these one-on-one lessons was in the exchange, beyond textbooks, in the expanding network of knowledge and frameworks. That was the true treasure. As the sky gradually darkened, Tang Shi was completely immersed in the lesson and lost track of time. Suddenly, her mother, Tang Ryue, called from far away, "Sisi?
Sissy?
Are you asleep?" The lesson is interrupted. The world of flowing data collapsed suddenly. Tang Shi opened her eyes and found herself back in her small, cozy room. She was lying on the desk, as if she had just taken a short rest. But her arm was faintly numb from lying still, and her mind was filled with knowledge far beyond her current time, proving that what she experienced was definitely not a dream. Tang Ryue smiled gently and affectionately. "Are you too tired? Why not go to bed?" Tang Shi mumbled a yes. She caught a glimpse of the dim sky outside. "What time is it?" "If dinner isn't ready, I can help." Tang Ryue quickly stopped her. "No need to help. You've been reading too long. Oh, by the way, Chunling is waiting outside the door. She has something to tell you." Tang Shi paused. "Xia Chunling?" Xia Chunling was the daughter of Tang Shi's eldest uncle, just a year older than her. Because of the death of Xia Zhang, Tang Ryue and Tang Shi's family had a strained relationship with the Xia family and rarely interacted. As a member of the Xia family, Xia Chunling was no exception. Why did she suddenly come looking for her? Tang Shi felt cautious, but didn't show it. She slowly walked out of the room and immediately saw Xia Chunling lurking in the corner of the yard. Tang Shi suddenly narrowed her eyes. "Cousin." Her tone was cold. However, Xia Chunling didn't notice her indifference. She clasped her hands in front of her, acting nervously. "Sisi, I have something I want to talk to you about." "Speak up. Can we talk in the corner?" Xia Chunling kept fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. Tang Shi felt a bit speechless. "Why? Are you afraid of being seen?" Xia Chunling nodded honestly. "Yes, I'm afraid my parents will see." A question mark slowly appeared in Tang Shi's mind. She glanced at Xia Chunling's thin clothes and her shivering body in the cold wind. "Forget it, let's go to my room." Inside, the warmth kept all the cold outside. Tang Shi went to the kitchen and poured a cup of hot water for Xia Chunling. When she returned, she saw Xia Chunling standing in front of her wardrobe, staring blankly. Tang Shi handed her the cup. "What are you looking at?" Xia Chunling quickly apologized. I'm looking at the wardrobe." Tang Shi sighed. "I know you're looking at the wardrobe, but I'm curious. What's so interesting about a wardrobe?" Xia Chunling looked dazed. "I saw it before at second uncle's place. I was very jealous when I saw it. I wanted to ask my dad to make one for me, but..." Xia gave her a hard slap. If it weren't for second uncle Xia Zhang, Xia Chunling probably couldn't imagine that a father could love his daughter so much. "What exactly do you want to say?" Tang Shi's eyes grew more complicated as she was touched by Xia Chunling's story. Xia Chunling turned around, hesitating for a long time. Finally, she lowered her head shyly, afraid to meet Tang Shi's gaze. "My parents. They want to hurt you." Tang Shi was not surprised. "Oh, how so?" Xia Chunling looked at her in surprise. Then, she hurriedly told everything she knew about her parents, Tang Shi's uncle Xia and Aunt Lin Hong, who had gone to see someone that morning. That person was a small leader at the county grain station in his 40s, with 2 children. His ex-wife had recently died of an illness, and now he wanted to find a young, pretty second wife. Most girls in the county probably wouldn't want such a family, so he had to look in the countryside. After some connections, the news reached Xia and Lin Hong. They thought it was a good opportunity and planned to seize this young leader, hoping to get their useless son a job at the grain station, an iron rice bowl. After meeting the person, the couple was very excited. But Xia Chunling overheard everything. At first, she thought she was going to be the unlucky target, and she was so scared her face turned pale and her legs felt weak. However, she underestimated her parents' mean-spiritedness. Xia and Lin Hong were actually discussing introducing Tang Shi to that family. They even happily made plans, thinking that once Tang Shi married someone, Wen's marriage prospects would be gone, and maybe it would fall on Xia Chunling. Tang Shi listened, and then smiled, amused. How could there be someone as foolish and brave as Xia in the world? She had already seen similar situations at the grain station and prepared herself mentally. But she never expected that Xia Min's plan would involve the Wen family. I really didn't think that way. Xia Chunling hurriedly waved her hands to explain. Tang Shi pressed her aching temples and said, I understand. Xia Chunling looked at her carefully and asked, So, what will you do? Tang Shi curled her lips into a cold smile and said, How can I let this good show end so easily? Of course, the bigger the fuss, the better. After Xia Chunling left, Tang Shi went out of her room and started searching inside. Tang Ryue, who came out of the kitchen wiping her hands on an apron, asked, Chunling left? Why didn't she stay for dinner? Tang Shi didn't explain, but instead took out her high school entrance exam admission ticket from a few years ago. Seeing her daughter's strange expression, Tang Ryue came over and asked, What's wrong? Tang Shi handed her the admission ticket and said, The photo on it is missing. Back then, the admission tickets were filled out manually, stamped with a red seal, and had a 1-inch black and white photo. Now, the photos on both tickets were gone. Tang Ryue was surprised and said, How could that be? I kept your things carefully, and I just saw it yesterday. In a flash, Tang Ryue suddenly remembered. Did your aunt take it when she came this afternoon? Tang, she pursed her lips and nodded. Tang Ryue was even more confused and asked, What does she want your photo for? Knowing she couldn't hide Xia Min's actions from Tang Ryue, Tang Shi told her the truth. Tang Ryue was stunned first, then her frail body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tang Shi quickly supported her mother, worriedly saying, Don't get so upset that you make yourself sick. Tang Ryue trembled as she opened her mouth, and after a long pause, managed to squeeze out, Those beasts. For Tang Ryue, who is usually patient, to curse like this, it was clear Xia Min had really angered her. Tang Shi was also angry, but she was more worried about her mother's health and tried to comfort her. But how could Tang Ryue relax? As a mother, she can tolerate others trampling on or insulting her. But she would never allow anyone to harm her daughter in any way. Tang Ryue tightly held Tang Shi's hand, tears falling down her face. I'm sorry, Mom. I told you not to trust Lin Hong, but I still let her come in for water. I basically brought a wolf into the house. Tang Shi sighed and gently wiped her mother's tears. Don't cry. The most urgent thing now is to deal with this matter. Without hesitation, Tang Ryue pulled Tang Shi to go out. Let's go. We'll go to the village chief's house. Tell him Xia Min to come over. He must give us a clear explanation. Tang Shi stopped her by grabbing her arm. It's useless, Mom. Don't forget, there are many people in this village with the surname Xia. The village chief is also Xia, and he's Xia Min's great-uncle. This village is called Shirley Village, but it also has another name, Xia Family Village. Most of the villagers share the surname Xia and are related by blood. Tang Ming settled here by chance long ago. He was an outsider and weak in influence. When Tang Ming was alive, it was better. He was educated, could read and write, and was a retired soldier, respected by others in the village. But now, he has been gone for decades, and his influence has faded. 20 years ago, Xia Zhang insisted that his newborn daughter take her mother's surname, Tang, which angered many members of the Xia family, who thought it broke the rules. They didn't dare blame the strong and capable Xia Zhang, but instead blamed Tang Ryue. Later, after Xia Zhang died, Tang Shi, Tang Ryue, and Xia Min's family had many conflicts. This also worsened the dissatisfaction among other Xia family members in the village. Usually, they didn't show much, but at critical moments, they would always favor their own family members. Suddenly, Tang Ryue's face lost all color. What should we do? Just watch them do such disgusting things? Oh, and the Wen family. Let's leave here and go to the Wen family. No matter how brave Xia Min is, he wouldn't dare follow us there. Tang Ryue made a move to pack her clothes. Tang Shi held her frantic mother and calmly said, No need to go to the Wen family. I already have a plan. A sharp, crazy glint flashed in Tang Shi's eyes. A light mist curled around, and roosters and dogs barked. They had just finished breakfast, and it wasn't yet time to go to the fields. Most villagers in Shirley Village sat on doorsteps or by the roadside, chatting idly. Suddenly, A clear, ringing bell broke through the morning fog, approaching from afar. For this small mountain village, bicycles were still rare and precious. The villagers eagerly stretched their necks and looked on with curiosity. They saw a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, riding a brand-new Phoenix bicycle. He looked neat and respectable, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with shiny, well-groomed hair parted in the middle, and carrying a briefcase under his arm, clearly a government official. Everyone started talking among themselves. Some guessed his identity, others envied his bicycle, and some wondered which family he was visiting. Going to Xia Aimin's house? I haven't heard he has any relatives in official positions, one villager said, puzzled. Xia Aimin, who had just woken up, was overjoyed. He scratched his messy hair like a hen's nest, almost forgetting to put on his shoes, and hurriedly reached out to greet the visitor. Comrade AI, hello, hello. His flattering manner made it seem like he was bowing so low he might touch the ground. But unfortunately, Comrade AI didn't seem to appreciate it. He glanced subtly at Xia Aimin's greasy hair with his hands behind his back and asked calmly, Xia Comrade, I came early this morning to talk about marriage. Do you know where Comrade Tangxi is? Xia Aimin felt a bit embarrassed, withdrew his hand, and rubbed his pants. Tangxi?
She's probably at home now, he replied.
AI Chong pretended to be calm, but leaned forward slightly, showing his eagerness. Really? When can I meet her? Xia Aimin chuckled softly, very soon, very soon. But inwardly, he was secretly sneering. He could tell what AI Chong was after. He wasn't fooling anyone. Tangxi was a stubborn girl with a fiery temper, but she was truly beautiful and famous in the area for her looks. No wonder he had yesterday sent someone to deliver a stolen photo of Tangxi to the county. AI Chong couldn't wait and had hurried to the village early this morning, afraid someone else might her away. His plan was clever. It seemed that his work with Xia Yang was coming along well. Thinking this, Xia Aimin straightened his back a little. Comrade AI, the matchmaker should have told you. My niece's father passed away over 10 years ago. Now, the only one who can decide her marriage is me, her big uncle. She's pretty, but she can't stand hardship. So, I want to find her a good match. Age doesn't matter much, as long as he's caring. Xia Aimin kept talking nonstop, as if he was a very caring uncle. Those who didn't know better might think he loved his niece very much. AI Chong usually interacted with many people, so he saw through Xia Aimin's true nature and felt a bit disdainful. But every time he thought of that black and white photo, his heart itched with anticipation. The beauty in the photo has braided hair, fair skin, and a lively look. She is the most beautiful girl he has ever seen in his life. So he patiently nodded and agreed. Yes, that's the idea. Xia Aimin talked for a long time about how hard and important it was to be Tangxi's uncle. Finally, he changed the subject and got to the main point. AI Chong, hearing this, almost thought he had misheard. You mean? You want me to arrange for your son to become a formal worker at the grain station? Xia Aimin shamelessly nodded. You're a big leader, so such small matters are just a matter of a word, right? AI Chong looked at Xia Aimin's face full of confidence, and he really wanted to walk away. But thinking about the stunning beauty in the photo, he couldn't move his feet. In the end, AI Chong coldly said, Do you know how many people are waiting in line to get into the grain station? Becoming a formal worker is impossible. What about temporary workers? Xia Aimin continued to push the point. AI Chong had to admit that Xia Aimin was a little clever. If Xia Aimin had asked him to arrange a job at the grain station right away, he would have refused. But now, with the idea of a formal worker, he thought maybe arranging a temporary worker wasn't so bad. Still, AI Chong didn't like feeling like he was being manipulated. Because of that, his attitude towards Tangxi also became a bit dismissive. He arrogantly lifted his chin. I will consider this, but only if I can meet the person in question. Since it was a deal, he wanted to see the goods before continuing to discuss the price. But unexpectedly, Xia Aimin stammered. Well, my niece. She has a bit of a temper, so... Maybe. AI Chong narrowed his eyes. Does she refuse? Xia Aimin fidgeted and awkwardly smiled. That's because she doesn't understand how good you are. The girl is a bit naive, still dreaming of college. But she's failed twice already. She's not really suited for studying. It's better for her to marry early, have 2 big, chubby kids, and settle down. Ai Chong sneered coldly and didn't reply. Xia gritted his teeth and said, "So I think, let's just make it official today." Completely put an end to her college dreams. If a woman gets to that point, crying or making trouble, she'll have to accept her fate and live peacefully with a man. Ai Chong stood up silently. Xia was suddenly very nervous, thinking Ai Chong was going to refuse him. "Hey, leader, please don't be in such a hurry. We can discuss this further." Ai Chong looked at him and said, "I remember the village chief of Shirley Village is surnamed Xia. Since I came today, I plan to visit him for tea and talk about the grain collection." Xia scratched his head, initially not understanding. Soon, he realized Ai Chong doesn't want to give up on the marriage, but also doesn't want to get involved in the trouble behind it. That's why he wants to find an excuse to leave for a while, so that after Xia does all the dirty work, Ai Chong can come back and enjoy the benefits. Xia cursed Ai Chong silently for being shameless. But he also knew he had no choice. So he could only nod reluctantly. "All right then, I'll come to call you for dinner later?" Ai Chong nodded, with his hands behind his back, and walked away. Soon, Lin Hong came out from the inner room. What was said? Xia with a grim face, recounted the conversation. Lin Hong looked worried and said, "What should we do? You were worried before that the Wen family wouldn't be happy, so you wanted to use Ai Chong as a shield. Now he doesn't care, and if the Wen family comes to hold us accountable." Xia didn't like hearing this and immediately stiffened. The Wen family? What's so great about them? Their old man is just a minor leader, and he's been retired for many years. I heard a few years ago, he even offended someone and was afraid to see that mother and daughter for a long time. As for Ai Chong, once the marriage is settled, he will definitely give my elder brother some face. Ai Chang's relatives are high officials in the city. They're not much worse than those so-called Wen family. Lin Hong still looked worried and confused, but I still feel uneasy. Tongxi is too fiery-tempered. A few years ago, we wanted to exchange houses with them, and she grabbed a kitchen knife in one hand and a torch in the other, saying she wanted to cut you and burn the house down to destroy everything. Just thinking about that scene is terrifying. She was only in her teens back then. Recalling these past events, Xia face turned pale and pale again. He rarely suffered setbacks, but he had been badly beaten twice by Tongxi and her mother. It's only 3 times. Anyway, once she and Ai Chong are married, the Wen family won't want a ruined woman. Besides marrying Ai Chong, what else can she do? Maybe in a few years, she'll even thank me, her big uncle. Lin Hong still wanted to say more, but Xia was already impatient. He waved his hand and scolded. "Enough? Why are you talking so much? Where are the medicines I asked you to find?" Found them. They're for the livestock. They're a bit strong, so I hope they won't cause any problems when used." Lin Hong looked worried. Xia was not concerned. "It's just anesthesia. How serious can it be? Hurry up, follow our plan, and don't waste time." Lin Hong nodded nervously in response. The couple's so-called plan was simple and rough. Find a reason to send Tang Riyue away, figure out how to make Tang Shi take the anesthesia. Then tie up Tang Shi, remove her clothes, and lock her in a dark room. When Ai Chong casually walks into the room, the two of them lie down in the bed. By then, everyone in the village will know, and this matter will be settled. Now, Lin Hong takes the lead. She had already arranged with Tang Riyue yesterday to go to the market in town. Today, when she visited Tang's house, she specifically brought a basket of freshly steamed white bread. This high-quality white bread was a family secret, and Lin Hong felt heartache while kneading the dough. If it weren't for the fact that she put medicine in the bread, she would have secretly taken a couple for her own son. Her son, Xiaoyang, hadn't even eaten yet, and now she was going to give some to a girl. Lin Hong felt regretful but handed over the basket. "This is freshly made. Give it to Shi to eat. Perhaps it was her imagination, but Lin Hong always felt Tang Riyue's eyes were a bit cold. Did Tang Riyue discover something? Her heart suddenly tightened. Luckily, she was overthinking. Tang Riyue casually took the basket and called out to Tang Shi. Tang Shi was indifferent, ignoring Lin Hong and not even bothering to call her auntie. Lin Hong pretended nothing was wrong, but secretly felt excited to see the show. Remember to eat the bread while it's hot. Not entirely at ease, Lin Hong lingered until she saw Tang Shi eat the bread before leaving satisfied. As soon as Lin Hong successfully sent Tang Riyue away, Xia Aimin, leading his son Sheyang, appeared at the Tang house shortly after. Sheyang was initially reluctant, but when he learned it was related to work at the grain station, he suddenly ran faster than anyone. Father and son leaned against the wall, listening carefully to the sounds inside. A loud crash, followed by the dull sound of something heavy falling. Father and son exchanged excited glances. It worked. What? They slept together? The surprised exclamations from the Xia father and son immediately drew many curious and excited looks. Soon, the news spread rapidly. I heard a leader came to the village, had some drinks at noon, wanted to rest, and accidentally ended up sleeping with Xia Aimin's niece. It wasn't an accident. It was her deliberate plan to get close to the leader, to marry into the city. Is that true? How old is the leader? He's around 40. I saw him this morning. He looks quite decent. I heard he's from the grain station. Recently, his wife passed away, and now a young girl is eager to enter his home. TSK, young girls these days really have no shame. That's not right. Xia Aimin only has a niece, right? Are you talking about Tang Xi? No way. With Tang Xi's looks, she wouldn't worry about who to marry. Many young men in the village like her. But villagers can't compare to city folks. He's a leader at the grain station. Marrying him means no worries about food or clothing. True, Tang Xi has always been proud. Come on, let's go quickly to Xia Aimin's house. They've blocked the door inside. The villagers' spirits surged. They ran faster, eager to watch the gossip. In no time, everyone arrived near Xia Aimin's house. At that moment, a big scene was unfolding at the door. Xia, why did you leave so early? You didn't even teach your daughter well. How could she be so shameless and have such crooked thoughts at such a young age? Xia Aimin sat on the ground, clutching his chest and crying as if his father had just died. Oh wait, his real father passed away a few years ago. No wonder he acts like thunder without rain, crying loudly but not shedding a single tear. The villagers nearby couldn't help but think. Xia Xiaoyang is quite clever. He caught a glimpse of the villagers' strange expressions and quickly pinched his father. Xia Aimin, caught off guard, almost shouted out loud. Soon he saw the villagers' reactions. It seemed his performance was a bit too much. Xia Aimin's eyes flicked, and he quickly got up from the ground, dusting off his hands. No, Xiaoyang, we can't let your cousin go down this wrong path anymore. Xia Aimin looked very righteous. Then he waved his hand, called Sheyang, and the father and son prepared to step forward. The villagers watching finally grew restless. Here they come. They had been waiting eagerly for this big scene of catching the girl. Everyone stared intently as Xia Aimin and Sheyang approached the door, reaching out to open it.
Clang.
The door suddenly swung open. Xia Aimin was caught off guard, slapped in the face by the door, and let out a scream. Sheyang hurriedly helped him, then couldn't help but look inside. Amid the dust, a figure stood proudly and coldly, as resilient as a hardy plum blossom.
It was Tang Xi.
Everyone present held their breath. When they saw Tang Xi's clothes intact and her proud, straight posture, their eyes widened in surprise. What is going on? Wasn't it said that Tang Xi was sleeping with a grain station officer? It looks like nothing actually happened. Just as everyone was guessing whether this was a mistake, Tang Xi took out something hidden behind her back and forcefully threw it at Xia Aimin. Her face was pale, her eyes red, as if she had suffered great injustice. Xia Aimin, you really are my good uncle. You even betrayed your niece. Her accusations came out one after another, as if squeezed from her teeth. Xia covered his swollen face looked down, and saw the rope on the ground. Nonsense. I didn't do anything, Xia shamelessly shouted back. However, facing Tangxi, who was weak in body but fierce in spirit, she immediately questioned aggressively, "Is this rope the one you used to tie me? Was the steamed bun with medicine sent by your wife? Was the grain station leader the one you invited? Also, everyone in the village knows we've long cut ties, so why did I disappear from my home and appear at yours?" The villagers listened to Tangxi's clear, logical words and found them very convincing. Many of them nodded in agreement and began to question the situation. Xia quickly glanced around. It's obviously you. You wanted to marry someone from the city. That's why you staged this show. Tangxi, women can marry up, but you shouldn't forget your father's teachings and go down this crooked path. It's also my fault as your uncle. I never paid enough attention to you, and I didn't even know when you grew up like this. Xia responded quickly. While arguing with Tangxi, he also tried to elevate himself as an elder. Sure enough, many old villagers automatically sided with Xia. They thought Tangxi shouldn't speak to her uncle like that. He's her real uncle. Blood is thicker than water. Countless critical, dissatisfied, and contemptuous glances fell on Tangxi. Tangxi was not surprised at all. Inside, she only felt deep sarcasm. Fine, then let's speak with facts. She turned to the side, revealing the scene behind her to everyone. The whole house looked like it had been swept by a storm. Tables were overturned, stools broken, cabinets fallen to the ground, and everything on them was smashed. Clothes and blankets were scattered all over the floor, soaked with water and dirty from being stepped on. As for the foot of the bed, there was a middle-aged man with a head bleeding and looking very hurt.
Oh.
Isn't that the official from the grain station just now? Tangxi, what have you done? Xia finally couldn't hold back and burst out in anger. He wasn't worried about Ai Chong but was upset about all his belongings in the house. These were all his possessions accumulated over decades. Anger made Xia feel dizzy. Without thinking much, he rushed into the room, clutching the broken items and scolding Tangxi loudly. This quarrel didn't affect Tangxi much, but it woke Ai Chong from his daze. He sat on the ground, leaning against the bed, with his back to the window and door. So, Ai Chong didn't know that many people were watching him. His hair messy, glasses crooked, he shakily raised his hand, pointed at Xia and weakly shouted, "Trash. Is this the good deed you arranged?" Everyone around was stunned. Really, this was arranged by Xia. Are you sure he's Tangxi's real uncle? An animal. To please the leaders, he would do such things. Xia envied Xiezhong back then. No wonder he's targeting Tangxi now. Is he even a leader? Ai Chong stiffly turned his head around. When he saw the crowd of onlookers, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Ai Chong looked furious, as if he wanted to rush over and strangle Xia. Xia was also panicked. Leader. I didn't mean it. Xia was clever but not wise. In the face of danger, he suddenly felt like his mind was clouded, and he didn't know how to respond. He could only glare at Tangxi with resentment. It's you. It's all your fault. I am your real uncle, and you betrayed me like this. The gossiping eyes immediately turned to Tangxi. She lowered her head slightly. Her snow-white skin and delicate, slender chin looked fragile, like a piece of colored glass. Her eyes were slightly red at the corners, and she smiled with a mix of sarcasm and sadness. Her voice was light and airy. Yes, I am your real uncle. In the villagers' minds, Tangxi was known as a tough and rebellious girl. Seeing her reveal a vulnerable side was a huge shock to them. So, many villagers began to stand up and speak for Tangxi, criticizing Xia in return. A few more aunties approached Tangxi, handed her a handkerchief, and softly comforted her, saying it was not her fault. Tangxi pursed her lips without speaking, using the handkerchief to wipe her wet eyes, appearing very aggrieved. From an angle unseen by others, she cast a cold, sarcastic look at Xia Aimin. Xia Aimin was stunned as if struck by lightning. Did he not understand now? It turned out, Tongxi knew everything from the beginning. This was just a show she was putting on. Blood rushed to his head, and Xia Aimin instantly lost his reason. He opened his mouth to curse and swung his fist toward Tongxi. "I'll beat you to death, you brat." Shouts of alarm sounded all around. Villagers rushed forward to stop Xia Aimin. He didn't even get a chance to grab Tongxi's clothes before being quickly pushed to the ground. Some villagers, annoyed by him, secretly punched him several times. Meanwhile, Tongxi was carefully protected by the crowd. Her small face was full of panic. But when she looked at Xia Aimin, her eyes were calm and indifferent. This only made Xia Aimin more furious, and he struggled and cursed wildly. "I'll kill you."
Ah!
Tongxi, you wicked girl. You and your father are both worthless.
Ah!
Someone, feeling annoyed by the noise, secretly took off a sock that hadn't been washed for 10 days and stuffed it into Xia Aimin's mouth. The world became quiet. In the bustling crowd, Tongxi watched this farce with a cold gaze, feeling only deep irony. These villagers had always favored Xia Aimin. She never thought they would turn around and protect her someday. But she knew this was far from the end of the matter. Enough. Stop the fuss. A stern shout paused the chaos. The crowd automatically parted to the sides, and a middle-aged man hurried over. The villagers looked at him with awkward expressions, filled with genuine respect and fear.
Director.
Yes, the man was Xia Hongyun, the village director of Shirley Village. In terms of seniority, he was Xia Aimin's great-uncle and Tongxi's great-great-uncle. However, Tongxi had never called him that before. When Xia Hongyun looked at her with mixed emotions, she simply called out director. Xia Hongyun slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Tongxi, your ability to cause trouble is getting better and better." With a wave of his hand, he delivered a sharp reprimand. Tongxi met his gaze fearlessly. "Does Director Xia think all of this is my fault?" Xia Hongyun didn't answer her. He walked quickly toward Ai Chong inside the house and personally helped him up. "Leader, sorry about this. You came to the village mainly for our autumn harvest, but instead, you got caught up in two families' conflicts. I truly apologize." Ai Chong was actually very angry. But he knew that Xia Aimin's actions had already angered everyone, and he needed to set clear boundaries. So he decisively followed the lead of Xia Hongyun. "Director Xia, out of the hundreds of villages in our county, everyone takes turns delivering their grain. It's exhausting every year. I thought, since your 10 Miles village did well last year, maybe this year your turn would come earlier. But is this how your villagers treat me?" The villagers around him suddenly looked surprised. For farmers, going to the grain station to deliver grain is a very important task each year. They have to haul their grain to the station, waiting from morning until night, enduring hunger, cold, fatigue, and troublesome little problems, just to finish the job. Every time they deliver grain, they feel like they've lost a layer of skin. Having someone they know at the grain station and being able to deliver early is very important. So, the leader coming to the village isn't to take advantage of young women, but for serious business? The villagers who had called Ai Chong a beast and inhumane shrank back nervously. Xia Hongyun nodded repeatedly. Yes, Xia Aimin and his niece have had conflicts for a long time. It's because he's ignorant and foolish, daring to use the leader as which caused all this. Also, Tongxi's misunderstanding of you should be properly apologized for. In just a few words, he settled the conflict. He even deliberately looked stern. "Xia Aimin, Tongxi, why don't you come over and apologize to Leader Ai?" Xia Aimin wanted to argue, but Xia Hongyun shot him a glance, and he had to lower his head honestly. But Tongxi didn't say anything at all. The atmosphere became a bit tense. Xia Hongyun was dissatisfied. "What's wrong with you, Tongxi?" The villagers who had just stood on Tongxi's side also advised. "Apologize, Shishi. After all, it was a misunderstanding. Leader Ai isn't a bad person." Tongxi wanted to laugh. She knew that these villagers changing their words didn't necessarily mean they truly believed in Ai Chong. They just feared harming their own interests. She tightened her lips and refused to apologize. Finally, Ai Chong stepped forward. Forget it. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's not pursue it. His gaze unconsciously fell on Tangxi, filled with strong interest. Xia Hongyun saw this clearly and smiled knowingly. He seemed like a kind and understanding elder, sighing and saying, "Since the leader has spoken, Tangxi, you must remember to be grateful. And you and your uncle, there's no need for the family to fight so badly. Just apologize to each other, and this matter will be over." He was trying to smooth things over again. Tangxi was not surprised at all. She stared intently at Xia Aimin and suddenly asked, "Did I fail the college entrance exams twice because of you?" Xia Aimin's mind was a mess. When asked suddenly, he was caught off guard and showed a strange expression. You're talking nonsense." His guilty face was the answer. Tangxi looked expressionless. "I understand." She simply turned and walked away. The others were still confused. Suddenly, a loud splash came from the distance. Then came a panicked cry. "Tangxi!" Tangxi jumped into the river. The moment cold river water flooded into her nose, Tangxi remained very calm. She held her breath, gently moved her legs, and quickly adapted to the buoyancy of the water. But instead of swimming upstream, she let herself sink down. Faint noise came from the shore. "Can Tangxi swim?" "I haven't heard." Then go save her. This girl doesn't want to live anymore. Why did she fail the exams?" "Xia, I mean, you really are a bad person. You even pushed your own niece to the brink. And you say you didn't do it?"
"We all heard what Tangxi said to you."
"If something happens to her, Xia, I mean, you're the culprit." He couldn't see it with his own eyes, but he could imagine the chaos. People are made of flesh and blood. No one could see Tangxi jump into the river and stay indifferent. As everyone's anger burned hotter, Xia Aimin would undoubtedly become the one to vent his frustration on. Tangxi slowly curled her lips. Yes. Everything happening today was part of her plan. After yesterday, she arranged for Xia Chunling to keep an eye on Xia Aimin and his wife, ready to report at any moment. Xia Chunling was invisible at home. No one cared what she did, including eavesdropping. Soon, Tangxi learned about Xia Aimin's ridiculous plan. She secretly swapped the anesthetic, pretending to be drugged herself. When Xia Aimin and his son Xia Sheyang locked her in a room, Xia Chunling, hiding in the shadows, quickly came to untie her. Then, Tangxi prepared everything carefully, waiting for Ai Chong to come in, and used something to knock him out. She also vented her anger by casually smashing Xia Aimin's house, pretending she was fighting back hard and accidentally making a mess inside. When Xia Aimin confidently called the villagers over, Tangxi turned the tables and exposed all his evil plans in front of everyone. But that wasn't her true goal. She knew that with Xia Hongyun defending the Xia family, even if Xia Aimin was scolded badly by the villagers, he probably wouldn't be punished. So, while Tangxi handled everything alone, she made Tang Ryue pretend to go to the market with Lin Hong, but actually she went to the county police station to report the incident. Just as she was about to jump into the river, she saw a car approaching at the end of the village road. The driver's seat was occupied by someone in a police uniform. However, do police officers these days all get official cars? She didn't have time to think much. She felt it was about time and decided to start moving upstream slowly. Suddenly, her calf twitched sharply. She was caught off guard and choked on some water. Then, her calf muscles were stimulated by the cold river water, tightening repeatedly. A sharp pain spread through her, growing worse. Tangxi's heart sank. The worst-case scenario she had imagined was happening. But she didn't panic. Panicking wouldn't help and would only make her more likely to drown. She forced herself to relax, especially her legs. She moved her hands back and forth, using only the buoyancy of the water to lift herself up. The water pressed against her lungs, making her breath even more shallow. She clenched her teeth and tried to hold on. As the light on the surface of the water grew closer, her oxygen was running out, and her consciousness was beginning to fade. No. She had to survive. Her mother was still waiting for her on the shore to wait. Did she hear her mother crying?
Splash.
A swift, graceful figure like a black panther leapt into the river. His strong, sculpted body moved with elegance, perfectly showing the phrase fish in water. The shimmering light on the river surface covered his face. She couldn't see clearly, only vaguely noticing that he had confirmed her direction. Her spirit, which had been so weak, suddenly surged with energy, and she reached out her hand desperately toward him. Suddenly, her fingertips were grasped. She was pulled forcefully upward. Then she was pressed into a warm, broad embrace that felt like the earth itself. She looked up with a dazed face, her pale lips slightly parted. In the next moment, her chin was pinched by the man's fingers. He leaned down and carefully pressed his lips to hers. She was stunned for a few seconds before realizing what had happened. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. At that moment, she saw who the person was. Wen Jiuyuan? How could he be here? Suddenly, she felt her lower back being squeezed. She was so shocked that her eyes widened and she instinctively gasped. Unexpectedly, Wen Jiuyuan leaned in and gently opened her lips, taking a breath. Breathing? She, only then, remembered her lack of oxygen and understood what Wen Jiuyuan was doing. In a life-or-death situation, she didn't care about feeling shy or embarrassed. She quickly reached out and wrapped her arms around Wen Jiuyuan's neck, taking a few deep breaths. Her oxygen-deprived brain started to feel better, and her consciousness became clearer. When she finally regained her senses, she realized it wasn't just her arms. Her legs had also wrapped around Wen Jiuyuan's slim waist, like an octopus clinging tightly to him. She felt a bit embarrassed, released her hold, and stepped back. Their lips parted. But Wen Jiuyuan didn't loosen his grip. He held her tightly, swimming upstream through the river. Soon, they both jumped out of the water with a splash.
Sissy.
Ryue, lying on the riverbank and nearly fainting from crying, rushed over like she was going crazy. She wanted to speak, but was coughing uncontrollably from water in her nose. Be careful, Wen Jiuyuan's deep voice came from above her head. His breath was warm and brushed against her sensitive ear, making her skin tingle. Cough, 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 you can let go now, she reminded him. Wen Jiuyuan ignored her. His side profile was tense, like a frozen ice sculpture, with dark eyes swirling with emotions others couldn't understand. He swam with Shi to the riverbank, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and supporting himself with a hand on the rocks. It seemed effortless for him to jump out of the water and carry her to the shore. Loving Mother Ryue was the first to rush over. Sisi. Commander. Soldier Wu, who was nearby, followed quickly and handed him Wen Jiuyuan's military coat. Wen Jiuyuan didn't hesitate. He used his own clothes to wrap Shi tightly. Then, he gently pushed her into Ryue's arms, allowing them to talk. Little Wu, who was nearby, was stunned for a moment before taking off his own coat and draping it over Wen Jiuyuan's shoulders, so others wouldn't see his awkward state. But the truth was, Wen Jiuyuan's commanding presence was so strong that no one dared to care about how he looked. The surroundings fell silent. Although they didn't know who Wen Jiuyuan was, his imposing presence made it clear that his identity was definitely unusual. Xia Hongyuan cautiously stepped forward. Comrade, who are you? Wen Jiuyuan looked expressionless. I am Tangshi's fiancé. Wen Jiuyuan's self-introduction was like a sudden thunderbolt. Tangshi actually has a fiancé? And he's a distinguished soldier? Everyone present looked surprised and confused. Among them, Xia Hongyuan, and Ai Chong looked the most uncomfortable. Their first reaction was to glare at Xia. They had never heard before that Tangshi had such an extraordinary marriage arrangement. They didn't know that Xia was also confused.
Are you
from the Wen family? But the Wen family isn't. Isn't the Wen family just an ordinary family in the capital? They heard the old man retired, and the descendants weren't very successful. How could a soldier fiancé suddenly appear, especially one who can drive a jeep and bring soldiers with him? Xia felt his blood rush to his head and blurted out. Fake. It must be fake. You're a liar. Wen Jiuyuan looked at him. His expression was icy, cold enough to cut. Xia froze completely. He couldn't even speak, his words caught in his throat. At this moment, Tangxi, who had just calmed Tang Riyue, adjusted Wen Jiuyuan's coat on her shoulders and took a few steps forward. The oversized coat draped over her, hanging down to her thighs. But she still looked fragile and slender, as if a gust of wind could break her. Yet, she lifted her proud neck like a proud swan, with fiery eyes blazing. She spoke loudly and clearly. "Police officer, I want to report that my uncle Xia is involved in human trafficking and forcing women into marriage." The tense atmosphere suddenly shifted. Everyone's expressions changed even more dramatically. Did they forget? Besides Tang Riyue, the man claiming to be Tangxi's fiancé, and his soldier, there was a fourth person. It was a police officer in uniform. Before being called out, this officer also looked stunned, as if shocked into silence. But he quickly regained his composure. He straightened his face and looked sharply at everyone. "Who is Xia?" Xia, who had been shouting arrogantly, suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. "This is bad." Soon after, two colleagues of the police officer named Li Lang arrived on bicycles, panting heavily. The group immediately began inspecting the scene and collecting evidence. Xia initially wanted to deny everything and act stubborn. But with so much evidence in front of him, denying was useless. Soon, Xia was handcuffed and led away, feeling dazed. Even Ai Chong was not spared. Although he wasn't handcuffed, his trip to the police station was unavoidable. Before leaving, Ai Chong cast a resentful look at Xia Hongyun, clearly remembering him and the village of Shirley. Xia Hongyun walked gloomily to Tang Xi's side. He quickly glanced at Wen Jiuyuan nearby, then lowered his voice. "Tang Xi, do you really have to go this far? Xia is your real uncle. Aren't you afraid that in the future, people will call you unkind for turning against your family?" Tang Xi slightly pulled her lips. Her eyes swept over many villagers present. Her next words were directed both at Xia Hongyun and the other villagers. Xia doesn't even treat me like family, yet he wants to push me into trouble. Why should I treat him like family? Director Xia, you have a daughter too. Would you force your daughter to marry a man in his 40s with 2 children? Xia Hongyun couldn't respond. The other villagers lowered their heads in shame. Suddenly, they remembered Tang Xi from many years ago. Back then, she was a small, cute girl who looked like a little rice ball. Xia Zhang, who loved her dearly, let her ride on his shoulders, proudly walking around the village. Little Tang Xi smiled happily at everyone, and everyone liked her very much. She was the beautiful child they had watched grow up. How did she end up being bullied by her own uncle like this? Suddenly, an elder from the Xia family stepped forward. "Hongyun, stop talking." Xia Hongyun's face turned pale. "Fourth uncle." The speaker, Xia Sai, was the highest-ranking and most respected elder in the Xia family. Even Xia Hongyun, the village chief, had to respectfully call him uncle in front of him. Xia Sai didn't look at him but spoke seriously to police officer Li Lang, who was last in line. "Comrade police officer, if Xia did something wrong, please punish him properly. If he deserves jail, let him pay the price." Xia Sai's voice was hoarse but powerful. Many villagers heard this and cheered loudly. Such a scene was something Tang Riyue and her daughter Tang Xi never expected. Actually, Tang Xi had thought about it. She made such a big fuss to use public opinion as pressure. But she wasn't completely sure that the villagers would stand with her. Now, all of this really happened, but she felt a bit dazed. After Mr. Xia finished speaking, he went to Tang Xi and Tang Riyue. "Sorry to trouble you." Tang Riyue's tears suddenly fell. Although Tang Xi didn't cry, she hugged her mother, her face full of mixed feelings. Mr. Xia sighed, with his hands behind his back, and left. Other villagers also gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Comrade Li Lang reminded Tang Xi to go and give a statement when she had free time. Tang Xi nodded seriously. "I will." Of course, she wanted to see for herself what would happen to Ai Xia. Li Lang thought about turning around, then paused and said, "Let's eat together later." "Sister-in-law." Tang Shi was surprised to be called that so suddenly, her eyes wide. She wanted to ask more questions, but Li Lang had already jogged away. Confusion still lingered in Tang Shi's eyes. When Jiuyuan slowly walked over to her, his tall shadow almost covering her completely. Li Lang used to be my subordinate. He retired due to injury and then became a police officer. Although he was my subordinate, he's older than me. Tang Shi was stunned for a few seconds. Then she realized when Jiuyuan was explaining why Li Lang called her sister-in-law. Tang Shi slightly opened her mouth. Could it be a bit too?
To what? She couldn't quite say it.
After all, she and Wen Jiuyuan were indeed about to get married. And also just now in the river. Tang Shi suddenly turned her head. I need to go back and change clothes first. Her dark hair partially covered her ears, and she faintly blushed. When Jiuyuan stared at her back without blinking. Suddenly, he felt a strong gaze nearby.
It was Tang Ryue.
When Jiuyuan looked down at Auntie, he used to call her sister Ryue. Now, switching to this tone, it felt very natural. Tang Ryue pouted. After all, she was her daughter's lifesaver. Being too rude would be over the top. She could only say, "Go inside and drink a bowl of soup." Scenes in the river flashed like brilliant light and shadow before her eyes. There was a strong sense of unreality. Tang, she couldn't help but fall into a daze. Throughout the process of changing clothes, she seemed distracted. After slowly dressing neatly, she glanced at the dark green military jacket on the bed. When Jiuyuan was very clean, his clothes had no strange smell, but a faint fragrance. Cold and dry, like snow-covered pine trees in the distant mountains. Very unique scent.
It
suited Wen Jiuyuan very well. Tang Shi took a deep breath, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. Then, she carefully folded his coat and carried it out of the room. Only Wen Jiuyuan was in the main hall. His car probably always had spare clothes, so he could change quickly. At this moment, he was wearing a military green shirt and long pants, with the shirt tucked into narrow, slim trousers. The collar was open, and the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a small part of his forearm. His thin skin was tight and strong, as if hiding a powerful, subtle energy. He was standing with his back to Tang Shi, in front of a cabinet. There was a family photo of Tang Shi, Tang Ryue, and Xiezhong, with the Wen family in the background. This is the first time my parents and I took a photo at the Wen family's house. Tang Shi paused slightly before walking forward slowly, casually handing over the clothes. I checked. The clothes aren't dirty. If you mind, I can. No, I don't mind, Wen Jiuyuan replied quickly. He took the clothes and draped them over his arm. His movements were careful and cautious, hard to describe. Tang Shi looked at him and felt something was strange. In the end, she could only interpret it as Wen Jiuyuan showing respect for the military uniform and its implied meaning. Suddenly, Wen Jiuyuan spoke. I remember that day.
You were 4 years old then.
Tang Shi was momentarily stunned, then realized he was responding to her earlier words. She hesitated and nodded. Yes, I was 4. But weren't you not at home then? Wen Jiuyuan replied calmly. I was, but I left soon after. Before leaving, I gave you 2 chocolates and you shared one with Xiao Su. His tone was straightforward, as if casually recalling that day. Tang Shi frowned in confusion. Me?
She remembered now.
That day, when Su mischievously broke Grandma Zhang's favorite vase and got scolded by his father. So, the first time Tang Shi saw Wen Su, he was crying and sniffling nonstop. She found his crying annoying and split a chocolate to shut him up. But she soon regretted it because the chocolate was really delicious. Tang Shi didn't like to think about her silly childhood. She awkwardly changed the subject. Where's my mom? Wen Jiuyuan glanced at her. In the kitchen, saying she's making soup for us. Tang Shi walked a few steps toward the kitchen and heard the cheerful sound of chopping vegetables. Was her mother in a good mood?
Probably.
Since her father passed away, other villagers with the surname Xie had been secretly and openly excluding her and her mother for many years. Today was the first time the villagers had stood on their side. Tang Shi usually did whatever she wanted and didn't bother to care.
But Tang Riyue was not like that. She repeatedly expressed her frustration, saying, "If only I had let Tangxi take the surname Xie back then, maybe I wouldn't have been bullied." Tang Riyue, being simple-minded, didn't understand that being bullied wasn't about their surname, but because they were too weak. However, Tang Riyue rarely felt happy, and Tangxi didn't want to disturb her. She would rather her mother stay happily simple forever. That, by the way, how did you all meet? Tangxi suddenly remembered. Wen Jiuyuan straightforwardly explained what happened. It turned out that Tangxi left in a hurry yesterday, and the Wen family elders, who couldn't see her off, felt regretful. They specially sent Wen Jiuyuan with gifts to visit the Tang family in Shirley Village. This was also the first time Wen Jiuyuan and Tang Riyue, the future mother-in-law, officially met after their engagement was settled. But Wen Jiuyuan was busy with work and only had time today. He sent his attendants early in the morning, and just as they were about to arrive, they met Tang Riyue and her old comrade Li Lang on the road. They were pedaling bicycles, tired and anxious, rushing towards Shirley Village. After hearing their story, Wen Jiuyuan quickly decided that Tang Riyue and Li Lang should take a car first. But just as their car entered the village, they saw Tangxi jump into the river. Tangxi cleared her throat. Actually, her words got stuck because she didn't know how to explain. Wen Jiuyuan's face darkened, and he said directly, "I understand. These are all your plans." He repeated Tangxi's arrangements, word for word. Tangxi looked up at him in surprise. Could Wen Jiuyuan really deduce her entire plan just from some clues at the scene? Wen Jiuyuan's expression held hidden emotions, and his tone was tense. "Cici, you can fight back, but don't use methods that hurt yourself to punish others." Almost immediately, Tangxi pursed her lips and retorted, "I didn't hurt myself. I just used the most effective method." The most effective method means using yourself as bait? Did you consider that there might be mistakes during the process? What if the Xie family father and son didn't take you to their house? What if Ai Chong was very skilled? What if I didn't arrive in time? Wen Jiuyuan's breathing became irregular, and his speech grew more hurried. To Tangxi, it sounded quite forceful. Her hair almost stood on end. "Even if you didn't arrive, I could still do it. I can swim. As for Ai Chong, I have other plans." Suddenly, Wen Jiuyuan crouched down and grabbed Tangxi's little leg. Tangxi's conditioned reflex made her want to kick him. "Wen Jiuyuan, what are you doing?" Wen Jiuyuan easily held her actions down. His palm was hot and hard, and even through her pants, it made her skin crawl. Tangxi bit her lip, watching helplessly as Wen Jiuyuan quickly removed the item tied around her calf. It was a solid, black metal object, roughly made and hastily modified. Although half-squatting, Wen Jiuyuan looked up at her with an aggressive presence. He raised the object in his hand, his eyes dark like a deep abyss. "Is this homemade toy gun your secret weapon?" Tangxi's breath caught. She hadn't expected that while changing clothes earlier, she had been distracted and forgotten to take the gun away. "Give it back to me." Tangxi lunged forward to grab it. Wen Jiuyuan caught her wrist with one hand, stood up, and pressed her into his arms. Her back was tightly against his chest. But Tangxi was unaware, still struggling fiercely. "Let go. I told you to let me go." Wen Jiuyuan's throat moved. "Don't move." Suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded nearby. "Cici, what are you arguing about?" Almost the moment Tang Riyue stepped into the main hall, Wen Jiuyuan quickly released Tangxi and hid the toy gun. Finally free, Tangxi turned around and kicked Wen Jiuyuan's calf in frustration. Wen Jiuyuan didn't even grunt.
"Cici."
Seeing this scene, Tang Riyue exclaimed. Without thinking, she hurried over and blocked her daughter with her small frame. "Jiuyuan, Cici is young and doesn't understand things. Please don't be angry with her." Tang Riyue looked a bit nervous, worried Wen Jiuyuan might get angry at Tangxi. Tangxi, annoyed, peeked out from behind her mother. "Mom, he was the one who started it." Tang Riyue's face changed. "He bullied you, that's not it." Tangxi felt a bit upset, but didn't want to say the argument earlier. After all, it was better not to tell her mother about the homemade toy gun. She subtly glared at Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan calmly spoke. "Auntie,
I just had a small disagreement with Cece. Tang Ruyue immediately sided with her daughter. Jiuyuan, you're older, so be more patient with her. With her mother's protection, Tangxi immediately lifted her chin. Wen Jiuyuan looked at her small face, which was slightly flushed with happiness, full of bright, lively spirit. He moved at a steady pace and continued. I just told her that jumping into the river is too dangerous. You can't use such risky methods just to punish the bad guys. Unfortunately, she didn't listen to me. He sighed helplessly. Tang Shi initially thought there was no problem with this, but somehow felt something was off. Snap. Tang Shi was stunned, eyes wide, covering her arm. Mom? Did you just hit me? Tang Ruyue frowned. Are you feeling wronged again? Jiuyuan was right. Even if you want to deal with Xia, you can't risk yourself. Also, when you told me about the plan earlier, why didn't you mention this?
Did you know I wouldn't agree?
Tang Ruyue mumbled to herself. Tang, she felt overwhelmed. She knew Tang Ruyue wouldn't agree, so she acted first and reported later. When Tang Ruyue was distracted by something else just now, Tang Shi thought the matter was settled. But who knew Wen Jiuyuan would bring it up on purpose? Tang Shi looked at Wen Jiuyuan with frustration. He had a calm look in his eyes, with a fleeting smile. Did I see that wrong? Is Wen Jiuyuan actually smiling? Cece, are you listening to Mom talk? Faced with Tang Ruyue's doubt, Tang Shi answered weakly, yes. Tang Ruyue suddenly looked disappointed and melancholic. Cece, if something happens to you, then living in this world wouldn't mean much to Mom anymore. Tang Shi was panicked, quickly pulling Tang Ruyue to comfort her. She even swore that she would never do anything like that again. Tang Ruyue then changed from worry to happiness, pulling her into the kitchen to drink soup. Of course, she also called Wen Jiuyuan. A thick bowl of warming soup was prepared. After drinking it, from the mouth to the throat and stomach, it was spicy and hot. Tang Shi even broke out in sweat, and the lingering cold from the river water was greatly eased. But it was a bit too spicy, making her tongue numb. When Jiuyuan handed her something, Tang Shi looked down and saw it was a piece of candy. I'm not a kid, Tang Shi muttered, but still took it and ate. The numbness on her tongue quickly faded, and she started to feel a faint sweetness. After drinking the soup, Wen Jiuyuan said he would go out for a while. Tang Shi and Tang Ruyue thought he had some important matter to tell them, so they didn't pay much attention. When Wen Jiuyuan left, Tang Ruyue immediately looked serious and commented, Jiuyuan is a bit older, but he's thoughtful and caring. Tang Shi, biting the candy in her mouth, felt a little uncomfortable. Mom, why are you saying all this? Tang Ruyue gently touched Tang Shi's hair and said, Foolish child, you're about to marry him. How can you not care about these things? Your grandfather once told me that when choosing a partner, you shouldn't just look for someone who is good to you, but someone who is good in themselves. Tang Shi rarely talked about these topics with her mother, so she couldn't help but ask, so, is Dad the kind of person who is just good in himself? A trace of nostalgia flickered in Tang Ruyue's eyes. Of course. He's kind, good to me, and even better to you. If he were still alive, he definitely wouldn't want you to marry so soon. He always said he wanted to keep you with him for a few more years. Her voice gradually choked with emotion. Listening to her, Tang Shi felt very sad. She reached out and hugged her mother. When I get married, I'll bring you to live in the city. She really didn't want her mother to stay alone in the village. But unexpectedly, Tang Ruyue firmly refused. I'm not going. Tang Shi was anxious and kept turning around. Why? She thought her mother might give reasons like not wanting to bother them. But Tang Ruyue said instead, I can't leave this place. Every brick and tile in this yard was built by her father himself. All of Tang Shi's pleas were stuck in her throat. She felt unhappy, with a hint of gloom in her expression. But she didn't give up. Although Xia had been dealt with, who knew if her mother's life-threatening crisis was truly over? Tang Shi couldn't allow even a 1% chance of something going wrong. Sometimes, Tang Shi thought about telling her mother her dreams, but such things were too strange and bizarre. She worried that if she spoke, not only would she fail to achieve her goal, but her mother might become anxious and restless all day.
Tang Shi could only consider other ways or simply trick Tang Ryue into going to the capital. At that moment, a commotion came from the yard. Tang Ryue curiously leaned out to look. Is Jiuyuan back?
Sigh.
Tang Shi also looked over, and her gaze froze. She saw Wen Jiuyuan carrying large bags and boxes, just stepping into the yard. Counting casually, he was holding at least 10 bags in his hands. Thanks to his tall height and long legs, he didn't look awkward. And it wasn't just him. Even his servant Xiao Wu wasn't empty-handed, holding a TV and carrying half a pig on his shoulder. Does it seem like Jiuyuan has moved the whole house here? Tang Ryue exclaimed softly and hurried out to help. Tang Shi followed behind, a bit stunned. Jiuyuan, why did you bring so many things? Tang Ryue seemed to be scolding, but her words were full of happiness. Wen Jiuyuan calmly placed a pile of bags on the floor of the main hall and said, "There are more in the car." At this, Tang Ryue's voice changed. More? Still more?
Huh?
Why does it sound like there's an echo? Turning around, she saw several heads secretly peeking over the wall of the Tang family yard. All came to watch the excitement of the new son-in-law. Seeing this, Tang Ryue swallowed her words of refusal. She took the initiative to greet the villagers. "What are you hiding there for?" "My future son-in-law bought some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies. Why don't you come in and have some tea and share in the joy?" The villagers had long been curious about Tang Shi, the fiancé who suddenly appeared. Now that Tang Ryue had given permission, they all boldly squeezed into the Tang yard. Most of those coming in were neighbors from nearby who had good relations with Tang Ryue. Usually, they would have already brought benches to sit comfortably.
But now,
Wen Jiuyuan stood quietly and upright in the yard, like a tall pine tree. He had tried to hide his sharpness and show a friendly side. However, to others, every move he made was full of a commanding presence and proud dignity. So, the people who entered stood there nervously, not knowing where to put their hands or feet. A few braver ones dared to sneak a quick glance at him. Whenever Wen Jiuyuan moved, they would quickly look away, afraid of being caught. People who didn't know might think he was some kind of leader inspecting the scene. Tang Ryue watched with a gentle smile. She knew that today's events would definitely be talked about. Instead of letting others gossip about messy things, she decided to talk about her new son-in-law. Suddenly, Tang Ryue found Wen Jiuyuan very likable. She took the initiative to break the ice. Jiuyuan opened some snacks and give them to these sisters and Annies to try.
Mom.
Tang, she quietly tugged at Tang Ryue's sleeve. She understood her mother's meaning. But Wen Jiuyuan was different. He was naturally wise, mature, and intelligent from a young age. At 12, he sat in old Wen's study and talked confidently with elders decades older than him. At 16, after joining the army, he quickly rose through the ranks with his hard work. Since then, Wen Jiuyuan was respected wherever he went. Even in the entire Wen family, no one dared to order him around. Now that Tang Ryue was casually telling him what to do, if he refused, then, "Okay, Auntie." Tang Shi turned in surprise and looked at Wen Jiuyuan, who happily agreed. He actually agreed? Wen Jiuyuan casually adjusted his sleeve while calmly looking at her. "Cici, there are rose cakes from Nanfeng's High in the gift box. I remember you like them. Should I get one for you?" Tang Shi nervously clenched her fingers, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Okay."
All right.
She was actually surprised and a little embarrassed. But in the eyes of the other villagers, she appeared shy and bashful, like a young girl. Someone suddenly chuckled and teased, "Cici, your partner is quite caring, even remembers what you like to eat." This comment seemed to open the floodgates for the older women. Soon, everyone started joking around. "Cici has good taste. She chose someone who cares about her. What's that young man's name? How long have they known each other? Are you planning to get married this year? Remember to invite us to the wedding feast." Wow, Cici is growing up so fast. A man who cares for his wife has a bright future. That young man is promising. Wen Jiuyuan showed remarkable patience. No matter how others teased him, as long as it was friendly, he would nod patiently and agree. He reached into a pile of boxes and took out a metal box decorated with bright peony patterns. When opened, it revealed neatly arranged, beautiful assorted pastries. He carefully used a clean handkerchief to lift them out and handed one to Tang Shi. Tang Shi pursed her lips, took it, and took a bite. Does it taste like before? Yes, it's delicious. Everyone around watched them with meaningful smiles. The tense atmosphere gradually eased. People started speaking more freely and casually. Suddenly, someone said, "Being pretty is great. Even a girl from the countryside can find a high-ranking officer as a partner." At first, the comment seemed harmless. But upon closer look, it sounded a bit sarcastic and unkind. Many people frowned, not agreeing but unsure how to respond. But they didn't expect that. Wen Jiuyuan, who had been so patient just moments before, suddenly looked serious. He didn't need to get angry. Just lowering his eyebrows, tightening his lips slightly, and hiding his smile, a powerful, cold aura burst forth like a tidal wave. It was a force forged through blood and fire, imposing and intimidating. In an instant, the whole yard fell silent. Even the most mischievous children didn't dare to breathe, clutching their hands nervously, afraid to cry. The first to be affected was the person who had spoken harshly. Her face alternated between pale and flushed, and her legs couldn't stop trembling. In the tense atmosphere like a stretched bowstring, Tang Shi suddenly sneered. "Second Aunt Yang, our yard is small, probably no extra space for you." It was clearly a blatant attempt to drive her away. Aunt Yang's face flushed hot, but she dared not lose her temper. She could only find an excuse. I have something to do, so I'll leave first." She didn't dare to delay, and quickly ran away along the wall. Wen Jiuyuan looked at Tang Shi with a deep gaze. Seeing her arms crossed and sneering coldly, but not truly taking her words seriously, his expression softened slightly. Then he spoke seriously. "Our family has had a long friendship with the Tang family. This marriage was arranged by our elders. She and I have known each other for many years." This explains that his marriage to Tang Shi was not based on mere attraction, but a sincere decision made by both families' elders. Nowadays, people are quite accepting of arranged marriages by elders. Almost no one questioned it. Everyone looked surprised and said, "Oh, I see. So, you could say you're childhood sweethearts?" "Exactly. Childhood friends. Didn't you know that?" "I heard that the Tang family had a marriage proposal arranged by the uncle of the family." "Really? That's amazing. You're so lucky to be such a perfect match." "Exactly, like the beautiful couple in a painting from that year." Everyone praised one after another. Wen Jiuyuan's expression relaxed, and a faint smile appeared. He handed over a box of snacks. "Everyone try this. It's from Nanfeng's, a famous shop in the capital." Everyone was shocked by Wen Jiuyuan's generosity. In this day and age, supplies are scarce, and everything needs a ticket to buy. Such a solid, rich box of snacks was something they'd never seen before. The capital seemed so far away, like the moon in the sky, only reachable through radio broadcasts. This might be too precious, they refused politely, but their eyes were almost glued to the box. When Jiuyuan politely said, "No problem, I bought many." Then he looked at Tang Ryue with a questioning gaze. Tang Ryue stepped forward at the right time. "Yes, our Jiuyuan bought a lot. Please try some and see what the snacks from the capital taste like." Tang, she almost choked on a rose pastry. "Our Jiuyuan? Has the relationship become too fast?" She tried to give Tang Ryue a subtle hint. Unfortunately, Tang Ryue looked like a delicate butterfly fluttering among neighbors, accepting everyone's compliments and envy, almost smiling so much her face lit up. Watching her mother's side profile, Tang Shi finally silently swallowed her words. "Leader, the TV is installed." Just out of the house, Private Wu was surrounded by excited and curious eyes, and he froze in place. The neighbors had been eyeing this big item for a while, and now they eagerly asked, "TV? Is it really a TV? I've only seen one at relatives' homes." Life is getting better and better. A few years ago, we used kerosene lamps. The village only got electricity 2 years ago, and now we even have TVs. Little Yu, your son-in-law, is really impressive. He's willing to buy such an expensive TV. You won't have to work hard anymore, just enjoy life. What brand is the TV? My relative's TV cost a full 500 yuan.
Wow.
500? I could never afford that in my lifetime, not eating or drinking. Wu, being straightforward, instinctively said, 500 can only buy a black and white TV. Our leader bought a color TV, and even the cheapest costs at least 1,200. Suddenly, all the villagers' eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't believe their ears. How much? 1,200? City workers earn only about 40 yuan a month. 1,200. That would take forever to save. Someone's eyes went blank as they muttered, "Oh my goodness, little you, your son-in-law's family is really well off." Tong Ryue felt this was a bit too showy, so she quickly changed the subject. Everyone, sensing the mood, didn't ask further. However, they became very interested in the pile of gifts. They eagerly urged Tong Ryue to open the presents and take a look. Since Tong Ryue wanted to divert their attention, she agreed. But these gifts were far from subtle. Beautifully wrapped pastries, imported chocolate gift boxes, silk scarves from the friendship store, various jars of sweet syrup and canned treats, milk powder for adults, canned royal jelly, western ginseng, and more. The villagers watching the scene were dazzled. Eventually, their expressions changed from surprise to numbness. They even started to feel that no matter what they saw, they wouldn't be surprised anymore. As evening fell, the sky darkened. Dinner time was approaching, and the villagers reluctantly stood up to leave, heading home to prepare dinner. Next, rumors about Tang's future son-in-law spread through the entire village like the wind. It seems that for a long time, the hottest topic in Shirley Village will be the Tang family. At the dinner table, Tang Ryue mentioned this matter with some worry. It seems we might have been a bit too showy. Xiaowu lowered his head in guilt. Sorry, Auntie. I didn't think much at the time. Tang Ryue waved her hand repeatedly. That has nothing to do with you. You've already worked hard today. Xiaowu still looked downcast. Wen Jiuyuan glanced at him. Be more careful next time. Xiaowu's spirit was instantly lifted. Yes. Yes. As long as the leader doesn't transfer him away. Tang Ryue smiled, happily watching the scene. After today, she looked at Wen Jiuyuan like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, more and more satisfied. Thinking about Wen Xu's family before, they had been verbally engaged for many years. Except for the time when the old master forced Feng Xiaoman to apologize in person, they rarely stepped into the Tang house, let alone buy things. Tang Ryue wasn't shallow-minded. Her concern wasn't just about a few things, but about Wen Xu's family's attitude. By the way, Cici, your uncle doesn't know about your engagement with Jiuyuan. They live in Beijing, close to you. When you have time, go visit him. I haven't seen him in a long time. Tang Ryue also has an older brother, not biological, but Tang Ming's adopted son. Although they are not related by blood, they have always had a good relationship. But later, due to some reasons, their contact gradually decreased. Still, Tang Ryue always cares about this brother. She kept talking while eating, rambling on. But she didn't notice that Tang Shi's fork-picking frequency was decreasing. Wen Jiuyuan noticed immediately. What's wrong? Tang Shi looked up blankly. What?
Me?
Her shoulders trembled lightly, and her eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing? Wen Jiuyuan's palm covered her forehead. His hand was large, almost covering half her face. Her wheat-colored skin contrasted sharply with her porcelain-white complexion, creating a strong visual impact. Tang Ryue and Xiaowu also looked stunned, awkwardly trying to look away. At this moment, Wen Jiuyuan's voice was deep. Cici, you're running a fever.
Tang si Berlin get, meh?
She was about to say she felt fine. Tang Ryue quickly stood up in a panic, using the back of her hand to touch Tang Shi's ear and neck. Oh my, it's really hot. Cici, you have a fever. Tang Ryue was both panicked and annoyed, feeling guilty for not noticing her daughter's condition for so long. Wen Jiuyuan stood up. First, take Shi to the nearest health clinic. Xiaowu. Xiaowu jumped up from the bench like a rabbit. I'm going to drive. Now, there was no time to eat. Everyone was busy because Tang Shi suddenly had a fever. Soon, Tang Shi was taken to the closest health clinic. They checked her temperature. Wow, it was actually 39 degrees. The doctor gave her a fever shot and prescribed some medicine. Tang Shi swallowed the pills with warm water, feeling weak. After a while, Tang Riyue worriedly touched her hot cheek. Why is it still so hot? Tang Shi, feeling dizzy, curled up on a long wooden bench, like a sleepy sloth. She was afraid her mother would worry, so she forced a smile and tried to sound relaxed. It's only been a little while. The medicine takes time to work. Tang Riyue didn't say anything, only gently held her in her arms. Wen Jiuyuan, who had been silent for a long time, quickly decided, let's go to Beijing. He looked around at the crowded, noisy clinic. Since they were in the countryside, medical conditions were limited. They could go to the county health center nearby. But Wen Jiuyuan thought it would be better to go straight to a hospital in Beijing. It was only 2 or 3 hours by car. Tang Riyue was worried about her daughter and didn't object. Tang Shi was reluctant. No need. Let the doctor give me more medicine. I'll go home and sleep for a night, and I'll be fine tomorrow. She struggled to stand up. But her body, weakened by the high fever, was very unsteady. She looked like she was walking on sponge, about to fall. Suddenly, she tilted and fell to the ground. Wen Jiuyuan caught her just in time. Then, he simply carried her horizontally in his arms. Tang Shi was first stunned. Then she struggled hard. What are you doing? Let me go. Her voice was full of panic. Her confused mind was awakened, and she looked around awkwardly. In this era, social norms were quite conservative. You wouldn't see couples holding hands on the street, let alone someone carrying another person in public. Indeed, many people were staring blankly at them. Tang Shi felt more embarrassed and shouted, "Let me down." Wen Jiuyuan remained steady and unmoving. She, be good. He looked down with eyes full of deep, unseen emotions. His close proximity, the warm breath on her cheek, felt like soft feathers gently brushing her. Tang Shi bit her lip and said nothing. Tang Riyue, surprised at first, then reacted. Yes. Cici, you should listen to Jiyuan's advice. Let's hurry and head to the hospital in the capital. Tang Shi finally didn't oppose but said, then I'll go by myself. Wen Jiuyuan simply replied, you almost fell just now. Tang Shi couldn't argue back. Tang Riyue, even more clearly, stood firmly on Wen Jiuyuan's side. Cici, Jiyuan is right. 2-1, Tang Shi reluctantly gave in. She simply turned her head and hit her face against Wen Jiuyuan's chest. A muffled voice followed that hurry up. Wen Jiuyuan's jawline instantly tightened, and his eyes looked serious. But thanks to his serious expression, his presence seemed even more powerful. No one dared to look or question as they passed by. Outside the clinic, Xiao Wu's car arrived at the door. Wen Jiuyuan carefully carried Tang Shi into the back seat. Then he took off his military coat and covered her. Tang Shi, who was sick, looked especially fragile, almost completely wrapped in a loose coat. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, wanting to refuse. But before she could speak, she swallowed her words. Forget it. Anyway, no one would listen. Patients have no rights. Tang Shi was a little dissatisfied and pouted slightly. Wen Jiuyuan saw her small action, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. But it was fleeting. Soon, he returned to his cold, serious silence and reached out to open the front passenger door. Auntie? Wen Jiuyuan tilted his head and saw Tang Riyue staring at him blankly. Until a reminder sounded, Tang Riyue snapped out of her daze and hurried into the car. Later, it proved, Wen Jiuyuan's quick decision was very correct. Halfway through the drive, Tang Shi's condition didn't improve but worsened. She simply lay flat on the back seat, sleeping directly on Tang Riyue's lap. Covered with Wen Jiuyuan's military coat, she was in a semi-conscious state. Tang Riyue anxiously stroked her daughter's burning face, hoping the car would go faster. Coincidentally, Wen Jiuyuan was thinking the same. He and Xiao Wu took turns driving, rushing at full speed. In the end, They arrived at the military hospital in 2/3 of the expected time. It was late at night. Wen Jiuyuan held Tangxi in his arms, never letting go from registration to blood tests. He was so worried about her condition that his face looked pale, with a cold, serious expression. Everyone around him was terrified, not daring to breathe loudly. Soon, the department head arrived hurriedly.
Jiuyuan?
The director recognized the person's identity and immediately looked shocked. What surprised her even more was that Wen Jiuyuan was actually holding a girl in his arms. Wen Jiuyuan looked a bit dazed. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally reacted. He pressed his lips together and politely called out, "Sister Liu." Director Liu Tong, the head of the department, is a friend of sister-in-law Gu Han. Her husband is also Wen Jiuyuan's superior in the military, so their families have always had a good relationship. Therefore, Liu Tong knows well about Wen Jiuyuan. She understands that he is fully focused on his career and has little interest in romance. But now he was showing rare signs of panic because of the person in his arms. Liu Tong's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively turned to look at Liang Wei behind her. Liang Wei's usually youthful, beautiful, calm, and intelligent face was filled with shock and disbelief. Even when facing a bloody operating table, her eyes remained calm, but now they seemed ready to see through Wen Jiuyuan completely. Liu Tong sighed quietly. She knew her disciple's heart had long been captured by Wen Jiuyuan. At that time, she thought Wen Jiuyuan was excellent, but Liang Wei came from a wealthy and smart family, and she was an outstanding surgeon with a bright future. They seemed like a perfect match. So, she tried to set them up several times. But Wen Jiuyuan refused each time. Now, she felt even more regretful. Ah, what a pity. The goddess was interested, but the king of Xian was heartless. Director, the test report has arrived. The on-duty doctor hurried over, panting. Liu Tong took the report and looked at it. This patient's body isn't very sensitive to certain medicines. Just change the medication. The military hospital in the capital naturally had better supplies than the simple rural clinics nearby. Soon, Tangxi was moved into a single room and given new antibiotics. Before long, her temperature dropped. Her originally furrowed brows relaxed as she slept peacefully. Wen Jiuyuan and Tang Riyue's expressions visibly eased. Liu Tong saw this clearly. While Wen Jiuyuan was preparing to handle the hospitalization procedures, she pretended to ask casually, "Who is in the ward?" Wen Jiuyuan answered without hesitation, "My fiancé." Liu Tong's eyes widened, and her pupils trembled uncontrollably.
What?
Not just a partner, but a fiancé? Could it be that the Wen family also knew about their relationship? But looking at the girl's mother, dressed plainly with patches on her coat, she clearly looked like an ordinary rural woman. The Wen family is surprisingly willing to marry off their most talented son to such a family.
Liu Tong was about to ask more.
But when Jiuyuan spoke first, "Liu Jia, if there's nothing else, I'll go handle the formalities first." Liu Tong hesitated for a long time, but didn't dare to ask further. After watching Wen Jiuyuan stride away, she turned around and saw Liang Wei near, on the verge of tears. Xiao Wei, why? Why bother? Liu Tong also felt heartache. Liang Wei forced back her tears. "Teacher, I understand. Some things just can't be forced. I always thought my opponent would be that person, but who would have thought he'd choose someone none of us know?" While they spoke, they didn't notice someone yawning at the other end of the corridor. The person saw a familiar face and wanted to say hello. But unexpectedly, they overheard Liu Tong and Liang Wei's brief conversation. Partner? Fiancé? Could the person in this hospital room really be? Wen Jiuyuan sat on a bench outside the hospital room, staying overnight until dawn. Until about 8 o'clock. Xiao Wu came over to remind him about an important meeting in the morning. Wen Jiuyuan looked hesitant. He couldn't resist Tang Riyue's persistent urging to focus on work. He looked through the glass into the room. "I'll come back this afternoon." He nodded lightly and turned to leave. His long legs, wrapped tightly in military pants, hurried along. Along the way, he met a young female doctor trying to start a conversation. Wen Jiuyuan was preoccupied and waited a moment, but didn't hear her say anything meaningful. He politely declined and left. After leaving the hospital and sitting in the back of a jeep, Wen Jiuyuan's straight, pine-like back rested against the leather seat, his eyelashes casting small shadows. Only at this moment did he show signs of fatigue after staying up all night. His eyes were deep, as if lost in thought. His jawline suddenly tightened. He pressed his thumb and forefinger together heavily. After a long pause, he let out a low sigh. Xiao Wu in the driver's seat misunderstood and hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, Commander, I didn't perform well yesterday." When Jiuyuan's breath paused slightly. Then he simply said 2 words, "No." Xiao Wu awkwardly shut his mouth, feeling that the commander's tone sounded a bit exasperated. Exasperated? At him? He really had made a mistake. With a worried expression, Xiao Wu and Wen Jiuyuan, whose mood was hard to read, arrived at the main courtyard 20 minutes later. According to Wen Jiuyuan's rank, his residence in the courtyard was a 2-story small building with a yard in front. But I heard that Jiuyuan is usually very busy and has no time to take care of things. Not only is the small courtyard completely abandoned, but the inside of the house is also very simple. Apart from basic furniture, there is no extra decoration. It's bare, cold, and lacks warmth. This is the best way to describe his home. Old Madame Jiang has expressed her dislike for his residence more than once. Several times, she said she wanted to help him decorate it and add some things. But Jiuyuan firmly refused. Today, as Jiuyuan looked at the empty house in front of him, a sudden idea came to mind. Did I regret refusing my mother back then? He quickly suppressed his tangled thoughts and prepared to go upstairs to wash up and change clothes. At this moment, he noticed something hard in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Tangshi's homemade earth gun. Over the years, with relaxed control, homemade guns like earth guns and hunting rifles are common in the countryside. In some places with a rough folk style, you can even find large-scale weapons like landmines and cannons. Compared to those big guys, this homemade earth gun is also called a jubatsi. It uses a 2-part hinge structure, and when used, you need to open the rear of the barrel to load the bullets. After firing, you need to eject the shell. Its power isn't very strong, just enough to solve the problem of starting from nothing, not really dangerous. Jiuyuan looked at this earth gun, which was quite old, with rust in many places. Some parts had been polished again, but it looked a little different from the jubatsi he remembered. But he wasn't an expert and couldn't tell exactly what was different. Since jubatsi originated from folk craftsmanship, with many different manufacturing methods, it's very different from standard pistols. So, Jiuyuan only looked at it roughly. He guessed that this earth gun might have been left by Tangshi's father, Xiazhang, so he didn't throw it away. He planned to tell Tangshi later, after making sure it was safe, and then return it to her. He casually placed the earth gun on the coffee table in the living room, then hurried upstairs. Almost as soon as he entered the bathroom, someone pushed open his door. Jiuyuan. Jiuyuan. Hey, where did this kid go? The visitor was about 70 years old. He looked scholarly and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a gentle appearance. But his manner was quite rough, and once he entered Jiuyuan's house, it was as if he was in his own territory. He looked around here and there, touched things, and finally sat down on the sofa casually, concluding that this place isn't fit for a living person. The old man's gaze wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, he locked onto an object on the table.
Huh.
Isn't this a jubatsi? These days, do such things still exist? Where did the young man from Jiuyuan get it? The old man curiously reached for the dirt gun on the table, examining it back and forth. As he looked, his playful smile disappeared, replaced by a serious and focused expression. At this moment, the old man seemed to put on a completely new mask, full of authority and professionalism. His eyes never blinked as he carefully observed every detail of the object in front of him, adjusted the trigger guard. That makes it easier to handle. Interesting. Is this the firing pin safety? Quite solid. Clever. The firing mechanism is a bit special. The range is longer. Wow, they can do this kind of thing? Lost in disassembling the dirt gun, the old man didn't notice a deep figure appearing at the top of the stairs. When Wen Jiuyuan came out of the bathroom, he sensed something was wrong. He held his breath and quietly moved toward the staircase. Teacher? Wen Jiuyuan looked at the old man in the living room, who was tinkering with something, and felt a bit surprised. He relaxed his guard and quickly went downstairs. When did you come back? Wen Jiuyuan stopped in his tracks. He stared in shock at what the teacher was working on. Turns out it was Tongxi's dirt gun. And that dirt gun was clearly disassembled into pieces. Wen Jiuyuan's face darkened. Teacher Fu, what are you doing? Fu Xueming finally managed to free his mind and looked at Wen Jiuyuan. You little guy. Before he could finish, Wen Jiuyuan silently walked over. His tall figure carried a faint anger. Although he didn't speak, everyone could see Wen Jiuyuan was angry.
Fu Xueming hesitated, speechless.
He watched as Wen Jiuyuan strode up to him and reached out to take back the disassembled dirt gun.
Wait.
The dirt gun.
No.
Don't move. Fu Xueming reacted quickly, hurriedly reaching out to block him. But his speed was no match for Wen Jiuyuan, who had once been the top soldier year after year. In the blink of an eye, Wen Jiuyuan's hand moved so fast it was like a shadow, taking everything, no parts left behind. Fu Xueming was so shocked he jumped up. Oh, how did you mess it up? Now I don't know how to put it back together. Wen Jiuyuan looked expressionless. Disassembled like this, do you plan to put it back? Fu Xueming argued confidently. Of course. I was just remembering where everything goes. Wen Jiuyuan pursed his lips. Teacher, this is someone else's thing. You can't just mess with it. Fu Xueming misunderstood his meaning and nodded repeatedly, saying, I know, I understand. This is a precious thing. It must not be easy to get, right? But if you let me look at it again, I haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Wen Jiuyuan frowned in confusion. What does that mean? So, Teacher Fu dismantled Tangxi's homemade gun not because it was fun, but to study it? Wen Jiuyuan opened his palm and looked at the scattered parts. He chose his words carefully and asked, Is this thing well made? Fu Xueming glared angrily, eyes wide open. How can you say it's well made? Wen Jiuyuan thought he was overthinking and was about to speak. But Fu Xueming suddenly changed his tone. It's super, unbeatable, very good. He then eagerly asked Wen Jiuyuan where he got this thing. He guessed several names, all top domestic experts in light weapons. Wen Jiuyuan's breath caught slightly. So, even you can't make it? His confirmation sounded like a challenge to Fu Xueming. He loudly argued, It's not that I can't make it. It's just not my specialty. I work with missiles. This is a light weapon, we're not in the same field. But I remember when you were young, you studied at the Light Weapons Research Institute for 3 years. Shut up, kid. Fu Xueming rolled his eyes and muttered that Wen Jiuyuan didn't respect his teacher. Back then, he had even been Wen Jiuyuan's teacher, but within 2 years, he thought Wen Jiuyuan's talent was lacking and expelled him as a disciple. Actually, Wen Jiuyuan had lived 28 years and Fu Xueming was the first and only person to say he lacked talent. But Wen Jiuyuan didn't take it to heart. Everyone is good at different things. He had no talent or interest in scientific research.
So,
did Tangxi manage to modify the homemade gun all by herself, to the point that Fu Xueming was amazed? Limited by his profession, Wen Jiuyuan quickly had many guesses in mind. He didn't judge lightly, but looked more serious. He turned and took a paper bag, putting the scattered parts inside. Fu Xueming watched eagerly, wanting to tinker with it for a few days. Wen Jiuyuan refused. You came today not for the military meeting, right? He easily changed the subject. No matter how Fu Xueming demanded, he didn't take out that homemade gun again. At the military district hospital, inside a ward, Tang Riyue seemed like an unending spinning top, constantly busy inside and outside the room. Tongxi, who just woke up, leaned pale against the head of the bed. She couldn't help but speak softly to advise. Mom, rest for a while. Tang Riyue shook her head, saying she wasn't tired. Just as Tongxi was about to say more, she heard hurried footsteps outside the door. It turned out the doctors were here for rounds. The lead doctor was the department head, who introduced himself as Liu. His attitude was strange, but not malicious. However, his eyes held a curious look of inquiry and evaluation. Tangxi didn't understand and only politely nodded, thanking him. Besides Director Liu, there was a young female doctor whose gaze kept lingering on her. Tangxi was surprised. Did she have some strange illness? After the doctors left, Tangxi asked Tang Riyue and learned a completely different answer from what she expected. Finance friend? Tang Riyue paused briefly. Isn't the focus more on the relationship between that young female doctor and Jiuyuan? Tangxi didn't pay much attention and said calmly, "It's good that it's not a problem now." She didn't insist that Wen Jiuyuan had no romantic experiences before this marriage. After all, her original purpose wasn't purely innocent. In her memory of the future, Wen Jiuyuan hadn't married or had a partner. That was enough for her. Tangxi's attitude seemed to make Tang Riyue sigh. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Riyue said, "Cici, actually, Mom thinks Wen Jiuyuan cares about you. A lot." She mentioned how Wen Jiuyuan was nervous and attentive after Tangxi fainted from a fever yesterday. Tangxi was very surprised. "Mom, do you think you're overthinking?" "Little uncle." Cough. Wen Jiuyuan has always been responsible and caring for all his younger relatives. Besides, he agreed to this marriage, and I'm his fiancé. In Tangxi's view, not only her, the fiancé who arranged this marriage, but even if she encountered injured animals on the street, Wen Jiuyuan wouldn't ignore them given his personality. She believed Tang Riyue was overthinking. But Tang Riyue thought she was completely clueless. Seeing her daughter so convinced that Wen Jiuyuan only cared out of duty, Tang Riyue fell silent for a while. Forget it, her daughter was still young and didn't understand. But she wondered, when did Wen Jiuyuan start paying attention to her Cici? Was it after they verbally agreed on the marriage? Why did she always feel it wasn't that simple? Tang Riyue didn't rest long before rushing out again, saying she needed to get some rice to cook porridge. Tangxi called out several times but couldn't stop her, so she could only let her go. Now alone in the ward, Tangxi felt very bored. She suddenly remembered the system and recalled that she hadn't finished her firearms course 2 days ago. Although she only studied for an hour, her progress was a significant leap in firearm knowledge, opening a new door for Tangxi. Fortunately, her family had an old, rusty gun left by her father, Xiezhong. Tangxi used that as a base and made some modifications with the tools she had nearby. Although limited by simple tools and limited time, her polishing was somewhat rough, and many ideas couldn't be fully realized. Still, her handmade modification greatly increased the gun's power. Thinking back on the whole process, Tangxi felt her blood boiling with excitement. She couldn't help but start planning. She had some free time now and could continue working on what she hadn't finished before.
Wait.
Her gun was taken by Wen Jiuyuan and wasn't returned to her. Tangxi was stunned and annoyed. Most of all, she worried she wouldn't get her gun back. She kept thinking about this and wished she could rush out of the hospital immediately to find Wen Jiuyuan. She bit her lip, deep in thought about what to do. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound at the door. Tangxi's pupils shrank and she shouted, "Who's there?" It definitely wasn't a doctor or a nurse. If it were, they would have come in openly. Squinting, Tangxi guessed multiple possibilities about who was coming. But she never expected it to be Wen Xu. "Why are you here?" Tangxi frowned and asked sharply. She also noticed a fleeting surprise in Wen Xu's eyes. She pressed her lips tightly. Her expression was cold and intimidating, not to be offended. Tangxi paused and deliberately said, "Are you here as a junior visiting me, your future sister-in-law?" This was a warning, even a threat. But she forgot, Wen Xu was a stubborn, self-righteous person. His complex, uncertain gaze suddenly settled. He spoke with firm confidence. "Tangxi, are you trying to get back at me this way?" Tangxi almost burst out laughing in anger. "Get lost. If you're sick, go get treatment." Tangxi scolded bluntly. She didn't expect Wen Xu to be so shameless. How bold is he? Unfortunately, Wen Xu ignored her and even took a few more steps toward her. His face, although handsome, was completely ruined by his arrogance. In Tangxi's eyes, only disgust remained. "Listen carefully. Wen Shui sternly said. Cece, don't do something you'll regret just because you're angry. You can't casually offend your brother-in-law. If more people find out about this later, have you thought about how to handle it? Tang Shi initially wanted to retort, but suddenly hesitated. She noticed Wen Xu's increasingly annoyed expression hidden behind his arrogance, and an unlikely guess formed in her mind. So, what do you think I should do? Wen Xu thought Tang Shi had finally understood, and relaxed a little. He proudly lifted his chin. Come back to the old house with me, and explain everything to your grandparents. Explain what? Say you were just upset for a moment, that you don't really like your brother-in-law.
Say you. Say you.
Say I still want to be with you? In Tang Shi's cold and sarcastic gaze, Wen Xu's lips moved uncomfortably. After a moment, he managed to say, We can get engaged first.
Ha.
A contemptuous and mocking snort escaped from Tang Shi's throat. Wen Xu froze for a moment. He watched helplessly as Tang Shi got out of bed without even putting on her shoes, stepped onto the cold floor, and walked over to him.
Ha.
Your shoes. Wen Xu instinctively looked down. But this gave Tang Shi an opportunity. Without mercy, she decisively raised her hand and slapped him. This slap carried the anger from her dreams and past grievances, hitting with full force, almost using all her strength. Tang Shi's palm went numb. Wen Xu's face was forced to turn to the side. In an instant, his left cheek quickly swelled red, with clear finger marks visible.
Tansi.
Are you crazy? Wen Xu, realizing what had happened, covered his face in disbelief. He was the child born after his mother endured hardships, spoiled by his parents since childhood. Not to mention hitting him, his parents wouldn't even dare to move a finger on him. The only time he was ever hit was by his brother-in-law, Wen Jiuyuan. Tang Shi saw his stunned and dazed expression. Without hesitation, she slapped him again. This time it was on Wen Xu's right cheek. Caught off guard, Wen Xu was hit twice, and his face, which men care most about, was the focus. His anger instantly burned away his reason. Ignoring everything, he reached out to grab Tang Shi's hand. Tang Shi quickly stepped back to dodge and shouted loudly, Try touching me. See how your brother-in-law will deal with you when he finds out. Wen Jiuyuan's reputation was indeed useful. Like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, Wen Xu calmed down a lot. He gritted his teeth and said, Tang Shi, stop using your brother-in-law's name to scare me. Tang Shi looked at his honest pause and sneered, curling her lips. Who told you to shout at elders? Wen Xu almost spat out blood. Who are you calling an elder? Tang, she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. The facts are the facts. Wen Xu can't change them. She coldly looked at Wen Xu and asked, Do you know why I hit you? Wen Xu's face darkened. Are you going to make up another excuse? Tang Shi cut him off directly. Because you're disgusting. Wen Xu was almost furious. He knew Tang Shi's words were always harsh. But he didn't realize this was just the beginning. Tang Shi had no intention of showing him mercy. She was so disgusted by what she just discovered that she wanted him to suffer even more. I see now, Wen Xu, you're just a stupid fool who wants everything both ways. You don't want the engagement, but when you give it to someone else, you feel like you're losing out and you want to take it back. Isn't that disgusting? I didn't.
Wen Xu denit loudly.
Tang Shi sneered. Is this the first day you've been rude to me? You've always been rude to me. Because you hate being arranged by elders but don't dare to really oppose them, so you take out your frustration on me. If you could truly say no, I might respect you a little. But now, I just look down on you. You're a cowardly loser, weak and useless. A fool who fears the strong and bullies the soft. You're talking nonsense. I'm not. His most secret thoughts were exposed, and Wen Xu's face looked extremely ugly. It was like his face had been peeled off and exposed in broad daylight, constantly being pointed at and criticized. His pride was deeply hurt, and he couldn't find a way to argue back, only muttering, I didn't. I didn't. Tang, she watched his changing expression coldly, but didn't stop there. She said each word clearly. And, Wen Xu, you probably haven't been letting me go all these years because you really like me, right? Huh, I just wanted to repay the Wen family's care for me and my mother, so I didn't want to argue with you. So I can tell you very firmly, Tangxi has never, ever liked you, Wen Xu. Not before, not now, and definitely not in the future. Wen Xu's pupils trembled wildly. You. He realized that all the insults Tangxi had thrown at him before were nothing compared to how hurtful this sentence was. How is that possible? You don't like me? Ha! Tangxi, stop joking.
We.
Tangxi saw him rambling and seemed still unwilling to give up. She simply lifted her chin and delivered a sharp remark. Why do you think I would choose your younger brother-in-law? Wen Xu, you should reflect carefully. In terms of ability, talent, looks, and figure, what makes you better than your younger brother-in-law? Wen Jiuyuan? Tangxi, am not blind. Would I choose you over a valuable gem? Shut up. Shut up. Don't say anything more. Wen Xu was completely overwhelmed. Every word Tangxi said cut deeply into his heart. The scariest part was, he couldn't find anything to say in reply. It's not just Tangxi thinking he's no match for Wen Jiuyuan. Even he himself felt he was far behind his younger brother-in-law. Not to mention his career in the army, his younger brother-in-law had already risen rapidly by his age. And he? Still just an ordinary soldier with no outstanding qualities. Anyone who knew he was Wen Jiuyuan's nephew would feel regretful behind his back. At this moment, those sighs and Tangxi's sarcastic words felt like sharp blades. One cut after another, they wounded him all over, shattering his self-esteem completely. Wen Xu couldn't stay any longer and turned around to run away. Tangxi sank back onto the hospital bed. She looked down at her numb, reddened palm. It's a pity I only hit twice. Wen Xu staggered out, feeling dizzy and confused. His mind kept replaying Tangxi pointing at him and scolding him. He covered his face and simply squatted by the corridor. This scene was just seen by a thin, weak boy nearby.
Wen Xu.
The boy hurriedly approached, a bit anxious. But his leg was injured, so he was limping and almost fell in his haste. In the past, Wen Xu would have immediately noticed and gone to help. But now he had no mood for that. Until the boy finally reached him and pushed him. Wen Xu, what happened to your face? Don't touch me. Wen Xu slapped the boy's hand away. The boy was stunned. Wen Xu then looked up, still frowning and irritated, but he showed no sign of apologizing. Liao Wan quickly masked her embarrassment and cursed herself silently. Actually, she was she, not he. Her current disguise was a deliberate effort to look ugly, a woman cross-dressing to protect herself. Last month, Liao Wan, an ordinary office worker, suddenly died from overwork. When she opened her eyes again, she had traveled back to the 1980s as a village girl named Liao Wan. Her father didn't love her, her mother was indifferent, and her younger brother was a troublemaker. Faced with such a difficult start, Liao Wan was not worried at all. She had read many stories about time travel and the 1980s, so she knew a bit about that era. It was the early days of opening up, and many people's thoughts hadn't changed yet. Opportunities for business were everywhere. She had heard countless stories of wealthy bosses who started small stalls in the 1980s and became rich easily. She felt envious and wished she had been born 20 years earlier. So, when she truly arrived in the 1980s, Liao Wan was not scared. Instead, she was eager to start her new life and work hard. Becoming the richest person in China was difficult, but being the richest in a province seemed possible. It was just selling things on the street. Having experienced various marketing tricks during the live broadcast era, Liao Wan was confident she could beat anyone. She cut her hair, dressed as a man, stole all her family's savings to start her business, and from selling eggs to running a breakfast stall, she had already saved some money. According to her plan, she would soon prepare to transfer to a regular school and take university entrance exams. In her previous life, she only studied at a technical college, but now her goal was to get into Peking University. She knew that in the early 1980s, after recent upheavals, people didn't yet understand the importance of knowledge and education. Competition for college was not as fierce as in later years. But that was okay, because she knew. She had even come across high school exam questions from the 1980s while browsing videos online. With this cheat device, getting into Peking University would be easy. Since her journey to the 1980s had been smooth, she was surprised to meet Wen Xu. They met unexpectedly, became friends after some conflicts, and even went through dangerous situations together. However, before this, Liao Wan hadn't paid much attention to Wen Xu until she unexpectedly discovered Wen Xu's family background. Liao Wan suddenly realized, if she were the heroine of a time travel story, Wen Xu's background and status would be the perfect hero's template. But who could tell her why other heroes in stories are so loyal and deep in love, while Wen Xu was so difficult? Liao Wan shrugged. But that didn't stop her from softly caring for Wen Xu and speaking kindly to him. She believed that with time, Wen Xu would completely fall for her. As for the childhood betrothal Wen Xu mentioned, TSK, in this day and age, who cares about such old-fashioned customs? At the corner, Tang Shi quietly withdrew her gaze. She recognized the girl. It's the heroine from the original story, Liao Wan. No wonder Wen Xu appeared at the hospital. It turns out this is the early part of the original plot, a key turning point where the main characters fall for each other. Before this, the heroine, Liao Wan, had always been pretending to be a boy and spending time with Wen Xu. Because of her personality, Liao Wan was carefree and playful with Wen Xu, so he never suspected her true gender. Until an accidental encounter where Liao Wan was injured protecting Wen Xu. Wen Xu felt guilty and stayed in the hospital to care for her. It was then that he discovered she was actually a girl. In the original story, this part focuses on Liao Wan initially disguising herself as ugly and how her true appearance surprises Wen Xu. After that, his feelings for her change completely, and their relationship begins to warm up. Looking at Liao Ruan's outfit, this scene should be coming up soon. Tang Shi watched from afar, hoping these two would get together quickly. She was tired of Wen Xu acting crazy and wandering over to her all the time. It was so annoying. On the way back to the ward, Tang Shi felt quite happy, her steps light and joyful, until she saw Tang Riyue looking around nervously outside the ward.
Mom.
Mom?
Sisi.
Where did you run off to? You really had me worried. After a scolding from Tang Riyue, Tang Shi sluggishly returned to the ward. She muttered softly, I actually feel like I'm much better. Her voice faded in Tang Riyue's worried gaze. Finally, she obediently lay in bed, taking her medicine and drinking porridge. Due to limited hospital supplies, Tang Riyue managed to borrow some rice to cook porridge. She shared almost all the dry rice with Tang Shi, leaving herself with only rice water, clear enough to see her reflection. Tang Shi wanted to share her porridge with her, but she refused. I'm not hungry, just drinking this is fine.
Tang vui insist for me li.
Tang Shi really couldn't do anything about her. She could only think about asking Wen Jiuyuan to buy some food when he arrived.
Huh?
When did she start casually bothering Wen Jiuyuan like this? As Tang Shi was lost in thought, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Several people, it seemed. Her ward was at the end of the corridor, so the footsteps were clearly heading toward her. Curious, Tang Shi leaned forward to look. Sisi. The unexpected figure made Tang Shi stunned. Tang Riyue turned around at the familiar voice, also frozen in surprise. Uncle Wen, Aunt Jiang, how did you come here? Did Jiuyuan tell you? Old Master Wen and Old Lady Jiang, accompanied by guards and a nanny, happily entered the hospital room. They carried many bags, mostly health products like malt extract and royal jelly. Old Lady Jiang also thoughtfully brought a bouquet wrapped in newspaper, which she had just picked and cut from her favorite garden this morning, to add some color to Tang Shi's room. As the elderly arrived, the usually spacious hospital room quickly became crowded. Xiao Yu too. How could you not tell the family when she is sick? If Jiuyuan hadn't called from the military, Wen and I would have been kept in the dark. Old Lady Jiang was very friendly, holding Tang Riyue's hand while gently scolding her. Since she hadn't seen the elders for a while, Tang Riyue felt a bit awkward and smiled nervously. Aren't I worried about bothering you? Old Lady Jiang looked at her softly. You and she are like my own children. We're all family. What's trouble and what's not? Her words came from the heart. She had only 3 sons and always dreamed of having a daughter. When Tang Ming passed away, old lady Jiang had even suggested adopting Tang Ryue several times. But due to unstable circumstances, that plan never materialized. She was quite regretful about it. But seeing Tang Ryue, she treated her like her own daughter. Moreover, now she is engaged to Jiuyuan. If we become relatives by marriage, then you and I... Old lady Jiang hesitated. She suddenly realized that if she married Jiuyuan, she and Tang Ryue would become in-laws. From juniors to in-laws? That was a big generational leap. But old lady Jiang quickly adjusted her mindset and shifted the conversation to Shi. Talking about her daughter, Tang Ryue had endless topics to discuss. As a result, the only one who ended up hurt was Shi, who had to face double nagging. Shi's eyes went blank for a few seconds. Then she cleared her throat lightly. Grandpa Wen, Grandma Jiang, would you like some apples? Because she couldn't find suitable food, Tang Ryue bought a few large, red apples outside the hospital. They weren't cheap, but looked fresh and fragrant. She pretended to stand up to peel the apples. Oh, no need, no need. Everyone rushed to stop her. 5 minutes later, Tang Ryue continued feeding Shi the leftover congee she hadn't finished earlier. Madame Jiang was carefully placing the freshly picked flowers into a borrowed vase. Old Master Wen skillfully held an apple and a knife, peeling quickly and well. Meanwhile, the nanny and security guard were busy cleaning the ward inside and out. Only Tangxi seemed to have become like a helpless baby. Just as Tangxi felt a bit upset, the doctors and nurses came to check on the patient. When they saw several visitors in the room, they were all surprised. The most shocked was Liang Wei, who had come along with an excuse. She stared in surprise at old Master Wen, focused on peeling the apple, and Madame Jiang, happily arranging the flowers, thinking she was seeing things. Both of them are respected elders, admired wherever they go. Now, they were caring for their younger family members like ordinary elders. Uncle Wen, Aunt Jiang. Liang Wei's voice caught their attention. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and awkward. Fortunately, the elders were used to such situations. They quickly calmed down and nodded politely. Liang Wei, long time no see. How is your grandfather? I haven't played chess with him for a while. Everyone knew Liang Wei's feelings for Wen Jiuyuan. By age, she was in the same generation as Wen Hui and Wen Xu, and should call the elders grandfather and grandmother. But she boldly called them uncle and aunt, which made many people laugh at her. The elders knew their own son was cold and uninterested in Liang Wei, and felt a bit sorry for her. But that was in the past. Now, with Tangxi, the future daughter-in-law, firmly in place, the elders wouldn't bother to get close to Liang Wei. When old Master Wen mentioned Liang Wei's grandfather on purpose, it was to draw a clear line. Liang Wei sensed this and nearly burst into tears. It was Madame Jiang's kindness that made her ask what she was doing. Thinking about the main matter, Liang Wei suppressed her feelings of grievance. We're here to give Comrade Tangxi and 4 drip. Madame Jiang was concerned and asked carefully about the medicine and the illness. Liang Wei patiently answered each question. At that moment, the nurse nearby had already prepared the 4 supplies and moved to the bedside. Everyone's attention was drawn to her. Several pairs of eyes made the nurse nervous. Madame Jiang stood by the bed, gently supporting Tangxi's shoulder. Nurse, please be gentle. Our she is afraid of pain. It was as if they were treating Tangxi like a small child. Tangxi shyly turned her face away, unwilling to argue at this moment. Fortunately, the nurses at the military hospital were very professional, quick, and skillful, inserting the 4 in just a few tries. Just then, the old man's apple was also peeled and ready. He carefully cut the apple into small pieces, placed them on a plate, and handed it to Tangxi. Be careful when you eat. Tangxi nodded and ate the apple with her other hand. She remembered Dr. Liang Wei, who seemed to know the Wen family, and wanted to ask if she was eating. But when she looked up, Dr. Liang Wei was already gone. Tangxi looked around a bit more. Madame Jiang immediately noticed. She subtly explained that Wen Jiuyuan and Liang Wei were not very familiar, and they had only met a few times. Tangxi felt a little confused. Madame Jiang sighed, feeling helpless. This child still hasn't opened her eyes. By the way, Cece, Old Wen suddenly spoke about your eldest uncle. I've already heard about it. Seeing Wen Jiuyuan's serious and solemn expression, Tangxi gradually composed herself. She thought the old man would scold her, saying she shouldn't have done that. After all, it was she who set the trap and fished. But instead, she heard Wen Jiuyuan sigh. You, child, why didn't you tell us when this happened? Why risk yourself? What if you got hurt? Tears welled up in Tangxi's eyes. She lowered her head, suppressing her choking voice, but her attitude was very firm. I want to personally get revenge on him. Tangxi knew very well who was truly behind all the tragedies in her dreams. It was all caused by that so-called eldest uncle, Xia. So, when she jumped into the rushing river, her only thought was, in her dreams, Tang Riyue was indirectly killed by Xia falling into that river. In reality, she would step on Xia family and be reborn from this river. Since she wanted to take revenge herself, she didn't mind the danger. Even now, Tangxi had never once regretted it. Everyone present, Tang Riyue, Old Wen, and Madame Jiang, could all see what Tangxi meant. They were surprised by her determination and admired her action. Madame Jiang looked at Tangxi with concern, wanting to say something. But Wen Jiuyuan suddenly squinted and smiled. Good. No wonder she's a child of the Tang family. Brave and spirited. Old Wen not only didn't scold Tangxi, but also praised her inside and out. He said she was like her grandfather, Tang Ming, a person with a strong temper who never loses out when eating. It is important to know that Old Master Wen has always admired his good friend Tang Ming the most. So, this statement is definitely the highest praise. Next to him, Tang Riyue looked a bit surprised. Is my dad not easy to get along with? Old Master Wen was first stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Your dad is only patient in front of you. In the past, everyone called him the Mountain of Fire. When he doesn't get angry, he's fine, but once he does, the ground shakes. Really? Tang Riyue was curious and asked a few more questions. Old Master Wen took the opportunity to talk about old times. Tangxi listened eagerly as well. This made the old man even more excited, and he started talking non-stop. Madame Jiang silently looked toward her husband, recalling the dark look that flashed in his eyes just now. She knew her husband cared about Uncle Tangxi's matter and would definitely pay attention to what happens next. The children in the family believe that resisting and fighting back are good things. As adults, they naturally want to support the children. But anyone involved in this matter couldn't escape. Thinking this, Madame Jiang felt a little relief in her heart. She gently reached out and stroked Tangxi's soft, thick hair. Tangxi turned around, her eyes clear like a lake. Do you want to eat an apple?
Yes.
Madame Jiang smiled and took the apple. The atmosphere in the hospital room was relaxed and harmonious. Later, the other members of the Wen family received the news and came one after another to visit. Tangxi didn't expect that just having a fever would mobilize the entire Wen family. Even Wen Xu's parents made time to come. But they didn't stay long, just put down the fruit they bought and left, citing busy work.
No one stopped them.
Everyone was passionately discussing how should Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan's marriage be arranged. Since Tang Riyue was there was no better time for discussion. It's unclear who started the topic first. By the time Tangxi realized, they were already choosing a date. Some thought Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan should spend more time together as an engaged couple. Others believed it was better to do things early, as spring weather is just right for a wedding. As for feelings, they could develop slowly after marriage. They asked Tang Riyue's opinion, but she couldn't give a clear answer. In the end, everyone's eyes turned to Tangxi. What do you think? Tangxi was a bit confused. She felt the concern, care, and respect in their gazes. There was also some teasing and playfulness from Wenqing. A slight fear of the unknown in her heart quickly disappeared. She thought that since she had made her decision, it was better to do it early rather than delay, so she could focus on reading. It would also help her completely suppress Wen Xu's restless little thoughts. "Let's do it this spring," Tang Shi decisively said. Everyone's face lit up with happy smiles. Only then did Tang Shi remember. "Oh right, I don't need to ask my brother-in-law." Cough. Wen Jiuyuan? She was still not used to calling Wen Jiuyuan by his name directly. The others, especially the older women, all gave meaningful smiles when they heard this. Tang Shi felt very embarrassed and quickly repeated her question. However, Madame Jiang, Wen Jiuyuan's mother, waved her hand directly. "His opinion doesn't matter. He just needs to take his leave and cooperate with us." For a rare moment, Tang Shi felt some sympathy for Wen Jiuyuan. But she soon had no time to sympathize with others. Because she realized that for the complicated wedding procedures, setting a date was just the beginning. Not to mention other things. Just when Jiuyuan's status and position meant reporting to the military and undergoing a political review of Tang Shi. Moreover, the Wen family's standing was obvious, and Wen Jiuyuan's marriage was a topic everyone in the city was paying attention to. Where to hold the wedding banquet, whom to invite, how to arrange the feast. These were all skills. As for the bride price and gifts, what everyone casually mentioned 3 turns and 1 sheng was just the basics. From Madame Zhang's words, it seemed she planned to get an air conditioner for Tang Shi and Wen Jiuyuan's wedding house. In this day and age, air conditioners were truly rare and only installed in some special departments and units. Now that they were gradually opening up, buying an air conditioner was slightly easier than before, but only a little. Besides, they also needed to custom-make clothes and jewelry for Tang Shi. If time weren't limited, Madame Jiang might even demolish and rebuild the house. Tang Shi felt dizzy and overwhelmed. She simply made an excuse to go to the bathroom and get some fresh air. She wandered around the corridor and accidentally ended up outside the doctor's office. From afar, she saw a figure standing at the door. Seems to be Dr. Liang Wei. They were all familiar people, so Tang Shi planned to go over and say hello. As she got closer, she realized something was wrong. Dr. Liang Wei was stiffly standing in place, fists clenched tightly, her face flushed red. Inside the room, faint voices could be heard, men and women. "Did you see how Dr. Liang Wei looked last night when she tried to flatter that senior official and was rejected? If it were me, I would find in the ground and crawl in, haha. She's usually so proud in the hospital, not even bothering to look others in the eye, and now, ha! She already has a fiancé, yet she's still so eager, really has no shame. That fiancé must feel so sorry for her. Even if she tries to pursue him, he's not interested. If I were her parents, I'd rather throw away such a shameful daughter than keep her. Hey, do you think she often tries to chase after others like this? No wonder the hospital pays special attention to her." Seeing the rumors getting worse, Tang Shi couldn't stand it anymore. She looked at Liang Wei. The other girl was holding back anger, trembling slightly. Thinking for a moment, Tang Shi deliberately raised her voice. "Liang Wei." Inside the half-closed office, everything fell silent. Liang Wei, with tears in her eyes, turned around in surprise. Tang Shi calmly stepped forward. "You're here? I was just looking for you." Her tone made Liang Wei feel confused. Do they know each other? Tang Shi had already approached and affectionately took Liang Wei's hand. "You've been working so hard these days. When you're free, Jiang Yuan and I will treat you to a meal." Liang Wei gradually understood. Nothing is more qualified to dispel rumors than the poor fiancé. But Liang Wei didn't expect Tang Shi to stand up and help her. "You." Tang Shi gently squeezed Liang Wei's hand. Liang Wei was silent for a moment. Then she held back her tears and forced a relaxed smile. "All right, I'll be waiting for your invitation." When they reached a quiet, secluded place, Liang Wei realized she had been gripping Tang Shi's hand tightly the whole time. Ah! She felt like she'd been burned by a spark and quickly let go. Tang Shi casually put her hand back into her hospital gown pocket. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Tang Shi decided to speak first. "Why are you just standing there stupidly?" Liang Wei looked up in confusion. Tang Shi continued to speak to herself. "If it were me, hearing others gossip behind my back, I'd definitely go up and pull their hair out. Liang Wei opened her eyes wide in surprise. Really, really? Tangxi looked a bit speechless. Do you believe it? Liang Wei carefully observed Tangxi and nodded. Yeah, I believe it. She always felt that Tangxi was the kind of person who was tough and didn't talk much. Tangxi was silent for 2 seconds. I don't want to be caught by the police for now. The two girls looked at each other and suddenly started laughing. Even the distance between them seemed to melt away.
Thank you.
Thank you for your explanation, Liang Wei said shyly. They were just talking nonsense earlier. I didn't try to flatter him, nor did I rush after him. I didn't know he had a fiancé before, but now I do. I will definitely keep my distance from him. After speaking, Liang Wei looked nervously at Tangxi, afraid she wouldn't believe her. But Tangxi didn't seem to question her at all, and told Liang Wei, no need to avoid him. Just normal interactions are fine. In this world, there are men and women. I can't expect everyone to avoid him, right? Liang Wei saw how relaxed Tangxi was and couldn't help but ask, aren't you jealous? Tangxi was more surprised than her. Why would I be jealous? Liang Wei opened her mouth, wanting to say something but couldn't. Her parents had a deep and sweet love, and it was common for them to feel a little jealous. She had seen this since she was young, and thought all marriages were like that. But why was the fiancé of Wen Jiuyuan standing right in front of her completely unaffected? Is it because she's generous?
Or
does she simply not like Wen Jiuyuan? Downstairs, in the orthopedic ward, Liao Wan had just gone to the bathroom to change into new clothes bought by the nurse. When hospitalized, it's important to clarify the patient's identity, so the nurse naturally knew Liao Wan was a girl, and the clothes she bought leaned towards a gentle, feminine style. Yet her companion Wen Xu looked like a fool, still not understanding Liao Ruan's gender. Liao Ruan knew that if this continued, they would really be brothers for life. She had to do something exciting. Relying on her sweet and generous words, Liao Ruan borrowed some makeup from the hospital nurse. There wasn't much, just some powder to even out her skin tone and lipstick to brighten her face. Her previously dull face, like a yellow sprout, suddenly looked vibrant and radiant. The only thing she was unhappy about was her short hair, which she managed to style a little. Then she tied the loose shirt's hem to create a slim waist. This simple outfit was actually delicate and carefully planned, a secret weapon from her past life that always brought her success. She immediately felt more confident, ignoring her ankle pain, and walked back to the ward. Wen Xu, the doctor said, I can leave the hospital now. She finished speaking, waiting for Wen Xu to be surprised and ask about her identity. No matter how good her family background was, what did it matter? In the 1980s, a simple country bumpkin seeing her pure and alluring look wouldn't fall at her feet. But the situation was completely different from what Liao Ruan expected. Wen Xu leaned tiredly against the wall, quickly glanced at her without stopping, and said nothing extra. Oh, you can go now. I have some things to take care of here. Liao Ruan's confident smile froze on her lips. Wen Xu? What are you saying? Wen Xu grew impatient. I told you to leave first. I need to stay at the hospital to handle some things. Can't you understand that? Wen Xu is used to being spoiled, and he doesn't have a very good temper. Right now, his mind is full of Tangxi, and he has no time to care about Liao Ruan. Liao Ruan feels very embarrassed. She quickly glanced at the patient and family members on the next bed. They were all looking at her with curiosity. When she looked over, they looked a bit shy. Someone couldn't help but ask, You're actually a young girl. When Xu finally realized what was being said, he was very surprised. Liao Ruan, you're a girl? Liao Ruan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking things were finally starting to go as she hoped. But then when Xu said, How can you be a girl? You lied to me? Liao Ruan was a bit stunned. She had noticed that when Xu's gaze had been a little strange these past few days. She had some experience with feelings and could tell that when Xu had feelings for her. That's why she chose to reveal her true identity and break through that barrier. But why was Wen Xu reacting like this? I saw her. She definitely saw me and you. That's why she's angry.
No. Liao Ruan.
You have to go explain this to her. Wen Xu mumbled for a long time, as if trying to understand something, then grabbed Liao Ruan's hand and tried to leave. Liao Ruan's foot was in terrible pain, and she pulled him forcefully. What are you talking about? Who is she? Wen Xu said clearly, my fiancé. Everyone else in the ward immediately looked strange. Seeing these two pulling and tugging, their eyes filled with disdain. Liao Ruan sensed this quickly, feeling ashamed and angry. Fiancé? Wen Xu had said he disliked that arranged marriage, right? What is this now? Wen Xu, let go. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. Cold, stern, and full of undeniable authority. Wen Xu froze completely and mechanically turned his head. Little uncle? Wen Jiuyuan, who had just finished a meeting and rushed from the military headquarters to the hospital, strode into the ward at a steady pace. He was followed by a soldier named Xiaowu, both dressed in sharp military uniforms, with creases as sharp as blades, clearly not ordinary people. Wen Jiuyuan's presence was even more imposing. Even without speaking, he seemed like an insurmountable mountain, pressing down on the light and air in the room, making others afraid to breathe loudly. Not to mention Wen Xu, who knew his little uncle's temper very well. Everyone else in the ward sat up straight, not daring to speak freely. Liao Ruan, proud of her ability to travel through worlds, was also very nervous and dared not look directly into Wen Jiuyuan's eyes. This was her first time meeting Wen Xu's family. Wen Xu appeared quite innocent, but she didn't expect him to have such a formidable little uncle. His gaze casually swept over her, like a sharp dagger, piercing through her disguise and revealing all her hidden thoughts. Liao Ruan secretly thought she was in trouble and quickly lowered her head. Fortunately, Wen Jiuyuan's gaze didn't stay on her for long. He asked Wen Xu, your friend? Wen Xu didn't dare hide anything and hesitated for a moment before reluctantly replying, and luckily Wen Jiuyuan's attention wasn't on her. Wen Xu, come out with me for a moment.
His tone was very calm.
But Wen Xu felt an inexplicable panic. Wen Xu wasn't sure how much his little uncle heard. His mind was a mess, and he instinctively didn't want to go out. No, there's no need. He awkwardly tried to flatter with a smile. Little uncle, if you have something to say, just say it here. My friend is injured and can't leave. Wen Xu thought he had found a perfect excuse. But Wen Jiuyuan only gave him a faint glance. Wen Xu's shoulders quickly drooped. I'll come right now. Wen Jiuyuan's deep, dark eyes showed no emotion. He politely nodded around, then turned and walked away. His long legs, wrapped in military pants, moved swiftly, and his boots stomped rhythmically. After he and Xiaowu left, Wen Xu hesitated for a long time before reluctantly following. The hospital room was very quiet. Everyone was still nervous and talking softly. Was that a high-ranking official just now? Definitely someone who fought in battles, with that killing aura. Wow. He seemed a bit unhappy. Looks familiar, like someone from the Wen family. Is it really him? Sigh, this is my first time seeing him. Hey, little girl, do you know them? Liao Ruan was suddenly asked and reacted a bit slowly. Huh?
Me?
Faced with everyone's gossiping eyes, Liao Ruan nodded and then shook her head. I know that guy, but I don't know his little uncle. It's my first time seeing him.
Do you
know who he is? Liao Ruan was quick-witted and immediately asked back. The family member of the patient, who seemed to know a little, initially kept silent. But after being annoyed by Liao Ruan's persistent questioning, they finally revealed a few details about Wen Jiuyuan's identity and position. Liao Ruan's heart was pounding wildly. It wasn't that she had feelings for Wen Jiuyuan. A man with high status and power is not as easy to fool as Wen Xu. She can hide her unusual feelings with just a few words. Just now, after a brief encounter, Liao Ruan felt like a mouse seeing a cat, fear deep in her bones. So she was just thinking, Wen Xu's family background seems even more impressive than she imagined.
Such a man.
She definitely can't miss him. She bit her lip and, after a fierce mental struggle, decided to follow him out. At this moment,
Wen Jiuyuan strode quickly to the staircase at the end of the corridor. When a discouraged Wen Xu followed, he tilted his head toward Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu understood and stayed outside the door, preventing anyone from entering. Wen Xu didn't notice this at all. "Little uncle, you called me for..." Wen Jiuyuan suddenly spun around and punched him. Wen Xu was caught off guard, groaned softly, and took several steps back. His back pressed against the cold wall, and the bright, incandescent light above was painfully glaring. "Little uncle." Wen Xu angrily covered his stomach, looking at Wen Jiuyuan in disbelief. Wen Jiuyuan was pulling at his crooked leather glove, coldly glancing sideways with a distant look. A terrifying, overwhelming pressure like a tsunami swept over, making it hard for Wen Xu to breathe. His anger vanished instantly, replaced by nervousness. "Little uncle, you just heard outside?" I mean... Wen Jiuyuan expressionlessly grabbed Wen Xu's neck and pushed him forcefully against the wall with a loud thud. "What do you mean?" Sweat dripped down Wen Xu's forehead.
Actually,
I was just thinking." Wen Jiuyuan closed his hand into a fist. Wen Xu felt as if his neck was tightly clamped by iron bars. The air grew thinner, and his breathing became difficult. Fear overwhelmed him, and he could only desperately beg, "Little uncle, I was wrong. Little uncle,
please let me go."
His mind went blank from lack of oxygen. His vision started to darken. For a moment, Wen Xu thought he was really going to die. Suddenly, the terrifying force gripping his throat loosened. Fresh air rushed in desperately. Wen Xu collapsed to the ground with a thud, his neck red and sore. He clutched his throat, coughing so hard his lungs felt like they were coming out. Wen Jiuyuan looked down at him from above. As the culprit responsible for Wen Xu's miserable state, he showed no remorse. Instead, he calmly asked, "Where did you go wrong?"
"Tell me."
Wen Xu's curled-up body stiffened. He answered carefully, "Did I make a mistake by calling Tangxi my fiancé?" He was just testing the waters with that question. Wen Jiuyuan didn't argue, but simply responded with an "M." And then? Wen Xu was a bit confused. But seeing Wen Jiuyuan's sharp, shadowed eyes, he didn't dare ask more. So he followed the previous line of thought. "Then, I shouldn't have mentioned Tangxi to others?" Wen Jiuyuan didn't reply, which meant Wen Xu was right again. "It's not over yet." Wen Jiuyuan said, "Go on." Wen Xu stared at Wen Jiuyuan's spotless military shoes, and an unbelievable guess formed in his mind. "Also, I shouldn't have gone to find Tangxi today." Wen Xu finally hit the main point. Wen Jiuyuan suddenly grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Facing Wen Xu's frightened and fearful eyes, Wen Jiuyuan said clearly, "Next time you rashly go to see her, it won't just be a punch." His voice was deep and calm, with no particular emotion. But Wen Xu didn't doubt the truth of his words. He looked into Wen Jiuyuan's eyes, and with unexpected courage, he gritted his teeth and argued, No, I want to ask Tangxi clearly."
"Huh."
Wen Jiuyuan sneered with disdain and coldness. He grabbed Wen Xu's chin through his glove, like flipping through spoiled pork, examining the faint marks on Wen Xu's face. "She slapped you twice, and you still haven't figured it out?" Wen Xu's pride was hurt. His blood surged to his brain, and he lost all reason, blurted out, "I don't know why she chose you. Clearly, she always followed me around. Now she says she never liked me?"
Why?
Deep in Wen Jiuyuan's eyes, like a black hole, a ripple appeared. "Did she say that?" Wen Xu didn't notice Wen Jiuyuan's changing expression. His face turned red, and he shouted regardless, "Yes. She chose you. She said that whether it's ability, talent, looks, or figure, you're better than me in every way. What about me? Our childhood friendship of over 10 years doesn't count. This arranged marriage was clearly mine." Wen Xu's mind kept flashing with Tangxi's clear, lake-like eyes, tearing him apart inside. Wen Jiuyuan glanced at him, his tone noticeably more relaxed and happy. "Xiao Su, that marriage certificate never specified who it was for. She has her right to choose. Now, she has chosen me.
After speaking, Wen Jiuyuan loosened Wen Xu's collar, letting him slide to the ground like a pile of mud. He looked at Wen Xu with deep, calm eyes. Then he prepared to turn away. Wen Xu, who was kneeling and looking helpless, didn't hesitate to grab his uncle's pant leg. Wen Jiuyuan didn't look back, but seemed to have eyes behind his head, easily avoiding the grab. "Little uncle! Little!
Wen Jiuyuan!
Stop right there!" Wen Xu's angry shout echoed in the stairwell. Wen Jiuyuan stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned sideways, raised an elegant and cold eyebrow, and looked at Wen Xu with interest. It was as if he was surprised that this nephew, who had never dared to speak loudly in front of him since childhood, actually had the nerve to shout at him and call his name directly. Wen Jiuyuan was not offended but instead watched him calmly, as if enjoying a good show. Facing his little uncle's gaze, Wen Xu trembled with fear, almost unable to hold back from lowering his head and admitting his mistake. This fear was deeply ingrained in him. In the end, Wen Xu clenched his thigh painfully, forcing himself to stay awake. He gritted his teeth and asked fiercely, "Little uncle, have you liked Tangxi for a long time? Was today's everything your plan all along? Isn't that right?" His mind opened the floodgates of suspicion, and various guesses flooded in, becoming even more reckless. "So you've already been secretly involved, and you're just putting on a show in front of Grandpa and Grandma, making me the bad guy who betrayed Tangxi." "Little uncle,
Wen Jiuyuan!
I am your real nephew. Tangxi is also your niece-in-law." Wen Xu's eyes bulged with intensity, and his neck veins throbbed. But what greeted him was Wen Jiuyuan kicking him squarely in the chest. Wen Xu was knocked backward, crashing hard against the wall. Wen Jiuyuan's calm black eyes finally clouded over with a thin layer of anger. "Don't be so desperate to throw dirt on she and me, Wen Xu. You're truly useless. I'm so disappointed in you," Wen Jiuyuan said, taking 2 steps forward and stepping on Wen Xu's chest to prevent him from getting up. "Listen carefully. In the past, she and I had no private relationship. Stop using those filthy words to slander her. As for the future, I don't want to hear the words niece-in-law again. She and you have nothing to do with each other. She is my future wife, and you are her little husband. Do you understand?" Wen Xu still refused to accept it, struggling and waving his arms to fight back. Unfortunately, his strength was no match for Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Xu could only stare with red eyes, glaring fiercely at Wen Jiuyuan. The admiration and respect he once had were completely gone. Wen Jiuyuan showed no particular reaction and simply let out a light snort. At that moment, a noisy commotion came from outside the staircase door. It seemed a girl was shouting, demanding to be let through. Wen Jiuyuan recognized the voice as belonging to the girl from the hospital room earlier and shot a meaningful glance at Wen Xu. He withdrew his leg and told Xiao Wu outside the door, "Let her in." Xiao Wu relaxed his grip. Liao Ruan immediately staggered in. Seeing Wen Xu lying on the ground in a sorry state, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Wen Xu." Ignoring her injured leg, she rushed straight toward Wen Xu. Wen Xu quickly wiped his face and sat up, asking, "Why did you come?" Liao Ruan suddenly burst into tears, tears sliding down her cheeks, making Wen Xu momentarily lose focus. Suddenly, he remembered something and awkwardly looked at Wen Jiuyuan. Sure enough, Wen Jiuyuan was looking at him with a faint, teasing expression. Wen Xu's face reddened as he tried to explain that he and Liao Ruan had no relation. But Liao Ruan was the first to reach out and touch the bruise on his mouth, asking, "Does it hurt?" Wen Xu's urge to explain immediately faded. He lowered his head and stopped looking at Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan, not wanting to watch their scene, turned away lazily, not saying more. In a moment, only Wen Xu and Liao Ruan remained in the staircase. Wen Xu awkwardly avoided Liao Ruan's hand. Liao Ruan looked a bit disappointed and withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Wen Xu felt a headache coming and explained, "I was just in a bad mood. It has nothing to do with you." Liao Ruan quickly cheered up and looked at him with concern. "I understand. I overheard a few words outside the door earlier.
I didn't expect your brother-in-law to be so unreasonable. What a dramatic piece of gossip. A scandal where a young uncle steals his niece's wife. No TV drama would dare to portray it so exaggeratedly. But secretly, Liao Wan was relieved. She knew Wen Xu was currently betrayed by both family and fiancé, making him very vulnerable. As someone who knew the truth, she saw this as a good opportunity to step in. Anyway, she had already made up her mind. She wanted the richest man, and she also wanted a wealthy, handsome husband. In the future, Wen Xu's heart would only have her. With this thought, Liao Wan became even more caring toward Wen Xu. And Wen Xu, exhausted and in pain, just needed this kind of concern. His gaze toward Liao Wan softened a little. They supported each other as they walked, like two people sharing their hardships. Back in the hospital room, Wen Xu endured the pain in his chest and abdomen while helping Liao Wan pack her things. After completing the discharge procedures, Wen Xu said he would take Liao Wan home. Liao Wan hesitated, wanting to refuse.
Wen Xu insisted.
Just as the two were about to leave the hospital, a black Hongqi sedan stopped in front of them. Wen Xu's face suddenly changed. That was his father's official car. However, the person stepping out of the car was not his father, Wen Jiuyuan, but his father's secretary. Xiao Su, the leader wants to talk to you. Wen Xu pursed his lips, showing resistance. I'm busy right now. Whatever he wants, I can talk to him when I go back. The secretary, expressionless, interrupted him. The leader wants you to call him now. Wen Xu was furious, bypassed the secretary, and grabbed Liao Wan to leave. But then the secretary stepped forward, pushed him into the hospital to borrow a phone, and directly dialed Wen Jiuyuan's office. Wen Xu reluctantly picked up the receiver. Dad, can you stop causing trouble for me? Wen Jiuyuan, clearly in a bad mood, shouted angrily. Wen Xu looked very unhappy. Did Wen Jiuyuan tell you something? He refused to even call his uncle. Wen Jiuyuan scolded displeased. How can you call your elders by their first names? How did I teach you? Wen Xu held his head high. I'm not calling any elders that. As for Tongxi and me, he wanted to tell his father his feelings of unfairness. But Wen Jiuyuan instead scolded him harshly. Then he warned him, don't go around telling others about your engagement with Tongxi. She's your future wife. They've even set a wedding date. If you keep causing trouble, and it gets out that there's a scandal about uncle and nephew fighting, I'll send you to the island for a few years to cool off. Did Wen Xu not understand? It must have been Wen Jiuyuan who first told his father. Oh, little uncle, you really are my good little uncle. This grudge. I will get revenge someday. Did Wen Jiuyuan notice Liao Ruan's little thoughts? Of course he did. Liao Ruan's seemingly sincere but actually calculating and ambitious look was obvious to him. But he had no intention of exposing it. Instead, he thought that having someone like that around could give Wen Xu something to do. So, he wouldn't keep bothering Tongxi and making her unhappy. As for whether Wen Xu would get played around by Liao Ruan, he wasn't good at reading people, so he couldn't blame anyone. Suddenly, Wen Jiuyuan remembered something and stopped. He then borrowed an office nearby to call Wen Jiuyuan's office. The scene Wen Xu imagined, complaining and tattling, did not happen. Wen Jiuyuan spoke calmly and briefly explained what happened today. As he expected, Wen Jiuyuan was so angry that his breathing became heavier. Not only did he apologize to Wen Jiuyuan, but he also firmly promised to manage Wen Xu better. Wen Jiuyuan remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, Wen Jiuyuan said, there is a training task at the military district this year. I think little Xu has been a bit lax in his thinking lately, so it's a good opportunity to send him for half a year of training. Wen Jiuyuan decisively replied, let's do that. After hanging up, Wen Jiuyuan and the orderly Xiao Wu headed straight to Tongxi's hospital room. They took the staircase on the less crowded side, and almost no one was met along the way. When they were about to reach the floor where Tongxi's room was, they faintly heard two people talking. It was Tongxi speaking with someone else. Wen Jiuyuan stopped and lowered his voice to Xiao Wu. Let's go down first. Why are you jealous? Tongxi's voice, full of confusion and puzzlement, was so clear that it reached their ears. Wen Jiuyuan's body stiffened slightly. Xiao Wu, who was closer, could even feel the constant cold emanating from him. Xiao Wu scratched his head, confused about why the superior suddenly looked unhappy, but he wisely said nothing. After a while, the voices above disappeared, probably Tangxi, and the other person left. Wen Jiuyuan slowly, curled his lips into a smile, an expression full of self-mockery. Xiao Wu looked worried and asked, "Boss? It's nothing. Let's go up." Wen Jiuyuan quickly composed himself as if nothing had happened and stepped into Tangxi's room. Only Tangxi was inside, her head lowered as she looked at a newly borrowed book. Although it was about medical topics, it was full of practical first aid knowledge. She was so engrossed that she didn't notice anyone entering. Wen Jiuyuan had to remind her softly, "She." Just as he called her, Tangxi was caught off guard and jumped in surprise, causing the book in her hands to fly out. It's you," she panted, still trembling from the shock, and mumbled casually, walking so quietly. Wen Jiuyuan looked somewhat helpless. "I knocked on the door." "Really?" "I didn't hear it," Tangxi said without feeling embarrassed. She leaned over to pick up the book from the bed. She was a little far from it, and her fingertips were just a bit short of reaching the book. She gathered her strength, but didn't notice her hospital gown slipping slightly, revealing her slender, snow-white lower back. Wen Jiuyuan's peripheral vision accidentally caught something, causing his jawline to tighten suddenly. "I'll help you." He bent down to pick up the book, speaking a bit hurriedly. "Tang," she didn't think much of it. "Thank you." What's that smell?" Just as Wen Jiuyuan placed the book down and turned his head, he met Tangxi's wide-open eyes. Her eyes are very beautiful, large with slightly upturned corners, and if looked at closely, you can see a small red mole. Her pupils are clear like glass, a very unique light amber color, shimmering like flowing gold in the sunlight. Wen Jiuyuan gently held his breath, realizing they were very close. Close enough that if he lowered his head, he could kiss her. Suddenly, he remembered that kiss, wet soft. Wen Jiuyuan quickly suppressed his chaotic thoughts. He swiftly handed over what he was holding. Tang, she was momentarily stunned, until the sweet scent grew stronger in her nose, capturing her attention. Without needing to look, she knew it was wrapped in the oil paper. Her eyes widened. "It's peach cookies." She looked more like a cat. Wen Jiuyuan's lips curved into a faint smile. "Yes, I remember you like these." Tang, she happily held the oil paper package, not even lifting her head. "You actually remembered." Wen Jiuyuan's lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. Tang, she tore open the oil paper, revealing about 10 pieces of peach cookies, and her happiness grew even more. "After 2 bowls of porridge, I have no taste in my mouth." She took a piece of the cookie and bit into it. The rich, milky aroma made her eyes squint happily. But unfortunately, her smile disappeared in the next second, because Wen Jiuyuan had already taken away the remaining whole bag of cookies. Tang, she stared at him blankly. Wen Jiuyuan explained, "This oil is quite greasy. 1 piece is enough." Oh. Since only 1 cookie was left, Tang, she ate it very carefully. A few minutes passed, and she had only eaten half a piece. At that moment, voices came from the doorway. She was startled and quickly stuffed the half cookie into her mouth in one go. Her cheeks puffed out, her movements hurried, showing a rare clumsiness and childishness. Wen Jiuyuan's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Then he took a step forward, just enough to block Tang Shi behind him. Tang Riyue and Madame Jiang were talking as they walked into the ward. Suddenly, they saw a tall, imposing Wen Jiuyuan standing inside, both looking a bit surprised. Madame Jiang said, "Jiuyuan, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? Where's she?" When Jiuyuan glanced back briefly, Tang, she had just swallowed the cookie, with difficulty. She clearly hadn't noticed the crumbs still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Wen Jiuyuan, noticing that he shouldn't remind her directly, simply raised his hand and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with his thumb. He turned to the side. "Here." Tang, she was stunned for a few seconds. She suppressed her strange feelings and casually greeted Madame Jiang and Tang Riyue. It seemed that the two of them didn't notice their little gestures. Madame Jiang pulled Wen Jiuyuan aside. "You're just in time. Today we're talking about the wedding date. She said it's set for this spring." We looked at the calendar and found 2 good days close by, one in 2 months and another in 10 days. "What do you think?" Wen Jiuyuan didn't expect the wedding date to be decided so quickly. He hesitated. 2 months later is the military competition. Clearly, with his position, he would be very busy then, and it would be impossible to take leave at such a critical time. Recently, Wen Jiuyuan had no urgent matters, so arranging for wedding leave would be easier. Madame Jiang murmured, "That's a bit tight."
What do you think?
"Maybe we could postpone the wedding to autumn?" Wen Jiuyuan suddenly stared intently at Tang Shi. She responded casually, "Then, let's set it for 10 days from now." The wedding date was set. The entire Wen family began preparing quickly and efficiently. Because Tang Shi was still in the hospital, she had some free time. She took the opportunity to use sleep as an excuse to enter the system space and continue the unfinished courses. She was very focused while studying, quickly putting aside her small, romantic thoughts. With no men in her mind, she naturally became more focused on learning. Tang Shi made rapid progress. The virtual classroom system had a progress bar for the lessons. 2 days ago, after she finished her last lesson, the progress was about 5%. But during her hospital stay, her course progress had already reached 20%. This gave her new ideas for her original improvised gun modification plan. She really wanted to get her improvised gun back and refine it again. However, Wen Jiuyuan was busy working overtime these days to finish his tasks quickly, so he could take wedding leave. Naturally, Tang Shi hadn't had a chance to talk to him until the day she was discharged from the hospital. Finally, she saw Wen Jiuyuan. She had just changed out of her hospital gown and was packing her luggage. Who knew that in just 2 days, the hospital room had accumulated so many things? Besides the gifts from Wen's family, Dr. Liang Wei had secretly brought some presents while she was getting checked, likely bought from abroad, covered in dense English text. Tang Shi thought it was too valuable and wanted to return it, but she couldn't even find Liang Wei's shadow. She was planning to come back alone to see Liang Wei. At that moment, Wen Jiuyuan walked out of the hospital room. Tang Shi's eyes lit up. "You're here. Perfect, I have something to ask you." After saying that, she realized Wen Jiuyuan was not alone. Behind him was a gentle, elegant, scholarly-looking old man. Tang Shi didn't recognize him and looked at Wen Jiuyuan with curiosity. Then, the old man smiled kindly and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Fu Xueming, somewhat Wen Jiuyuan's teacher." Tang Shi was even more surprised. She had just been discharged. Did Wen Jiuyuan really need his teacher to come pick her up? Soon she understood the answer. Fu Xueming was not a slow or indifferent person. He straightforwardly said, "I've seen the homemade gun you modified." Tang Shi froze instantly and instinctively looked at Wen Jiuyuan. Although guns weren't strictly banned now, Tang Shi knew that homemade guns were in a gray area. Wen Jiuyuan gave her a reassuring look and then, in a slightly serious tone, said to Fu Xueming, "Teacher, you've scared her." Then, he explained to Tang Shi how Fu Xueming had discovered the homemade gun. He spoke carefully and kindly, trying to comfort her and reassure her not to worry. Fu Xueming glanced at Wen Jiuyuan with surprise. This cool young man actually knew how to care for others? He wanted to ask more, but there were more important things now. "Dear comrade Xiao Tang, you don't need to be too nervous. I just admire the homemade gun you made and want to talk with you." Fu Xueming smiled even more kindly. Tang Shi's tense feelings eased a lot. She didn't rush to agree but thought for a moment. This Mr. Fu's identity must be extraordinary. Instead of hiding her homemade gun, it was better to show it openly and make things clear. Most importantly, the new ideas she had recently come up with needed more professional help. It wasn't something she could do easily on her own. If she could get help from Mr. Fu, maybe it could work? Tang Shi quickly made her decision and nodded. "Okay, ask whatever you want." Fu Xueming pulled Tang Shi to sit on the sofa and asked several questions, all related to gun design. Wen Jiuyuan silently watched Tang Shi's face, noticing a slight, barely noticeable tension. Fortunately, Tang Shi was not overwhelmed by Fu Xueming's questions. She thought carefully and answered smoothly, speaking fluently in no time. At first, Fu Xueming was testing the waters. However, Tang Shi's performance exceeded his expectations. Fu Xueming's eyes grew brighter, and he became more excited. Eventually, even Wen Jiuyuan, who didn't understand firearm design, could tell. At the beginning, Fu Xueming asked questions like a teacher, and Tang Shi answered like a student. But now, their roles seemed equal. From question and answer, they moved to a balanced exchange. Sometimes, Fu Xueming even seemed less quick-witted than Tang Shi and had to ask her for advice. That's how it is. I see now. Fu Xueming pounded his thigh, excited and gesturing wildly. Tang Shi quietly stepped back to avoid being hit. Wen Jiuyuan quickly stepped forward. Teacher, calm down. With his reminder, Fu Xueming finally realized he was losing control and calmed down a bit. But only a little. He looked at Tang Shi with eyes that burned with passion. Comrade Tang, are you interested in joining the Light Weapons Research Institute? It's the best in our country for firearm design. With your talent, even if you start as an intern, I guarantee you'll be promoted to assistant researcher within a year. Become a deputy researcher in 3 years.
Tang.
You're a genius at firearm design. Fu Xueming looked at Tang Shi as if she were a rare treasure. Tang Shi felt a bit guilty. I'm not really a genius. The ideas she just shared were based on systematic learning and inspiration, built on the shoulders of giants. So, she couldn't feel proud of herself. But this attitude made Fu Xueming fall silent for a moment. After a while, he said sincerely, Little Tang, it's okay to say that in front of us, but please don't say it outside. Tang Shi was surprised. Why? Fu Xueming looked serious. I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. Tang Shi thought she misheard. She only heard Fu Xueming sigh. Even someone with your talent needs to be humble. What about others? Are they just tiny creatures?
Tan si chút cờ heo phơi.
Fu Xueming asked. So, what do you think? Do you want to join the research institute? Tang Shi shook her head without much thought. Sorry. Fu Xueming was very surprised. Is it because you're unhappy with the pay? It's okay. I can try to negotiate for you. But unfortunately, Tang Shi wasn't moved. She spoke softly but firmly. Although I am interested in gun design, I don't want to limit my future path for now. My goal is to take the college entrance exam and then go to university. As for what research I want to pursue later, I need to think about it more. Tang Shi's words seemed to open a big door for Fu Xueming. Yes. Who said her talent was only in gun design? Little Tang, are you interested in missiles? Tang Shi politely declined Fu Xueming. Although Fu Xueming felt a bit disappointed, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, a good talent was right here, and he had connections with Wen Jiuyuan. There's plenty of time ahead. When he left, Fu Xueming took the small earth gun. He planned to give it to the Light Weapons Research Institute, where he heard the director was his friend. If some designs from the earth gun could be used in current standard military guns and help soldiers fight better, that would be great. Tang Shi happily agreed. With her learning system as a powerful tool, she knew it was impossible to bring her military research projects from the virtual classroom into reality without official help. This small earth gun was a perfect stepping stone. Fu Xueming didn't know about Tang Shi's ideas. He saw her acting straightforward and honest, with no hidden motives, and immediately thought she was noble and virtuous. To be sure, Fu Xueming patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, comrade Little Tang. Even if you don't join the research institute, your achievements are yours and no one can take them away. Tang Shi was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, It's okay. It's just a small design. Compared to electromagnetic guns and laser guns, this small change in parts didn't bother her at all. But Fu Xueming looked at her as if she were a simple-minded child. Foolish. Why should others take your Chengguo? Wen Jiuyuan is as clever as a fox, so why haven't you learned anything from him? Little Tang, being too naive and kind is not good. Tang, she slightly opened her mouth. naive and kind? Her?
Cough.
Wen Jiuyuan gave Fu Xueming a warning glare. Teacher, don't you have other things to do? Fu Xueming, neither afraid nor worried, pointed directly at Wen Jiuyuan. Look, he clearly wants to chase me away and is just making excuses. TSK. Wen Jiuyuan didn't speak, only pursed his lips tightly. Tang Shi watched and suddenly burst out laughing. Her eyes, shining like spring lakes, sparkled with joy as she looked at Wen Jiuyuan. It was the first time she saw Wen Jiuyuan get embarrassed in front of others. Wen Jiuyuan glanced at her and suddenly relaxed his lips. Then he also smiled. Only Fu Xueming's expression gradually disappeared, and her eyes widened more and more. Forget it, I'm leaving first. Who wants to be a third wheel here? As if she has no wife. Fu Xueming snorted softly and turned to leave. Teacher, I'll see you off. Wen Jiuyuan greeted Tang Shi and quickly followed outside. He was tall, and in 2 or 3 steps, he reached Fu Xueming's side. Fu Xueming looked at him meaningfully. I didn't expect, Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Teacher, I have something to ask you. Fu Xueming's face quickly turned serious. I know. Let's talk in the car. The two soon left the building and got into the jeep parked at the side door. Xiao Wu, who was driving, naturally got out and stood nearby. Inside the car, only Wen Jiuyuan and Fu Xueming remained. Wen Jiuyuan hesitated, thinking about how to speak. Seeing his hesitation, Fu Xueming smiled slightly. This is the first time I've seen you so hesitant to ask questions. Don't worry, Comrade Xiao Tang has no problem. Her inspiration for firearm design comes naturally and freely, full of wild imagination, not like she's had formal training. Plus, her thinking process is all traceable and her rapid growth is frightening. She's a true genius. Wen Jiuyuan let out a heavy breath. I'm worried she might be used by others. A girl who had never studied firearm design suddenly becoming a genius in that field was suspicious. Out of professional sensitivity, Wen Jiuyuan had to be cautious in his investigation, no matter how small the chance. Fu Xueming said, I suspect it's related to her father. You said this homemade gun was left by her father. I've looked into it. Her father, Xia Zhang, was a mechanical enthusiast. Back then, he was the only person in their village who could repair tractors. Comrade Xiao Tang, influenced by her environment, naturally developed this talent, which isn't surprising. Wen Jiuyuan felt relieved. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Tang Shi stood by the window, her hands in her coat pockets. She thought, this first hurdle is past. In this era, spies are rampant. Her sudden display of talent would surely raise suspicion. Better to reveal everything openly and let the investigation proceed. Shi, are you ready? Tang Ryue called her. Tang Shi turned back with a smile. Yes, let's go. Although the Wen family's elders strongly requested that Tang Ryue and Tang Shi move into the Wen residence, with the wedding date approaching, it wouldn't make sense for the bride to move into the groom's house. Finally, Wen Jiuyuan personally drove to take the mother and daughter back to the village. On the way, they passed through the town and visited the police station to complete the records that Tang Shi's case had delayed for 2 days. Through this, Tang Shi also learned about her great-uncle Xia Aimin's current situation. It is very hard for ordinary people to withstand police interrogation. Xia Aimin gave up everything in less than 12 hours after being taken in. For example, he wanted to arrange a job for his son, Xia Shiyang, and planned to send his beautiful niece Tang Shi to Ai Chong, instructing his wife Lin Hong to drug Tang Shi, hoping to make it happen naturally. Another example is from 2 years ago when Tang Shi took the college entrance exam. He encouraged his son Xia Shiyang to add something to Tang Shi's food, causing her to and diarrhea, which affected her performance. Tang Ryue already hated Xia Aimin very much because of Ai Chong. Now, hearing that Tang Shi failed her college entrance exams twice, both related to Xia Aimin, she was so angry she wanted to rush in and slap him hard. How can he treat you like this? What did our family do to offend him? Tang Ryue trembled with anger and couldn't stop crying. Tang Shi hugged her to comfort her. Bad people do bad things. They don't need reasons. Comrade Tang Shi is right. Li Lang, a comrade who was responsible for welcoming them, heard Tang Shi's words and nodded in agreement. In the eyes of such people, they have 1,000 reasons for doing bad things, all because others have wronged them. Now he's still inside shouting that Tang Shi's father owes him. It's hard to say what's true. Tang Shi also thought so. She was too lazy to investigate why Xia Aimin committed his crimes. She only wanted him to pay the price. At this moment, Li Lang quickly glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, "There's recent news from above that they plan to handle these criminal cases strictly, calling it a crackdown to improve social order. Their family is caught in the middle this time, and their prison terms won't be short. Don't worry. Xia Aimin is the mastermind. Lin Hong and Xia Xiaoyang are accomplices, all neatly organized. Even Ai Chong, who tried to clear himself, can't escape." It's said Ai Chong has already been removed from his official position and is now in detention, cursing Xia Aimin loudly. Tang Shi couldn't wait to see these villains turn on each other. When Tang Shi and Riyue returned to the village, they found that news about Xia Aimin's family had spread everywhere. They even want to harm their own niece. How heartless. Back then, Xia Zhang was so good to Xia Aimin. He didn't take anything when they split the family. To arrange a job for Xia Xiaoyang was crazy. Does he even look at whether that loser is capable? It turns out that Tangshi's college entrance exam results are really because of him, twice. I always wondered how Tangshi, who is so smart, could fail the exams. Haha, didn't you say before that Tangshi's grades were always copied and that he was pretending to be sick during the exams? Sigh, I'm not the only one saying this. Everyone is talking behind his back. Do you know that Xia Aimin and the others were sentenced to 10 years? I heard they were sentenced to death. Rumors and false stories are spreading wildly in Shirley Village and nearby villages. Some people are even blaming the victims. They say Tangshi is so ruthless that he could send his own uncle to jail. Exactly, we're all family. Even if he hit him, it's better than sending him to prison. It's said that Xia Aimin's plan was actually leaked by Xia Chunling to Tangshi. Wow, that's Xia Chunling's own father and mother. So cruel. I used to think about asking my nephew, who works in the city, to marry Xia Chunling, but now I think I'll forget it. Who would bring a poisonous snake into their home? Tangshi patted the trembling arm of Tang Riyue in anger and stepped out from behind the low wall. "Uncle Jensi," she called calmly, facing a group of nervous and awkward villagers. And the one who was shouting the loudest was none other than Xie Zhen, the person she just called. He's the one who cursed Tangshi and Xia Chunling cruelly. Now that he's face to face with the main person, Xie Zhen looked very embarrassed. Is that Tangshi? When did you and your mom come back? Oh no, I've upset this little troublemaker. Tangshi didn't answer but asked him instead, "What's the most valuable thing in Uncle Jensi's house?" Xie Zhen was caught off guard and said awkwardly, "Why do you ask?" Tangshi smiled coldly, with no warmth in her voice. "Oh, I'm getting married soon. Why not give me a gift? After all, we're relatives, family. Uncle Jensi shouldn't blame me, right?" Her sarcastic tone made the villagers chuckle quietly. Xie Zhen's face darkened like a pot bottom. "You're sick." He cursed and hurried away. But from his panicked retreating figure, it looked more like he was fleeing in fear. Tangshi casually withdrew her gaze and looked back at the group of outspoken villagers. They all avoided her eyes and lowered their heads in unison. Tangshi snorted softly, satisfied, and left. Not far behind, she saw Xia Chunling standing there with red eyes. "Cece." Xia Chunling forced a smile. Unfortunately, her smile looked worse than her tears. She told Tang Riyue to go home first, then she walked up to Xia Chunling. "Do you regret it?" she asked straightforwardly, even harshly. Xia Chunling was clearly stunned for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head.
No. Tangxi's my.
"Well, they're the ones at fault. You have done nothing wrong." Xia Chunling's eyes lit up little by little. She kept whispering this phrase to herself. Suddenly, Tang, she said, "I remember you used to do well in school. Have you thought about going to college?" The suggestion was so sudden that Xia Chunling was caught off guard. She paused, hurriedly waving her hands.
"No.
I can't."
My family doesn't have money. She hesitated for a long time. In the end, it all boiled down to 2 words: no money. Tang Shi readily said, I can support you until you graduate from college. Xia Chunling was surprised, her eyes wide. She, where do you get the money? Tang Shi casually lied, I'm getting married. Actually, Fu Xueming told her he would apply for a small reward for her, about 200 yuan. But for the tuition fees, which are only a few yuan nowadays, it was more than enough. You should know, if Xia Chunling hadn't given her the heads up, Tang Shi truly wouldn't have known that Xia Aimin would act even earlier than in the original story. If caught off guard, she definitely wouldn't have been able to easily deal with Xia Aimin and his family. So, in Tang Shi's view, Xia Chunling completely deserved this reward. Xia Chunling cried. She excitedly grabbed Tang Shi's hand, repeatedly thanking her. Seeing her cry so hard, she almost couldn't breathe, Tang Shi patted her back gently to comfort her and also offered to take her home. When they arrived at Xia's house, Tang Shi didn't expect to run into Grandma Wang Xianglan. Wang Xianglan is not only Tang Shi and Xia Chunling's biological grandmother, but also the mother of Xia Zhang and Xia Aimin. In Tang Shi's memory, this grandmother had a stern, bitter face, always silent and doing things quietly. While her husband was alive, she cared for him. After he died, she cared for her son. Tang Shi had never seen her stop to rest. However, Tang Shi, Tang Riyue, and Wang Xianglan's relationship was not bad. During the hardest times, she secretly sent wild vegetables she dug from the mountain to Tang's home. The mother and daughter privately thanked her, but she simply said, I picked these wild vegetables, and then turned to leave. But Tang Shi and Tang Riyue remembered this kindness. For this reason, when Tang Shi first saw Wang Xianglan, she felt a bit awkward. She hesitantly called her grandma. Wang Xianglan was not fond of smiling, her mouth naturally drooped, and her triangular eyes looked far from friendly. She glanced at Tang Shi and nodded coldly. However, she never mentioned Tang Shi sending her biological son to prison. Wang Xianglan has had 2 sons and 2 daughters in her life. Her daughters married out of town and rarely came back over the years. Among her 2 sons, Tang Shi's father, Xia Zhang, has already passed away, leaving only Xia Aimin.
Could it be
that Wang Xianglan truly doesn't mind? At this moment, Xia Chunling, who is beside Tang Shi, happily rushes toward Wang Xianglan. It's clear that the grandmother and granddaughter have a very good relationship. Xia Chunling is very affectionate and admiring toward Wang Xianglan. She immediately shares Tang Shi's recent suggestion. Grandma, Cici said she wants to help me go to college. Because she's happy, Xia Chunling's face flushes with a youthful glow, showing her rare joy. Wang Xianglan turns her head in surprise, looking at Tang Shi with a complex expression she can't understand. After a moment, she only manages a hoarse voice. Thank you, Tang Shi. We will find a way to pay you back this money. Tang Shi finds her attitude strangely odd. But she doesn't think too much and shakes her head to refuse, no need. Chunling is also my cousin. This little bit of money is nothing. Unexpectedly, Wang Xianglan's attitude is surprisingly firm. No, it must be repaid. She not only insists but also makes Xia Chunling write a IOU herself. Xia Chunling doesn't mind. As long as she can read books and not be married off casually by her parents to some old bachelor, she's happy with anything. Tang Shi doesn't argue with them and finally accepts the IOU. Back home, Tang Shi asks Tang Riyue, are Dad and Grandma not on good terms? Tang Riyue is tidying up the house. A few days ago, she left in a hurry, and the pile of gifts brought by Jiuyuan hasn't been tidied up yet, scattered around the house. Fortunately, early spring weather is cool, so the meat and pastry foods haven't spoiled. Tang Riyue is busy with her hands and answers casually, it seems not very good. You know Grandma's personality. She's cold to everyone. Tang Shi quickly steps forward to help. But her mind keeps working, and she starts thinking about her father's appearance. Xia Zhang was once a famous handsome young man in the area, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a handsome, sculpted face. His features are deep and striking.
In contrast, Xia Aimin has the same round face and small eyes typical of the Xia family, but because of his dishonest heart, he looks rather greasy. Standing together, no one would think they are brothers. Is one like dad, and the other like mom?
No.
Today, Tangxi carefully observed her grandmother Wang Xianglan's face, and it looks nothing like her father's memory. So, who does her father resemble? Forget it. My father has been gone for many years, and dwelling on these things is pointless. Cici, please take this piece of meat to Grandma and Chunling. Tang Riyue's voice interrupted Cici's thoughts. Cici responded and picked up the pork, heading outside. As she stepped out, she saw a tall figure outside, standing on tiptoe and looking around. She recognized the person immediately and happily shouted, "Uncle." Then she turned back and called inside, "Mom, Uncle is here." Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded inside. Soon after, Tang Riyue appeared.
Brother?
Her eyes were full of excitement. The tall man outside, holding a bicycle, also quietly teared up. "Little sister." Cici's uncle, Yu Jingming, is 3 years older than Tang Riyue. He works at a machinery factory in the city. Yu Jingming's biological father was a friend of Tang Ming. After he unexpectedly passed away, his wife quickly remarried, leaving Yu Jingming to struggle with harsh relatives and almost starve. Tang Ming once went shopping and saw Yu Jingming looking painfully thin, so he adopted him, claiming it was to keep Tang Riyue company. To honor Yu Jingming's biological father, Tang Ming deliberately did not change his name. All these things made Yu Jingming very grateful to Tang Ming. After Tang Ming died, Yu Jingming helped raise his sister. So, Yu Jingming was like a brother and father to Tang Riyue. As for why the siblings had less contact over the years, the reason sounds a bit funny. There was a scandal in the neighboring village involving a brother and sister living together, which caused a big fuss. People then looked at Yu Jingming and Tang Riyue with suspicion. Some even joked that Tang Ming didn't change Yu Jingming's surname to keep him as a childhood betrothal. Remember, Yu Jingming has been married for over 20 years and has 2 children. To avoid upsetting his wife, Tang Riyue chose to distance herself from her brother. Plus, in recent years, political instability made travel between the city and countryside difficult. In the past few years, the siblings only saw each other once a year. The last time was 2 years ago. After the excitement, Riyue quickly invited Yu Jingming inside. "Cici, go make some tea." "Okay." Before she could turn around, Yu Jingming called her. "Cici, come here." He handed her 2 large bills. "Here, your pocket money." Cici quickly took a step back and said she didn't want it. Tang Riyue stepped in to stop her. Yu Jingming deliberately put on a serious face. "Do you have an opinion about your uncle?" Cici didn't dare nod. Feeling helpless, she had no choice but to accept. After Tang Tangxi left, Yu Jingming sighed. "I heard about Shishi." He gradually clenched his teeth in anger. "That's I mean. I should have broken his leg back then." Tang Riyue was a bit surprised. After asking carefully, she found out that someone from the same village had gone to the capital and happened to meet Yu Jingming, so he told him about this. Without hesitation, Yu Jingming rode his bike to Shirley village, ready to settle the score with Xia Aimin. "That I heard, she reported the case? Has he come out? I must destroy his house," he said fiercely, rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight. Tang Riyue, laughing and crying, grabbed him. "Don't hit him." Yu Jingming, with a dark face. "You're still defending that guy?" "No, Xia Aimin hasn't come out yet. He's going to be sentenced." Tang Riyue quickly explained the rest. Yu Jingming cursed happily. Serves him right. He scolded Xia Aimin from start to finish, even recalling the childhood incident of stealing someone's corn. Tang Riyue listened with a smile, feeling the rare sense of security from being cared for by her brother. After Yu Jingming finished venting, she remembered something. "Oh, brother, you came just in time. In 10 days, Shishi's wedding is happening. You must come." Yu Jingming thought he had heard wrong. "Whose wedding?" Tang Riyue said. "Shishi's your niece. She's getting married." Yu Jingming was about to ask who the groom was. Tang Tangxi came over with a porcelain cup, tea freshly brewed, emitting a light fragrance. Definitely good tea. Tang Ryue smiled and introduced. Here, try the tea sent by your niece's fiancé. A guess popped into Yu Jingming's mind. Could it be that kid from the Wen family? He suddenly got anxious and immediately advised, I've always said Wen Xu isn't good. He doesn't care about she at all. Don't worry, it's not Wen Xu, it's Wen Jiuyuan, the youngest son of the Wen family. Tang Ryue hurriedly explained. Yu Jingming frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't remember if the Wen family had another young son. Wen Xu was the youngest, after all. He's the youngest son of Uncle Wen and Aunt Jiang. Yu Jingming's eyes widened in shock. Is he that old? Tang Tongxi chuckled. Uncle, he's 28, not particularly old. Yu Jingming muttered. That's still pretty old. But Yu Jingming had interacted with Wen Jiuyuan before and remembered him as calm and steady, quite different from the unreliable Wen Xu, leaving a good impression. And now that the wedding date was set and both Tang Tongxi and Tang Ryue seemed quite satisfied, Yu Jingming didn't have much to say. But Yu Jingming earnestly advised, Cici, you are from the Tang family, and you must not suffer any wrongs. If Wen Jiuyuan bullies you, just tell your uncle, and he will support you. No matter what official position he holds, if he makes our girl unhappy, he will face consequences. At worst, we can divorce and you can come back home, and your uncle will support you. Tangxi knew that her uncle was worried that her father might not be around anymore, and that others could bully her. Although she didn't think Wen Jiuyuan was that kind of person, Tangxi nodded firmly and smiled brightly. Okay. Why are you saying all this before we're even married? Tang Ryue complained with her mouth, but also smiled with her eyes. 10 days flew by quickly. Finally, the wedding day arrived. Since it was her own wedding, Tangxi tried to help during these 10 days. But everyone around her kept telling her, you're weak and just got sick. You should rest well and not tire yourself out. Yu Jingming even sent his wife, Yang Bixia, to help. Yang Bixia was bold and capable. As a girl, she managed everything at home and outside easily. Planning a wedding was no problem for her. She got along well with Tang Ryue. One was straightforward, the other meticulous, making their teamwork very efficient. Seeing this, Tangxi thought that if she got involved, she might slow things down. So she happily stayed out of it and focused on studying her system. In these 10 days, her progress in the Encyclopedia of Firearms course reached 70%. Since the invention of firearms, over the next 40 years, she had learned most of the classic guns that appeared in history. Although limited by materials and craftsmanship, she couldn't perfectly replicate everything in reality, but she could help raise her country's standards to match the top international levels. She was thinking about how, if she received any news from the Small Arms Research Institute, she would find a way to gradually take out the equipment. But for some reason, there had been no updates, not even from Fu Xueming. Still, she wasn't in a hurry. She planned to wait until after the wedding to ask Wen Jiuyuan about it. By the way, she hadn't seen Wen Jiuyuan in 10 days. It seemed he was busy with something and had gone on a business trip. His older brother, Wen Jiuyuan, had come twice, both times representing the Wen family to bring gifts to Tangxi. Various good things, under the guise of wedding presents, flowed into the Tang family's yard. The villagers of Tenli village watched with wide eyes and almost drooling with envy. News that Tangxi married into a wealthy family spread through nearby villages. Everyone admired Tangxi and wanted to be like her. As for the rumors that Tangxi was cruel and disregarded family ties, they had completely disappeared. Under everyone's attention, the wedding took place as scheduled. At 4 in the morning, Tang Ryue woke Tangxi. She stepped out of the virtual study room of the system and returned to reality. Mom, so early? Tangxi rubbed her eyes and yawned. The virtual study room is one of the system's learning features, equipped with the most complete simulation experiment tools. Compared to a virtual classroom, it just lacks a teacher and requires points to exchange for time. The flow of time here is different from real life. Tangxi timed it and found it was about 10 times faster. Staying in the virtual study room doesn't strain the body at all, and can even replace sleep. So, over the past 10 days, Tangxi had been spending her nights in the virtual study room. On the light screen only she could see, the points had already risen to 98. It wouldn't be long before she reached 100 points. This was after she spent quite a few points to extend her study room time. She felt quite satisfied and was thinking about which course to exchange for once she had enough points.
Sissy? Sissy?
Ryue saw Shi with her eyes blank and thought she hadn't woken up yet. She took out a cool, damp towel and suddenly covered Shi's face.
Ah.
Shi was jolted by the cold and fully woke up. She frowned and looked at Ryue with a resentful expression. Mom, are you still my real mom? Usually obedient and caring for her daughter, Ryue was now unusually firm and serious. If you don't get up soon, you'll miss the auspicious time. Today is a big day for you, and you absolutely can't be late. Shi dared not argue and could only crawl out of the warm bed, putting on a coat over her pajamas. Someone knocked on the door. After receiving permission, her Aunt Yang Bixia and cousin Yu Jiejia entered. Yang Bixia smiled warmly. Sisi is so lively. Waking up so early, her little face still looks like a peeled egg, so pretty. No need for makeup at all. Yang Bixia genuinely liked Shi and kept praising her, holding her hand and complimenting her beauty and good fortune. She was practically praising Shi to the point of making her blush. Meanwhile, Jiejia quietly rolled her eyes. While the adults were busy with their things, Yujia quietly moved closer to Shi. She moved her lips as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. Shi looked at her curiously. Yujia suddenly gained courage and lowered her voice. If you don't want to get married, I can take you away. Shi was completely surprised by this opening line, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ryue and Yang Bixia turned around at the same time, asking what was wrong. She said it was nothing, just that her cousin told her a funny joke. The two women believed her without suspicion. On their way back, they still admired how close the two cousins seemed. Yujia's face twitched with embarrassment.
You.
She looked at her with big, clear eyes, seeming a little angry. She quickly held her hand. I'm just joking with them. I didn't mean it seriously. Yujia blushed and huffed softly, but she didn't pull her hand away. She guessed. Is it because you heard someone say I was arranged to marry someone so you thought I didn't want to? Yujia didn't argue. It's in the book. Arranged marriages are outdated. We women of this new era want to think freely and love freely. If you don't want to marry him, I'll take you away and come back after some time. Don't be afraid of what the adults say. Things like parents' wishes or matchmakers don't matter as much as your own thoughts. I might get a good scolding from my dad, but I've been through that before. Yujia spoke confidently, her eyes burning with a sense of justice, fearless and brave. She watched her and felt a warm feeling spread through her body. She gently swung her little legs that hung over the bed and said cheerfully, Don't worry, if I don't want to do something, no one can force me. Yujia was half convinced. Really? Really?
但是什麼宿地?
Her cousin was only a few months older than her, but their personalities were very different. Yujia was fiery, energetic, and had been the village's little leader since she was young. She was also very loyal and quick-tempered, often fighting to stand up for her friends. Her uncle and aunt found this very troublesome. However, when they were children, Yujia and Shi didn't get along very well. Shi was naturally weak and often received caring words and treats from her uncle and aunt. Yujia was jealous when she saw this, but she would also jump in to help Shi fight when she was bullied. Because of this, Shi always liked her. Shi knew that Yujia's words were spoken with kindness and genuine concern for her. So, not only did Shi not get angry, but she also carefully explained Wen Jiuyuan to Yujia. Yujia had only met Wen Xu and had a bad impression of him, thinking he looked down on others because he was from a wealthy family. Her impression of Wen Jiuyuan was also not good. She listened for a long time but didn't change her mind, only warning Shi not to suffer or feel wronged. Shi blinked and said she understood. Suddenly, she asked, By the way, who told you all this? Yujia, caught off guard, directly betrayed someone. It was Yu Yan. He's been fussing and talking nonstop since he found out you're getting married yesterday. Yu Hian was Yu Jia's younger brother, 2 years younger than them, who had been following them around since they were kids. Tangxi hadn't seen Yu Yan for over 2 years. Her impression was that he was thin and weak, often teased by classmates for looking delicate like a girl, and she remembered him quietly crying on her lap. Tangxi became interested. Yuan? Has he come? Yu Jia nodded. Of course. He said he wants to carry you out, and he's outside practicing. Tangxi was surprised. Yuan is so thin, can he carry me? Yu Jia's expression suddenly became complicated, and she was about to explain. Just then, Tang Riyue was calling Tangxi over to do her makeup. Tangxi stood up and walked away. Yu Jia's words had to be held back. She said she was going to do her makeup, but with Tangxi's natural beauty, she didn't need much. Just a light dusting of powder, some eyebrow drawing, a touch of blush, and lipstick to brighten her face. Tang Riyue was skillful, arranging Tangxi's hair into a bun at the back and inserting a handmade red silk flower on the side. The silk flower was made of silk, with tiny pearls strung on it, all taken from jewelry left by Tangxi's mother, her grandmother. This large red peony silk flower looked luxurious, not cheap at all. It was layered and piled high, bright and stunning, very noble. But Tangxi's natural beauty made her not overshadowed by the opulence of the silk flower. Instead, she looked even more radiant and breathtaking. Her forehead was smooth and full, her eyes large and lively, her nose high and delicate, and her lips small and charming. Her skin was as fine and white as fresh winter snow. When she looked around, her spirit was bright and lively. It was as if the divine spring poured out by Manhwa when creating humans had condensed on her. What does it mean to be full of spiritual energy? What does it mean to shine like spring flowers? What does it mean to have a fairy-like appearance and jade-like skin? All these answers could be found in Tangxi. Wow, so beautiful.
Yang Bixia exclaimed in surprise.
Yu Jia opened her mouth wide, unable to speak. Tang Riyue watched, her eyes turning red. Tangxi immediately noticed. Mom, why are you crying? Tang Riyue turned her face aside. I can't bear to part with you. Thinking about how tiny Tangxi was when she was born, as if she could be held with just 2 hands. Now, in the blink of an eye, her child has grown so much and is about to get married. Having depended on her daughter for many years, Tang Riyue felt a deep reluctance at the thought of separating from her. Tangxi took the opportunity to hold her. So, I asked you to move to the capital with me. Then it's like changing places, but we'll still be together, mother and daughter. Yang Bixia listened and advised. Yes, Xiaoya, when you get to the capital, you can still visit us often. Tang Riyue rarely argued back, instead falling into deep thought. As the wedding time approached, Tangxi didn't rush her, letting her think slowly. With Yu Jia's help, she carefully changed into her wedding dress. It was a specially made red suit from an old, reputable tailor in the capital, paired with a white ruffled collar shirt underneath and a knee-length skirt. The overall cut and lines were neat and clean, with no unnecessary decorations. The outfit matched Tangxi's makeup and hair accessories perfectly, making her look elegant and poised, like a blooming peony in the wind. It made everyone else stare in awe, feeling that even the dim room was brightened by her presence. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Jingming was knocking on the door. The wedding time is almost here. Are you ready? After a few seconds of surprise, Yang Bixia finally reacted. Yes, we're ready. She hurried to open the door. Yu Jingming looked inside and saw Tangxi's appearance, proud yet a little sad. He muttered softly, That kid is really lucky. Everyone inside the room laughed, including Tangxi. Yu Jingming seemed a bit embarrassed and waved his hand. Xiaoyan, come here quickly. A tall, handsome figure appeared next.
It was Yu Yan.
But he was not the Yu Yan Tangxi remembered. His features had lost the delicate, youthful look of a boy and gained a more handsome, mature appearance. His previously thin and weak body had grown taller and broader, with wider shoulders and developed muscles. Xiaoyan? Tangxi's eyes widened, thinking she had a different cousin. As Yu Yan stepped closer, the tall figure overshadowed her. The next second, he frowned and pouted. Big sister? That voice was full of grievance and resentment. It seemed as if he was questioning why Tangxi so easily married herself off, not even knowing that he was her brother. Yes, it was a familiar feeling. Tangxi slowly smiled and patted Yuyan's shoulder. You're all grown up now, no crying. And I'll trouble you again later. It seemed her worries were unnecessary. Seeing that Tangxi had no intention of stopping the wedding, Yuyan sighed softly. All right, I understand. At this moment, a series of horn sounds came from outside the house. It was the arrival of the wedding convoy. Soon, a familiar neighbor rushed in excitedly, cheeks flushed. The car is here. The wedding cars are here. 6 bright red limousines. So impressive. Loud noises and cheers of joy quickly followed from outside, with shouts and screams of happiness. It looked like the villagers had stopped the wedding procession to wish good luck. Yu Jingming heard this and, worried that the host might lose control and cause chaos, hurried outside. After a short while, he returned with a satisfied smile replacing his worried expression. Old Master Wen's third son has a good attitude. He's outside smoking and nibbling on snacks, and the children are so happy they're jumping around. Others are also offering good wishes. This made the atmosphere lively during the wedding, instead of becoming cold and quiet too early. At least, Wen Jiuyuan's attitude was clear here. From Yu Jingming's simple point of view, considering even this detail, Wen Jiuyuan was not a bad person. Finally, it was time to leave. Yu Yan crouched in front of Tangxi, waiting for her to rest her head on his shoulder before he stood up. He moved steadily throughout, not even swaying a little. The brother and sister, surrounded by family, walked out of the house. In the faint morning light, Wen Jiuyuan stood there. It was still early, and the morning mist cast a faint shell-blue hue across the sky. In this dim, gloomy scene, his tall, sharp figure was like a rare sword, cutting through all obstacles. Wen Jiuyuan was dressed in a military-style suit, perfectly fitting his tall, strong body. His broad shoulders and slim waist looked powerful under the fabric, with thin skin visible beneath. Nothing exaggerated, but hiding incredible strength, like a graceful yet poised leopard. Under the wide brim of his hat was a face with sharp features, cold and noble. His eyebrows were deep-set, the nose high and straight, with eyelashes casting faint shadows when lowered. His pupils were pitch black, reflecting no light, revealing his usual deep, reserved nature. He was originally carrying a basket filled with open Chinese cigarettes and imported candies, handing them out smoothly to the people coming forward to get some treats. Until someone shouted, "The bride is here." He stopped and turned around. His face, which still looked relaxed and confident, was suddenly shattered by her accidental glance. The world became silent. Everything seemed to fade away. Wen Jiuyuan looked steadily at Tangxi, feeling as if time was moving very slowly. Haha, the groom looks so stunned. Someone pointed at Wen Jiuyuan and teased him without restraint. Everyone waiting to welcome the bride gasped and quickly looked at Wen Jiuyuan's expression. But he only pressed his lips into a small smile. Yes, I look stunned. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Although he tried to hide it, his inner happiness and joy were still obvious. Wen Jiuyuan was actually very happy. For a moment, the relatives from Wen's family, Wen Jiuyuan's colleagues, and friends had different expressions. They had heard that this was a marriage arranged by Wen's family, a marriage of convenience, and Wen Jiuyuan was not very happy about it. But now he didn't seem unhappy at all. Suddenly, everyone started to laugh. Who wouldn't want to attend a wedding full of deep love? Especially when they saw what Tangxi looked like, their feelings grew even deeper, and they began to cheer loudly, accompanied by the crackling sound of firecrackers and cheers from many people. Wen Jiuyuan strode toward Tangxi. He looked steadily at her, his gaze uncontrollably lingering on her face. You look very beautiful today. His voice was deep, as if holding back many unspoken feelings. Tangxi's face instantly turned red. Thank you. Actually, when she saw Wen Jiuyuan, she couldn't help but be amazed. He was the most suitable man she had ever seen in a military uniform. Ahem. Yuyan couldn't help but speak up, reminding them that he was still there. Tang Shi and Wen Jiuyuan finally came back to their senses. Wen Jiuyuan knew that today Tang Shi would be carried out by her younger cousin, but this was his first time meeting Yuyan. The young man was tall and vigorous, full of vitality. But his gaze toward Wen Jiuyuan was full of hostility, like a little wolf cub. Wen Jiuyuan immediately understood his dissatisfaction, but he didn't mind. Get in the car. With Wen Jiuyuan's, Tang Shi floated into the lead red flag car. This car was Wen's old master's vehicle, with a special license plate, and had never been used by others before, not even for Wen's family members' weddings. Today is the first time. People who understand the situation know that the Wen family values Tang Shi very much. Everyone knows that the Wen family's young daughter-in-law is their favorite and someone they cannot offend. Of course, these things won't show immediately. They need time to develop. The bride sat in the car, waiting for the guests to get in. Some villagers were a bit stunned. Huh? We also get in the car? Tang Riyue quietly wiped away her tears and smiled softly. Yes, I said I would invite you to the wedding feast, right? How can you go to the capital without getting in the car? Everyone was shocked. They finally realized that the large yellow sea bus that followed the 6 red flag cars was prepared for them. Earlier, they had been murmuring that Tang Riyue had personally said she would invite them to the feast. But when they arrived early with gifts and money, they saw no cooks, no stoves, and no tables in the yard, nothing that looked like they were about to cook. Villagers who didn't have good relations with Tang Riyue and Tang Shi, and who weren't invited, deliberately gossiped behind their backs, saying the Tang family mother and daughter were too stingy, not even willing to prepare a little minced meat, and that the invited villagers had wasted their gifts. On the other hand, villagers who were invited and had good relations with Tang Riyue and Tang Shi defended them, rebutting the sour remarks. Because of this, many arguments had already taken place in the quiet corners, leading to some unpleasant feelings. But now, all the teasing and guesses vanished in an instant. The villagers looked at the blue and white bus, estimating it could seat at least 50 people, and they all smiled happily. Seeing that they only tiptoed and looked at the car without getting in, Tang Riyue deliberately teased. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll take you to the capital and then leave you? Don't worry, this car will bring you back at night. During the day, it can also take you to visit the Forbidden City and the Great Wall. A free tour of Beijing. What a wonderful thing! Suddenly, they felt their gifts and money were not enough to show their gratitude. All right, get in the car. Yang Bixia stepped forward, bustling to call everyone to get in. The invited villagers gradually entered the vehicle. Some of the elders inside had never left the village in their lives, let alone gone to the capital. Now, they were curious, touching the brand new seats and the clean, shiny glass, their faces full of joy and happiness. The expressions of the villagers outside the car, full of gloom and jealousy, formed a stark contrast. Yang Bixia secretly smiled at Tang Riyue. These people used to target you and your daughter on purpose, even talking behind your backs, right? Let them be jealous. Let them be upset and feel miserable. Tang Riyue also smiled. This village holds many memories for them both. Some people are mean, some are kind, some are forgiving, and others are always calculating. Are you ready? Let's go. A grand convoy decorated with red wedding characters set off majestically on the road. After 2 or 3 hours of driving, they finally reached the wedding venue, Jingxing Hotel. This is the best 5-star hotel in the city, often hosting official events and welcoming high-level guests. Ordinary people rarely get a chance to enter. Today, however, it was bustling with excitement for the Wen family's wedding. There was only an hour left before the invitation time. In the largest hall of Jingxing Hotel, about 80% of the guests were already seated. There were dozens of round tables covered with white tablecloths, decorated with fresh flowers and glass candle holders. At the front, a stage was draped with red curtains, surrounded by lush greenery and flowers, lively and full of charm. In an era when wedding banquets usually just involved the bride and groom toasting and saying some lucky words, This banquet hall's decoration was definitely elaborate and thoughtful. Guests couldn't help but start talking. It seems the Wen family values their new daughter-in-law a lot. Of course, it's Wen Jiuyuan, so it's not surprising. Haha, I heard Wen Jiuyuan didn't even have a partner the day before the invitation, and now he's getting married. Are you still upset that your niece wasn't introduced to Wen Jiuyuan? Well, it's just not meant to be. I just can't understand. Doesn't Chi seem better than a village girl? A village girl? What village girl? I heard Wen San's bride is from the countryside. She used her family connections to arrange a marriage, and the village girl even came directly with the marriage contract, forcing the Wen family to agree. No wonder the wedding is so rushed. Wow, with Wen Jiuyuan's temper, he's actually willing? Wen San is stubborn, but he's always filial to his parents. I guess that's why he agreed. It's a pity. With Wen Jiuyuan's talent, if he found a good match, he could go even further. I heard that the village girl is very simple and rustic. The day she went to Wen's family, she even wore a torn cotton-padded jacket. Someone nearby couldn't stand it anymore and suddenly stood up. Are you guys annoying? Besides gossiping about others, what else do you have to do? A few people who were choked looked unhappy and were about to argue, but then they recognized who was speaking. Liang Wei? The speaker didn't dare to openly confront her and could only force a smile. I didn't expect you to come to the wedding. I thought you wouldn't come. Liang Wei raised her proud chin. Why wouldn't I come? Tongxi, Wen Jiuyuan is getting married. I'm here to sincerely wish them happiness. Is that wrong? Or do you think I have a reason not to come? The person who was caught trying to stir trouble felt a bit embarrassed and kept muttering to himself. Didn't they say Liang Wei liked Wen Jiuyuan so much? Even though she was from a lower generation, she called Wen's older couple uncle and aunt every day, almost becoming a joke in the circle. And now that Wen Jiuyuan is getting married, she can't even show a little sadness, and she's still here to send her blessings? And now she's even speaking up for Wen Jiuyuan's bride. It's unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Liang Wei saw the group of people awkwardly shut their mouths. She snorted softly and sat back down. A few childhood friends sitting next to her had their mouths open wide, as if they could fit an egg inside. Vivi, have you finally gone crazy? Liang Wei chuckled coldly. What are you talking about? You're the one who's crazy. One friend leaned in gossipingly, also curious. Wait, your attitude changed so fast. And what about that?
Ah.
Cough, cough. Another friend nudged her elbow, forcing her to shut up. Liang Wei smiled and said, It's nothing bad to say. I just finally understand. Plus, Tongxi is a good person, and she's a good match for Wen Jiuyuan. Her group of friends were happy that Liang Wei finally understood, but they were also very curious about the mysterious Tongxi. They all grew up in big families, hearing about Wen Jiuyuan's impressive deeds since they were young. When they were kids, they resented Wen Jiuyuan, thinking he was only there to suppress them. But as they grew older and understood things, they realized how amazing Wen Jiuyuan really was, and they genuinely admired him. It was no surprise that Liang Wei liked him. It was also no surprise that she didn't chase after him. In their eyes, Wen Jiuyuan was like a god in the sky, an unreachable moon, a flower in a mirror that they could never touch. But today, the Wen Jiuyuan they almost worshipped as a symbol was actually getting married. At this moment, the banquet hall near the entrance suddenly became lively. Soon, the news spread to the front. The wedding car arrived at the hotel. It was still the same car belonging to Mr. Wen. The excitement didn't end there. They saw several familiar guests walking inside. Each of these people had a very impressive background. Some were even reclusive, rarely attending private events, yet today they appeared for the wedding. Soon, they saw Mr. Wen and Mrs. Jiang, along with other Wen family members, arriving. The elders dressed very formally today. Mr. Wen wore a crisp, well-ironed military uniform, with his gray hair neatly combed, looking energetic and healthy. Mrs. Jiang wore a velvet qipao, simple pearl earrings, showing respect without stealing the spotlight. As for the other Wen family members, besides those involved in the wedding procession, no one was missing. They all dressed carefully and followed the elders, chatting politely with guests. Some people who had been gossiping earlier fell silent now. Even those who liked to gossip knew better than to be foolish. They understood who could be provoked and who couldn't. Even though Tangxi hadn't appeared yet, they knew they had to show her respect. Finally, the auspicious time arrived. Amid cheers and applause, the two newlyweds, surrounded by family, slowly entered the hall. The crystal chandelier's dazzling light shone on them, making them look like they were carved from white jade, glowing from face to fingertips to hair. One was tall and strong, the other delicate and graceful. One had a stern, sharp face, the other a bright, charming smile like a peach blossom. Many guests, upon seeing them, immediately thought of words like perfect match, handsome and beautiful, a match made in heaven. Especially the bride, whom they saw for the first time today. Her appearance and grace didn't resemble the rough, harsh countryside girl from rumors. She looked more like a fairy descended from heaven. Who spread that rumor? Probably someone jealous. That makes sense. Wen Jiuyuan was quite popular before. These people's jealousy is amusing, and they even twist the truth. These two are a natural pair, in love willingly. Who are these monsters to oppose them? Wow. Wen Jiuyuan's expression. He's probably more than just following elders' arrangements. It looks like he truly likes her. The discordant voices gradually faded away. What remained were sincere blessings from everyone. In the gaze of everyone watching, Tangxi held Wen Jiuyuan's arm and stepped up the stairs, walking toward the grandly decorated ceremony platform. Every step Tangxi took felt like walking on clouds, soft, fuzzy, and dreamlike, very unreal. She thought to herself that she must have slept too soundly in the wedding car earlier, not even noticing when she leaned on Wen Jiuyuan's shoulder. Luckily, her makeup wasn't thick, so she didn't leave any marks on his military uniform. Speaking of which, Wen Jiuyuan, being a seasoned soldier, really had excellent posture. She slept for 2 hours, yet he remained perfectly still. So steady that she hardly felt the bumps of the journey. Cece. Wen Jiuyuan noticed her distracted state and softly reminded her. Tangxi snapped back to reality. She looked at the smiling guests on both sides and suddenly remembered that this was her and Wen Jiuyuan's wedding scene. From the entrance to the ceremony platform, the short walk felt incredibly long. Now, the two finally reached the front of the platform and stood still. As she turned around, Wen Jiuyuan extended his arm gently, offering support so she could save some strength. "Are you tired?" he asked. Tangxi's lips moved slightly. "It's okay, just." Wen Jiuyuan tilted his head, his dark eyes fixed on her.
"Just what?"
"Feels unreal, like a dream," she replied. Tangxi remembered a recent dream about her tragic life as a supporting character.
Could it be
that the dream was real? And what she thought was reality now was actually an illusion? A butterfly dream? Or a dream of a butterfly and a philosopher? Her eyes, like a tranquil lake, suddenly clouded over with mist, looking distracted. Wen Jiuyuan pressed his lips together. His right hand moved down, causing her to lose her grip on his arm. Before she could react, his warm, dry fingers forcefully slipped into hers, clasping tightly. Tangxi looked at him slowly, blinking twice in confusion. Suddenly, she realized where they were. There were over 100 eyes below watching them without blinking. Had Wen Jiuyuan's small gesture just now been seen by everyone? A shy blush crept up her face, spreading from her neck to her ears and cheeks. It was like a fiery sunset in the sky, quickly turning her face a bright crimson. Her once delicate, white skin now looked like a red rose, ripe and juicy.
You.
Tangxi was so flustered that her tongue tied in knots. Wen Jiuyuan remained calm and composed, simply saying 2 words, "I'm here." Tangxi was initially confused. After a moment, she realized Wen Jiuyuan was responding to her earlier muttering. It didn't feel quite real, like a dream. "I'm here." Whether in reality or in a dream, where he was, that was real. A gentle breeze brushed past, calming the deep-seated anxiety in her heart. All her shyness and embarrassment faded away. Instead, she felt a sense of peace and stability, as if wherever her heart belonged was her true home. She responded softly. Only he could hear. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wen Jiuyuan's mouth. The small incident on the ceremony platform lasted about a minute. The guests below couldn't hear their conversation. They only saw the two exchange glances, then clasp hands, looking very close. The rumors about arranged marriages and childhood betrothals had already been dismissed, and now they were buried even deeper, making it impossible for gossip to spread. Everyone present let out kind, amused laughter. Tangxi shyly bit her lip. Fortunately, Fu Xueming, the witness and future teacher of Tangxi, quickly stepped onto the stage. He was Wen Jiuyuan's early mentor and also eyed the position of Tangxi's future teacher. Plus, as an academician of the Science Academy, he had personally led several key military projects, making him a national treasure and highly respected. Having him as the witness and giving a speech was the perfect choice. As soon as Fu Xueming took the stage, he joked about Wen Jiuyuan, making the audience laugh even more. Wen Jiuyuan looked helpless, but the smile in his eyes was obvious. After this, Tangxi felt less nervous. Next was Fu Xueming's speech. He hadn't written a script but had prepared it in advance and memorized it word for word, relying on his excellent memory. His speech was heartfelt and sincere, full of praise for Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan, as well as feelings and blessings for their union. Wen Jiuyuan's outstanding qualities were well known to everyone present. But for Tangxi, people didn't know as much, so they just took Fu Xueming's words as polite compliments. However, did polite words need to be so emotional? Even grand phrases like "a genius destined to shock the world" and "without you, the country would suffer a great loss" appeared. Long after, when they learned about Tangxi's achievements, they realized Fu Xueming's words were still too conservative. The wedding process was simple and not complicated. After the officiant Fu Xueming delivered his speech and the elders from both sides spoke, Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan bowed to thank the elders, then bowed to each other, and shared a glass of wine. This marked the end of the main wedding procedures. Skilled waiters carried steaming dishes into the room one after another, officially opening the wedding banquet. As the newlyweds, Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan, could not rest, they had to toast at each table. Of course, they were not drinking real alcohol, just plain water mixed with a little wine. The faint wine aroma was barely noticeable, and Tangxi took a small sip first before feeling comfortable enough to drink more. They went from table to table, with Yu Jia, Yu Yan, Wen Qing, and Wen Hui always nearby to support them. If any tricky situations arose, they would step in to help with the toasts, making sure Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan didn't drink too much and get drunk. During the toast, Tangxi saw many important people she only read about in newspapers, some of whom were relatives of the Wen family. If Wen Jiuyuan hadn't introduced them, she might not have recognized the famous names. They were very kind and friendly, like neighbors or family elders, smiling and praising how well-matched she and Wen Jiuyuan looked. At first, Tangxi felt shy, but she quickly adapted and accepted the compliments confidently. Wen Jiuyuan, who had been watching her closely, was finally reassured. As they moved from table to table, they soon reached the last few. Suddenly, Tangxi felt a strong gaze on her. She frowned and looked back. She saw Wen Xu sitting at the last table, with bloodshot eyes staring intensely at her. Next to him sat a poised, short-haired girl. Tangxi immediately recognized her as the original heroine, Liao Ruan. So, Wen Xu was the one who brought her here? Tangxi didn't bother to figure out Wen Xu's purpose and quickly looked away, continuing to toast. It was soon Wen Xu's turn. Wen Qing was surprised to see Wen Xu sitting there. "Cousin, why are you sitting here? Didn't you go to the front?" She suddenly realized something and stopped speaking. Wen Xu looked at her with a mysterious expression and felt a bit sarcastic. "Go to the front? To make the elders angry?" He smirked playfully and said casually. Wen Qing looked awkward and didn't know what to say. Wen Hui, the elder brother, stepped forward and warned softly, "Xiao Su, mind the occasion." There were other guests at the table, so Wen Hui's tone was more restrained. Wen Xu seemed to have caught a handle on something. "Brother, is there something you can't say?" The nearby guests perked up their ears in surprise.
Wen yes fastightend.
At this moment, Wen Jiuyuan calmly spoke. Xiao Su, would you like to introduce the person next to you? His tone was serious and unquestionable. Wen Xu instinctively straightened his back, but he quickly regretted it. He was annoyed at himself for not controlling his fear of Wen Jiuyuan. He quickly glanced at Wen Jiuyuan, then his eyes lingered on Tang Shi for a few seconds. Then he blurted out, "This is my partner, Liao Ruan." Everyone was surprised. Even more surprising was Liao Ruan himself.
What?
Wen Xu, you. Maybe seeing Wen Xu's expression, Liao Ruan quickly changed his words. Oh. Yes. I am Wen Xu's partner. My name is Liao Ruan. The people present weren't fools, especially those who knew the truth. With a little thought, they could guess Wen Xu was acting out of anger, deliberately using Liao Ruan as a shield. But no one exposed him. They all pretended not to know and just planned to toast and be done. Unexpectedly, Wen Xu refused to give up, pointing at Wen Jiuyuan's glass. You promised to toast, but why are you using water to fake it, little uncle? He looked up and caught Wen Jiuyuan's faint glance. Feeling like he'd been burned, he nervously lowered his head. Wen Jiuyuan coldly raised his eyelids. Change the drink. He not only wanted to replace it with white liquor, but also asked Wen Hui to bring 2 large glasses. Tang Shi worriedly leaned closer to Wen Jiuyuan. Are you really going to drink that? The liquor was poured into the glasses with a splash. Just smelling it made her feel dizzy. And Wen Jiuyuan was going to drink so much? Wen Jiuyuan slightly lowered his shoulders, making it easier to hear Tang Shi's voice. After listening, he smiled. It's fine. The two unconsciously got very close enough to feel each other's breathing. Seeing this, Wen Xu's eyes grew more annoyed. He grabbed a glass and loudly said, Then I wish you a lifetime of happiness and early parenthood. He tilted his head and drank a large glass of white liquor in one gulp. He drank quickly and even choked, coughing until his eyes turned red. Liao Ruan was startled and hurried to stop him, but Wen Xu impatiently pushed him away. In the end, everyone watched as Wen Xu finished the entire glass. He swallowed the last sip, his face flushed like a steamed shrimp. All right, next. Before he could finish, Wen Xu suddenly sank into his chair and quickly lost consciousness. Tangxi unconsciously held Wen Jiuyuan's sleeve, then relaxed when she saw he was fine. Great. You don't have to drink anymore. That's not possible. Wen Jiuyuan rarely refused Tangxi. He picked up his wine glass with his other hand and sipped slowly. But although his movements looked slow, his swallowing was faster than Wen Xu's, no, even more so. In a moment, the glass was empty, with not a drop left. Yet Wen Jiuyuan looked completely normal, not even blushing. If not for the strong smell of alcohol in the glass, others might think he was drinking plain water. Looking at Wen Jiuyuan again, his face was calm as he patted the non-existent dust off his clothes toward Wen Xu. Wen Hui, find someone to take him back. Wen Hui responded quickly. Liao Ruan, nearby, was silent and didn't speak. When Wen Hui returned with someone to help carry Wen Xu away, she also followed. The small chaos in the corner didn't attract much attention. Most guests at the table were discreet and didn't say anything. The toast session ended, and Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan were supposed to return to the main table. But Wen Jiuyuan's tall body moved first toward Tangxi. Tangxi let out a small sound, staggering a step back under his strength. But she quickly steadied herself and helped him. Are you drunk? A little, Wen Jiuyuan said, probably worried about pressing on her, and tried to support himself. His eyelids drooped, looking more tired and lazy than his usual energetic self. Tangxi couldn't help but laugh. I thought you really couldn't get drunk at all. His manner of drinking and his post-drink expression stunned her. So, he's human too. He can get drunk. Wen Jiuyuan looked down and said, Cici, don't make fun of me. Maybe he was truly a little drunk because he was saying such adorable things seriously. To protect his dignity, Tangxi bit her lip hard to stop herself from laughing. I'll take you to the lounge to rest. She turned to call Yu Yen for help. Just as she was about to leave Wen Jiuyuan sighed, he pulled her back by her shoulder. Almost wrapping her from behind, he held her close. Tangxi stiffened slightly. What's wrong? Wen Jiuyuan remained calm. I can walk by myself. No need to call anyone. Only then did Tangxi relax, thinking he didn't want others to see his vulnerable side. She relaxed again, holding his arm. Okay, I'll support you. The two walked side by side toward the lounge. The tall, broad man almost overshadowed the small, delicate woman. He lowered his shoulders and hung his head, as if whispering something to her. From behind, their posture and movements revealed a natural closeness in every small detail. Some friends and family who knew Wen Jiuyuan well looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel surprised. Wow, I never thought that Jiuyuan, who usually seems so distant and cold, would show this side of himself. Exactly. He never complains when he's hurt or bleeding, but now he gets drunk and can't walk properly? Such a clever man. TSK, TSK, TSK. As a man myself, I feel a bit ashamed for him. I still find it hard to believe. Jiuyuan actually got married? And what about? Sure. Mind the setting. Don't mention unrelated people. I just suddenly remembered. It's good that Jiuyuan found his happiness. In the eyes of others, they appeared very close, but in reality, Tangxi was almost always supporting Wen Jiuyuan. Even though he was trying to stand on his own, part of his weight still pressed on her slender shoulders. From the banquet hall to the lounge, the short walk made Tangxi exhausted and breathless. Eventually, she was almost gritting her teeth to keep going. Maybe Tangxi was too tired and had a false impression. Or perhaps Wen Jiuyuan, drunk, was becoming harder to support. Anyway, as they approached the empty corridor near the lounge, the closer they got, the heavier the weight on Tangxi's shoulders felt. Eventually, she felt Wen Jiuyuan's entire body almost pressing down on her. Finally reaching the lounge, there was a sofa against the door. Tangxi's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pushed Wen Jiuyuan onto it. He leaned to the side and fell heavily onto the sofa. Tangxi heard a muffled sound. Her surprised expression quickly turned into worry. Did I bump into him? She stepped closer to check. As she got nearer, she could see Wen Jiuyuan's face more clearly. Without his commanding aura, his features seemed even more distinct. His thin eyelids drooped, and his small, fan-shaped eyelashes cast tiny shadows. The corners of his eyes, blurred by drunkenness, had a faint blush. It gave his face a strange, indescribable beauty. He must have looked very handsome when he was young, Tangxi suddenly thought. She also recalled her childhood. Sadly, she had no real memory of young Wen Jiuyuan. She only remembered that Wen's little uncle was a busy man, always rushing around and rarely seen. Back then, she never thought that one day, Wen's little uncle would become her husband. Tangxi unconsciously fell into deep thought, not noticing that she was leaning close to Wen Jiuyuan, her knees almost touching his. Wen Jiuyuan, lying beneath her, quietly opened his eyes and gazed steadily at her. A faint scent of roses filled the narrow space between them. It was like mist or threads. Unknowingly, it seemed to tighten around his throat. Just a little more pressure could be deadly. Wen Jiuyuan's dark eyes suddenly grew intense, like a prowling predator ready to strike. She just snapped back to her senses and slightly lowered her head. You're awake? She asked nervously, noticing Wen Jiuyuan seemed to be looking elsewhere. Thinking her position might be too forward, she hurriedly explained, I just wanted to see if you hit your head. It's dangerous, after all. Wen Jiuyuan's gaze returned to her face. Tangxi thought he didn't believe her and repeated, really. Wen Jiuyuan echoed, I believe you. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Tangxi muttered, all right, and prepared to step back. As she moved, Wen Jiuyuan reached out and grabbed her arm. His large hand almost wrapped around her small arm, and the warm palm pressed against her skin, making her feel awkward. She was about to ask something when Wen Jiuyuan, using her strength, sat upright. Maybe she was overthinking it, she thought. Tangxi cleared her throat and asked, would you like a cup of warm water? Wen Jiuyuan didn't let go. No need. Seeing that he didn't look well, she suggested, you should drink some to sober up. Wen Jiuyuan didn't oppose and released her willingly. She stepped back from him and turned around to find hot water in the room. She couldn't find any. Wen Jiuyuan spoke at the right moment. Actually, you don't have to. I'll go check outside. She interrupted quickly, not waiting for his response, and hurried out. He only saw her hurried figure leaving. He pressed his forehead with his hand, trying to suppress the restless craving that stirred within him. Then, he couldn't help but let out a bitter, sarcastic laugh. So hasty. A barely noticeable sigh drifted through the quiet room. At this moment, she walked down the corridor for a long way without meeting anyone. She had no choice but to continue outside, thinking of calling someone from the banquet hall. But just then, she bumped into someone standing at the door leading into the hall, talking. The conversation seemed private. She didn't intend to eavesdrop and try to turn around. Suddenly, the words Jiuyuan floated into her ears.
She didn't want to stop.
Her feet, however, had their own ideas. So, she was lucky enough to overhear a few words. It turns out these people are close childhood friends of Wen Jiuyuan and also friends with another girl. In their conversations, it seems they are all regretful that Wen Jiuyuan and that girl couldn't be together. From what she heard, it sounds like they had a past, maybe. Their first love? Tongxi immediately bit her soft lower lip. Wen Jiuyuan is 28 years old this year. In a time when most people get married in their early 20s, he is already considered quite old to be unmarried. Having a first love at some point in life is quite normal. As for the story she dreamed about, no one said Wen Jiuyuan had no romantic experience. They only said he didn't get married until several years later. What kind of misunderstanding is this?
Haha.
Tongxi suppressed her tangled thoughts and quickened her steps to walk away. The soft carpet muffled her footsteps. No one knew she had been there. Tongxi headed toward another corridor and soon found a waiter to ask for hot water. When she returned to the lounge, she met Yu Jiayu and the others who had followed her. How is he? Yu Jiayu asked. Yu Jian happened to be standing behind him, and upon hearing this, he patted her on the back with a slap. Be polite. Call him Wen little uncle. Oh no. Call him brother-in-law. Yu Jiayu reluctantly pressed his lips. Tongxi thought their timing was perfect. He's a bit drunk. Xiao Yan, help me feed him some warm water, she said. Hearing this, Yu Jiayu looked especially eager. I'll do it. I'll do it. You don't need to move, sister. Yu Jiayu rubbed his fists excitedly. He took the kettle of hot water and brought it over. Tongxi thought to herself, her little cousin is quite thoughtful. She walked over and pushed open the door. Here he is. You're awake? She was startled. Wen Jiuyuan was leaning against the sofa cushion, relaxed yet upright. The mark left by years of military service was deeply ingrained in him. Even during rest, he never showed any sign of fatigue or losing composure. Now he had opened his eyes and looked at her, but his face still carried a faint alcohol scent. Yeah, I'm awake, he said in a slightly hoarse voice. Tongxi wanted to say something. Yu Jiayu gently pushed her aside. I'll pour the water. He poured hot water into a teacup on the table and held it out to Wen Jiuyuan, pretending to feed him. But before the cup reached him, he smoothly blocked it without spilling a drop. In the blink of an eye, he switched the cup to his other hand. Wen Jiuyuan said, I'll do it myself. Thank you. He politely nodded and drank the hot water in one gulp. Yu Jiayu looked disappointed and pouted. Tongxi's eyes scanned back and forth between the two of them. She felt that just a moment ago, there seemed to be some kind of confrontation happening between them that she didn't understand. But Tongxi quickly didn't have time to think about it, because Wen Hui came over to remind them that old Master Wen and Mrs.
Jiang were looking for them.
Although the wedding ceremony was over, there were still many other things they needed to handle. Tongxi and Wen Jiuyuan briefly tidied up their clothes. After making sure they hadn't lost their composure, they headed back toward the banquet hall. Back in the guest area, Tongxi and Wen Jiuyuan still had to socialize and mingle. At first, everyone was a bit worried about Tongxi. They thought she was young, cold, and stubborn, worried she might not handle such occasions well. But surprisingly, although Tongxi spoke little, she behaved appropriately, moving with grace and confidence, not showing any signs of nervousness. Some guests, who initially only exchanged polite words, now sincerely praised Tangxi, saying the Wen family had married a good daughter-in-law. Tangxi didn't realize her reputation was improving so quickly. At this moment, she was being pulled aside by Fu Xueming to talk. Fu Xueming mentioned he had just returned from the northwest yesterday. Tangxi suddenly understood. No wonder, I wondered why there was no follow-up on what happened before. With many people talking, she didn't specify what exactly happened, but both she and Fu Xueming understood each other clearly. Fu Xueming's face suddenly looked strange. No follow-up? Really? Tangxi was quick-witted and responded swiftly. It seems you were mistaken. My belongings are not always in high demand everywhere. She spoke calmly, not angry, just a bit disappointed. If Fu Xueming hadn't interfered, she thought she might have spent more time on it. But Fu Xueming's expression grew more and more unpleasant. He solemnly told Tangxi, I will give you an explanation about this. Before she could stop him, Fu Xueming turned and strode away. Tangxi sighed, suppressing her guesses. As she turned around, she accidentally bumped into Fang Xiaoman, Wen Xu's mother. Today, she had dressed up specially, and because she had practiced ballet for many years, her posture was elegant and proud. Unfortunately, her attitude toward Tangxi was not very friendly. Old Mr. Fu is Jiuyuan's teacher and a very important scientist in our country. If you offend him, Tangxi, that wouldn't be good. Her tone was slow and leisurely, with a hint of enjoying watching a show. Tangxi was confused at first. A few seconds later, she realized Fang Xiaoman probably saw Fu Xueming's bad mood and mistakenly thought they had a conflict. Tangxi frowned in surprise and raised an eyebrow. You're overthinking, second sister-in-law. She emphasized the last two words especially strongly. Fang Xiaoman's face instantly turned very pale. She stared fiercely at Tangxi.
You.
Tangxi made a move to help her, kindly asking, Is second sister-in-law feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to rest, second sister-in-law? She kept calling her second sister-in-law, and she kept using the same phrase. Tangxi saw Fang Xiaoman's elegant face twist more and more, with a secret smile at the corner of her mouth. In the past, Fang Xiaoman thought of herself as Tangxi's future mother-in-law, always acting proud, criticizing her everywhere, and bossing her around. Her clothes were too ugly and lacked taste. Her smile showed too many teeth and wasn't ladylike. Her temper was sharp and not suitable for a good wife. Fang Xiaoman had 1,000 reasons to dislike Tangxi. But deep down, she couldn't accept Tangxi's background and hated being forced into an arranged marriage. Tangxi tolerated it for Grandpa Wen and Grandma Zhang's sake.
But now, sorry.
They are sisters-in-law. They are peers. It's not Fang Xiaoman's place to teach Tangxi. Tangxi's mood grew happier. So this is what it feels like to enjoy the status upgrade? Just then, Fu Xueming turned back. He had something to say and, not bothering to look at who was beside Tangxi, said straightforwardly, By the way, Comrade Xiaotang, I'll call you tomorrow morning. Remember to answer. Tangxi nodded in response. Fang Xiaoman looked stunned. She had interacted with Old Master Wen a few times, but had never seen him speak kindly. Even to Wen Jiuyuan, he was always blunt and direct. She had once wanted to send Wen Xu to study under Fu Xueming, but was met with some sarcasm. But now, towards Tangxi, he didn't have his usual fiery temper. He seemed more like he was doting on his beloved little granddaughter, almost eager to spoil her. Old Master Fu. Fang Xiaoman couldn't help but ask about the relationship between Fu Xueming and Tangxi. However, Fu Xueming was in a hurry to leave, didn't even look at her, and turned away immediately. Fang Xiaoman froze there. She felt extremely awkward, losing all her elegance and grace, just wanting to find a to hide in. In the end, she made up a clumsy excuse and hurriedly left. Until the wedding banquet ended, Fang Xiaoman never appeared again. Meanwhile, Wen Jiuyuan and Tangxi arrived at the new home, surrounded by both families. The large courtyard was heavily guarded, and it took quite some effort to get everyone inside. But Tang Riyue and Yu Jingming were very satisfied, feeling it was safer this way. Wen Jiuyuan's small house was decorated thoroughly inside and out. They also bought a few new pieces of furniture, making it less cold and empty than before. This refined taste clearly shows it was arranged by Madame Jiang. However, she was worried that Tang Shi hadn't visited before and might not like it, so she took her and Tang Riyue on a tour. Time is tight. These pieces of furniture are all ready-made. Something always feels missing. If she has any ideas later, just tell me. I will take you to see Master Yang. He is the most experienced carpenter in the capital. His father was from the former dynasty's workshop, and he inherited his skills. He has been doing this since before liberation, almost 50 years now. Whatever kind of furniture she wants, he can make it happen. Tang Shi looked around and thought it was okay as long as it was livable. Tang Riyue, however, was a bit interested and couldn't help asking a few questions. Madame Jiang suddenly became excited and told Tang Riyue more. Finally, she pulled Tang Riyue aside and said they should go to Wen house to continue talking, so as not to disturb Wen Jiuyuan. The elders around all chuckled kindly. Tang Shi felt a bit confused and instinctively said, "Grandma Jiang, you're not disturbing." Gu Han, who was also the eldest aunt. No, she should be the eldest sister-in-law now. She smirked and said, She? Why still call her Grandma Jiang? You should call her Mom now. Tang Shi suddenly realized and blushed from her collar to her cheeks, her face glowing red. Wen Jiuyuan, who hadn't spoken much before, now stepped forward and said, "It's okay to take your time. It's hard to get used to it right away." Everyone could tell that Wen Jiuyuan was defending his wife. So, everyone laughed even more. After all, days like today where they could tease Wen Jiuyuan like this were rare. Even Wen Hui and Wen Qing joined in the teasing. Seeing Wen Jiuyuan silent and not speaking, Tang Shi suddenly asked, then, should Wen Hui and Wen Qing also change how they call him? Everyone froze. Next, the awkward and hesitant ones who couldn't speak were Wen Hui and Wen Qing. As for Wen Hui's wife, Wang Sui, she had already hugged her child and gone to the side. After the fun, everyone gradually left. Before leaving, Madame Jiang Nanjing, told Tang Shi, "I placed a small box on your bed. Remember to open it later and take a look." Tang Shi was a bit confused but nodded in agreement. The two-story small building Wen Jiuyuan received had 4 rooms in total. 2 rooms downstairs were guest rooms. One was a storage room, and the other was a guest room that had been empty for years. Upstairs, there were 2 rooms. One was Wen Jiuyuan's study, which had a small bed inside. When he was tired and busy, he would not bother to go back to his room, but would spend the night on the small bed. You could say he spent most of his time like this. On the other hand, the master bedroom, although larger and well-lit, was originally meant for Wen Jiuyuan to rest in, but he hardly ever stayed there. Thanks to his cleanliness obsession, he kept the room tidy for a long time, preventing it from becoming neglected and run down. Until now, because of the arrival of the lady of the house, the entire master bedroom has been repainted, and even the window frames replaced. The old, chipped green window frames were replaced with black checkered ones. The glass panes, divided into squares, are so clean they look spotless. Looking out, you can see tall, lush sycamore trees growing wildly outside. Their branches are full of tender green leaves just sprouted in early spring. When the wind blows, the green leaves sway together. The mottled sunlight spills like scattered gold. Tangxi gazed at this breathtaking scene, feeling happier than ever. She suddenly looked forward to how the view outside the window would change through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. After admiring it for a long time, Tangxi walked over to the bed covered with a bright red wedding quilt. The small box that Jiang Nanjing mentioned before leaving was now on the bedside table. Tangxi sat down beside the bed, reached for the box, and opened it. She suddenly held her breath. Inside, wrapped in silk cloth, were antique jewelry. There was a jade pendant so rich and green it seemed to almost drip with color, a bracelet made of pink tourmaline and green jade, an old silver ring with embedded rubies and intricate designs, and a smiling face Buddha carved from white jade. This small box was made of Wangwali wood, authentic old material, with a smooth, oily patina developed over years, understated and elegant. Who would have thought that an ordinary-looking old box could contain such a dazzling collection of jewelry? Tangxi felt a bit overwhelmed. She carefully held the box, cautious not to drop it accidentally. Just then, Wen Jiuyuan walked in, holding a stack of red envelopes. "These are from the elders. You arrived just in time. Come over quickly." Tangxi's eyes lit up as if she saw a savior. Wen Jiuyuan paused briefly, then quickly stepped forward. "What's going on?" Tangxi held the box out to him. "These seem to be from Jiang. My mother. How should I return them to her?" Wen Jiuyuan's worry eased a little. He thought something had happened to Tangxi. He looked into the box, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. "Looks like your mother gave you her most treasured items." The old man Wen and Tong are both from poor farming families, but Lady Jiang Nanjing is not. Her ancestors were a noble family, dating back to the Ming dynasty, producing many high officials and scholars who left their mark on history. When she was young, Jiang Nanjing was also a wealthy young lady, raised in luxury. But during times of chaos, when she saw the terrible events happening to the land, she resolutely cut her hair and dedicated herself to the revolutionary cause. The Jiang family behind her also made many similar choices. They used a lot of their money and, through complex overseas connections of the Jiang family, bought large amounts of weapons and medicines. Many members of the Jiang family sacrificed on this path, finally seeing hope dawn. After the founding of the country, the Jiang family donated their remaining assets. Just Jiang Nanjing donated 2 courtyard houses, several buildings, and countless precious artifacts. These properties were returned to Jiang Nanjing's name a few years ago. The artifacts, at her request, remain stored in the museum. The jewelry she kept are pieces passed down from her grandmother to her mother, then to her. During the chaos a few years ago, Jiang Nanjing carefully stored these items and never took them out. Only in recent years, as the situation changed, did she take out a few valuable pieces to share with her 2 daughters-in-law, Gu Han and Fang Xiaoman. But the best pieces are kept in a small box, given to Tangxi. After hearing Wen Jiuyuan's detailed story, Tangxi murmured, "These are so precious." Wen Jiuyuan saw her unease, understood what she was worried about, and said, "Some of these things were originally meant for you. But when we married, considering our relationship, I added 2 more items." Tangxi still felt it was not right. The saying goes, it's not the scarcity, but the imbalance that causes worry. If others in the family found out, they might feel unhappy. Fang Xiaoman didn't mind. But big sister-in-law Gu Han always treated her well. She couldn't bear to hurt her feelings. The surprise of the jewelry faded, and Tangxi's tone grew more determined. "No, I must return them." Wen Jiuyuan carefully observed her features. So pure and untouched by worldly dust. No matter how expensive the jewelry, it couldn't sway her. He was a bit surprised, but also felt it was not so surprising because this was Tangxi. Still, Wen Jiuyuan reminded her, "Xiangxi, do you know why your mother left the box in the room instead of giving it to you directly?" Tangxi immediately understood. "She's worried I won't accept it?" Wen Jiuyuan nodded. "Your mother is quite stubborn." Tangxi bit her lip and had to admit that Wen Jiuyuan was right. Compared to Wen and others, Jiang Nanjing has a very good temper, cheerful, optimistic, and patient. She is a perfect elder. But even someone with such a good temper can become fierce when truly angry, and both Wen and Tong would have to step back. Moreover, once Jiang Nanjing decides on something, it's impossible to change her mind. Whether she's being tough or subtle, she always finds a way to get what she wants. "But I still want to try," Tangxi said firmly. Wen Jiuyuan silently sighed. Is her mother's stubbornness not enough? There's also someone else in front of her. "Then you should keep these red envelopes." Tangxi saw Wen Jiuyuan handing her a stack of red envelopes. She remembered they were from various elders today. Her clothes and purse are small, so she turned and handed them to Wen Jiuyuan. Tangxi used to be curious about other families' weddings in the village. Those elders usually gave small red envelopes, just a few coins or notes, for good luck. She thought these envelopes might be the same, so she didn't think much and opened them.
A few big notes slipped out easily. 60 yuan? That's so much. Tangxi's eyes widened in surprise. Wen Jiuyuan's eyes showed a smile. Want to keep opening? Tangxi did as told. Soon, all the red envelopes had been opened. She then realized that the 60 yuan envelope was actually the smallest. Most of the others contained 80 yuan, and a few even had 166 yuan. Altogether, it added up to nearly 2,000 yuan.
What does sudden wealth feel like? Tangxi doesn't know.
She only feels dizzy. She touched those big notes that smelled of a unique ink scent and suddenly remembered something. She quickly looked at Wen Jiuyuan and tried to push most of the money aside. Are you taking these? Could it be too little? Tangxi looked down at the few big notes in front of her, hesitating. Then she saw Wen Jiuyuan picking up the scattered money, including the ones in front of her. Tangxi couldn't help but bite her lip. Somehow, she felt a little wronged inside. But she didn't say anything, only slightly drooping her eyes and keeping her lips tight. Here. A brand new, neat stack of big notes was handed to Tangxi by Wen Jiuyuan's large hand. Tangxi's eyes widened little by little. You're giving this to me? Wen Jiuyuan's smile grew brighter. If I don't give it to you, who else? Tangxi thought carefully. That's true. The red envelopes from elders were either kept by Wen Jiuyuan or by her. So, why couldn't they be kept by her? Tangxi never fussed over things she understood quickly, and soon folded a small stack of money. I'm going to open a savings account and put it all in. I'll tell you the password later, and keep the passbook at home. If you need it, just take it. Her tone was cheerful and upbeat, and she eagerly talked about what she planned to do with the money. Wen Jiuyuan listened quietly, his gaze almost fixed on her face. Tangxi sensed his discomfort. What's wrong? She reached up and touched her face. Wen Jiuyuan suddenly realized he had been acting out of line. His throat moved, and his jawline tightened slightly. There was a feeling that the air around them was tense. To ease the mood, he took out the passbook he had prepared long ago. Here's another one. Tangxi took it and looked at it. Her eyes widened in surprise at the amount. Wen Jiuyuan explained, it's money I saved since I was a kid. Tangxi's mind suddenly went blank, and she blurted out, You started saving money when you were a kid for your future wife? Immediately after, she regretted saying it and wished she could swallow the words back. What was she even saying? Future wife? She could feel Wen Jiuyuan's pupils turn dark and deep. Unintentionally, he revealed a strong and aggressive attitude. Tangxi felt more uncomfortable, her fingers clenched tightly. I didn't mean. Wen Jiuyuan suddenly smiled. He looked at Tangxi and said carefully, Yes, you're right. It was for my future wife, so I'm giving it to you now. Tangxi's earlobe felt hot, as if it was about to bleed. She felt the air around her grow thin and almost couldn't breathe, so she quickly stood up. I'll go downstairs to get some water. Then she hurriedly left. Soon, footsteps echoed on the stairs. Wen Jiuyuan, remaining where he was, showed a helpless smile. He knew Tangxi was shy, so he naturally didn't want to chase after her. To give her space, he got up and went to the next-door study. He flipped through a couple of pages of documents but felt restless and couldn't focus. He kept listening for sounds from downstairs. Gurgle, gurgle. That was hot water boiling. Clatter, clatter. Someone was pouring water into a cup. Hiss, sho. She accidentally burned herself while drinking water.
Top, top.
She was walking back and forth inside. Clang, clang. She was moving things around. He never knew that these small, common sounds, when combined, could be so pleasant to hear. Even this plain, ordinary small building, which looks the same as the other houses in the courtyard, has become unique and lively. It has finally been given the meaning of home. Tangxi used the excuse of familiarizing herself with the new house to explore almost every corner of the first floor. She quickly realized that there weren't many signs of daily life inside. Many items were added later after marriage. Does Wen Jiuyuan not cook for himself at home? Suddenly, Tangxi faced a serious question. She doesn't know how to cook. Although she usually helps Tong Riyue, she doesn't know how to cook herself. If Wen Jiuyuan also can't cook,
Do they have to eat at the cafeteria every day? Tangxi crossed her arms and thought carefully for a long time. Finally, she decided to go to the second floor to ask Wen Jiuyuan. But how should she start the conversation? Tangxi hesitated. Actually, Wen Jiuyuan in the study had already heard her walking upstairs and approaching slowly. He patiently waited for a while, but didn't see Tangxi appear at the door. So he chose to go over himself. Tangxi, standing nervously at the door, was startled when Wen Jiuyuan suddenly appeared. She almost fell backward because she wasn't paying attention. Wen Jiuyuan caught her just in time. His hand rested steadily on her waist, almost encompassing her. Tangxi felt dizzy and unsteady, leaning on his strength to steady herself. "Ah, thank you, thank you." Wen Jiuyuan slowly moved his hand away. His deep black eyes seemed to be thinking about something. But Tangxi, worried about the cooking issue, didn't notice much else. She thought wasting time was pointless and asked directly. Wen Jiuyuan was a bit surprised and didn't see this as a problem. "Of course, I will cook." Tangxi was even more surprised. "You can cook?" Wen Jiuyuan preferred action over words. "What do you want to eat tomorrow?" Tangxi asked tentatively. "Braised pork?" Wen Jiuyuan calmly replied. "Sure." "Steamed fish." "What kind of fish do you like?" "What about scallion lamb?" "No problem." Tangxi chuckled softly. "Is this a state-run restaurant?" Her smile made her eyes sparkle like spring water, shining brightly. Her beautiful face looked even more lively and charming. Wen Jiuyuan also smiled. "That can be arranged." His cold, stern expression suddenly softened, as if spring was returning to the cold winter. It brought a bit more warmth and liveliness. Tangxi laughed even more happily. "Then I'll do the dishes from now on." Wen Jiuyuan thought it wasn't necessary, but seeing her so interested and not wanting to disappoint her, he nodded. "Okay. I'll handle the cleaning." Tangxi quickly followed. "Then I'll do the laundry." The two of them discussed the division of household chores for the future. Unknowingly, the sunset faded and the sky grew darker. Tangxi yawned. "I'll go take a shower first." Wen Jiuyuan paused briefly, then responded with a soft "hmm." His voice sounded a bit tense. Tangxi was too tired and didn't notice anything unusual. She simply carried her clothes to the bathroom. The apartment was much more convenient than the village, with pipes connected to hot water. Tangxi quickly finished her shower. She wrapped her hair on top of her head, revealing her small, white face with a faint blush and a slight dampness. Wen Jiuyuan couldn't help but look at her. Eventually, he found an excuse to go to the study. He waited half an hour before finally entering the bathroom. But he always felt that even after the steam disappeared, a faint rose scent lingered in the bathroom. Wen Jiuyuan hurriedly finished his shower and returned to his room. When he saw the bedroom, he suddenly smiled. Tangxi was already lying in bed, sleeping deeply. Morning sunlight streamed into the room. The small face nestled in fluffy, curly hair looked almost transparent under the light. Her thin eyelids moved twice, then slowly opened. Her light amber eyes were full of confusion and sleepiness. Tangxi propped herself up on the bed and slowly sat up. As her mind cleared, the scenes from the night before gradually appeared. She had suggested taking a shower and went to the bathroom first. She appeared calm on the outside, but inside, she was very nervous. After all, it was their wedding night. If Wen Jiuyuan, Tangxi knew nothing about men and women. The only knowledge she had was a few vague words her sister Tang Ryua had secretly told her the day before the wedding. But her conservative upbringing made Tang Ryua's explanations vague. Tangxi was still confused and filled with anxiety about what might happen. She lay on the bed, clutching the quilt, unsure of what was to come, her heart pounding. She waited and waited, then she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already morning. So their wedding night had just passed like that? Thud, thud, thud. Outside the slightly open door, steady and powerful footsteps could be heard. Soon, Wen Jiuyuan appeared at the door.
Huh.
"Cece, you're awake?" His black eyes focused on Tangxi's figure. Tangxi touched her hair and nodded softly. She felt a little embarrassed and cleared her throat. Last night, seeing her nervous expression, Wen Jiuyuan unconsciously bit his lower lip and softly explained, "You must have been tired last night and slept very well. I didn't want to disturb you, so I stayed in the study next door." Tang, she just realized that there are no signs of anyone lying on the bedding beside her. Really? Her tone suddenly became more relaxed. Wen Jiuyuan was glad about his choice last night. He stepped forward and asked, "Would you like some warm water?" Tang, she noticed he was holding a glass cup. She was indeed a bit thirsty and was about to get out of bed. But Wen Jiuyuan was quicker and handed her the cup. While Tang, she sat on the bed, holding the cup and drinking, he turned around to get his coat and socks. "It's a bit chilly in the morning, don't catch a cold." After finishing her water, Tang, she put on her coat and socks, wrapping herself up tightly. When they reached the first floor, she saw that breakfast was already set on the table. There was a lot of food, mainly beef buns, fried cakes, and soy milk. Wen Jiuyuan said, "I went to the cafeteria this morning. The food there is simple, but the ingredients are clean and it tastes good. If you're busy later, you can eat there. The tickets are in the cabinet at the door." Tang, she was dazzled by the variety and nodded casually. She took a few bites and found that, as Wen Jiuyuan said, the food was indeed tasty. Especially the fried cake. The cafeteria in the big yard used plenty of oil, frying it golden and crispy. Biting into it, the flavors layered one after another. From the thin, crispy crust, to the soft, sticky rice, and finally to the hot, flowing red bean paste inside. Tang Shi's eyes lit up as she ate, unable to stop after 3 bites. It was Wen Jiuyuan who reminded her that the fried cake was greasy and not to eat too much, so she reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Tang, she didn't have much of an appetite. After eating a beef bun and drinking half a bowl of soy milk, she couldn't eat any more. Wen Jiuyuan quickly finished the rest of the breakfast, even finishing the half bowl of soy milk she left behind. At first, Tang, she felt a little embarrassed. But seeing Wen Jiuyuan's natural expression, as if this was the most normal thing, she relaxed. She didn't dwell on it anymore. Just then, the landline in the living room rang. Tang, she remembered that at yesterday's wedding banquet, Fu Xueming wanted to contact her. She got up and answered the phone. It was indeed him. "Comrade Xiao Tang, I'm really sorry. This was my oversight." Fu Xueming's voice was full of apology. After some explanation, Tang, she finally understood the situation. It turned out that after Fu Xueming saw Tang, she leave that day, he received a call saying he had a task to go to the Northwest. He didn't have time to meet his old friend in person, the director of the Light Weapons Research Institute, so he put the homemade gun in an envelope and arranged for his subordinate to deliver it. But the subordinate didn't meet the director and instead handed the item to the director's student. There was a problem with the communication earlier, and Fu Xueming's message was not conveyed clearly. As a result, the director didn't understand the meaning of the envelope bag with the cow pattern on the table until yesterday. "I already told him yesterday. He feels sorry and asked me to take you there. Do you have time today?" Later, Fu Xueming spoke very cautiously, worried that Tangxi might have concerns about the Small Arms Research Institute due to the previous mistake. In his mind, Tangxi was a fiery girl who might just walk away and refuse to help. However, Tangxi happily agreed and set the meeting for the afternoon. Fu Xueming was very pleased. After hanging up, Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan prepared to leave. They were going to Wen's house for lunch, and Zhang Nanqin had told them yesterday to come a bit later. But Tangxi thought there was no rush, and arriving early was fine. She could also take the chance to return the old yellow pearwood box when no one was around. Wen Jiuyuan watched her struggle to carry the box into the jeep and secretly smiled, but said nothing. The courtyard was not far from the old house, and they arrived quickly by car. The housekeeper, Aunt Zhou, was the one who opened the door. She greeted Tangxi warmly, praising her beauty and how well her clothes suited her. Since this was her first visit as a daughter-in-law, Tangxi had dressed up specially. She wore a white shirt with a bright red cashmere sweater, making her look fresh and stunning. Compared to the last time she wore a ragged coat and headscarf, she looked like a different person.
Aunt Zhou was right about that.
But Tangxi still felt her attitude had become overly flattering and exaggerated. While Aunt Zhou went inside to call someone, Tangxi casually sighed to Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan replied casually, I heard about what happened last time. I told her. Tangxi was surprised and widened her eyes, wanting to ask something. When Jiang had already appeared in the corridor, happily waving at them. You're here so early?
Come in.
Then Jiang Nanqin also came out. Aren't I supposed to tell you to come later? Jiang Nanqin was sharp-eyed and quickly understood the situation just by glancing at them. But her smile remained unchanged, and she was not in a hurry. She thought everything could happen slowly. As for the box Wen Jiuyuan was holding, Jiang Nanqin quietly invited Tangxi inside to sit. Seeing no one around, Tangxi felt it was a good opportunity and pulled Jiang Nanqin aside to talk about returning the items. But instead, Jiang Nanqin started by reminiscing about Tangxi's lively and adorable childhood, sharing how much joy she brought her. Later, she talked about how close the two families were and how happy she was that Tangxi could become her daughter-in-law. She was very pleased. Tangxi felt dizzy and her thoughts had already drifted far away. Jiang Nanqin led Tangxi around for a long time, successfully making her forget her initial prepared speech. But Tangxi was also stubborn. She struggled to speak through her dizziness. But that box. Jiang Nanqin chuckled softly. Tangxi looked at her blankly. Her confused and innocent look made Jiang Nanqin want to reach out and pinch her cheek. Suddenly, a faint sharp gaze fell on Jiang Nanqin's raised hand. That direction was where Wen Jiuyuan was talking with Wen He. That little troublemaker. Jiang Nanqin thought to herself with a smile. Then she said to Tangxi, All right, I know what you want to say. You're worried that your older sister-in-law and the others might have opinions, right? Don't worry. I already told your sister-in-law. She has no objections and even wants to add a few more things to your wedding. In the end, I convinced her to stop. Tangxi had never known these things. It turned out that many people were thinking and planning for her behind the scenes. She couldn't bring herself to refuse anymore. Not long after, the eldest Wen Jiuyuan and his family arrived. When Guhan heard about this, her reaction was exactly as Jiang Nanqin predicted. Cici, you're just like the children in the family. These things should be yours. Now that you're married to Jiuyuan, it's even more of a family bond. You should take them without feeling embarrassed. Wen Qing, standing nearby, also had no objections and proudly puffed out her chest. I know. I have my share, too. Jiang Nanqin was amused. Yes, 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 with you included. Don't worry, little clever girl. Everyone laughed. By noon, the second brother, Wen Huayan, arrived late. But he was the only one who came. From his words, Feng Xiaoman had something urgent, and Wen Xu was feeling unwell. Both mother and son had their excuses and couldn't come. When he and Jiang Nanqin remained calm and didn't comment, the others didn't say anything either. In fact, because the mother and son were absent, everyone's mood was even better and the atmosphere was more cheerful. While chatting, everyone discussed Tangxi's future plans. When they learned she intended to continue taking the college entrance exam, everyone expressed support. Guhan mentioned she had a classmate who was a middle school principal. Wen Qing had studied at that school before, and the environment and teaching quality were very good. If Tangxi was willing, Guhan offered to call her classmate, so Tangxi could directly transfer and enroll. Recently, the new school term just started, and transferring to another school is quite easy. Tangxi has been thinking about choosing a school. She previously attended a middle school in town, which is definitely not as good as schools in the capital. However, she is not familiar with the schools in the capital and plans to settle down after marriage before slowly gathering information. Thanks to her sister-in-law's help, she saved a lot of effort and quickly agreed. The Capital Light Weapons Research Institute. As a key national research center, only outstanding talents can enter here. Lu Hao is one of them. He was among the last group recommended to attend the Workers', Peasants', and Soldiers' University. In university, he studied hard and was very practical. He quickly stood out among his peers and was smoothly assigned to the Research Institute after graduation. During his 3 years at the institute, he worked diligently and finally gained the favor of Director Zhuang Tao, becoming his student. With effort, and hard work, he finally achieved something.
But why?
Why was it so easy for someone else to surpass him? And that person was a young girl who hadn't even gone to university.
Huh?
A woman should stay at home, take care of her family, and be obedient, right? Why does she have to come out and compete with men for opportunities? Lu Hao's eyes turned red with anger, but he dared not show it. Even when Director Zhuang Tao asked him directly, he smiled in approval. Yes, teacher is right. I also hope such a talented person can become my little sister apprentice. Zhuang Tao, the director of the Light Weapons Research Institute, immediately seemed to get support. 2-1.
See.
I told you this young Tang is very suitable to be my student. Fu Xueming, step aside. The director, Zhuang Tao, was not tall, somewhat thin, with a dry, weathered face, marks of a life full of hardships. At first glance, he looked like an unremarkable old farmer. But who knew that those rough, bark-like hands had designed countless classic firearms, and even when the country was poor, he managed to set up his own production line. He didn't need to buy foreign weapons with foreign exchange. Instead, he exported arms and earned a lot of foreign currency for the country each year. Director Zhuang Tao was definitely a capable and admirable person. Most people wouldn't dare to argue with him. But standing here was Fu Xueming. Nonsense. Little Tang knows me much better. Why should she bypass me to become your student? Fu Xueming, no longer the gentle scholar everyone saw, was furious and shouting loudly. Zhuang Tao was unwilling to show weakness and immediately said, I can make her my official disciple. The value of that position speaks for itself, doesn't it? Fu Xueming's eyes widened in anger. I will expel all the other students from the school. The two old men argued fiercely. They didn't notice Lu Hao in the corner, lowering his head with a look of increasing displeasure. Jealousy, anger, dissatisfaction. All these feelings showed on his face. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted Fu Xueming and Zhuang Tao's argument. They had to quiet down and stared intently at the door. Sure enough, Tang Shi arrived. She came directly from the Wen family, but for convenience, her fluffy hair was tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head, revealing a face as full and delicate as a begonia flower. Tang Shi first saw Fu Xueming, then guessed that the person beside him was the director, Zhuang Tao. She politely nodded and greeted Fu Xueming and Zhuang Tao one by one. Both of them had already toned down their previous wild attitude, becoming warm and friendly like spring breezes. Little Tang, are you tired after your trip? Would you like to sit down and have some water? Comrade Tang, we've heard of you for a long time. It was our oversight at the Research Institute, and I apologize to you here. Tang Shi looked around, unsure who to answer first. She decided to get straight to the point. In fact, I came today for another reason about that earth gun from before. I have a new idea for its modification. Fu Xueming and Zhuang Tao were immediately interested and asked in unison, what idea? Since it wasn't appropriate to discuss in the office, Zhuang Tao suggested they go directly to the laboratory. The earth gun Tang Shi had dismantled was placed there, with each part neatly arranged. Tang Shi nodded, thinking it was better to discuss in the lab. The three of them left, leaving Lu Hao behind. Tang Shi didn't know how many secret conflicts had occurred between the two elders over her becoming a student. She only felt that on the way here, Director Zhuang Tao seemed very enthusiastic. He not only introduced her to the situation of the Light Weapon Research Institute and how good the environment was, but also mentioned salary, employee dormitories, affiliated schools, and arrangements for family members' jobs. All of it. At first, she didn't think much of it. Gradually, she started to suspect something. Was Director Zhuang trying to recruit her? But she hadn't said anything yet. Seeing Director Zhuang sincerely, his weathered face made her unable to say a single word of refusal. No choice, Tangxi could only look at Fu Xueming for help, hoping he would speak up for her. After all, they are old friends. But as soon as she gave him a look, Fu Xueming suddenly seemed energized. All right. Stop showing off your research institute's benefits. With Tangxi's talent and ability, do we really need to worry about these little things? Tangxi felt something was off. Was this statement meant to help, or was it a subtle challenge? It's not really like that. Stop calling it showing off. This is my sincerity. Tangxi's soft voice was overshadowed by Zhuang Tao's loud reply. And that wasn't the end. Zhuang Tao smoothly shifted the topic to the history of their research institute. Back then, before the founding of the country, the people on this land were suffering greatly. Everyone fought bravely to save their homeland, but their weapons were only a few confiscated items from foreign armies. Because the sources were many and mixed, and without a unified military issue, they earned the nickname All Nations Made. It sounded impressive, but behind it was hardship and tears. Finally, after the country was established, their military industry was weak. For small arms, besides copying, there was no other way. But relying on others wasn't a long-term solution. Years later, they designed their first automatic rifle. However, due to various reasons, it was retired after less than 10 years of service. The good thing was that they finally started to develop independently. Later, several new guns were developed one after another. Although they faced many problems along the way, they managed to overcome them. Zhuang Tao told these stories as someone who experienced them firsthand. The hardships, pain, joy, and disappointment were all his real experiences. Hearing it from him, the feelings were naturally different. Even Tangxi was emotionally stirred, eager to share everything she knew.
No, calm down, stay calm. Take it step by step.
Tangxi warned herself silently, but she couldn't help leaning slightly forward. Could my previous homemade gun give you some inspiration? Hearing this, Zhuang Tao's eyes lit up. Of course. He was about to say more. They arrived at the laboratory. Zhuang Tao couldn't wait to invite Tangxi inside. The researchers in the lab saw him and greeted him warmly. Zhuang Tao didn't care for formalities, waved his hand, and quickly led Tangxi to her disassembled homemade gun. Other researchers were curious and eager to look on, so Zhuang Tao casually explained, "The makeshift gun you're all curious about belongs to Comrade Xiao Tang." Unexpectedly, this caused a big stir among all the researchers. Really? Does Comrade Xiao Tang look like she's 18? Can you tell us the specific details? Regarding the aiming mechanism, what was your design idea? Did you teach yourself? Or do your family members work in this field? This firing pin design is quite unique. Can you explain what exactly it does? Everyone was so enthusiastic that they pushed Zhuang Tao out of the way. A short-statured Zhuang Tao was so angry, he jumped outside the crowd and shouted, "I'm the director. I am your director." Realizing what had happened, the others awkwardly went back to their own work. Zhuang Tao wiped his sweat and returned to Tang Xi's side. "Sorry, Comrade Xiao Tang, for making you laugh." He also shot a warning look at the others. The researchers chuckled and turned their heads away. But this also showed their work environment was indeed good. Tang Xi smiled softly. "It's okay. This is a good chance for us to exchange ideas." This remark made the researchers, who had just dispersed, come rushing back. This time, they learned their lesson and didn't push Zhuang Tao away again, instead leaving him a spot to stand. Zhuang Tao, firmly standing next to Tang Xi, hummed happily and lifted his chin proudly. Oh, right, he also had many questions he wanted to ask. Zhuang Tao joined the group asking questions. Suddenly, Tang Xi became the center of attention in the lab, a real favorite. And instead of showing impatience, she patiently answered each person's questions in detail. Her recent studies in the system classroom had greatly improved her knowledge. She not only answered everyone's questions perfectly, but also gave advice on their problems. This amazed many researchers present, including Director Zhuang Tao. They had asked questions hoping to learn from each other. But who knew that Tang Xi could give practical solutions just by glancing at their problems? It was like they thought they were dealing with a talented young sister. In fact, she was a hidden master from a remote mountain sect, capable of easily surpassing them. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Comrade Xiao Tang, are you really self-taught?" Tang Xi replied casually, "I just like to think about these things in my free time." She was somewhat vague in her words, but to others listening it sounded like she had other meanings. A few years ago, during a time of chaos, some senior experts were involved and forced to be sent to the cattle farm.
If she happened to be in Tongxi at that time, it's possible she learned something there. So, although they were surprised, they didn't find it unbelievable. In the end, they sincerely praised her. That day, Tongxi stayed at the Light Weapons Research Institute for a long time. Midway, Fu Xueming had to leave because of an urgent matter. The organization's phone kept ringing at the institute. Realizing the situation was serious, he left reluctantly, looking back several times. She was also invited by Director Zhuang Tao to have a meal at the institute's cafeteria. The food was simple but tasty. When she finished, Zhuang Tao personally handed her an envelope. Tongxi was a bit surprised. What is this? Zhuang Tao looked a little shy. It's a bonus. It's not much. Don't be offended, little Tang. How could Tongxi be offended? She had already visited all the places she could at the Light Weapons Research Institute today. From the environment, it was clear they were short on funds. Giving her this money was already their biggest show of sincerity. Tongxi opened the envelope and found a thank you letter along with the bonus. Thank you, Comrade Tongxi, for your major contributions to our research work. We sincerely appreciate it. Huagua Light Weapons Research Institute. There was also a bright red official stamp below. Tongxi was very surprised. What's this? Zhuang Tao waved his hand casually. Just a small token of appreciation. But it didn't seem like just a token. To Tongxi, this thank you letter was the greatest reward. She lovingly touched the printed words on the paper, feeling deeply moved. So the butterfly she fluttered has already stirred a gentle breeze in this era. Maybe over time, this breeze will grow into a hurricane, truly and permanently changing the world. Seeing that it was getting late, Tongxi prepared to go home. Zhuang Tao said he would send a car to pick her up. Before leaving, he naturally asked about a question she had been pondering all day. He asked if she was willing to join the institute as a researcher. Tongxi already had her answer and politely declined on the spot. Seeing Director Zhuang's reaction, it seemed surprisingly calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. Then he suddenly suggested, what about? A specially appointed researcher? Specially appointed researcher? Tongxi had never heard of that before. After Zhong Tao explained, she realized that this special appointment as a researcher was for a specific scientific project, and she was hired as a senior technical expert for that purpose. Tang Shi, being young and inexperienced, found it difficult to become a special researcher immediately, but Zhong Tao could offer her the position of associate researcher. Today, Tang Shi visited a laboratory that had not yet entered the core area of the institute, and many project details could not be shared with her. Many researchers there were disappointed because the projects involved military technology and were mostly confidential. However, with the title of associate researcher and a confidentiality agreement, Tang Shi could participate in many real light weapon development projects. Zhong Tao also felt a bit embarrassed and said, the title sounds impressive, but this special researcher position doesn't have official status, and the benefits are not the same as other researchers. It's like being a temporary worker at the company. He didn't think Tang Shi was young and could be easily fooled. Instead, he honestly explained both the advantages and disadvantages. But Tang Shi's focus was not on these details.
Me?
A senior technical expert? Tang Shi was surprised and honored. Zhong Tao looked confident and said, with your performance today, you definitely deserve that title. Before he finished, Lu Hao, who had been quiet all day, finally couldn't hold back. He carefully spoke, teacher, you might cause trouble for little Tang. Zhong Tao was caught off guard and asked, oh,
why do you say that?
Lu Hao explained, little Tang has never done research work before. If she suddenly becomes an associate researcher, even with a special appointment, it might upset others and harm team unity. He spoke cautiously and then continued passionately, as if every word was considering Tang Shi's feelings. Tang Shi narrowed her eyes, very sharp. Since arriving at the institute, she had sensed a hidden hostility lurking in the shadows. While communicating with others, she didn't give up looking for clues. Eventually, she identified Lu Hao, who was quietly following Zhong Tao, as the one hiding his true intentions.
But Lu Hao hadn't spoken much all day, and Tang Shi didn't understand why he was hostile toward her. Now she suddenly realized it was jealousy. And that miscommunication mistake from before. It was said that the person coordinating with Fu Xueming's subordinate was a student close to Zhong Tao. Today, it seemed that the student around Zhong Tao was Lu Hao. It looks like that mistake might not have been a mistake after all. But it was intentionally done by certain people. Seeing that Lu Hao's words actually persuaded Zhuang Tao, his eyes showed some hesitation. Tang Shi directly interrupted. I think it's quite interesting. Zhuang Tao quickly focused on her. Really? Comrade Xiaotang, you think so too? Having thought about it all day, Zhuang Tao, who wanted Tang Shi to stay, couldn't bear to hear that. As soon as he heard, his desire to keep Tang Shi, a talented person, grew even stronger. Tang Shi spoke firmly. Yes, I just don't want to be limited to weapon design. If I can contribute to the research institute, even if I encounter some small troubles, so what? I've never been afraid of hard work or suffering. And she's not afraid of those hidden villains lurking in the shadows. Zhuang Tao was very happy, his face full of wrinkles relaxing into a smile. Exactly. Doing research means not being afraid of hardship. Although Comrade Xiaotang is young, she has the spirit of our veteran colleagues. He decisively set aside Lu Hao's various concerns and patted his chest to assure Tang Shi, as long as she was willing to join the research institute, he, as director, would clear all obstacles for her. Tang Shi smiled gently. Of course, that's great. The matter of becoming a specially appointed associate researcher at the Light Weapons Research Institute was settled. The only downside Zhuang Tao had mentioned earlier. As for the benefits, first, Tang Shi would have a part-time job, earning a fixed monthly salary and some benefits. Second, her working hours could be flexible, as long as she spent at least 1 month each year on research. Third, Tang Shi's plans to take the college entrance exam or attend university wouldn't be affected. This mode maximizes her freedom to study and research. Tang Shi didn't lack money or a place to live. Although there are pros and cons, she saw only advantages. Thank you, Director. Tang Shi squinted her eyes happily. Zhuang Tao was even happier than her. It's me who should thank you. Oh, I also need to call Fu Xueming to show off to that old guy. He'll be so jealous. He'll be furious. Ha ha ha. Tang Shi just smiled, not getting involved in the playful rivalry between her two old friends. She caught a glimpse of a certain place and sensed that resentful, dissatisfied gaze. That made Tang Shi even happier. Her employment procedures would take a few more days. She arranged a meeting time with Zhuang Tao and left her home landline number just in case. Then, she stood up to say goodbye and left. Zhuang Tao wanted to see her off, but was quickly overtaken by Lu Hao. I can come now. Teacher, don't you still need to look at today's test data? Lu Hao guessed Zhuang Tao's worried thoughts, making him hesitate. Tang Shi then said, It's okay, Director. I can go by myself. Zhuang Tao trusted Lu Hao a lot and didn't think much about it. He only reminded Lu Hao to make sure Tang Shi was safely on the car. Lu Hao agreed. The walk from the director's office to the research institute's gate isn't long. But for some people, it feels like torture. Jealousy and frustration eat away inside like poison snakes. Finally, he couldn't hold back and spoke. Comrade Tang Shi is really young. Tang Shi had been waiting for this person to speak. After hearing him, she raised an eyebrow. Oh? What do you mean? Lu Hao looked at her carefree face and said carefully, Because you're young, you don't hold back. You don't mind showing your strength. Unlike us older folks who've been on this path for a long time, always worried about crossing some line. Comrade Tang Shi, please don't take it to heart. I was just speaking casually. He was ready in case Tang Shi nervously asked about any taboos, so he could teach her what rules are. But unexpectedly, Tang Shi didn't understand his hint and looked at him with sympathy. Getting old is really scary. Being young is better. Lu Hao. He asked himself, what is he trying to say? Is it about being old or young? I just want to see if you can understand. Lu Hao always felt Tang Shi was doing it on purpose, so he decided to be straightforward. He frowned and adopted a senior's tone. Comrade Tang Shi, from now on, We will be colleagues. There are some things I need to teach you.
Ah,
My family is here to pick me up. Tang, she pointed toward the gate and interrupted Lu Hao directly. Lu Hao's face darkened, and he frowned as he looked over. He saw a military jeep parked by the roadside. Next to it stood a tall, strong man in uniform. Although he wasn't wearing shoulder straps, his commanding presence was unmistakable. When his dark eyes casually glanced over, Lu Hao felt like a little chick being stared at by a fierce beast, instinctively shrinking his neck and lowering his presence. He finally managed to ask, "Is that your family?" Tang, she smiled. "Yes, he's my partner." Lu Hao's eyes nearly popped out. Tang, she looked at his expression and found it funny. "Then I won't take the Research Institute's car. You can tell the director." Under different circumstances, Lu Hao would definitely notice Tang, she's speaking to him impolitely. But now, he had no time to care about that. He quickly responded with a few sounds and looked for a chance to leave. He seemed like a naughty student being scolded by his parents for bullying others. Tang, she let out a light scoff. "Are you a little disappointed?" Wen Jiuyuan's voice was very close. Tang, she turned her head and saw him had quietly come to her side. "Is my expression obvious?" Wen Jiuyuan's dark eyes held a smile. "It's easy to tell." Tang, she whispered to herself, "Then I should be more careful in the future." Facing Wen Jiuyuan's questioning look, Tang, she didn't bother to hide and told him about Lu Hao today. Anyway, he's quite a thoughtful person. Working at the Research Institute in the future, it seems she wouldn't be bored. Wen Jiuyuan's face darkened significantly. Tang, she saw this and chuckled softly, just a petty troublemaker. She didn't take Lu Hao seriously. Seeing her reaction, Wen Jiuyuan had to hold back his words. Tang, she indeed didn't pay much attention to Lu Hao, but suddenly remembered. "Huh? When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me?" After dinner, she came from the old house, and Wen Jiuyuan drove her there. When they got out of the car, he asked what time he should pick her up. Not sure when her meeting would end, she told him not to come. From the current situation, it seemed Wen Jiuyuan had been waiting at the door for a while. But Wen Jiuyuan's answer was, "I just arrived not long ago." Before he finished speaking, the old man from the mailroom slowly carried a cup of hot water past. Seeing both of them, he cheerfully greeted, "Oh, you've picked up your wife? Little comrade, your wife is very patient. She waited here for over 3 hours." It was silent, very quiet. Tang, she wanted to laugh but tried to hold it back. "Really? Over 3 hours?" Wen Jiuyuan paused for about 2 seconds. "Not exactly." The old man, who had sharp ears, didn't like hearing that. "I'm not old yet and I wouldn't forget." To be precise, it was 3 hours and 16 minutes. Wen Jiuyuan sighed helplessly. Tang, she had rarely seen Wen Jiuyuan lose a game, and she found it very interesting. She smiled with her eyes curved like a new moon in the sky. When they got home, Tang, she suddenly remembered. "You waited so long. Didn't you have dinner?" Wen Jiuyuan responded with an and said he would just cook some noodles. Tang, she thought about how she enjoyed her meal at the Research Institute's cafeteria, while Wen Jiuyuan waited for her in the cool spring night for over 3 hours. She couldn't help feeling guilty and volunteered to help. Wen Jiuyuan thought making a bowl of noodles wouldn't take much effort, so he agreed. But Tangxi stepped into the kitchen and quickly regretted it. This house is big in every space, but the kitchen is the smallest. Because they are newlyweds, their elders brought many rice, flour, and vegetable supplies. The cabinets couldn't hold everything, so they were placed in the hallway, making the already cramped kitchen even tighter. Tangxi didn't feel it when she was inside. But when Wen Jiuyuan came in, he realized it was so small that even raising a hand could bump into someone. For example, now, Tangxi was standing in front of the sink picking vegetables. Wen Jiuyuan suddenly approached her, his deep, magnetic voice falling above her head. "I need to grab something." He stood behind Tangxi, reaching over her to open the cabinet above. His strong, powerful arm brushed past her face, and his broad shoulders could block her completely. The scent of cedarwood from the mountains surrounded her like a warm hug from behind. Her earlobes suddenly felt warm, and her hands, washing vegetables, froze. She was about to move away. Wen Jiuyuan's other hand quickly protected her forehead.
Almost bumped into you.
Tangxi blinked slowly, feeling him get even closer. She was a bit uncomfortable. Luckily, that hand soon relaxed. Wen Jiuyuan finished taking what he needed and turned around. Tangxi quickly finished washing the vegetables, claiming she needed to read a book, and hurried out of the kitchen like escaping. Behind her, Wen Jiuyuan leaned on the counter, his long leg crossed. His posture looked relaxed and lazy, but strangely, there was a hint of aggression, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. He reached for a ceramic teacup and slowly sipped some tea. The bitter tea flowed through him, calming his inner thirst. His Adam's apple moved. Deep in his dark eyes, there was a strong feeling he himself didn't fully understand. Tangxi went upstairs to her room, claiming it was an excuse, but she really picked up 2 books to read. They were high school tutoring books that Wen Jiuyuan had specially found. Many exercises inside she had never done before. She became interested and quickly shifted her mood, grabbing a draft and a pen, immersing herself in studying.
Time quietly passed.
Tangxi didn't even notice when Wen Jiuyuan finished dinner and returned to the room. She finally cracked a math problem, and when she looked up, she was startled.
"When did you come in?"
Tangxi hadn't heard any sound at all. Wen Jiuyuan was leaning against the bedhead, holding an English military book in his hand. Hearing her, he flipped the book over and looked at his watch.
"About half an hour ago. It's getting late. Is it time to sleep now?"
Tangxi heard Wen Jiuyuan say this very naturally, her eyes slightly wide.
Is it really that direct? Well, yes.
Yesterday was their wedding night. Because she was too tired, she went to bed early and didn't do anything. But they are legally married, a real marriage recognized by law, not a sham or fake marriage. Moreover, Tangxi had already decided clearly she wanted to live a good life with Wen Jiuyuan and completely leave behind the life of that evil supporting character from her dreams. Her thoughts moved, and she looked up at Wen Jiuyuan. He was looking down at his watch. The warm yellow light from the desk lamp outlined his nearly perfect side face. His sharp features, usually clear and defined, were softened by the gentle glow, adding a layer of warmth. His normally cold, serious, and distant look now carried a subtle tenderness and affection. She couldn't help but feel a bit lost in thought. Deep inside, she had to admit, Wen Jiuyuan was truly handsome. In her 20 years, he was the most good-looking person she had ever seen. Well, of course, excluding herself. As the saying goes, food and nature's desires. As a healthy woman, it's natural to be moved by a man's charm sometimes. In an instant, she felt a surge of courage. She closed her book with a snap, quickly stood up, and strode confidently toward Wen Jiuyuan. He heard her approaching and didn't think much. "I'm going. Next door." Her lips pressed against his. Wen Jiuyuan froze as if turned to ice. His thick, raven-black eyelashes drooped, hiding the turbulent emotions beneath his eyes. He just stared almost stiffly at her face, close up. Tangxi's face, pure, white, and delicate, like fresh snow in spring. It was small and held gently in her palm. If her warmth were just a little higher, it would melt into water and disappear without a trace. So Wen Jiuyuan didn't dare move. Even though he felt her soft lips trembling, he didn't move. In what seemed like only 2 or 3 seconds, or maybe a very long time, like eternity, she slowly pulled back, her amber eyes full of confusion.
"What?
Next door? So you're not?" Suddenly, Wen Jiuyuan leapt up like a startled predator. He grabbed the back of Tangxi's neck, preventing her from escaping. Then, with precision and decisiveness, he pressed her back down. Tangxi was forced to lift her head, enduring his domineering and passionate kiss. The breath between their lips and teeth quickly grew thin, and the lack of oxygen made her feel dizzy. Unconsciously, she tightened her jaw and neck, as if this could ease her discomfort. Her slender, white neck curved like a swan, graceful yet fragile, as if it could break with a single bend. He glanced down and saw his thumb move slightly, pressing gently against her thin skin behind her neck. Then, he softly massaged her tense neck muscles to help her relax. He also eased his grip, slowly and gently kissing her. Tangxi barely opened her eyes and pushed him away with her hand. Her palm pressed against his chest, like pressing on a stone. He didn't move. Instead, he took her delicate wrist with his other hand, pulling her closer. Tangxi couldn't resist and let out a soft sound of protest. This time, Wen Jiuyuan couldn't pretend he didn't hear. He slowly stepped back. His deep, dark eyes revealed all his true feelings. The longing in his eyes was obvious under the light, like a rising tide. Tangxi gasped softly, still shaken. You too. He kissed her too hard. She almost thought she would be swallowed whole. His hand behind her neck didn't let go. He shifted slightly, gently supporting her head. His other hand brushed her hair away from her face. Do you dislike it? It was him who lost control. Tangxi's eyelashes fluttered like a small fan. Not really. Wen Jiuyuan chuckled softly. Then, that means you like it. Tangxi was a little annoyed and raised her voice slightly. That's not how it works. Wen Jiuyuan didn't reply. He grabbed her waist with one hand and applied some force. Lightly, she was lifted up. In a blink, she was sitting on his lap. Tangxi felt his thigh was hard and uncomfortable to sit on. She struggled a little to get away. Wen Jiuyuan held her waist tightly. Don't move. She was almost embedded in his arms. Very close and intimate. Tangxi looked up, but it was difficult, so she could only make muffled protests against his chest. I'll get a bit hot like this. Wen Jiuyuan was very understanding. Then should I help you take off your coat? Tangxi's courage, which had been high just moments ago, suddenly faded like a tide. Maybe. Maybe not. She had overthought things. Just one kiss, and she almost couldn't handle it. If it went further. Wen Jiuyuan seemed to sense her thoughts. Although he didn't control the force of his kiss well, he didn't push further and kept his distance. It was as if he had developed a craving. His fingers lingered on her skin. He had just supported her head, but now his hand moved to her cheek. It's more like caressing than holding. His rough thumb gently brushes over her delicate cheek, back and forth, refusing to leave. Tangxi shifts slightly, but doesn't break free, deciding to go along with him. But at that moment, she suddenly remembers. Wait, did you just say next door? So he wasn't about to do that? Did I imagine things? Tangxi's face flushes instantly, feeling very embarrassed. Wen Jiuyuan looks down and notices her ears turning bright coral. He laughs softly, his chest shaking, but his words are calm and steady. No, I didn't say that. The embarrassment fades, and Tangxi feels both amused and speechless. I clearly heard you. You heard wrong, Wen Jiuyuan replies without hesitation. Tangxi can't help but laugh quietly again. She feels happy, swinging her little legs that hang over the bed. Tomorrow I'll go back to Shirley Village. Yeah, together. I want to bring my mom to Beijing. I don't feel safe leaving her alone. Okay, she can stay with us. Is that okay? There's nothing wrong with it. During their casual chat, Tangxi begins to feel sleepy. She mumbles, I am sleepy. Wen Jiuyuan wraps her in his arms, making her more comfortable to sleep. Go to sleep. He doesn't hear her answer. When he looks down, he sees Tangxi has already fallen into deep sleep. But he himself feels a fiery heat in his blood, as if a fire is burning inside him. It seems he won't sleep tonight either. Tangxi turns over in her blanket. Used to sleeping alone, she suddenly notices a warm presence beside her. Her body is weak, and her hands and feet are cold most of the time. Now, because of this warmth, she feels her palms and soles are warm all night long. It looks like men.
Wen Jiuyuan still has some effect.
She drifts off, lost in thought. What are you thinking? Thinking you're pretty useful. Oh no, how did I say that out loud? The tired laziness in Tangxi's eyes disappears instantly, and she wants to explain. But Wen Jiuyuan, without saying a word, pulls her into his arms. Yes, that's right, he pulls her. Tangxi used to think she was thin, but she never imagined she'd feel so light in Wen Jiuyuan's hands. He stretches out his long arm and easily lifts her up. It's like a beast grabbing a cub, deliberately placing it on his belly. As he breathes, his chest rises and falls, and her body moves with it. Tangxi felt that lying on him in that position was awkward and wanted to turn over and roll off. But then, he kissed her again. Compared to last night, this kiss was gentler. He held her small face and kissed her softly and tenderly. At first, Tangxi tried to resist, but she gradually found it comfortable. She lazily lifted her legs and closed her eyes to enjoy it. The two didn't realize how long they had been kissing, until Tangxi felt her body underneath growing hotter, like molten lava about to melt her. His hand kept wandering and stroking her lower back, making her shiver.
Tangxi sensait danger.
She pushed his face away and, like a quick fish, slipped away swiftly. Wen Jiuyuan was no longer as alert as at the start, when he was always holding her tightly. He was too absorbed, which made him relax a little. He suddenly felt a lightness in his chest. When he opened his eyes again, Tangxi had already pulled back the blanket and was getting up. His breathing was hot, and he was panting softly, looking more exhausted than after running 10 kilometers with a heavy load. He felt a bit helpless about Tangxi's habit of enjoying herself and then running away. Finally, he could only say, "You're so unkind." Tangxi pretended not to hear and said, "I'm hungry." Wen Jiuyuan lay on his back without moving. He waited for a while. When the intense heat started to cool down a bit, he resigned himself and got up quickly to go buy breakfast at the cafeteria. He carried a metal lunchbox and wore his military jacket as he left the yard. Today, he left a little later than yesterday and just happened to meet Sister Liang from next door. Liang Ying's husband, Chai Weitao, was Wen Jiuyuan's direct superior and the top leader at their unit. Their houses were close, and since Wen Jiuyuan often worked with Chai Weitao, they got along well. So Liang Ying was also very familiar with Wen Jiuyuan and sometimes invited him to her house for a meal. Wen Jiuyuan was a step behind. He saw Liang Ying at a glance and greeted her. "Good morning, Sister Liang." Liang Ying, carrying a basket of vegetables, responded first with an "oh," then realized, Little Wen, what are you doing?" She thought she was seeing things early in the morning. Wen Jiuyuan calmly explained, "I'm going to the cafeteria to get food." Liang Ying was stunned. Worried that he might go too late and the good food would be gone, he didn't linger. "I'll go ahead." After greeting her, Wen Jiuyuan took a big step and left. Liang Ying stared after him for a while, then suddenly turned back into the house. Her husband, Chai Weitao, was sitting in the living room drinking tea. Seeing her return, he looked a bit surprised. "Aren't you going to buy vegetables?" Liang Ying was still immersed in the shock from earlier. I met Wen at the door." He Weitao thought to himself, "What's so strange about that? Aren't they neighbors? Oh, isn't he on a wedding leave?" Liang Ying saw him smiling and stomped her foot. "Oh, you don't know. I just saw him holding a lunchbox, going to the cafeteria for breakfast." He Weitao was genuinely surprised this time, and his first thought was, "Did Xiao take sick leave? I haven't heard about it." Liang Ying looked at him with disappointment and said, "Are you stupid? Wen is going to buy breakfast for his wife. He wouldn't let his subordinates go. He is to go himself." He Weitao frowned and asked, "Who? Wen? Wen Jiuyuan?" Having worked with Wen Jiuyuan for 2 years, and knowing him well as his direct supervisor, He Weitao understood his personality perfectly. Cold, highly capable, with a frightening work ethic, but completely uninterested in unrelated matters. Many people say Wen Jiuyuan is most like his family head and that he surpasses his predecessors. Such a person. He leaves early in the morning just to buy breakfast for his wife. Liang Ying thought more and more that this was the case. You also attended the wedding. Wen's wife is so fair and beautiful, like a jade lady. How can anyone not like her deep down? No wonder I wanted to introduce my niece to him before, but he wasn't interested. Although Tangxi Wen Jiuyuan's wedding was grand, it mainly invited close friends and relatives of the Wen family. Wen Jiuyuan wanted to keep a low profile at work, so he didn't invite many colleagues. Among them were Liang Ying and He Weitao. The couple had long heard that Wen Jiuyuan came from an extraordinary family, but their interactions with him had been ordinary. Until they attended the wedding that day, they realized how true the phrase extraordinary family background was. Similarly, they also remembered one of the main figures at the wedding, Tangxi, very clearly. She was stunningly beautiful. The couple had seen many people, but none as beautiful as Tangxi. Not only was her appearance exceptional, but her demeanor was also unique. Anyone who saw Wen Jiuyuan and Tangxi together would think they were a perfect match. But He Weitao still thought Liang Ying was overthinking. Xiaowen is very strict with his relatives and younger family members. Could he really be so kind to his wife just because they got married? I heard their match was arranged by elders, and they didn't have much feelings for each other before. Don't think too much. Liang Ying was too tired to argue and left with her shopping basket. He Weitao thought she was going shopping. But Liang Ying turned a corner and went to a large tree. There, many women relatives accompanying the army were sitting and chatting. Although Liang Ying is the wife of a leader, she and Chai Weitao both come from rural backgrounds. As teenagers, they experienced hunger and even peeled bark to eat. They have little education and no airs of a leader's wife. Others see her and affectionately call her Sister Liang, inviting her to join their gossip. Liang Ying came to chat casually and sat down without hesitation.
What are you talking about?
She seamlessly joined the group. Someone nearby whispered mysteriously, that new wife next door. Liang Ying suddenly realized and thought, what a coincidence. Are you talking about Tangxi? Suddenly, many curious eyes focused on her. Someone couldn't hold back and asked Liang Ying, Big Sister Liang, they say that the new wife was arranged by Director Wen's family, that she's a village girl who can't read or write and very ugly. Is that true? Liang Ying's face turned pale when she heard this. Who spread this rumor? Others looked at each other, trying to avoid the question. Just people who attended the wedding said so, someone replied. Someone quickly countered, they didn't say she's ugly, just that they shook their heads when they mentioned her. When examined closely, no one knew where this rumor originally came from. Anyway, by the time they found out, the news had spread throughout the entire unit. As the wife of a leader, no one dared to bring this up in front of Liang Ying.
So, she was the last to know.
Oh, wait. Maybe the last to know was Tangxi herself. Liang Ying frowned, feeling something was off. Although she hadn't read much, she had been a leader's wife for a long time and could see many things. Her first suspicion was those who introduced potential matches for Wen Jiuyuan. Before the engagement was announced, Wen Jiuyuan was the darling of the unit. Good looks, good family background, and a bright future. Not just their unit, any higher-ups would want to bring Wen Jiuyuan into their circle, maybe even make him a son-in-law. Only the Wen family was holding back behind the scenes, afraid to go too far. But that didn't mean they'd give up. Even though Wen Jiuyuan repeatedly refused and never attended a single blind date, there were still many eager to take his place. Even Liang Ying herself couldn't escape this. She once tried to introduce her university-educated niece to him. But after being politely turned down, she felt a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. Others, however, might not be so reserved. Liang Ying kept silent, and everyone naturally shifted the topic. But they didn't stray far, and the focus still lingered on Wen Jiuyuan. I heard someone saw him going to the cafeteria for breakfast yesterday. Wow, that's something I've never heard of before. It's quite surprising. Not just yesterday, someone just saw him again recently. It seems he really likes his wife. Their relationship seems pretty good. Everyone was just chatting casually, with no real malice. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice interrupted. No matter how much he likes her, how can a wife let her husband do such things? Men are supposed to do important work. Why is he always hanging around the cafeteria? If my daughter-in-law did that, I'd definitely discipline her. This was the voice of a mother of a young leader who just moved into the big courtyard last year. Originally, only her family of 3 lived there, and life was peaceful. But ever since she moved in, the family has been in chaos. Neighbors overheard that she makes her daughter-in-law follow strict rules at home and even gives her herbal medicine, thinking that only having a granddaughter isn't enough. They must have a grandson. The daughter-in-law was a middle school teacher nearby, pretty and polite, liked by many other wives in the courtyard. But ever since her mother-in-law arrived, she's become very thin from the stress. When people see her around, she looks like she can't even smile anymore. Everyone has their own judgment. Some might agree with the mother-in-law's actions, but most don't. They just smile and stay silent, not wanting to cause trouble. But this mother-in-law doesn't realize that her silence might be mistaken for approval. Not only did she say all those rotten words, but she kept talking. Then what kind of wife is she? Sleeping until noon, not cooking at home, and not taking care of her husband. And that Wen, he's a grown man, even a leader, but he does all the chores and spoils his wife like crazy. I even wanted to introduce my niece to him. She's big and healthy, sure to give birth to a boy. But he refused and even drove her away. Such ungratefulness. Others almost couldn't hold back their frustration. Introduce? Is that really an introduction? Or just forcing someone into it? Last year, this mother-in-law brought her niece into the courtyard claiming to visit relatives, but she didn't even say hello and just barged into Wen Jiuyuan's house. Then she cried, caused a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself, insisting she must marry Wen Jiuyuan. She almost took off her clothes. They said it was necessary for the leader to take responsibility. There were quite a few onlookers at the time. They had never seen Wen Jiuyuan, usually cold but polite, look angry and scowling before. And this old lady not only did something so strange, but also criticized her new daughter-in-law behind her back. Some people present couldn't help but shake their heads in disapproval. Liang Ying was more direct. She didn't know about the old lady's strange behavior before, but after hearing her words now, she didn't agree. What kind of talk is that? Our great leader said women can hold up half the sky. We can't let old ideas pollute our modern women. Although Liang Ying wasn't highly educated, she had a good sense of awareness. She had even worked in the Women's Federation before. Now, she immediately criticized the old lady's words, word for word, without giving any face. The old lady usually pulled people aside to loudly promote her idea of a virtuous woman, and few people dared to oppose her. But now, Liang Ying's rebuttal left her speechless, and she couldn't hold her face. In the end, she glared fiercely at Liang Ying, and then stood up quickly to leave. Liang Ying almost felt like she was going to faint from anger. What kind of person is she? So unreasonable. Others tried to comfort her, telling her not to take it to heart and not to argue with an old woman. But Liang Ying disagreed. Is it my problem for getting angry? Or is it her problem for spreading rumors behind people's backs? I now suspect that the rumors about Tangxi are being deliberately spread by her. Hearing this, others exchanged glances and realized it might really be possible, because this old lady had done similar things before. Not only did she gossip behind people's backs, but she was caught and fought with others, pulling hair and hitting each other. Liang Ying rarely smiled now, but instead looked serious. Remember this, everyone. Tangxi is not what the rumors say. She's a good person. Don't believe everything others say or spread false rumors. Others nodded hesitantly in agreement. Liang Ying had originally come to gossip a little, but she ended up full of anger. Not long after, she left the big tree and went to the market, thinking about all this along the way. Liang Ying always felt that ignoring it wasn't a good solution. Thinking about her own relationship with Lao Chai and Wen Jiuyuan, and Wen Jiuyuan's usual politeness and courtesy, she felt she should talk to Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan as a couple to make them more aware. So, after returning from the market, she immediately went to the house next door where Wen Jiuyuan lived. When she knocked on the door, she found that the couple was not at home. Today is the day to return home. Tangxi and Wen Jiuyuan drove back to Shirley Village. As soon as they reached the village entrance, someone recognized their car. After all, not many cars come to the village. Wen Jiuyuan drove very slowly. Nowadays, people lack traffic safety awareness. Some children were playing on the road. The parents saw this but just smiled and didn't bother to tell them to stay away from the cars. So, Wen Jiuyuan had to slow down even more, almost crawling. Unexpectedly, this gave villagers a chance to greet Tangxi. One by one, villagers came forward to wave at her. She is back to see her mom. Such a filial child. You two look so happy together. She, your husband has no airs of a big boss. We have some wild vegetables we just dug up. When you go back to the city, bring some. Little she is so sensible and obedient. I wish my Bao and I was like you. I always knew she was lucky, and I was right. The villagers were a bit too enthusiastic. But thinking about it, it's understandable. The wedding banquet in Beijing caused quite a stir, not only in Shirley village, but also in neighboring villages. Everyone heard that the villagers who attended the wedding not only ate at a restaurant in Beijing, but also visited the city tower and climbed the Great Wall, making them envious and eyes water. For many farmers who face the earth daily, even a few hours' drive to Beijing is a huge challenge. So, the direct result was that villagers looked at Tang Shi differently now. As the object of praise, Tang Shi felt a bit uncomfortable. But she could sense that these villagers had no bad intentions. They were just trying to flatter her carefully. Soon, the car arrived at the house. Early on, Tang Riyue, who had heard the news from the neighbors, was already standing by the roadside, tiptoeing to look out.
See.
As soon as Tang Shi got out of the car, she saw her mother, Tang Riyue, rush over and hug her tightly. Sometimes she touched her face and muttered that she looked thinner. Sometimes she pointed inside the house and said they had cooked many of her favorite dishes. While talking, Tang Riyue's eyes suddenly turned red. Tang Shi felt a bit sad and hugged her. Finally, after Tang Riyue calmed down a bit, she saw Wen Jiuyuan come around to the front.
Mom.
Wen Jiuyuan calmly called out, which surprised both Tang Shi and Tang Riyue. Is this how naturally he changed his way of calling? Yes, come inside quickly. Wen Jiuyuan turned around and picked up the bags he had prepared. Seeing this, Tang Shi went to help. Both Wen Jiuyuan and Tang Riyue couldn't bear to see her get hurt, so they let her rest inside. Tang Shi was unhappy. I'm not out of strength. Wen Jiuyuan gently teased. Yes, I know. So, go inside first. Tang Riyue comforted her. I just made you some sweet soup. Hurry and drink it. Don't you like it? Tang Shi felt like they were treating her like a child. They carried things into the house, and each family member sat down. Tang Shi held a porcelain cup of sweet soup, drinking carefully. Tang Riyue checked the time and stood up. I'm going to cook. Tang Shi immediately put down her cup. I'll help you. Wen Jiuyuan had already stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Let me do it. Tang Riyue was very surprised. Wen Jiuyuan, you're going to cook? Wen Jiuyuan nodded. At that moment, Tang Riyue realized. It turned out Tang Shi and Wen Jiuyuan had agreed that he would do the cooking in the future. If Wen Jiuyuan wasn't there, Tang Shi could eat at the village's canteen. Wen Jiuyuan rolled up his sleeves, showing his strong forearms. Perfect. I also want to learn how to cook the dishes she likes. Our she is spoiled. Tang Riyue sighed on the surface about her daughter's naivety, but secretly she was smiling. For a moment, she found Wen Jiuyuan more and more likable. Unlike last night, when she was worried that her precious daughter would find it hard to get used to the new home and couldn't sleep well. Tang Riyue led Wen Jiuyuan into the kitchen, and just outside, a shout was heard. Tang Riyue wiped her hands and peeked out the kitchen window. Who is it? Village Chief Xia Hongyun, along with some elders from the village, happily stepped into the yard. Tang Riyue's smile instantly disappeared. But Xia Hongyun, being thick-skinned, acted as if he hadn't seen her cold expression. I heard she and her husband are back? Since she's a child of the Xia family, and since Xia Zhang isn't here, we elders should take good care of her. Leader? Xia Hongyun stared blankly at Wen Jiuyuan, who appeared behind Tang Riyue. He was tall with broad shoulders, filling the small kitchen window completely. Wen Jiuyuan, wearing an apron, appeared naturally and skillfully in the warm, lively kitchen. But that faint glance he cast was still cold and imposing, with a chilling aura that made people shiver. Xia Hongyun almost thought all his careful plans had been seen through. Suppressing the urge to turn and run away, Xia Hongyun and the others forced themselves to enter the house. Tang Shi frowned slightly, feeling very guarded against these so-called elders. The events from over 10 days ago are still vivid in my mind. Now, Xia Aimin's family and Ai Chong are all inside. However, Xia Hongyun, who also acted as an accomplice, managed to escape because he was too secretive and careful to be caught. Tang Shi naturally doesn't look kindly on him. She has a cold face, her expression like snow on a mountain that hasn't melted for years, cold and hard to approach. In the past, people like Xia Hongyun would probably have been scolded by elders with a stern attitude. But now, these elders see nothing wrong with their behavior. Instead, they think she is now the lady of the house with a different status, so it's normal for her to be distant. They even flatter Tang Shi with a series of sweet words. Tang Shi doesn't respond, but they continue speaking as if she isn't there, still smiling and praising her. She has never experienced such treatment before. At this moment, Wen Jiuyuan walks out of the kitchen. He still wears an apron, hands wet with water, looking very homely. But that doesn't diminish his commanding presence, like a sharp, unmatched sword. The elder members of the Xia family, who are decades older than him, seem almost like juniors in front of him. They don't dare to breathe heavily or know where to put their hands. Xia Hongyun steadies himself and says, Director Wen, you are Shi's partner. Can we call you Xiaowen? Wen Jiuyuan doesn't answer, just nods. Village Chief Xia? Xia Hongyun responds repeatedly, unconsciously leaning forward, eager to listen and learn. Wen Jiuyuan looks down slightly, his eyes deep and silent like the ocean. Village Chief Xia, are you here to eat together? Xia Hongyun is momentarily stunned. Then, a bright red flush spreads from his neck to his face. Large beads of sweat drip from his forehead. The color resembles pig liver. Calm and composed, Wen Jiuyuan contrasts sharply with the flustered Xia Hongyun. Xia Hongyun came and then left again. The elders of the Xia family, who had been embarrassed, hurriedly fled after leaving. Tang Shi couldn't help but smile, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan cleared his throat lightly. Am I very strict? Tang Shi shook her head hard. No, you're very impressive. Wen Jiuyuan's stern face instantly softened. Well, thank you. Tang Ryue watched them talk with a happy smile, her eyes full of satisfaction. After dinner, Tang Shi took a walk with Tang Ryue around the village. Wen Jiuyuan knew they had something to talk about, so he deliberately didn't follow. Sure enough, after he left, Tang Ryue immediately pulled Tang Shi aside and asked a bunch of questions. What do you think of Wen Jiuyuan? Is he kind to her? How is his temper? Have Wen family members changed their attitude towards her? Do others in the big courtyard bully her? Even after asking many times, I still know everything about the Wen family. But Tang Ryue still feels uneasy everywhere, worried that Tang Shi might suffer unfair treatment when she's not around. Tang Shi is very patient and carefully tells her everything that has happened over the past 2 days. From the big things, like Jiang Nanjin giving her a box of antique jewelry worth a lot, to small details like the meat buns at the canteen being especially filling and tasty. In short, Tang Shi has shared everything she can. Tang Ryue's anxiety gradually eases with her detailed and gentle words. Then Tang Shi brings up the idea of Tang Ryue moving to the city to live with them. Did I talk to Wen Jiuyuan about it, and he agreed too. Tang Shi emphasizes this point. Looking at her daughter's innocent expression, Tang Ryue gently strokes her forehead. Silly girl, you really don't understand anything. Tang, she looks confused. Tang Ryue smiles mysteriously. It's nothing, Mom knows now. Tang Shi's eyes light up with surprise. So you agree? Tang Ryue shakes her head. Not in a hurry, maybe in a couple of months. If they move into the city permanently, the land and house in the village will need someone to take care of them, which is troublesome. Also, Tang Ryue just planted some vegetables last month, so they need to wait until they grow before moving. But I've thought it through. If we move to the city, we won't live in your big courtyard. We'll rent a house near your uncle's place. You can come over for meals when you're free, which will be more convenient.
Tan sif thou di sapon.
But since Tang Ryue agreed, it's not easy to argue, so she says nothing more. While chatting, mother and daughter arrive near Xie Chunling's house. Tang Shi remembers she previously mentioned helping Xie Chunling go to school. She happens to have money with her, and she doesn't know when she'll return to the village next. So today, she decides to pay Xie Chunling's tuition in advance. She tells Tang Ryue about this. Tang Ryue thinks for a moment. Then I'll go with you. She has no reason to refuse. They walk to Xie Chunling's house and see Grandma Wang Chunlan sitting outside washing quilts. Wang Chunlan is old and looks very tired doing chores. Tang Ryue goes to help. Mom, why didn't you call me to help wash the quilts? Wang Chunlan avoids Tang Ryue's hand, doesn't reply, but glances at them. You're back. Her tone remains cold. Tang Ryue keeps talking. Mom, you're old. What if you hurt your back? Next time, call me, and I will come to help you. I said no need. I don't want your help. Wang Chunlan said sharply. Tang Shi and Tang Ryue were both stunned. Xie Chunling, who was reading inside, heard the noise and ran out. What happened? She? Little aunt? Why are you here?
Oh.
Grandma, why are you washing the quilt? Didn't we agree to do it together after I finished reading? In response to Xie Chunling's scolding, Wang Chunlan softened her tone. It's okay, Grandma isn't tired. You focus on your reading. Her attitude toward Tang Ryue was completely different from her coldness toward Tang Shi. Tang Shi frowned slightly. At this moment, Wang Chunlan used the excuse of pouring water to send Xie Chunling away. Then she said to Tang Shi and Tang Ryue, come with me. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, but followed her. They walked to a quiet corner of the house. Wang Chunlan hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. There is something I've thought about for many years, and I think it's better to tell you. Tang Shi had a premonition and stared intently at Wang Chunlan. Wang Chunlan looked down, her voice a bit muffled. Actually, you don't need to see me as a mother-in-law or a grandma, because I am not Xie Zhang's biological mother. Perhaps Tang Shi had already guessed something similar, so she wasn't too surprised. But Tang Ryue was deeply shocked. What do you mean? Zhang isn't your biological son, then?
He is.
Wang Chunlan looked expressionless. He was picked up by old Xie. As she spoke, memories from the past gradually surfaced. That year, the world was just settling down, but some places were still chaotic. Tenli Village was doing relatively well, peaceful compared to many places where people couldn't even afford to eat. Old Xie went out and came back holding a small child dressed in silk clothes. The child wore a jade pendant with the character Zhang on it. Old Xie mysteriously told Wang Chunlan that he found the child by the roadside, probably separated from his family. At that time, such incidents were common. Some children were truly lost, others were deliberately abandoned by their families. Old Xie thought that since the child was well-dressed and wore a jade pendant, his family must be wealthy, maybe a young master from a rich family who had run away. They took care of the child for a few days, waiting for his family to come looking for him so they could ask for some money under the pretense of being his rescuers. Wang Chunlan disagreed with this plan, but she had little say at home, and old Xie never listened to her. So, the decision was made. However, more than 10 days passed, and the child's supposed family never appeared. Old Mr. Xie felt like he had lost everything this time, and wanted to throw the little child away. Wang Xianglan, however, couldn't bear to do so. For the past 10 days, she had been taking care of the child. The little child was delicate and beautiful, looking like a fairy from heaven compared to the dull-colored children in the village. She used the child's jade pendant as an excuse to persuade old Mr. Xie to keep the child. Since the child was young and didn't eat much, a few sips of rice soup could keep him alive. So, the child was named Xie Zhang and stayed at home, becoming Wang Xianglan's adopted son. No one in the village suspected anything. Everyone's life was chaotic, and there were many children, so one more or less didn't matter. After 2 years, Xie Zhang grew a bit older and ate more food. Old Mr. Xie became annoyed and once again considered driving the child away. But Xie Zhang seemed naturally sensitive to emotions. He could sense that his status at home was lower than his older brothers, so he always lowered himself, helped with chores, and worked hard to dispel old Mr. Xie's thoughts, thinking that having more strong workers at home was also good. When talking about the past, Wang Xianglan always tightly pursed her lips and looked down, even though she tried to appear calm and composed. Her eyes still looked anxious and darted around, afraid to look directly at Tang Riyue and Tang Shi's mother and daughter.
She
Felt guilty, because Xie Zhang had a hard life during those years, even though he was clever and quick to understand many things, praised by everyone in the village. Old Mr. Xie was just a simple-minded person who couldn't even do basic addition and subtraction. He still only allowed his biological son to go to school and refused to spend any money on Xie Zhang. Thanks to Xie Zhang's sweet words and thick skin at a young age, he went daily to the village school principal to do laundry, sweep the floor, and help with farming, earning a chance to attend classes for free. Later, he was accepted into the town middle school, which allowed him to study without paying. Old Mr. Xie even wanted to take that opportunity away and give it to his son, but Xie Zhang's brother cried and begged not to go to school, so the plan was dropped. Despite this, Xie Zhang knelt at the door of his house for a whole day and night until village elders had objections. Only then did old Mr. Xie agree to let him go to school instead of staying at home to farm and dig soil. At school, because he couldn't afford a place to stay, Xie Zhang had to walk over 10 kilometers of mountain roads every day to the town, often leaving before dawn and returning late at night. Old Mr. Xie wouldn't give him food, so he secretly saved 2 sweet potatoes, roasted them over a fire, and carried them to school every day to survive the hungry days. During the days at home, Xie Zhang had endless farm work and chores, and his father's scolding was always directed only at him. In contrast, his older brother Xie didn't have to do anything special, just eat, drink, and go to the bathroom. Old Xie would still happily pat Xie on the shoulder and praise him as the good son of the Xie family. Once, Xie Zhang couldn't hold it anymore and asked Wang Xianglan, "Am I really your biological son?" Wang Xianglan couldn't answer and quickly changed the subject with a few harsh words. Now, looking back, Wang Xianglan actually regrets it. I should have told him. I should have told him that his father didn't dislike him because he wasn't doing well or because he was inferior to his older brother. It was because he wasn't born of us.
He was adopted.
It was his father's fault. It was old Xie's mistake. Tears shimmered at the corner of Wang Xianglan's eyes. Tang Riyue listened, her heart aching like a knife. Normally gentle, she was surprisingly angry. Why didn't you tell him earlier? Xie Zhang is no longer here. He never knew this until he died. He even asked me before why my father treated his brother like his own son, but he, as the biological son, lived worse than a dog in the house. Do you know his expression at that time? That expression. Tang Riyue couldn't hold back and squatted on the ground, crying. Tang Riyue and Xie Zhang were middle school classmates. She remembered his thinness, silence, and always tattered clothes. She thought it was parental favoritism, blaming herself countless times, feeling heartbroken many times. But she never imagined that all of it was a lie. And Xie Zhang.
He would never know now.
As Tang Riyue cried more and more, she almost fainted. Wang Xianglan also couldn't hold it anymore, clutching her clothes in helplessness, wanting to comfort Tang Riyue, but afraid to touch her. It was Tang Shi who went over and helped her mother up, patting her back to comfort her. Tang Riyue then buried her face in her daughter's shoulder and cried loudly. Tang Shi felt the same pain inside, but was slightly calmer than the emotional Tang Riyue.
Grandma.
I should still call you Grandma. What happened to my father's jade pendant? Where did it go? Wang Xianglan looked a bit embarrassed. Tang Shi guessed, did you sell it a few years ago? Wang Xianglan shook her head. No, old Xie asked about it and said it wasn't worth much, so he just left it at home. Later, your eldest uncle, Xie found it and thought it was pretty, so he wore it around his neck every day. But after a few days, he lost it. Tang Riyue angrily shouted. What do you mean lost? It must be that he sold it. Thanking Min, that reckless troublemaker. Wang Xianglan felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't say a word in protest. Because she knew very well how much Xie had bullied Xie Zhang over the years. Sometimes she would speak up to stop him, but Xie never paid attention. In old Xie's family, even if it was her own mother, A woman was not supposed to speak in front of men. So now, Wang Xianglan could only nervously apologize and keep saying sorry. Tangxi slowly recovered from her shock. It was the first time she heard her mother curse someone like that. Sure enough, her father's influence was stronger. Ahem, Mom, calm down. I think there might be a misunderstanding. And Grandma, maybe you don't know my dad very well. Tangxi felt that her mother loved her father too much and always instinctively found reasons for his actions. But from her perspective as a child, her dad was quite cunning and not someone who would easily be taken advantage of.
And
I might have seen that jade pendant before in my dad's hands. Tangxi's memory was a bit blurry, but she clearly remembered the scene. Her dad, Xie Zhang, sitting cross-legged on a big stone, facing the moon, holding a jade pendant, lost in thought. She, with her short legs, happily ran over and said she liked the pendant and wanted her dad to give it to her. Her dad picked her up, kissed her, and said that when she grew up, he would give her the pendant.
though she never got to see that day.
So, the truth is probably, my dad guessed he wasn't his biological son, found the jade pendant, and Yu Xiai means helped to get it into his hands. From Tangxi's understanding of her dad, this was something only Xie Zhang could do. He handled everything smoothly afterward. It's likely that the Xie family father and son suspected everyone but him. Just look at Wang Xianglan's reaction now. She was completely stunned. Her eyes started to turn red. Then tears welled up and spilled over. He knew. So he knew all along. Wang Xianglan cried and laughed at the same time, as if she was finally letting go of a burden she'd carried for years. Tangxi silently said nothing. Although Wang Xianglan didn't mention her own role in her story, she had seen old Xie and Xie Aimin and knew how hot-tempered, selfish, and cruel they could be. Wang Xianglan must have put in a lot of effort to keep Xie Zhang at home, to have a meal to eat. Xie Zhang himself probably understood this better than anyone. That's why, after marriage, he moved out and rarely returned to the Xie family, but he always found time to help Wang Xianglan farm and repair things. He said nothing, but inside, he must have accepted Mother Wang Xianglan. He has never blamed her. Clearly, Wang Xianglan also realized this. She knelt on the ground, calling Xiaoming's nickname, crying heartbreakingly. Tang Riyue is not foolish. She can think of what her daughter might think. It's just that she was overwhelmed by her emotions and reacted slowly. Seeing Wang Xianglan crying so hard, her expression was very complicated. Finally, she sighed deeply, turned her face away, and no longer scolded Wang Xianglan. Tang Xi and Tang Riyue helped Wang Xianglan back into the house. After everyone calmed down, they planned to go home. Before leaving, Tang Xi silently pressed the money under the cup. Tang Riyue saw her action but said nothing. As mother and daughter left the Xie family, Xie Chunling hurried out, clutching the money Tang she had just left behind.
I heard everything you said to Grandma.
Sorry, Shishi, it was my biological grandfather and father's fault. I don't have the right to ask for your money.
You can take it back.
Without hesitation, Tang Xi pushed the money back. Their matters have nothing to do with you. I borrowed the money from Xie Chunling, not from Xie Aimin. Xie Chunling trembled slightly. In the end, she guiltily lowered her head and didn't refuse the money anymore. Tang Xi helped the tearful and somewhat weak Tang Riyue back home. When they entered, she saw Wen Jiuyuan standing on a ladder, repairing the eaves. Normally, Tang Riyue would care and ask about it. But now, she seemed to see nothing and waved her hand, then went into the master bedroom she once shared with Xie Zhang. Seeing the door close tightly, Tang Xi knew her mother wanted to be alone at this moment. So she didn't disturb her. Wen Jiuyuan gracefully jumped down from the ladder and landed on the ground. Tang Xi caught a glimpse and instinctively reached out to catch him. Be careful.
Huh.
She seemed overly worried. Before Tang Xi could withdraw her hand, Wen Jiuyuan took her hand without explanation, holding it tightly in his palm. Tang Xi frowned, trying to pull away. Wen Jiuyuan's gentle smile paused, and the strength in his hand gradually loosened. You touched the tiles just now, right? Isn't that dirty? Tang Xi glared at Wen Jiuyuan. His expression relaxed again, and he smiled happily. "I'll take you to wash your hands." He still didn't let go, leading Tangxi straight to the sink. He made her stand in front of him, his tall figure and breath almost enveloping her. The clear water in the basin rippled, reflecting their shadows. Tangxi's fingers moved in the light and shadow. Like jade, pure and smooth and white. Like scallions, tender enough to squeeze out water. As Wen Jiuyuan held Tangxi's hand, he washed it carefully inside and out with clear water, not missing even the space between her nails. Tangxi thought she was being taken care of, so she relaxed and leaned back against Wen Jiuyuan's chest, letting his hands gently wash from her fingertips to her roots. What just happened? When Wen Jiuyuan spoke, Tangxi could feel his chest lightly tremble. Her ear was pressed against his chest, making her feel a tingling sensation. She felt a bit uncomfortable and moved forward slightly. Suddenly, Wen Jiuyuan casually flicked her. Tangxi fell back into his arms again.
Huh?
Can't tell me? The man seemed to have done nothing, his dark eyes reflecting her outline. Childish. Tangxi pouted, too lazy to argue with Wen Jiuyuan. I'll tell you later. By the way, you and I are going somewhere. After Wen Jiuyuan finished washing his hands, Tangxi took him and left the courtyard, heading towards the mountain behind. They climbed a bit, and the lush forest suddenly opened up ahead. A beautiful scene of green terraces and flowing river water appeared before their eyes. In this place, there was a small stone tablet with the words Xia Zhang's tomb. This is my dad's tombstone, built secretly 5 years after he went missing. My mom didn't want him to become a wandering spirit. They called it a disappearance, but everyone knew that, given Xia Zhang's situation at the time, it was impossible for him to survive. Unless a great celestial being was alive. Tang Riyue understood better than anyone that if Xia Zhang were alive, he wouldn't stay away from them. So, even though it was painful, she refused to accept the truth. She still wanted to build a tomb for Xia Zhang, so he wouldn't remain a lost soul. When they built the tomb, it was during a chaotic time, so they didn't dare to do it openly. At first, there was no tombstone, just a small grave mound. During festivals, Tang Riyue would secretly ask Tangxi to come and bow at the grave and talk. Only in the past 2 years, when the situation changed, did they put up a stone tablet and occasionally burn paper money. Wen Jiuyuan had never seen this tomb before. He understood its significance and immediately knelt down, bowing 3 times. Tangxi was stunned. Why, you don't have to do this. He was more serious than when she bowed to her father. It made Tangxi wonder if she had been fooling him all along. Wen Jiuyuan said sincerely, "No, this is what I should do." After a pause, he looked at the tombstone seriously and called out, "Dad."
Tan si chúc cờ sốc tì.
Wen Jiuyuan looked at her with confusion. "No, I just thought that if my dad saw you, he definitely wouldn't agree."
Oh.
He used to complain that getting married at 20 was too early. He wanted me to wait until I was 30. If he were still here, he would definitely be reluctant to see me get married. Well, then I can wait. Tangxi was surprised and turned her head. Suddenly, she plunged into a deep, turbulent, dark ocean. She instinctively felt that what was inside was too deep and heavy, making her unable to bear it, so she unconsciously took a half step back. The next second, Wen Jiuyuan lowered his eyes. The swirling air seemed to calm down again. Tangxi looked around, thinking it was just her imagination. She stepped forward again and helped Wen Jiuyuan up.
Mom and I just found out something.
Then she told him everything about Xia Zhang's background. Wen Jiuyuan was also surprised after hearing it. He didn't expect that Uncle Xia, who had met him a few times, would have such a complicated life. Tangxi sighed. It's hard for my mom to accept this. She cares a lot about Dad being wronged and feels unfair for him, but now she can't find anyone to blame. Wen Jiuyuan said, "Have you thought about finding out the origin of that jade pendant?" Tangxi was stunned. "Are you suggesting that I trace the jade pendant to find my dad's real family?" She thought for a moment but shook her head. "Forget it. Dad is no longer here. Even if I find them, it doesn't matter." Actually, Tangxi felt that maybe that family deliberately abandoned her dad. If that's the case, what's the point of looking for them? It might only increase her anger. But Wen Jiuyuan offered a different view. From what your grandma said, when Dad was found, he was well-dressed and wearing a jade pendant. He must have been cherished by his family. Maybe his family just hasn't found him yet. And there's also a possibility that that jade pendant isn't as simple as it looks. Tang Shi's face was full of confusion. Clearly, she didn't understand this piece at all. Wen Jiuyuan then explained some little-known hidden techniques. In the past, when noble families faced great difficulties, they would hide their ancestral treasures to prevent them from being stolen. They would deliberately use tricks to conceal the brilliance of the treasures. For example, they would cover famous paintings with a layer of inferior copies, or stick a layer of poor-quality jade on beautiful jade. There are many such methods. It is said that Wen Jiuyuan once investigated a shocking treasure theft case and personally saw the skills of the smugglers. Their methods were so clever and skillful that even the top domestic cultural relics experts almost fell for their tricks. How did you realize it? Tang Shi sat cross-legged on the grass, supporting her chin with her hand, listening eagerly. Wen Jiuyuan glanced at her helplessly and continued his story. What happened next? The smugglers used their tricks to prevent the authorities from finding evidence and convicting them, so they were released. The day before their release, one of the smugglers, perhaps too happy and a bit reckless, deliberately provoked Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan responded with a trap, which exposed their flaw. Finally, just before the smugglers were released, Wen Jiuyuan personally led people to arrest them. Although Wen Jiuyuan spoke calmly, Tang Shi could still imagine the tense and exciting confrontation. She also wondered if Wen Jiuyuan intentionally chose the moment when the smugglers thought they would escape to catch them. Was he really not doing it on purpose? Was he deliberately targeting the smugglers who challenged him? Tang Shi deeply doubted this. After these days of contact, she realized that Wen Jiuyuan was not just calm and serious on the surface. On the contrary, sometimes he was quite cunning. Thinking this, she glanced at him again. Wen Jiuyuan noticed her look and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Shi shook her head and brought the topic back to the beginning. "So, you mean my dad's jade pendant might have been made using this method?" Wen Jiuyuan nodded but remained calm. "That's just a hypothesis." Indeed. The jade pendant had already disappeared into the rushing river with Xiaozhong. As for the real answer, perhaps only her father's original family would know.
So,
should I look for them? Tang Shi suddenly looked back at the small grave, her nose feeling a bit sore. "Dad, can you give me an answer?" A gentle breeze blew through the forest, leaves rustling softly. With a snap, a heavy fruit fell from the branch and hit Tang Shi's head. She was stunned for a few seconds before reaching up to touch her head. But Wen Jiuyuan was faster. He was originally sitting on the grass beside her, with his legs bent. Seeing this, he quickly turned to sit up and kept checking her head. "Does it hurt? Are you dizzy? Do you need to go to the hospital? Or should we just go back to the capital?" Tang Shi, a bit speechless, pushed his hand away and tousled her messy hair. She looked at the nearby green-skinned citrus fruit, which was rolling steadily and was not much larger than a baby's fist. "No need to worry." Wen Jiuyuan had no choice but to temporarily suppress his concern. "If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, be sure to tell me right away." Got it. Got it." Tang Shi waved her hand. Then she bent down to pick up the citrus fruit. It was from a wild citrus tree. Tang Shi brought it close to her nose and sniffed, then carefully peeled the orange skin with a handkerchief. As she did, a strong citrus scent spread out. It itched her mouth to produce saliva, so she decisively tore off a segment and put it in her mouth. The citrus was fully ripe, with tender flesh and plenty of juice. The only downside was that it was very sour, so sour it almost hurt her teeth. But as Tang Shi ate, she suddenly smiled. She remembered when she was a child, her father secretly gave her a citrus he found in the mountains, stuffing it into her mouth like a treasure, but it made her cry from the sourness and got her scolded by her mother. Could this be the answer? Tang Shi's firm resolve wavered. Since that's the case, let's look for it, she decided. She planned to find Wang Chunlan again and ask about the appearance of the jade pendant. It would be best to draw it. Wen Jiuyuan also said, "I'll help you." Tang Shi, didn't refuse. Without Wen Jiuyuan's help, it would be very difficult for her to do this alone. Anyway, she wasn't so proud that she refused her partner any help. Tangxi took the citrus in her hand and put 2 segments into his mouth. Her movements were sudden. She didn't notice her fingertips lightly brushing his lower lip. How is it? Tangxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Wen Jiuyuan, eager to see him make a sour face. But Wen Jiuyuan finished eating without changing his expression and even commented, "It's very sweet." Tangxi was greatly disappointed. Still, she suggested, "If you like it, we can take more back. Consider it a gift from Dad." Since she said that, Wen Jiuyuan naturally couldn't refuse. However, that wild citrus tree was taller than Tangxi had expected. "I'll go get a ladder," she said, turning to leave. Wen Jiuyuan called her back. "No need to trouble yourself." He took off his coat, only wearing a white shirt. Then he lightly jumped up, grabbed the thickest branch overhead, and easily climbed up using the leverage. Tangxi stared in amazement at the branch, trying to tiptoe and reach for it. She didn't catch it, only grabbing at the air. It was at least 2 meters high. Did Wen Jiuyuan just climb up as easily as walking on flat ground? "The fruit up there seems to be more ripe," Wen Jiuyuan's voice came from between the leaves. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed to the top of the tree. The dense leaves completely covered his figure. Tangxi only heard faint rustling sounds, confirming his presence. She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Be careful, don't fall." Suddenly, the tree became silent. Tangxi's heart tightened quickly. "Wen Jiuyuan? Wen Jiuyuan?" Thoughts raced through her mind. Maybe there's a snake in the tree. Maybe Wen Jiuyuan is hurt. Suddenly, the branches swayed again, proving Wen Jiuyuan was still there. Tangxi's heart sank with relief. "You scared me to death." She looked up and unexpectedly made eye contact with Wen Jiuyuan, who was leaning down. He was sweating on his forehead, his hair a bit messy, with some dirt on his cheeks. He didn't look like the usually aloof leader. Instead, he looked like a carefree, stubborn, proud young boy. Suddenly, she became very curious. What was Wen Jiuyuan like as a young boy? It's such a pity. They knew each other but had passed by many times without really meeting. But in her eyes, Wen Jiuyuan was always a vague and unreal image. Only now, through the swaying leaves, could she see through the long passage of time and catch a glimpse of young Wen Jiuyuan from many years ago. "What are you thinking about?" Wen Jiuyuan silently landed on the grass, wrapping a citrus fruit with his newly taken-off coat. Tangxi pressed her hand to her chest. It felt like an electric current flowing through, bringing a tingling sensation. "Nothing really." She coughed lightly to hide her feelings. But Wen Jiuyuan misunderstood. "Aren't you feeling well?" He moved to check on her. Tangxi quickly took a step back. "I'm not unwell. I just got a little scared earlier. I thought you encountered a snake in the tree." Wen Jiuyuan was stunned first. Then, a smile spread like ripples in his eyes. It gradually reached the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, and his lips curved upward. "You're worried about me?" Tangxi didn't see anything funny and nodded honestly. "Of course. If you fell, I wouldn't be able to get you back." Wen Jiuyuan's smile froze. Then, it turned into a helpless grin. "It's okay, I can go back by myself." He seemed to be endlessly tolerant and indulgent, no matter what Tangxi said. This made Tangxi feel a bit embarrassed, so she turned to leave. "Let's go back. Mom is home alone." Wen Jiuyuan held the citrus fruit wrapped in his coat and followed her closely. As soon as I arrived outside Tang's courtyard gate, I saw Tang Riyue had already come out of her room and was cleaning the house. She probably wanted to use her physical tiredness to drown out her confused thoughts. When she saw Tang Xiwen and Jiuyuan return, she only hurriedly glanced over with a distracted look. "Did you go out for a walk?" Tang Xiwen said he had just visited their father's grave. Suddenly, with a loud sound, the broom in Tang Riyue's hand fell to the ground. She frowned, pressing her temples. "I guess my mind is too messy. I even forgot something so important." Seeing her about to start blaming herself again, Tang Xiwen quickly waved to call Wen Jiuyuan over. "Look, we brought you something." Wen Jiuyuan understood and opened his coat. Tang Ryue already saw that Wen Jiuyuan looked a bit disheveled on the outside. Jiuyuan, what happened? But she quickly paid no attention to that and stared intently at the bag of oranges. Did you go pick some fruit? Tang Xuan nodded with a smile and explained what had happened earlier. Tang Ryue was touched and also wanted to laugh. It might really be your dad telling you the answer. Do you remember? He used to love picking oranges from that tree and bringing them to you. You'd cry from the sourness, but you still insisted on eating them. Tang Xuan had a thought. Could it be that orange tree next to Dad's grave? Tang Ryue nodded with a smile, tears shining in her eyes. Yes, that's the one. Your dad liked that tree, so I chose his burial site nearby. It turns out that some coincidences are not really coincidences but destiny. After Tang Xuan told her about his plan to find his relatives, Tang Ryue strongly supported him. Even if your dad isn't here, we must find out where he came from and whether our family is still around. I believe he really wants to know these things. That day, Tang Ryue ate several oranges in a row. Although it made her teeth ache from the sourness, she was very happy. Seeing her mother so happy, Tang Xuan smiled even more brightly than anyone else. Originally, they planned to stay in the village for 2 days. But in the end, they only stayed one night, and Tang Xuan had to leave early with Wen Jiuyuan to return to Beijing. The reason was that Wen Jiuyuan had an urgent task and had to end his leave early. Before leaving, Tang Xuan specially went to find Wang Xianglan. According to her description, she drew a picture of the jade pendant on paper herself. Additionally, arrangements had been made on Tang Ryue's side. Once she finished handling the rural affairs, she would contact Tang Xuan and pick her up to go to Beijing. Tang Shi had already made up her mind. Since Tang Ryue didn't want to live with them, she planned to look at houses when she had free time. She hoped to find a quiet, clean house with a yard. Carrying her hopes and dreams for the future, Tang Shi waited until late afternoon for Wen Jiuyuan to return home. As soon as they got out of the car, Wen Jiuyuan quickly packed his things, ready for a business trip. He didn't ask Xiao Wu for help. He did it himself, packing in just a few minutes. Then, he spent all his time giving her careful instructions because he was worried about her. The hot water pipe in the bathroom sometimes has problems. If you encounter any issues, call someone to fix it. Don't try to fix it yourself. It's in a tricky spot and easy to get hurt. You can eat at the cafeteria. The ration tickets are in the cabinet at the door. If you don't want to eat there, you can go to the old house or stay there for a few days. There are some foreign exchange coupons in the box for tickets. If you're bored, you can visit the friendship store and buy anything you want. Ask Wenxing to go with you. Don't be afraid to spend money. I already asked Aunt Liang next door to help. She's kind and friendly. If you want to stay at home and run into trouble, go to her. If it's too difficult, wait for me to come back. Tangxi felt dizzy from all the advice. She stared at Wen Jiuyuan's back and couldn't help but whisper, I'm 20 years old, not 2.
Ah.
She widened her eyes as Wen Jiuyuan suddenly turned around. Did he hear her complaints? Tangxi tentatively spoke. I don't think you're being annoying. I believe I can handle these things myself. Wen Jiuyuan's expression was serious, with many complicated feelings, reluctance, worry, apology. Finally, he said, Sorry, on our 3rd day of marriage, I have to leave you alone at home. Military families are like that. Once a soldier has a mission, it's normal for him to be away for 10 or 15 days. And the family member left behind can only wait and wait. He was greedy. For his own desires, he made her endure these hardships. But what could he do? He felt guilty, but never regretted it. When Jiuyuan lowered his eyes, hiding his shame and longing, Tangxi didn't notice anything. She looked much calmer than him. Don't treat me like a child. I can take care of myself. Wen Jiuyuan suddenly smiled. Yes, you can. The worry, unease, and reluctance to leave her were always his feelings. But Tangxi was always strong and independent. She would never depend on anyone. At this moment, Xiao Wu came to remind Wen Jiuyuan that it was time to leave. Wen Jiuyuan told him to wait 5 more minutes. Xiao Wu nodded and left. Tang Shi sighed softly. Do you still have something to? Her words were cut off, and stuck in her throat. Wen Jiuyuan took a few steps forward, one hand holding the back of her head, the other tightly around her waist. She seemed embedded in his chest, as if they were one, inseparable. Then, a strong, commanding kiss fell upon her, making her feel a shiver down her spine. Warm, moist waves of water seemed to climb up her legs. She couldn't stand steadily and nearly hung onto Wen Jiuyuan. Suddenly, she remembered what Wen Jiuyuan had just said. Wait, 5 minutes? Wen Jiuyuan is truly a man who is very disciplined. When he says 5 minutes, he means exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. When he was about to leave, he looked normal, except for his lips being slightly red. In contrast, Tangxi looked delicate and tender, like a begonia flower soaked in morning dew. Her lips looked bright red and shiny, with a faint glistening moisture. Her eyes still held a youthful glow, full of charm. Wen Jiuyuan had to use his strong self-control to finally look away. He gently brushed her hair behind her ear.
Don't see me off.
Stay at home and lock the door. Tangxi shot him a sharp look. Nonsense. Could she go out looking like this? Just a quick glance in the mirror made her blush so much she almost couldn't lift her head. If she stepped outside and was seen by passers-by, just thinking about it made her crazy. And also, how could this man's face be so thick? His body was hard and muscular like stone, but why didn't his face turn red even once? Tangxi looked at Wen Jiuyuan in disbelief, repeatedly confirming her thoughts. Seeing her little emotional state, Wen Jiuyuan let out a pleased hum. But unfortunately, there was no time left, so he could only say regretfully, "Wait for me." With those 2 words, he decisively turned and left. Tangxi unconsciously took a couple of steps after him. She saw his back disappear downstairs and vanish at the door. Thinking that the big 2-story house was now empty except for her, she felt a little lonely inside. But she quickly gathered herself and prepared to go downstairs to pour some warm water, get some fruit, and maybe read or study. Just now, she had come home and received a call from her sister-in-law. She said the school had contacted her and that she should report there tomorrow. Because she was a temporary transfer student, she would probably need to take a basic test to see how she performs. Tangxi naturally didn't want to take the test just to fool the teacher, so she decided to prepare carefully and show her best. Unaware of what was happening, Wen Jiuyuan was leaving when he happened to meet a group of military family members visiting next door at Liang Ying's house. He hurriedly left without noticing them. The women only caught a glimpse of his handsome side profile and tall figure. That's Commander Wen. No wonder he's the most handsome in our military district.
Who said that?
I didn't know.
Me.
Why don't you find someone more handsome than him to compare? I heard he's from a good family. Oh, he's getting married so quickly. I wanted to introduce him to my sister. He's probably on a business trip. I didn't see his wife come out to see him off. Maybe she's not home?
Impossible.
I just met Xiao Wu, Wen's personal soldier, and they said he went back together with him. Rumor has it Wen's wife is very delicate. Maybe she's too lazy to see him off when he's on a trip? Really? Are there such people? What does Wen see in her? The group gossiping continued as they arrived at Liang Ying's house. Liang Ying brought out tea and sunflower seeds to entertain them. Curious about their conversation, she asked about it. Then she was given a detailed explanation about Wen Jiuyuan's new wife being cold and indifferent. Liang Ying hesitated and said, "Really? Maybe she has other things to do. Wen Jiuyuan just came by earlier and asked me to take care of his wife when I have time." Hearing this, everyone seemed to confirm the rumors that Wen's wife was spoiled and lazy. Seeing them chatting happily, Liang Ying felt a headache coming on as she pressed her forehead. She realized that after a day, the rumors hadn't disappeared. In fact, they seemed to be getting worse. Is there really no one behind this? Liang Ying thought the best way was to have Tangxi come and confirm herself. When everyone wasn't paying attention, she got up and knocked on the door next door. After waiting for about 10 seconds with no response, she knocked harder twice. Still no answer. She guessed Tangxi might have gone out. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she heard a creak behind her.
Who is it?
The cold voice sounded like a mountain stream, making people think of clear water flowing. Liang slowly turned around and gradually saw Tongxi's appearance behind the door. Like a beautiful but distant scene from a memory, suddenly coming to life, becoming vivid and lively. Even if it wasn't the first time meeting, Liang still couldn't help but feel amazed again. Hello. Liang suddenly became nervous. Tang, she was surprised. Hello? She quickly thought, is it the neighbor, Sister Liang? Liang nodded eagerly, smiling so brightly that her eyes disappeared. Yes, it's me. You must be little Tang, Wen Jiuyuan's partner, right? You're really beautiful. I've never seen anyone prettier than you. Such honest and warm praise made Tang she feel a bit uncomfortable. Thank you. Thank you. She couldn't help but want to laugh. This Sister Liang really is as kind and enthusiastic as Wen Jiuyuan said. Tang she immediately turned to invite her in. Would you like to come in and sit? Liang almost agreed. Suddenly, she remembered there were still many people waiting at home. No. I came to invite you for tea. We're all military family members. You just arrived at the big courtyard. Maybe you'd like to meet everyone? Tang she looked a bit hesitant. Sorry, I have an exam tomorrow and am studying. She frowned slightly, seeming a bit troubled. Seeing this, Liang didn't want to make things difficult for her. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, It's okay. It's just a group of military families chatting about daily life. It's not a big deal, and your exam is more important. After saying that, Liang remembered she had planned to tell Tang Shi that Wen Jiuyuan's rumors were flying around the courtyard lately. But Wen Jiuyuan was busy on a business trip, and Tang Shi had an exam soon. Talking about such bothersome things now might ruin her mood. What if it affected her exam? Liang Ying's family also had students, so she understood how she felt. Later, she even invited Tang Shi to come to her house for dinner after her exam tomorrow. So enthusiastic that Tang Shi couldn't refuse, and in the end, she agreed. Liang happily said goodbye to Tang Shi, went home, and found everyone waiting eagerly when she entered. Seeing the empty space behind Liang, everyone looked a bit disappointed. Sister Liang, didn't you go invite the neighbor? Liang found this probing question amusing. She thought she had left secretly, but it turned out she was already noticed, and her purpose guessed. She's studying now and has an exam tomorrow, so let's not bother her. Liang explained, and everyone nodded. But in just a moment, they started talking again. An exam? What for? I heard she just finished high school, probably taking university entrance exams. TCH, I heard she failed the college entrance exam twice. Really? Source of information is absolutely reliable. Not long ago, Tongxi was still uncomfortable being alone at home. When she sat at the desk and opened her book, she was immersed in her studies in less than 10 seconds. She didn't even notice when the learning system's notification sound rang in her ears. Before she knew it, 2 hours had passed. Outside the window, it was getting dark. Tongxi felt her eyes dry and tired, so she put down her pen and stretched. She made a soft, curious sound and realized that the learning system had been flashing alerts for a while. She opened it, and a series of prompts appeared rapidly. Congratulations! The little student's points have exceeded 100. Current points balance, 108. Reward, Teaching Course Basic Mathematics, Part 1. Enter Virtual Classroom. Detected task, achieve good results in the entrance exam. Accept? Tongxi was dazzled by the pop-ups. When she looked at them carefully, she immediately showed a happy expression. Sure enough, reaching 100 points, like reaching 10, earns extra rewards. But what is this basic mathematics teaching course? And why is it only the first part? Tongxi was worried she might get something useless, like elementary school math she had already learned. But she thought, since the system produces quality content, it must be good. So far, the learning system had never disappointed her, so maybe she should try it first? Before that, her eyes moved down to the task section. Since the last time the task section opened, she had only seen it as blank. She even tried to communicate with the system, but it didn't work. Without hesitation, Tongxi chose yes. The task section refreshed immediately. Task: achieve good results in the entrance exam. In progress. Friendly reminder: rewards are automatically calculated based on the difficulty of the questions and the final performance. All decisions are made by the system. Seeing this, Tangxi felt even more motivated. She wondered what the rewards might be. Points? The teaching course? Or physical items? Lost in her daydreams, Tangxi happily opened the basic mathematics course. Before entering the virtual tutorial, she glanced at her watch. It was 6:20 now. She planned to study for 10 minutes, then come out to prepare dinner.
Perfect.
Tangxi blinked. The world has become a pure white space. Suddenly, an elderly person with white hair and kind eyes appeared before her. She was not tall, slender, and slightly hunched over. Her face was full of wrinkles, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses with a chain. Behind the glasses, her bright, innocent eyes sparkled with wisdom and kindness. Tang, she was startled. Old. Teacher? Different courses mean different teachers. Compared to the previous teacher from the Encyclopedia of Firearms, this person looked very different in appearance and demeanor. The elderly person nodded politely. Hello, little one. I am the teacher for this basic mathematics class. My surname is Song.
Just call me Teacher Song.
Teacher Song spoke slowly and calmly, like a gentle stream flowing. Tangxi usually had no resistance to gentle people. She obediently nodded. Hello, Teacher Song. I am Tangxi. Seeing this, Teacher Song waved her hand, and the space around them changed. It became a bright, spacious classroom. Outside the glass, the sunlight was dazzling, and the lush greenery outside the window almost seemed to melt away. The cicadas on the trees chirped tirelessly, and a gentle, cool breeze softly brushed past. Tangxi squinted, feeling a sense of peace and comfort. Teacher Song's smile was gentle. How do you feel? Do you like it? Tangxi nodded hard. Then she looked around again. Does this environment serve a purpose? Her thoughts started to lean toward the previous teacher, Tang, and she felt everything should be practical. She also believed that Teacher Song's arrangement must have a reason. But unexpectedly, Teacher Song simply said, to make you happy. Tang, she was a bit surprised. But she had to admit, her mind quickly relaxed. At this moment, Teacher Song slowly asked, what do you think mathematics is? Tang, she was caught off guard by the question. Mathematics is just mathematics. Then she remembered how Tang emphasized the importance of math. After thinking for a moment, she replied, it's a very useful tool. After she finished, she felt it wasn't quite right, but she didn't know how to improve it. Surprisingly, Teacher Song didn't deny but agreed. You could say that. Throughout history, if you talk about the greatest tools created by humans, it must be mathematics. It symbolizes reason and represents the highest honor of human intelligence. If human wisdom is a crown, then mathematics is the brightest gem on that crown. Her tone grew more passionate, and Tangxi felt her heart flutter. She knew math was very important, but she had never thought it could be this important. Unconsciously, she leaned forward.
Can I talk to you?
Her pure, white face was filled with the 3 words I wanted to hear. Teacher Song looked at her and smiled kindly. Math is the foundation of all sciences. Breakthroughs in math often lead to advances in other fields. Many major discoveries in history, like black hole theory and gravitational wave theory, were not directly observed but predicted through math. Teacher Song spoke confidently. Tangxi listened carefully and seriously. Although she was good at math before, she never truly understood this subject. Until now, after hearing so much from Teacher Song, she felt her thinking was sparked, and her interest in math grew step by step. Seeing Tangxi's expression change from her initial surprise, Teacher Song looked pleased. She said, next, let's start from the beginning of math. Maybe you know this, Pythagoras' theorem, also called the Pythagorean theorem. Math is a special subject that supports all basic sciences and has a methodological nature, and Pythagoras' work is very important. For the first time, Tangxi found math interesting. In Teacher Song's gentle voice, The origins, meanings, and uses of various mathematical theorems naturally became part of her stories. It was no longer dull formulas and numbers, but broken down and explained so clearly that she almost wanted to feed them directly into Tongxi's mouth. It felt like a caring elder patiently teaching a younger one, very attentive. Some of these things she had learned before, but listening to Teacher Song, it felt so different. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock's hands kept moving without stopping. Tongxi seemed tireless, having long forgotten about time. Tongxi ran wildly and arrived at school just on time. The gatekeeper glanced at her and pointed behind him. The office is in that direction. Tongxi was a bit surprised. Could it be that her classmate, sister-in-law, had told the guard? Confused but quick, she headed toward the office. The room was empty. Tongxi tentatively knocked twice on the wooden door. "Hello, I'm here to see." Behind a tall stack of homework books, a young man's head slowly appeared. Maybe he was too tired. His face was marked with big dark circles, looking very exhausted, like a wilted vegetable. Before Tongxi finished speaking, the man interrupted her with blank eyes. "Are you here for the exam? Is this the entrance exam for transfer students?" Tongxi nodded blankly. "Don't you know to be on time? How can you be late for such an important exam?" The young man impatiently scratched his head, and dandruff floated like snowflakes everywhere. Tongxi originally wanted to step closer and ask more questions. Seeing this, she silently held her breath and took a small step back. The young man didn't notice and picked up his greasy glasses, putting them on. "Follow me." Then, without glancing at Tongxi, he led her to a room at the end of the corridor. Inside, there were neat seats like a classroom, almost full of people, both men and women of different ages. At the front was a serious-looking middle-aged man standing at a podium, preparing to distribute exam papers. The young man went over and said something to him. Tongxi, standing far away, couldn't hear the details, so she quietly observed the students in the classroom. She knew that after the college entrance exam was restored in the past 2 years, many people wanted to fulfill their dream of going to university, so they prepared for the exam. But some of these people looked too eager. Isn't the age limit for the exam 30 years old? These people looked at least in their 40s. Suddenly, Tongxi noticed that the middle-aged teacher on stage was looking at her. His gaze was serious and scrutinizing. Tongxi immediately kept her eyes on her nose and mouth, held her breath, and pretended to be obedient. She reminded herself inwardly, "Don't judge others by their appearance. Maybe everyone will be classmates someday. Comrade, please choose an empty seat and sit down. Remember, don't be late next time." The middle-aged teacher handed Tongxi a handwritten number slip and sent her to the last seat in the classroom. Then he repeated the exam rules, like no cheating and no whispering. It was clearly meant for Tongxi to hear. Tongxi didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, it was her mistake at first. Who knew math could be so addictive? Yesterday, she was studying well, listening to a 10-minute lesson, then left the virtual classroom to prepare dinner. But plans changed unexpectedly, and she completely lost track of time once she entered the virtual classroom. If the system AI hadn't reminded her that she had been in the virtual classroom for over 12 hours compared to real time and needed to go outside to eat, she might have fainted from low blood sugar. Probably, Tongxi wouldn't even realize she had been in the virtual classroom for so long. The ratio of time spent in the real classroom to the virtual classroom is 1 to 10. In other words, when 12 hours pass outside, 120 hours pass in the virtual classroom. 5 days. Tongxi has been tirelessly absorbing knowledge without sleep. Even before the AI reminded her, she was still determined to solve a problem, thinking about it for 3 hours. Now, she finally remembers the important event today. Tongxi quickly leaves the virtual classroom, washes up hurriedly, changes her clothes, and eats 2 pieces of date paste cake as breakfast before rushing to school. Sitting in the classroom for the transfer exam, Tongxi feels like she is dreaming.
Huh?
Another math test? She looks down at the test paper just handed out. There aren't many questions, only a few, all major problems. The exam creator is quite skilled. The questions cover geometry, algebra, calculus, and probability and statistics. They don't seem difficult at first glance as they test basic knowledge, but they're full of traps. A little carelessness can easily lead to falling into these traps and heading further in the wrong direction. If she hadn't spent last night reviewing basic mathematics in the virtual classroom, she might not have seen the tricks and could have been fooled by appearances. Suddenly, Tangxi feels a deep respect for this school. She didn't expect that such a small entrance exam would require such high skills. It turns out that students in the capital are so good at math. It seems she has been living in a small place, looking at the world through a narrow lens. If you find the questions too difficult, you may leave on your own, says the middle-aged male teacher passing by Tangxi. He probably saw that other students were quickly writing answers, while Tangxi just stared at her paper, unsure of how to start, so he deliberately said this. Even as he spoke, he faced Tangxi directly. This was a clear hint, nothing hidden about it. Tangxi touched her nose and started calculating. She quickly immersed herself, as if playing a maze game, exploring and solving puzzles. Gradually, she forgot where she was and didn't notice others giving up and leaving. Soon, only Tangxi and 5 others remained in the room. She was the first to finish. After checking her answers and confirming there were no mistakes, she put down her pen and looked around. The middle-aged teacher cleared his throat. "Once you're done, you can hand in your paper and leave." Tangxi responded by handing in her exam. When she arrived in the corridor, she found that the people in the classroom hadn't left. Instead, they were gathered in small groups chatting. Tangxi didn't know anyone, so she casually found a corner and listened to their conversation. "How do you feel?" "I probably won't make it. It's too hard. The school has very high requirements." "I'm just taking a chance. What if I get in?" "Hey, they only need to recruit 1 person. If there were more, I might have a better shot."
Exactly.
Tangxi was surprised. Didn't her older sister say that transferring students could just start studying? Isn't this entrance exam supposed to test knowledge? Why has it suddenly become so strict that they only want to recruit 1 person? Gradually, Tangxi started to feel something was wrong. She politely called out to the woman closest to her, who looked friendly. "Excuse me, isn't this exam the school's entrance exam?" The woman nodded. "Yes, it's the entrance exam for hiring a math teacher." "But you look quite young. Are you just out of school?" Tangxi. "Yes, she just graduated. But not from university. She graduated from high school." Soon, Tangxi understood what was going on. This high school originally had 4 math teachers. 1 took maternity leave because she was pregnant. The remaining 3, one was too old and tired, another was too young and inexperienced. The last one was fine, capable and dependable. But with 8 classes in the school, even the best teacher could only handle 1. So, the school announced they were looking for a substitute math teacher. Although called a substitute, it was likely they could become a permanent staff member. Because there was a shortage of teachers and many young people returning to the city, this opportunity was very attractive to many. The exam she just took was to test the ability of the math teacher candidate. They only planned to hire 1 person, and that person would naturally be the highest score in the exam. Tangxi felt dizzy as she pressed her forehead. She never expected that she, rushing here, would accidentally participate in a math teacher recruitment exam. She came to transfer schools to study, so how did she end up as a teacher? No, that's not right. Since so many people took the exam, there should be quite a few with better math skills than her. As long as she doesn't take first place, she is just going through the motions. Afterward, she will explain to her sister-in-law's classmate, and it shouldn't be a big problem.
Probably. Just now, I met the young man who had just taken the exam.
He was holding a sheet of paper and came out. The exam results are in. Who is Tangxi on the 16th? Congratulations on scoring full marks. Everyone was surprised, especially those who had just taken the test themselves. When they heard someone got a perfect score, they were even more shocked. They all turned their heads to see who this person with a full score was. Tangxi, who was called out, froze completely. The woman who had just spoken to Tangxi happily raised her hand. Tangxi is here. Then she lowered her voice to say, "Congratulations, wow, little sister, you're really amazing. Congratulations." Tang, she slightly smiled and said, Thank you. She had to step forward a few steps and looked into the eyes of the young male teacher. The young man's eyes nearly popped out. Is it you?
Fiancé, not that.
The young man looked very surprised and complicated. Then,
Come with me.
many envious, surprised, and slightly jealous eyes looked at them. Tang, she took a deep breath and followed him. They walked into the office, one behind the other. Inside, there were two people. One was the middle-aged male teacher who had just supervised the exam, named Yang Xingzhan. The other was an elderly female teacher, named Wen Lan. Alongside them was the young man, Sun Feng. These three should be the high school math teachers responsible for the class. Tang, she looked at Wen Lan and couldn't help but feel a bit lost. That smiling face always reminded her of Teacher Song, who was kind and gentle in the virtual classroom. Are you Tang Shi, comrade? You're so young, and your skills are impressive, Wen Lan greeted her warmly. That familiar feeling grew stronger. Tang, she felt a bit close and friendly. Yes, I am Tang Shi, but I'm sorry about earlier. Yang Xingzhan apologized. His face was no longer as stern as before, and his expression was gentle. I misunderstood. I thought your late arrival meant you didn't care about the exam and was just trying to get by. I didn't expect your skills to be so high. Tang, she awkwardly smiled twice. You're too kind. Actually, next to her, Sun Feng couldn't help but interrupt. So you chose her? She looks even younger than me. He guessed that Tangxi looked much younger than himself and seemed a bit annoyed, saying, She is so young, probably just graduated, with less teaching experience than I have. Comrade Sun, ability and experience are not related to age. Honestly, Comrade Tangxi's math skills are better than yours. If you don't believe it, you can try doing today's test paper. Sun Feng quickly lowered his head, afraid to argue. He had already taken the test paper earlier. Compared to Tangxi's perfect score, he only scored 82. Many points were lost due to careless mistakes. This strong contrast made Sun Feng completely speechless. At this moment, Teacher Wen continued gently, Comrade Tangxi, when do you think you can start working?
Today?
Sorry, there's a vacancy for the math teacher at school, and Xiao Zhou and Xiao Sun are too busy. I'm older and can't help much. Several classes are about to start math lessons without a teacher. Faced with the other's forced smile, Tangxi felt a heavy weight on her shoulders and didn't know what to say. Just then, a middle-aged woman entered from outside. The three people nearby greeted her as Principal Qi. She nodded and asked, Did you see a female student come to register? After receiving negative answers, she muttered, Strange. Gu Huanming clearly told her to arrive at 8 a.m. Could she be late? Her voice reached Tangxi's ears. She knew she couldn't go on like this, so she slowly raised her hand. Everyone was watching her, including Principal Qi. What's wrong? Oh, right, you're the math teacher here for the exam, right? I heard you scored full marks? Principal Qi was very friendly, clearly pleased with someone like Tangxi. Tangxi cleared her throat and said, I am Tangxi. Principal Qi was surprised. That name sounds a bit familiar. Tangxi reminded her again, I was introduced by Comrade Gu Huan, and I came today to transfer into the school. She then handed over her previous school transcript and the enrollment documents. Her age, experience, and grades were clearly recorded. Everyone was silent. A complete silence. An extremely quiet silence. It was Tangxi herself who broke the silence. Sorry, I came in a hurry and didn't know this exam was for hiring a math teacher. I thought it was an entrance test that Comrade Gu Huan mentioned. The older Wen Lan was the first to react. No need to apologize. What could Tangxi have done wrong to apologize? Blame her high skill level, or blame others for not being able to compete with her. That's too funny. When Lan's mind moved slightly, since you have ideas, why not come straight to the school and be a math teacher? Tang, she widened her eyes. Huh? The other person smiled gently. Don't want to? Before Tang she could answer, the other three expressed different opinions. Especially Principal Qi, who knew Tang Xi's situation, said with some helplessness, Little Tang is only 20 years old and still wants to take university entrance exams. Her family also hopes she can transfer into the school for preparation. Now, turning her into a teacher. What's going on? Little Tang, what do you think? Tang, she was speechless. After a moment, she slowly nodded. Yes, I want to focus on preparing for the college entrance exam. I probably won't have time to be a teacher. Faced with Tang Xi's refusal, Wen Lan remained calm and unhurried. She believed that, based on Tang Xi's usual grades, getting into Beijing University was easy and she didn't need a teacher's guidance. As a substitute teacher at the school, Tang Xi would only be responsible for teaching math to 2 classes and she could allocate her remaining time freely. Substitute teaching is only until this semester, comrade Little Tang. We really need you. Wen Lan's expression was very sincere.
Unser Ding, Tang Si Waiver.
Having free time outside of teaching was very attractive, especially since she had just taken a part-time job at the Light Weapons Research Institute, which made things more convenient for her. Seeing Tang Xi hesitate, Wen Lan said, "Why don't you think about it carefully and give me an answer tomorrow?" Tang Xi shook her head. Just when Wen Lan was a little disappointed, thinking Tang Xi would refuse, Tang Xi said cheerfully, "No need to think about it. I'm willing to accept this job." Wen Lan was surprised by her quick decision. In an instant, she smiled again. "Thank you, comrade Little Tang. No need to thank me. By the way, you said earlier that you want me to start working today? I have no problem. Does the school need any formalities?" Tang Xi was straightforward and efficient. Wen Lan appreciated her quick work style and turned to look at Principal Qi. Principal Qi clearly hadn't kept up with the pace. "Huh? Is that settled?"
But
Wen Lan's tone was gentle but firm. Besides comrade Little Tang, can Principal Qi find a better substitute math teacher? Principal Qi couldn't answer. She had just looked at Tang Xi's test papers, and her skill level was very high. If it weren't for Tang Xi's special situation, she even wanted to stay on as a formal teacher. But Little Tang, your parents. Principal Qi was unsure how to speak to an old classmate. Could it be that your child signed up at our school, and because her math skills are so high, and we lack substitute teachers, she was drafted? Tang Xi cleared her throat. It's okay, I'll handle things with my sister-in-law. That would be wonderful.
Huh?
Principal Qi thought he had heard wrong. Sister-in-law? Are you? Tang Xi nodded. Yes, my husband is Wen Jiuyuan. Principal Qi looked surprised. Everyone else was shocked too. They hadn't expected Tang Xi, so young, to be married. But no one was very gossipy, so they just brushed past the surprise. Wen Lan personally helped Tang Xi complete the paperwork and then gave her a tour of the school. The school has a long history, dating back over 100 years. It has experienced peaceful times and war, but now it's quiet with only the sound of reading. Most of the buildings on campus were built during the Republic of China era, with Western-style features like tiger windows, Roman columns, and arched doorways, while also keeping traditional Chinese architectural details like 3-section gables and symmetrical layouts. Between these unique and beautiful buildings, lush trees grow, and everywhere shows traces of time. Wen Lan and Tang Xi, an old and a young, wandered around, casually talking about the exam paper they just saw. It turned out that all the questions on that paper were created by Wen Lan herself. Tang Xi was very surprised and started discussing it with Wen Lan. Wen Lan was amazed. She didn't expect her clever hints hidden in the questions to be fully noticed by Tang Xi. This meant that Tang Xi not only could solve problems, but also understood the teacher's thinking. She was truly a teacher chosen by fate. The more they talked, the more Wen Lan felt glad she had found a way to keep Tang Xi. Missing out on such talent would be so frustrating later. The only regret was that Tang Xi wouldn't stay at this school for long. But from another perspective, Tang Xi would explore a bigger world in the future, and this school might be proud to have been a stop along her journey. Wen Lan thought happily. She never expected that this thought would someday come true. As the old and young chatted enthusiastically, they didn't notice how long they had been near the classroom. Teacher 1. Students who had just finished class looked curiously at Wen Lan and Tang Xi. Especially Tang Xi. Many students' admiring and eager eyes stayed on her. A brave boy even smiled and asked actively, Teacher 1, is she our new classmate? Wen Lan saw through the young boy's restless thoughts and straightforwardly explained, "No, she is the new substitute teacher. She will be responsible for your math class in the future." The boy was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. After finally closing his mouth, he complained unwillingly, "Teacher Wen, are you joking? She looks about my age." Wen Lan simply led Tang-shi into the classroom. As they walked, she said, "This class will be under your responsibility from now on. It's good to meet everyone today, and the official classes start tomorrow. If you have any questions, just ask me." Tang-shi nodded to show she understood. Soon, they both stood on the podium, and Wen Lan solemnly introduced Tang-shi. Tang-shi quickly adopted her new role. With a completely different attitude, she slightly bowed and said, "Hello, classmates. I am Tang-shi. Over the next few months, I will be your math substitute teacher." A murmur of surprise spread through the classroom. Some were shocked, some doubtful, some disappointed and unwilling. At the back corner of the classroom, a young girl who had been sleeping deeply lifted her head. She wiped away the drool at the corner of her mouth, yawned, and lazily looked forward. Seeing this, she suddenly jumped up from her seat.
Tang-shi,
"What are you doing here?" On the podium, Tang-shi raised her eyebrows slowly. She quietly swallowed the word she almost blurted out. "Yujia?" No wonder she always felt that the school's name sounded familiar. It turned out that this was also the school attended by Yujia and Yuyen, the siblings. For a moment, her eyes toward Yujia were filled with sympathy and pity, mixed with a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, Yujia, who had just learned about Tang-shi's new identity, felt dizzy. "My cousin is now my teacher? Oh my goodness!" Her world collapsed. At the same time, news about the new substitute teacher spread like a tornado through the neighboring class. "I heard she's super pretty. She doesn't seem very old, maybe a normal college student?" Just now Yujia from the other class was so scared she jumped. It seems they know each other. The new teacher also knows Yujia's name. By the way, what's the new teacher's name?
Dansi.
Isn't her name pretty? At the front of the classroom, Yuyen, who was focused on her exercises, keenly caught the information. He suddenly turned around, startling a group of chatting classmates. Yuyen clenched her pen tightly. "Who are you talking about? Tang-shi?" The fragrant camphor tree shaded the ground. Yujia hid behind the tree, secretly glancing out. Tang-shi saw this and felt a bit helpless. "It's nothing to be ashamed of."
"Sure."
Yujia raised her finger, interrupting Tang-shi. She looked nervous, like a thief. How could you come to our school? Didn't I just say? I'm here to be a teacher." "I know you're a teacher, but how could you come to our school?" Yujia's voice rose a bit. Tang-shi looked calm and didn't get easily scared. She carefully watched Yujia's expression. "Are you angry?" Seeing Tang-shi's caring eyes, Yujia irritably tugged at her hair, her voice softening quickly. "I'm not mad at you. I just. Her hair accidentally pulled painfully, and she let out a cry, squatting down quickly. She curled up under the tree, looking strangely pitiful. Tang-shi understood what Yujia was thinking. They are about the same age, both students in the same year. Tang-shi failed the college entrance exam twice, and Yujia did too. But Tang-shi's poor performance was due to causing trouble, making her perform badly. As for Yujia, her two failures were just her real level. Her grades were terrible, and even after 2 retakes, she made no progress. Now, Yujia was on her 3rd attempt at retaking the exam. 2 years older than her brother Yuyen, she had somehow become a student at the same level as him. Yujia was very unhappy about this, having long said she didn't want to study and would rather work in a factory. But her uncle, Yu Jingming, influenced by her foster father Tangming, valued education very much and insisted Yujia go to college. This caused many conflicts between father and daughter, ending with Yujia reluctantly agreeing. But Yujia also declared this was her last retake. However, she never expected that in the last few months at school, she would end up with Tang-shi as her teacher. If her father, Yu Jingming, found out, if the other classmates knew, if the group of younger brothers she looked after knew. Feeling ashamed, Tang-shi revealed Yujia's thoughts. Yujia sighed deeply, not denying it. But she knew this was her problem, not Tongxi's. Forget it, don't worry about me. Let me be upset for a while. Yu Jia irritably tugged at her hair again. Tangxi thought for a moment. As long as the others don't know about this relationship, and we don't tell anyone, it's fine, right? Yu Jia tugged at the corner of his mouth. It's not that simple.
Yu Jia.
Yu Yan arrived first, his voice loud. He strode angrily toward the fragrant camphor tree, seeming to have guessed where his sister usually liked to go. But he didn't expect that it wasn't Yu Jia coming out from behind the tree trunk, but Tangxi. Big sister. Yu Yan stretched out the ending sound, and his attitude softened a little in an instant. He looked like a mischievous, aggressive cat suddenly turning into a gentle, innocent white kitten. His quick change of mood was surprising. Tangxi was also surprised. Xiaoyan? So, Yu Yan can get upset too? Why does she always think Yu Yan is smiling and never seems to get angry? It seems the child has grown up, she thought with emotion. Yu Yan noticed her expression and felt a warning bell ring in his mind. Sister, I came to find you. Yu Jia? You're here too? Yu Jia, slowly standing up, showed a displeased smile. Huh? Thank you for your eyes not being blind, and for still being able to see me. Tangxi sensed the tension between the siblings and quickly stepped in to stop them. Don't argue. Yu Jia, feeling unfair, raised her chin. Am I the one arguing with him? Clearly, he's the one bothering me. Do you think I would bully Tangxi? Compared to Yu Jia, who was furious and stomping her feet, Yu Yan was much calmer. He even looked a little innocent. Sister, why would you think that? I just came to see what you all are talking about. Everyone is discussing it. Yu Jia was about to get angry again, but she caught another important point. You say everyone is discussing? Yu Yan nodded. Yes, they say you and the new teacher have some grudge, and they deliberately called her out to bully her. Yu Jia wanted to curse again. Those people are talking nonsense.
Who said that?
I'll go settle this with him. Seeing Yu Jia already rolling up her sleeves, Tangxi quickly stepped forward to stop her. All right, since it's just a misunderstanding, you don't need to bother. Yu Jia angrily punched the air twice to vent her frustration. What do these people think of me? At that moment, a loud shout came from upstairs. Yu Jia, what are you saying to Teacher Tang? The teacher Yang Xingzhan, whom Tangxi had just seen, was standing behind the balcony railing. He pointed at Yu Jia, telling her to stay put and not to leave. Then he immediately went down to confront her. Nearby, many students were peeking and watching. Yu Jia covered her head, biting her teeth in anger. These people. What shocked her even more was Tangxi. She really doubted what kind of negative image Yu Jia had in the minds of teachers and classmates at school. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was quickly cleared up. Teacher Yang Xingzhan rushed over to the camphor tree, and the first thing Tangxi did was explain everything to him. At first, Teacher Yang didn't believe her, thinking she was threatened by Yu Jia. It wasn't until Tangxi explained that she knew Yu Jia that his suspicion was completely lifted. Teacher Yang sternly warned her with a serious face. Yu Jia, can you please study well and stop causing trouble for your parents and teachers? Yu Jia lowered her head, shoulders slumping, looking nothing like the confident, proud, and carefree person Tangxi remembered. After Teacher Yang left, Tangxi asked Yu Jia, do you think they misunderstood you? Tangxi thought Yu Jia was a good person. But why did the teachers and students see her as a fierce beast? Yu Jia lazily shot her a weak glance, unwilling to explain. Instead, Yu Yan offered an answer at the right moment. My sister used to get into fights and knocked out 3 of the other person's teeth, 2 ribs, and a leg. Although surprised, Tangxi also believed that Yu Jia could do such things. What did that person do? Yu Jia looked at her unexpectedly. Aren't you thinking I just hit someone randomly? Tangxi replied without hesitation, with your personality, you wouldn't hit someone without reason. It must have been the other person who made a mistake first. Yu Jia snorted awkwardly. Yu Yan then explained, that person bullied a girl at school, almost making her jump into the river. When my sister found out, she went to that person's office and beat him up right in front of teachers and students. Tangxi realized the key point. Could that person be? Yu Yan nodded. Yes, he was a teacher at our school. Oh no, he's a former teacher now, he has been fired. Yu Jia's fight happened in front of many witnesses, with dozens of teachers and students watching. The situation was very bad. A vice principal strongly demanded that Yu Jia be expelled for her violence. However, Principal Qi opposed the decision after much debate, and Yu Jia was not punished. Still, she received no reward. Although Principal Qi didn't think Yu Jia was at fault, he didn't agree with punishing her, believing that fighting evil with evil was not the right way. The girl involved was even less grateful to Yu Jia, blaming her for making a big fuss, which caused her parents and relatives to find out and lose face. In the end, the teacher involved was fired and imprisoned, the girl transferred schools, and her family moved away. Only Yu Jia, full of passion for helping others, faced no consequences. She was not only unscathed but also feared by teachers and classmates. She spent her days alone at school, with no friends. Didn't you go with Yu Jia? Tang Shi asked Yu Yan. Yu Yan, not wanting Tang Shi to misunderstand, quickly explained, she didn't want me to go. I sat with her at lunch, and she even scolded me. Yu Jia, sticking out her neck, shouted, stop pitying me. Do I look isolated? I was the one isolating them, okay? Tang Shi saw that she was sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. Basically, she just didn't want her brother to be involved. Yu Yan, being smart, understood this clearly and was angry, calling Yu Jia stubborn. Suddenly, Tang Shi had a bright idea. How long ago was this? Yu Yan replied, 2 years ago. That was the year Yu Jia first took the college entrance exam. No wonder. In Tang Shi's memory, Yu Jia's grades weren't great, but compared to her and Yu Yan, who often ranked first, it was understandable. Compared to others, Yu Jia's grades were actually above average, not enough to fail twice and not get into a university. Basically, this incident left a scar on Yu Jia, making her lose interest in school. Tang Shi understood even more. Did your uncle and aunt not know? Yu Jia and Yu Yan both said in unison. Why tell them? Children from poor families often have to grow up fast. Neither Tang Shi nor Yu Jia and Yu Yan were used to sharing their worries with their parents. They preferred to keep good news and hide bad news. Sometimes that's not a good thing. Okay, I understand. Tang Shi thought of a plan. Let's stick to our agreement and not tell our relatives about our family ties. Yu Jia couldn't wait to reply. That's great. Tang Shi saw a flicker of disappointment in Yu Jia's eyes. She was amused by Yu Jia's insincere attitude and deliberately asked, Then lunch together? Yu Jia was surprised. You said we should pretend not to know each other. Tang Shi interrupted her. I meant hiding our family relationship, not pretending not to know each other.
Come on.
She reached out and took Yu Jia's hand. Yu Jia was much stronger than Tang Shi, but she pretended she couldn't resist and reluctantly let herself be pulled along. Then she awkwardly said, Oh, well, I guess I'll go along then. Her smiling lips couldn't hide her amusement. Yu Yan frowned slightly and quickly followed. I want to go too. It was mealtime. The school cafeteria was crowded with students and teachers. Not only high school students but middle schoolers too. Currently, the school uses a system where students exchange meal tickets or an equivalent amount of grain, and then the school issues meal passes, which serve as cafeteria access cards. But Tangxi, as a teacher, was entitled to benefits. Teacher Wen had already told her in the morning that she could show her work ID at the cafeteria to get free meals. Tangxi didn't have a lunchbox, so Yu Jia lent her one. Yu Jia carefully washed the inside and outside of the lunchbox, worried that Tangxi might dislike it. In fact, Tangxi's attention was focused on the food in the cafeteria. The dishes looked quite rich. Although there wasn't much meat, mostly vegetables, each dish was filling. It probably exceeded the amount of grain and food the students had exchanged, which was a way of indirectly giving the kids extra help. Yu Jia also enthusiastically talked about which dish in the cafeteria was the tastiest, acting like a seasoned guide. Tangxi listened carefully, not noticing how many people were watching her and Yu Jia in the cafeteria. To be precise, most of the attention was on her. Clearly, news about a young and pretty substitute math teacher at the high school had spread throughout the school. But why is she with Yu Jia? Seems like they know each other. They're probably about the same age. Wow, Yu Jia is so fierce. Do you think she might hit her? And Yu Yan is there too. After all, he's Yu Jia's younger brother.
What?
Yu Yan is actually Yu Jia's brother? Didn't you know today? I thought they didn't get along. Would Yu Jia really bully this new teacher? Besides, she's very pretty. This strikingly attractive trio of siblings stood together, clearly the most eye-catching sight in the cafeteria. After Tangxi and Yu Jia and Yu Yan finished their meals and found a seat, someone immediately came over to greet them. Hello, Teacher Tang. The girls, eager and excited, couldn't stop staring at Tangxi and Yu Jia. Tangxi smiled kindly and nodded hello. Would you like to sit and eat with us? The girls, given permission, quickly found nearby seats. They almost couldn't hide their excited and curious thoughts, immediately asking about the relationship between Tangxi and Yu Jia. Been friends for many years, Tangxi replied casually. But once it spread, it quickly turned into the story that they were very close friends. Instead of being curious about how Tangxi, as Yu Jia's peer, ended up being her teacher, everyone was more interested in the fact that Tangxi was willing to be friends with Yu Jia. Because of Tangxi's appearance, she truly amazed the students. She had no airs and was always friendly when asked questions. She was like the ideal teacher everyone dreamed of. When they heard that Tangxi was Yu Jia's friend, they quickly wondered, could it be that Yu Jia isn't as scary as rumors say? Otherwise, how could a beautiful and gentle teacher like Tangxi be friends with Yu Jia? Their previous prejudices were slowly starting to break down. When Yu Jia finished eating and returned to the classroom, someone hesitantly approached her and asked, "Are you really friends with Teacher Tangxi?" Yu Jia hadn't spoken to her classmates in a long time. When they saw her, they acted as if she were a wild beast. After a few slow seconds, she stiffly nodded. Yeah, that's right. A wave of envy and surprise sounded around her. Suddenly, Yu Jia felt that the classroom didn't seem so unpleasant anymore. Tangxi returned to her office and received concern from other teachers. Are you really friends with Yu Jia? Did that girl bully you? Threaten you? Why would you want to get close to someone like her? She's a crazy dog. Tangxi's face suddenly darkened. She turned around and coldly looked at a familiar male teacher. He was also in his 20s, a middle school teacher. Usually, he relied on his good family background and often looked proud when judging others. But the first time he saw Tangxi, he was stunned, staring blankly. After that, he kept trying to flatter her, even though he knew she was married. Now, he still spoke in a tone of "I'm doing this for your good," making it seem like he and Tangxi were very close, which was not true. Tangxi responded without hesitation, "As a teacher, is this how you evaluate students? And where does your dislike for Yu Jia come from? Do you think she was just trying to do the right thing by punishing a criminal, and that made you feel the same way? Why you're talking nonsense?" The male teacher stammered as he argued back, but he didn't dare look into Tangxi's eyes and hurriedly left in embarrassment. Tangxi snorted disdainfully. It seems that since she entered the school, she was so eager to build good relationships that some people mistakenly thought she was very easy to get along with. Others saw someone get put in their place and didn't ask more about the issue, quickly dispersing. Tangxi was too lazy to pursue it. She started reviewing the recent math tests from the 2 classes she was about to teach. In the virtual classroom, Teacher Song was the most skilled teacher Tangxi had ever seen. She naturally put herself in Teacher Song's position, analyzing her own weaknesses and flaws as if she were Teacher Song, then quickly identified the common problems in the students' test papers and recorded them in her notebook. Her previously vague understanding of her new teaching career seemed to become clearer during this process, helping her find the right direction to move forward. At 5:30 p.m., school was over. Tangxi packed her things and prepared to go home. Yu Jiu and her younger brother Yu Yan waited near the office, hoping to invite her to their house for dinner. Yu Jiu looked in a good mood, speaking cheerfully. By the way, can you bring your family member along?
He's at home, right?
Next to her, Yu Yan was quietly pouting. Unfortunately, Tangxi shook her head. He's not at home. I've already arranged to have dinner with the neighbors next door tonight, so I'll visit my uncle and aunt tomorrow. Yu Jiu and Yu Yan looked a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything. They only insisted on seeing Tangxi off near the entrance of the compound before turning back home. When Tangxi got home, she put her things down around 6 p.m. and went straight to knock on the neighbor's door. Of course, she didn't go empty-handed. To thank Liang Ying for her warm invitation to dinner, she brought a box of traditional Beijing-style pastries from an old shop. When Liang Ying opened the door, she was surprised. "You came, but why did you bring food?" Tangxi smiled warmly as she stepped inside. "It's just a small gift." She casually glanced inside and saw a pair of bright, lively eyes. Her breath suddenly caught, and she looked at Liang Ying with a questioning expression. Liang Ying smiled slightly. I just happened to run into you. Little Tang, you don't mind, do you?" After Tangxi shook her head to say she didn't mind, Liang Ying relaxed. Not only was Wen Jiuyuan not home, but her boss had also been away for the past few days. So, a group of older women who usually got along well with Liang Ying casually came over to her house for a meal, pretending to be visiting. In their hearts, they had a similar plan. Wen's family had a guest for several days, but they hadn't seen him once. "Today, I just had to come and see who this mysterious person is." When they saw Tangxi for the first time, all their teasing curiosity disappeared instantly. It was then that they realized why Liang Ying had recently warned others not to spread rumors so harshly. At that time, they thought Liang Ying was doing so to protect Wen Jiuyuan's reputation. Now it seems. Who dares to call this celestial being an ugly village girl? If Tangxi truly looked like an ugly village girl, then what about them? Are they worms in the dirt? "Oh, little Tang, we finally see you. Yes, we've heard about you but never seen you before. Little Tang looks so beautiful. She's a perfect match for Director Wen. Come sit with us, little Tang." Tangxi glanced at Sister Liang Ying, who was smiling happily beside her. She sensed that something subtle was changing in the air. But since she felt this change didn't harm her, she paid no mind and sat down naturally. Seeing that they got along well, Liang Ying greeted them and went to the kitchen to check on Auntie's cooking. In the living room, only Tangxi and the other women remained. Someone asked kindly, "Little Tang, where are you from?" "School." Tangxi calmly accepted their curious gazes. After hearing her answer, the women understood and responded with a long "oh." "We know little Tang is still in high school, right? Studying is good. Girls should study more. Which school do you go to?" "I've heard of that school." At that moment, someone asked casually, "I heard you failed the entrance exam a few times before, little Tang? If studying doesn't go well, it's also good to stay at home and serve a man. Director Wen is promising, and you could be a good wife." "Why did you bump into me?" The friendly atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Tangxi's smile disappeared completely. Her eyes seemed covered with a thin layer of frost, cold and sharp. She suddenly stood up and sarcastically said, "I thought all children from the big courtyard had a broad mind, but I didn't expect you to be full of futile ideas. I'm so disappointed." Someone almost clapped in approval, but the person who just spoke harsh words turned pale and stood up angrily. "Who are you calling full of futile ideas?" That was a serious taboo. A few years ago, just this hat would have been enough to make that person drink a whole jar of wine. Now, although less sensitive than before, everyone subconsciously tries to keep a distance from these labels. Tang, she stood firm and calmly said, "Throwing stones into a pack of dogs usually makes the loudest noise when you hit the hardest one." This time, not only did the other person turn pale with anger, but they also tried to rush over and hit Tang Shi. The other women quickly stood up to stop her, and the living room suddenly became chaotic. Liang Ying heard the commotion and rushed out of the kitchen. "What's going on?" Soon, someone explained what had just happened to Liang Ying, including all the conversations. Liang Ying's face was tense and very serious. The woman who first provoked, known as Sister Miao by others, didn't notice Liang Ying's anger or think her words were wrong. She kept talking without pause. "What did I say? I told her to rest at home and not to tire herself out. Isn't that for her good? But she called me a dog." Someone almost couldn't hold back a laugh. Tang, she rolled her eyes. Finally, Liang Ying spoke sharply. "Enough." The atmosphere grew tense. Liang Ying is kind and approachable, and as the lady of the house, she has no airs. But when she gets angry, Everyone falls silent out of fear. Go outside, she said coldly, looking in a certain direction. Sister Miao immediately glared at Tang Shi proudly. Did you hear that? Sister Liang told you to go out. Tang Shi raised her chin and looked at her with some pity, saying nothing. Sister Miao was furious. What kind of look is that? Liang stared at her closely, word by word. Miao Chui, I'm telling you to leave my house. Sister Miao was stunned. You. Sister Liang, how can you treat me like this? We've known each other for so many years, and now because of this new girl, you want to drive me away? She kept shouting regardless of her dignity, acting as if she had suffered a great injustice. Liang, who usually was the first to comfort her, showed no intention of moving and simply looked at Miao Chui with a blank face. Until Miao Chui couldn't hold her face anymore and angrily ran off. The cheerful atmosphere in the living room was completely ruined. Everyone felt awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit. Fortunately, Liang broke the silence. Comrade Xiao Tang, I'm really sorry today. Tang Shi shook her head, saying it was nothing. With her keen eyesight, it was easy to see the malicious intent behind Sister Miao's words just now. But none of that had anything to do with Liang. Tang, she was very curious. She had never met Sister Miao before, so why was she now seen as a thorn in her side? Or was it that she had offended her unknowingly before? Tang, she couldn't figure it out. Just then, Liang called her aside, saying she wanted to talk privately. Tang, she took the opportunity to share her confusion. Liang smiled wryly. I'm also puzzled. Miao Chui used to be quiet and unremarkable. Who knew she would turn out to be sharp-tongued and a bit crazy? I think she usually treats her daughter well and even tries hard to get her into the art troupe. The art troupe? Tang, she quickly caught onto the key phrase. Liang looked confused. Yes, what's wrong with that? Tang, she pondered thoughtfully. Liang then shared all the rumors that had been spreading in the courtyard over the past 2 days. She sighed. I thought that today, when I invited you to dinner and brought over the most chatty sisters-in-law, we could clear up these strange rumors. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Liang spoke vaguely, but Tang she could tell she suspected someone was behind these rumors, trying to cause trouble. Plus, there was the mention of the art troupe. Almost immediately, Tang she identified a person. All right, Sister Liang, I understand. I'll pay attention. Tang she spoke confidently, as if she knew exactly what was going on. Liang was initially surprised, then smiled. Good. It's important that you understand. Jiuyuan really knows how to read people. Both of you are very clever. Being praised and called a couple alongside Wen Jiuyuan made Tang Shi a bit uncomfortable. Seeing her show a shy, girl-like reaction, Liang couldn't help but laugh. The two decided quietly that nothing had happened and returned to the living room. At that moment, they saw several teenagers in the room. They were children from the sisters-in-law's families who had come over to eat because their parents were away. They had been sitting on small stools listening to elders talk, but when they saw Tang Shi following Liang, they all stood up quickly. Their parents were confused. What's going on? The children were very excited, eager to greet Tang Shi. Teacher Tang, what are you doing here? Tang Shi heard someone call her and looked up. Are you students from class 6? The children nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Liang was surprised. Teacher? Little Tang, are you their teacher? Aren't you a student? Tang Shi skipped over the awkward mistake and directly introduced herself. Yes, I am the new substitute math teacher at their school. As soon as she finished speaking, the children started chattering excitedly. Teacher Tang got a perfect score on the exam. I heard it was really hard, and Teacher Wen kept praising her. The principal worked very hard to keep her here, so we should cherish her. Teacher Tang gave each of us study tips. She's so amazing. The stories were a bit messy, but everyone there understood. Their eyes on Tang Shi changed from surprise to happiness. Finally, they started to flatter her. Tang Shi, feeling dizzy, was pulled to the middle of the sofa and surrounded. The sisters-in-law kept praising and complimenting her, making her forget her earlier bad mood and fully enjoy the happy atmosphere. They all had a wonderful meal together. No one remembered Miao Chui, who had left earlier. But Miao Chui was upset after going home. She thought her close friends would come to comfort her. But she waited until evening and saw no sign of anyone. Instead, she heard that Tang Shi was a math teacher. Miao Chui almost got so angry she fell over. Many children in the big yard went to that school. Coincidentally, her youngest son was also a student there. And he was in Tang Shi's class. What's there to be proud of? She's just some terrible teacher. I thought she was some big shot. A bunch of women just kowtowing to her. Miao Chui cursed loudly inside, attracting her husband Zhang Weiguo. He asked her, "Who are you yelling at?" Miao Chui crossed her arms like a boiling teapot. "Who else? It's that new woman in our yard." Zhang Weiguo thought hard and finally realized, "Are you talking about? You must be crazy. Her husband is my boss. You've offended my boss's wife. Do you want me to lose my job?" Miao Chui, feeling stubborn, raised her chin. "She's only 20. Do I have to bow to her? No matter her age, she's still the boss's wife. Do you have any brains?" Zhang Weiguo was about to get so angry, he fainted. Miao Chui didn't care at all. Instead, she glared at him. "You don't know anything." Without caring that her husband was fuming behind her, she left directly. She had to go find that person and talk. Since things had gotten this bad, she couldn't back down on what she had promised. After leaving Liang Ying's house in the evening, she quickly washed up and then entered the system's study room. Although the school doesn't require her to meet any specific standards, Tang Shi is always a perfectionist. Since she started, she wants to do her best. She spent the whole night organizing the math textbook's key points in the system and turned the conclusions into lesson plans. This was originally her effort for the math teaching job. Unexpectedly, during this process, her learning points also slowly increased. To learn more, Tang Shi went to the virtual classroom for basic mathematics to learn from Teacher Song how to be a good math teacher. Teacher Song seemed to notice her little thoughts, gave a half smile, and looked at her without revealing anything, but instead shared valuable teaching tips, which greatly benefited Tang Shi. Finally, it was time for Tang Shi to give her first lesson. She held the lesson plan she wrote overnight and stepped onto the teacher's podium for the first time. Countless curious and expectant eyes looked at her from below. Tang Shi smiled slightly. "Students, let's play a game." The eyes below widened, confused about what kind of game this was. They whispered among themselves. The classroom buzzed with noise. Tang Shi seemed not to hear and continued calmly, "I will choose a student to help me. Who would like to volunteer?" Some students hesitated, unsure of what Tang Shi was planning. Finally, Yu Jia was the first to raise her hand. "I'll help you." Yu Jia didn't want Tang Shi to be left without an answer, so she confidently stepped forward. Tang Shi smiled slightly and asked Yu Jia to come to the podium. Yu Jia casually walked up. Tang Shi handed her some paper and a pen. "Choose a number between 1 and 31, then write it on this slip of paper." Yu Jia followed instructions, quickly writing down her choice, and handed the paper back. Tang Shi didn't take it. "Keep it yourself, fold it, and put it aside." Yu Jia scratched her head, confused about why it was arranged this way. But she obeyed completely, doing exactly as Tang Shi said without hesitation. The students below stretched their necks, eager to see what Tang Shi was up to. Tang Shi calmly took 5 cards from the book and stuck them on the blackboard. "On these cards are some numbers. Yu Jia, can you tell me which of the cards your numbers appeared on?" Yu Jia tilted her head and thought for a moment. "The first, third, and fifth cards." Tang Shi nodded and then decisively said, "So, the number you wrote is 27. Yu Jia's eyes widened suddenly. She seemed unable to believe it and quickly grabbed the note placed beside her to open it. "Wow, it's really 27. The students burst into loud chatter. They had long forgotten their fear of Yu Jia and hurried over to look.
Wow.
It really is 27. That's amazing. How did Teacher Tang do it? Do you two know each other? Could you have planned this in advance?" Amidst the exclamations, some students voiced doubts. Tang Shi remained calm and indifferent. "If some people don't believe it, why not try it yourself?" Immediately, some students eagerly volunteered. To be fair, Tang Shi carefully selected 3 students to participate. When they stepped onto the stage, she handed them paper and pens. They didn't communicate with each other and even hid their notes tightly. Their eyes darted around quickly, afraid Tang Shi might see their answers. Tang Shi watched calmly and pointed at each student in turn. 13, 8, 25. Am I right? Before they could answer, other students snatched the notes from their hands. 13, 8, 25. Exactly the same. A loud gasp erupted, almost like the roof was about to off. The noise was so loud that even the corridor and the neighboring class heard it. The students from other classes who were originally focused on their lessons couldn't help but be curious and wanted to find out what was happening next door. Even the teacher in charge of the class looked a bit distracted, glancing outside constantly, eager to see the excitement for himself. The commotion quickly drew teacher Yang Xingzhan's attention. He thought Tang Shi, as the new teacher, was being bullied. He hurriedly entered the classroom and scolded the chaotic students. "What are you doing? Go back to your seats." Teacher Yang Xingzhan was known throughout the school for being strict, and all students were afraid of him. So, the students near the stage quickly scattered like frightened birds and animals. Meanwhile, in the middle of the chaos, Tang Shi looked at Teacher Yang with a gentle smile. "We're just having a class." Of course, Teacher Yang didn't believe her and thought Tang Shi was being kind to cover for the children. He said seriously, "Teacher Tang, if you need help, just ask." Tang Shi raised an eyebrow. "Teacher Yang, do you want to try this game too?"
What?
Teacher Yang was a bit confused. But the students below seemed to be watching a big show and started to cheer. "One more. One more. One more." Confused, Teacher Yang was pushed onto the stage. Then he listened as Tang Shi explained the rules. His face looked unhappy, and his lips pressed into a straight line. But he did everything Tang Shi asked. Soon the answer was revealed.
Wow.
"I guessed it. I guessed it again. I want to play too. I want to play too."
Teacher Tang.
How does this work? Could it really be mind reading? Tang Shi calmly and slowly teased. "Let's play another little game?" Okay, this time, all the students were full of anticipation. Meanwhile, Yang Xingzhan had already left Tang Shi's classroom and was in the corridor. As a math teacher, he quickly understood the principle behind the game Tang Shi was playing. It was based on binary numbers earlier, now it was about the Fibonacci sequence. He had never thought that rigorous math could be combined with a game like this. Is this useful? Through the bright glass window, he saw the eager sparkle in the students' eyes. That was a desire for knowledge and math. Before Tang Shi arrived, Yang Xingzhan had taught this class for a few days. He clearly remembered that the most lively students in the classroom during his lessons were always sleepy. He had scolded them and punished them, but nothing worked. He only felt disappointed and frustrated. But now, these students were more active than anyone else. It was obvious. The question just now had been answered. How was it? Was it better than you expected? Suddenly, Wen Lan's voice came from behind. Yang Xingzhan was startled, turned around, and saw Wen Lan with a confident, knowing smile. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, Comrade Xiao Tang is an excellent teacher. Tang Shi's lesson caused a very lively reaction. During break time, her students could always be seen looking for others to perform this amazing mind-reading trick, sparking waves of surprise and admiration. These days, entertainment options are scarce, and children had never seen such a wonderful little magic trick. Their curiosity was quickly piqued, and they eagerly asked about the principle. When they got home, they wanted to perform it themselves. The person being asked proudly lifted their chin. Don't understand? This is the binary principle in math. These 5 cards each correspond to 2 to the power of 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are 1, 10, 100, 1000, and so on in binary. In this way, knowledge entered their minds in a strange but easy way.
Huh.
So math is actually simple and fun? And not only students were discussing this, even teachers couldn't help but join in. Some students went directly to Tang Shi to learn, not caring that she was just a new teacher. Comrade Tang, I teach middle school chemistry. Do you think I could try some of these fun little games in my classes?
Me too. Usually kids find my lessons boring. How can I motivate them like you do? Kids love to play. Who doesn't like this kind of teaching method? Language classes might be a bit difficult to do this way. Why not give it a try? Everyone started lively discussions. Tangxi, as the main speaker, offered many helpful suggestions. These ideas were learned from Teacher Song in the virtual classroom system last night. It said that in later times, people promoted fun learning methods, creating scenarios, designing interactive games, group work, and so on, tailored to students' needs and making learning enjoyable. These methods became common later, even involving some technology, like the Heavenly Palace classroom. When Tangxi heard about it, her eyes widened. China's own space station, manned space missions, satellites transmitting data for live space Earth broadcasts, experiments in microgravity, and human movement studies. All these sounded unbelievable. Every word made her almost unrecognizable. She couldn't imagine how the world would change in just a few decades to become what the system described. Teacher Tang? Tangxi snapped back to reality. She saw a pair of eager, curious eyes looking at her and smiled gently. Where were we just now? Whether it's the future or reality, doesn't matter. She just hopes she can be part of the great change pushing the world forward. Tangxi's kindness was appreciated and recognized by many. In an instant, she seemed to become the most popular teacher in the school. Some people secretly gave her gifts to thank her, simple things like fruit, snacks, notebooks, or pens. After class, she opened her drawer and saw these gifts, feeling warm inside. Of course, not everyone accepted the changes Tangxi brought to the school. When they saw some teachers starting to use her methods, a few old-fashioned teachers scolded her behind her back, just for show. All flash and no substance. These methods won't work. Kids are lively now, but they'll see that things aren't as simple as she thinks someday. Tangxi heard some of the harsh words, but they didn't hurt her. She didn't bother to care. During lunch with Yu Jia and Yu Yan, they kept defending Tangxi. Because one of the strict teachers in their class openly criticized Tangxi in front of everyone, saying they would never accept her way of doing things. Decay of ideas.
No flexibility.
Yu Jia and Yu Yan looked very angry, but Tangxi comforted them instead. After lunch, since she had no classes in the afternoon, Tangxi planned to visit the Light Weapons Research Institute. Just as she was packing up in the classroom, Sun Feng rushed into the office. Little Tang. Teacher. He ran so fast that he was out of breath, leaning on his knees and gasping. Tangxi had to stop walking. What's wrong? Sun Feng finally caught his breath, excited like a monkey, jumping 3 feet high. Principal Qi had turned what you said this morning into a document and sent it to the education department. They heard that a high-ranking leader highly approved of your idea and wanted to meet you tomorrow. They also said they want to try this new teaching method across the country. Sun Feng's words caused a big stir in the office. Everyone rushed over to Tangxi, expressing genuine congratulations and happiness. Congratulations, Teacher Tangxi. Your suggestions are really good. I support you. Anything you need, just tell us, we'll help. Yeah. Mutual help and support. Tangxi nodded slowly, facing their smiling faces.
Okay.
The news quickly spread throughout the school. Those old-fashioned teachers who had just been criticizing suddenly fell silent. They wanted to say the higher-ups had no vision, but they didn't dare. They wanted to criticize Tangxi's educational ideas, but they had no insight. They wanted to gossip behind her back, but no one agreed. In the end, they could only swallow their resentment silently, pretending nothing happened like ostriches. Others secretly laughed at their cowardice. These old-fashioned teachers were leftovers from the chaotic years ago. Actually, their teaching skills were poor. They relied on fighting and pushing out talented teachers, then naturally took their places. When Principal Qi came, he wanted to improve teachers' skills and promote competition, but these old teachers kept protesting at his door every day, making it hard for him to eat or sleep well. In fact, these teachers were a big problem in the school. Seeing Tangxi hit back hard was very satisfying. It also made them treat Tangxi even better. Tangxi doesn't know the complicated background behind this. Before leaving school, she went to Principal Qi's office.
Principal Chi said he wanted her to organize her ideas and write an article, which would be published in the internal magazine. If she writes well, it might even be reprinted in a national newspaper. A little Tang, this is a great opportunity. Even if you don't become a teacher later, it will still add to your credentials. So, be sure to seize it. If you need help from the school, just ask, and we will do our best to support you. Principal Chi was worried that Tangxi might overlook this chance and earnestly advised her. Tangxi nodded seriously. Yes, I understand. That evening, she went to see Teacher Song to get some advice. Light Weapon Research Institute. Tangxi arrived at the agreed time, and Director Zhuang Tao was already waiting for her. A dark-skinned old man, usually serious with everyone, but when he saw Tangxi, he smiled like a sunflower. You don't know, old Fu was so angry when he heard you were going to join our institute that he couldn't eat. He even called to scold me, saying I was unprofessional and not a good person. Zhuang Tao, with his hands behind his back, raised his chin on purpose, as if this was something to be proud of. Tangxi awkwardly made a sound. Did the two of you argue again? They often argued back and forth. Hope it doesn't hurt their feelings? Zhuang Tao proudly hummed. Old Fu can't argue with me. I am the winner. All right, Tangxi's worry was unnecessary. Clearly, these two were happy about it. Soon, with Zhuang Tao personally guiding her, Tangxi completed many procedures and signed a confidentiality agreement. The Institute's secret area finally opened its doors to her. There, Tangxi saw many types of light weapons under development. Not just guns, but also knives, bows and arrows, grenades, and other individual soldier equipment, various and dazzling. Tangxi's talent mainly focused on gun design. Director Zhuang Tao took her to visit several labs. Many people she met last time left a deep impression on her and greeted her warmly. Zhuang Tao told them that Tangxi had joined as a special appointed associate researcher, and from now on, she was their colleague. Many people felt excited, thinking Tangxi's arrival was a big help, and eagerly pulled her into their discussions. Tangxi felt like she had already been pushed into work mode in just a moment of distraction. The discussion within the group was very intense, with everyone holding different opinions. We want something easy to carry, but also with strong firepower. How can you do both? The barrel is too long. Since it's for self-defense, it needs to be shorter. How do we ensure the accuracy and power of the ammunition? That's not a problem. This design can fully accommodate 7.62 mm pistol rounds. Our technology is very advanced here. Don't you know that a shorter barrel can make noise and muzzle flash more obvious? Everyone around was talking rapidly. Then, everyone turned their heads to look at Tangxi. Comrade Xiaotang, what do you think? This was also a test for Tangxi. Zhuang Tao was nearby, smiling as he watched, not planning to interfere. Tangxi knew this was the first real challenge for her to integrate into the Small Arms Research Institute. She took a slow, deep breath, calmly picking up the gun on the table. She had handled thousands of guns in virtual space and was very familiar with them. So, Tangxi gently hummed and quickly made her judgment. The gun is 302 millimeters long, weighs 1.1 kilograms when empty, and probably uses a short recoil automatic mechanism. The advantage is that the firearm moves smoothly and the part's energy matches well, which helps improve design precision. The locking mechanism is a rotating bolt. It has empty magazine ejection, manual safety, firing pin safety. Yes, the safety features are quite complete. The magazine is double row, double feed, which seems to aim at increasing capacity without making the magazine longer, improving feeding in harsh environments. Tangxi spoke confidently about the gun's advantages. Everyone was stunned listening. It wasn't that Tangxi's comments were so astonishingly brilliant. Anyone with a little knowledge of firearm design would understand what each feature was for. But was this her first time handling this gun? Did she spend more than a minute with it? In just a moment, she had figured out so many details. Could this be the world of geniuses? Everyone was lost in thought. Tangxi scanned everyone's faces, pausing her tone. The others looked at her blankly. Tangxi put down the gun with a crisp click. But her tone suddenly shifted, speaking bluntly, I do not agree with its design. This statement was very serious. Upon hearing this, The group of researchers quickly snapped out of their daze. Since it involved technical details, there was no room for politeness. Everyone immediately argued back and forth, getting red in the face. Tangxi, who had caused a big splash on the calm surface of the lake, surprisingly showed calmness that didn't match her age. Seeing so many people attacking her, she didn't even blush. After everyone had spoken their minds, she casually said, "Is this design only for right-handed shooters? What about left-handed people?" No one could refute her. They realized they had built many features that only worked for right-handed users. For example, the gun could switch between single-shot and automatic fire just by toggling a switch with the thumb, quickly changing modes. But this only worked if the gun was held in the right hand. If used with the left hand, all these functions became useless. Then, maybe we can put the switch on the other side for left-handed users. The person speaking trailed off, losing confidence. Because in gun design, this is a big flaw. The original idea was to make a powerful semi-automatic weapon suitable for self-defense and close combat, intended for basic commanders, airborne troops, scouts, and vehicle soldiers. Since it was meant to be widely used, requiring right-hand operation would be dangerous. Who could guarantee that a soldier wouldn't hurt their right hand on the battlefield? Seeing everyone look discouraged, a senior designer pushed up his glasses and said, "We haven't finalized the design yet. We can improve this flaw." But everyone knew that improving it would mean redesigning many parts. That would be a huge project, almost like starting from scratch. Tangxi almost cruelly denied, "It's not worth it. The gun's purpose is too unclear. As a pistol, 302mm isn't very agile. It's too big. From a submachine gun perspective, the range and accuracy are too limited, and the firepower isn't sustained enough. In the end, it's supposed to be a multifunctional pistol, but its performance isn't good enough. It'll be phased out on the battlefield and won't be suitable for mass deployment." The room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Tangxi as if they weren't looking at a junior or newcomer, but at a powerful and ruthless villain.